Welcome to the Survival Battleground, number 9527 of the Great Xia. Current number of participants, 10,000. Ensure the protection of your survival tent, prioritize upgrading it. For the shelter is your ultimate haven. At night, only the shelter serves as the sole safe zone. Hide well. Though safety is merely relative, after all, it is just a shelter, not a safe house. The battleground is fraught with various crises and disasters, yet also brims with countless opportunities. Do you wish to turn your fortunes around or simply wallow in despair? Each participant receives one opportunity to select a talent, marking the beginning of the disparity between individuals. The first 7 days serve as a novice protection period, during which the chances of encountering treasure chests increase. Seize the moment to explore and accumulate more resources. First disaster. Ice Age countdown, 7 days. Chu Ran blinked in bewilderment as he opened his eyes, discovering himself beneath a large tree. The leaves swayed playfully in the gentle breeze, brushing against his face. Looking up, he beheld a clear blue sky. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the foliage, warming his skin. Surrounding him were unfamiliar, lush trees and dense thickets, with glimpses of small animals darting about. As Chu Ran stood up, the startled creatures scattered in panic, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Am I still dreaming? Is this a dream within a dream? Chu Ran stared blankly, having awakened to find his home gone, and himself in an unknown jungle. Slap. He instinctively slapped himself, the pain sending shivers down his spine. It's not a dream. Ill you, grandpa. Calm down. Calm down. Getting agitated won't resolve anything. Chu Ran forced himself to regain composure. The pressing matter was to ascertain why he was here and the source of that previous voice. Survivor, don't be dazed. Time is of the essence. Check your survival watch promptly. Buzzing a vibration emanated from his arm, and Chu Ran noticed a sleek black watch adorning his wrist. As his gaze focused on the watch, a beam of blue light illuminated its dark strap. Store trade area, channel private, chat friends backpack. Could this possibly be the survival game from those tomato novels? Chu Ran's expression morphed into one of strange intrigue, as he had a dozen such novels on his shelf. To verify his thoughts, he concentrated on the area channel, and the screen transformed automatically. Area channel, whose prank is this? Wrap it up before I lose my temper. What the hell? I was halfway through a shower and ended up here without even my underwear. To the brother or sister above, am wearing 2 pairs of underwear. I can lend you one. Get lost. Who wants something that's been worn? I'd rather wrap myself in leaves. Someone help me. I just twisted my ankle chasing a rabbit, and now I can't move. Forget chasing rabbits. Hurry up and chop some trees to upgrade your shelter. Who brought me here? Just so you know, I've already called the police. If you're wise, send me back quickly. Chu Ran closed the chat channel, silently processing the information he had received. Though incredulous, it seemed he had indeed entered some bizarre survival game. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. He quickly assessed the resources at his disposal. Shelter survival, tent system gift, utterly defenseless, please upgrade promptly. Upgrade requirements, wood 100, stone 20. An unopened tent, which can be deployed once a suitable location is chosen. Chu Ran glanced at it and moved on. Stone axe rating, the most basic tool. Having it is better than not. Without it, you would be a loss. Ding! The talent has been refreshed. Please choose one from the following 3 talents. Accelerated growth. You can hasten the growth rate of plants. Double joy. You receive double the items from forging. Strongest beast. You possess a unique brain that eliminates the need for sleep, allowing you to work twice as long as others. What are these options? Should I choose the beast? No. Chu Ran shook his head vigorously, dismissing the terrifying thought. Having lived as a beast for over 20 years, he could not choose that path again. Warning. Illegal intrusion detected. Initiating cleanup. Warning. Illegal intrusion detected. Initiating cleanup. Just as Chu Ran was about to select double joy, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, akin to being pricked by needles. What the hell? What's happening? He collapsed helplessly to the ground, clutching his head and rolling about in agony. Fortunately, the pain was fleeting, dissipating in less than a minute. Before him, the talent options had changed. Entry, refresh, entry, refresh, entry, refresh. All 3 talents transformed into the same one. Entry, refresh. Forbidden talent, unique. Rating, You can refresh the attributes of any item. Note, each item can only be refreshed 10 times. What? A forbidden talent? Chu Ran stared in shock at the new option, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Though he did not understand the reason, it seemed he was different from others. He quickly confirmed his choice to avoid any further unexpected changes. Once he selected the talent, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, his earlier anxiety beginning to lift. The immediate priority was to find a way to upgrade the shelter, secure food, and most importantly, seek out treasure chests. The shelter would shield him from unknown crises, while food was essential for survival. Both were primary targets to address. Meanwhile, treasure chests represented all possibilities. He swiftly organized his thoughts, grasped the stone axe, and began his exploration. Although the stone axe was of particularly poor quality, he had no better options at the moment. Approaching the nearest small tree, he swung the axe, leaving a 2-centimeter gash. Indeed, the stone axe lacks power. Let's try my ability. Refreshed. Item acquired. Stone axe, perfect superior attribute. Woodcutting speed doubled. Perfect attribute. Stone axe weight halved with a certain attack bonus. Remaining refresh attempts for this item, 9. Haha. Joy has arrived. Gazing at the perfect grade stone axe, a smirk tugged at the corners of Chu Ran's mouth. Being capable of what others could not, this game was beginning to pique his interest. He hurried back to the tent to attempt refreshing it, but was informed that this special item had no attribute enhancements. With no other options, he chose to refresh the stone axe again. Item acquired. Stone axe ordinary. Seriously? How can it downgrade? Chu Ran gasped, his heart racing, and he continued to refresh several times. Item acquired. Stone axe perfect. After 4 refreshes, it reverted to perfect quality, causing Chu Ran to pause in apprehension. Each item could only be refreshed 10 times. He didn't want to end up with an ordinary one in the end. He raised the stone axe once more and struck the previous tree. This time, the sensation was lighter, conserving half his energy, and the gash widened nearly 2-fold. Not bad at this rate. I can chop down a tree significantly faster than others, swiftly closing the gap. Chu Ran nodded in satisfaction, deciding against chopping trees for the moment. He had felt a bit hungry before sleeping last night, and now his stomach was growling. The urgent task was to locate food to replenish his energy. If he expended too much energy chopping trees without finding sufficient food, he would be in serious trouble. Chapter 2. The wolf is coming. Chu Ran circled around, familiarizing himself with the environment. Small animals were present along the way, and no dangers lurked. The area he found himself in was a dense forest, rich in timber resources, yet scarce in stones. Numerous berry bushes surrounded him, but perhaps due to the season, the berries had yet to grow. Wild rabbits occasionally darted from the thickets, but despite his attempts to catch them, they always vanished before he could approach, leaving him with little hope of success. Without special means, the east lay a vast lake, its size obscured by a thin veil of mist that covered the area 100 meters from his tent, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. Area of fog. Visibility, 10 meters, imbued with potent spiritual energy, capable of giving rise to formidable creatures. Danger level, high. Resource density, 200. Resource rarity, 200. Due to the limited visibility, Chu Ran could not discern what lay within, yet unknown low growls echoed from the depths, sending chills down his spine. His potential food sources included hunting rabbits, birds, treasure chests, and fishing. He contemplated his options for sustenance. The lake appeared bottomless, and in this desolate place, simply gazing upon it was unnerving. Though he was a decent swimmer, anxiety gripped him, and he quickly dismissed that avenue of food. Instead, he resolved to search for treasure chests, curious about what they might hold. With a sigh, he began his quest for treasure, his stomach growling in hunger. Having never encountered a treasure chest before, he was unsure of their size or appearance, prompting him to conduct a thorough search of the surroundings. Surely there must be one nearby. Could it be that there are no treasure chests in my vicinity? After 20 minutes of fruitless searching, he was still unable to find any trace of one. Surely it can't be hidden in a tree. Realizing he had overlooked the trees, he resumed his search with renewed focus. Just as he redirected his attention upwards, he accidentally kicked something, producing a dull thud. What was that? Curious, he pushed aside the grass at his feet, revealing a small pit where a 30-centimeter-long square wooden box lay quietly. The treasure chest was concealed by the surrounding foliage, and had he not stumbled upon it, He might have searched for another 10 minutes to his delight. He had indeed found a treasure. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him at the sight of the chest. As he eagerly picked up the treasure chest, an unexpected turn of events occurred that a gray shadow flashed from the pit, darting towards him like lightning. Chu Ran felt a sudden numbness in his right foot and, upon closer inspection, realized the gray shadow was a small gray snake that bit him before swiftly escaping. Reacting instinctively, he stomped down on it and swiftly severed it in two with his axe. Done, the triangular head lay before him. Upon recognizing the snake's head, a chill ran through Chu Ran's body, and he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Gray Ridge Snake. Common. Evaluation: a novice's nightmare. Specially prepared by the system for survivors. Surprised, aren't you? You weren't paying attention, and now I've bitten you. Though I'm not lethal, my venom can bring an elephant to its knees. Cursed be my carelessness. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Ran hastily made his way back to the tent. Within moments, his mind began to dull, and his body gradua in the present moment. Food scarcity prevails. However, should the catch of fish prove plentiful, he shall attain the freedom of resources. Today, I endeavor to vindicate the angler. Chu Ran hefted his fishing rod and hastened to the very spot where he had been bitten yesterday. The lifeless body of the gray-backed snake remained, and he picked it up, bringing it to the lakeside. Yesterday, you took a bite out of me. Today, you shall serve as bait, and we shall be even. With a stone axe, Chu Ran severed a portion of the snake and affixed it to his hook, joyfully casting it into the lake. Before the float could even stabilize, the bait was snatched away, dragging the float beneath the surface to catch. Chu Ran lifted the fishing rod and, with a vigorous motion, flung it toward the shore, a 20-centimeter fish soaring through the air and landing at his feet. Item acquired. Large carp. Haha, splendid. A rod that does not break is a true delight. Chu Ran, elated, removed the fish, striking it dead with a swift blow of his axe, while the snake meat remained, which he cast back into the water. Ding. Detected large carp. Would you like to extract fish meat? Note: extraction will result in some loss. Alternatively, you may choose to kill and gut the fish yourself. This there a processing fee. Chu Ran was rendered speechless, silently opting for extraction, acquiescing to the system's exploitation. Ding. Acquired fish meat 2 gene. He stored the fish meat within the survival watch S space, continuing to watch the surface of the water for the float. Within such a short time, he had harvested 2 gene of fish meat. If he fished all day, he could amass hundreds of gene. A few large fish could yield thousands. In this time of food shortage, he could easily trade fish meat for all necessary resources, swiftly compensating for the time lost yesterday. Once more, with his gaze fixed on the water, Chu Ran noticed the float vanish again. Filled with excitement, he abruptly raised the fishing rod that a powerful tug emanated from the depths. Contesting with him in a battle of strength. A large specimen. Perhaps the creature below sensed danger and thrashed wildly. Oh ho, you dare to match strength with me? My fishing rod shall not break, and I possess an enhancement of power, with strength to move mountains and a spirit that reigns supreme. Rise. Chu Ran sprinted backward, dragging a fish over a meter long from the water's edge with sheer force. Pure brutality. Ding. Acquired giant specimen. Giant bony-tongued fish. Remarkable. Is this the creature? Chu Ran gasped, having only seen it in videos. It typically required several individuals to haul it in. With the rod's power amplified by 500, he had forcibly drawn it up, though it appeared not yet fully grown. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily captured. System, assist me in extracting the fish meat. It is not yet dead. How to extract? Is it immobilized? Chu Ran. Very well. Observing the giant bony-tongued fish thrashing on the ground, he dragged it further away, allowing it to perish on its own, before turning back to continue fishing. Now, this is true fishing. Chu Ran eagerly watched the water's surface. Today he had satisfied his lifelong craving for the thrill of fishing. Why had the bites ceased? Had he stirred the waters too much? 5 minutes later, the float remained still, prompting Chu Ran to consider changing locations. Clang! As he lifted the fishing rod, a faint metallic sound rang out, and the rod sank, snagging onto something hard. The effect of the entry had activated, ensuring he would never go home empty-handed. Chu Ran felt a surge of joy. With eager anticipation, he pulled up the submerged object. The greatest joy in fishing lies in the element of surprise. You never know what you might catch. As the rod rose, a pitch-black treasure chest emerged from the depths. Black iron chest. Comet. A treasure chest superior to the rotten wooden chest, with a certain chance of yielding weapons. To think he could even fish up a treasure chest, starting with a mere rod. His equipment would be entirely acquired through fishing. Chu Ran found himself at a loss for words to express his elation. While others felled trees, he fished. While others toiled, he fished. While others fought for survival, he fished. Long live the anglers. He tossed the chest aside, as he had no time to open it now. He would attend to it after retrieving his line. As Chu Ran envisioned a bright future, a subtle ripple emanated from the lake's depths. What could it be? A chill ran down his spine. Something lurked in the water, something vast, far greater than mere fish. Though the disturbance was slight, it bore the weight of something immense. As if it had merely rolled over, causing the waves to eye in an instant, Chu Ran contemplated abandoning his rod and fleeing. Just his luck, at that moment, the float was abruptly yanked under the water. What the heck? Should I strike or not? What if I hook a deep-sea dragon king? In that moment, his mind was a whirlwind, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The angler dared not strike the rod. Yet, the spirit of the angler awakened within him. To possess a rod and not strike was a disservice to the craft. Instinctively, he lifted the rod, the fishing line taut, as a counterforce surged from the water, though it was not overwhelmingly strong. It's a fish. Chu Ran's heart leapt with joy, and he felt a wave of relief. The tension on the rod was not severe, akin to the previous giant bony-tongued fish. Not a monster. Initially hesitant to exert force, he had not gripped the rod tightly. Any sign of trouble would have him abandoning ship. Realizing it was merely a fish, he summoned all his strength. Pulling backward as he ran, attempting to drag the fish from the water, determined to reel in this catch before retreating. With his might, he yanked a fish weighing around 100 Jin from the surface. Suddenly, the waters stirred. A dark shadow surged from the lake, charging toward the large fish. Distracted by his escape, Chu Ran felt the rod snap taut, an overwhelming force yanking him skyward, propelling him into the lake. Splash! Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself submerged 3 to 4 meters from the shore. Oh my goodness! The water temperature, despite the air being over 20 degrees, felt as frigid as ice. The bone-chilling cold jolting Chu Ran awake. Chapter 4. The Scarlet eyes beneath the water. The tranquil lake inexplicably began to churn, waves rising from the depths and crashing against the shore. A chill coursed through Chu Ran as he sensed an unseen gaze sweeping over him, as if plunged into an ice cavern. With all his might, he scrambled toward the shore, swimming desperately, yet time seemed to stretch. What should have taken only 4 or 5 seconds felt like an eternity, an insurmountable chasm separating him from safety. The heavy sound echoed from the lake's depths, accompanied by a series of massive bubbles. A colossal entity loomed beneath the surface, its powerful waves tossing Chu Ran aside, dragging him back into the water. In his struggle, he caught a glimpse of a pair of icy, scarlet eyes fixated on him. Unblinking, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. Chu Ran felt paralyzed, his mind blank, yet his limbs fought valiantly toward the shore, whether the creature below had not yet reacted or deemed him unworthy of its attention. Perhaps it had simply feasted and was now sated. It did not strike at Chu Ran. After what felt like a century in those fleeting seconds, he finally clambered onto the shore, drenched and scrambling away from the lake. Phew, that was terrifying. I swear I never want to fish again. That beast can take whoever it pleases. Having narrowly escaped, Chu Ran collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the distant lake, unable to shake off the shock. Even now his heart raced, a primal fear of a lower creature before a higher one, stemming from his very soul, utterly inescapable. That moment, a thick mist enveloped the lake, waves surging forth, drenching Chu Ran. The fishing rod that had been dragged underwater was flung back to him. Chu Ran swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips. If that creature had returned his rod, it had likely developed some form of intelligence. It was best not to jest with it. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, and seeing the lake remain still, he cautiously approached the water's edge. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the black iron chest and dashed back, stopping by the giant bony-tongued fish to slay it with several strikes of his axe, claiming the meat. Ding! Item acquired. Fish meat 150 Jin. A substantial amount of fish meat filled the survival watch's limited space. However, this bountiful harvest did little to lift Chu Ran's spirits. His current thoughts revolved around swiftly carrying the tent away, for he was in proximity to an unknown giant, and no one could feel secure in such a situation. Yet, A gentle mist surrounded him for 100 meters, and drawing two close posed risks. Unknown creatures likely lurked within the fog. Remembering that the creature in the water had not attacked him, he felt a slight sense of safety wash over him. A sudden breeze swept past, sending chills through Chu Ran. Having already caught a chill the previous night, being soaked in icy water now threatened hypothermia. The weather was set to drop, and he needed to upgrade his tent quickly. Otherwise, a restless night awaited him. Chu Ran placed the treasure chest inside the tent, but did not open it immediately, opting instead to chop wood. Newbie chests yield items based on the survivor's current environment. He still possessed a tent and feared drawing forth a plethora of upgrade materials. Thud. Thud. Minutes later, a modest tree was successfully felled. Yielding 6 pieces of timber, wiping the sweat from his brow, he proceeded to fell a second tree. His previously chilled body now began to warm an hour later. Chu Ran had chopped down 6 trees, accumulating a total of 39 pieces of timber. This won't do. I must hasten my pace, he thought, realizing time was slipping away. Glancing at the clock, he quickened his logging speed. By the time he had awakened that morning, 2 to 3 hours of daylight had already passed, and his fishing had consumed valuable time. Now, only 3 hours remained until darkness would descend. At his current pace, he could barely gather enough timber, and he would have to barter food for stones. This calamity heralded an ice age, and food would surely be scarce. He needed to stockpile sufficient provisions to be on the safe side. Unwilling to part with food for mere stones or timber, even if he were to trade, he preferred not to exchange such easily obtainable materials. With the assistance of his perfect-grade stone axe, Chu Ran managed to collect over 70 pieces of timber in the next 2 hours. The watch's space was limited. To prevent the fish meat from spoiling, he cleared the space and transported all the timber in multiple trips to stack it neatly beside the tent. Time is running short. I must quicken my pace. As the sky gradually darkens, Chu Ran feels an undeniable sense of urgency. Although there remains over an hour before complete darkness descends, this is not a mere game. He cannot afford to linger until the final moment. Ample time must be reserved for contingencies. Chu Ran accesses the trading market, where various survivors have begun to list an assortment of resources for exchange. Among these, food boasts the highest exchange rate. 1 pound of meat can be traded for 2 to 3 stones that if he fails to gather enough stones to upgrade his shelter within half an hour, he will have no choice but to barter fish and meat with other survivors. Closing the trading market, Chu Ran swiftly heads westward. The area he occupies is abundant in timber and stones. Yet most of the stones are of considerable size, rendering them impossible to pick up directly. He can only collect smaller, scattered stones, which undoubtedly hampers his collection speed. He must remain vigilant while hastening his gathering efforts. As twilight deepens, the food he consumed earlier has long been depleted, and the temperature is plummeting. Exhausted, hungry, and weary, he perseveres. Fortunately, fortune favors the diligent. This time, he encounters no obstacles and successfully collects a sufficient quantity of stones. Returning briefly due to limited inventory space, the sun now hangs low on the horizon, the distinction between the survival zone and the misty area gradually blurring. Some predators have begun to lurk around the periphery of the misty region, eyeing the safety zone with intent, yet they seem oblivious to Chu Ran's presence. Can they truly not see me? Chu Ran moves about cautiously. The predators do not focus on him, but remain fixated on the safety zone. Hesitant to cross its threshold, it due to the safety zone. Chu Ran pieces together the rules. Because the safety zone exists, they dare not emerge during the day, but it vanishes at night. Explaining the system's warning about the dangers of nighttime and the necessity for survivors to upgrade their shelters. With this realization, he opens the chat channel and sends a message. Chat channel. Chu Ran. Friendly reminder. Beasts will emerge from the misty area at night. The survival time increases. The level of beasts may also rise. It is advisable to prioritize upgrading your shelter. After sending the message, he pays no heed to whether others believe him. He shuts down the chat and races towards his tent, his watch vibrating intermittently. Ding. Would you like to upgrade your shelter? Materials required. Wood 100, stone 20. Upgrade. With a resounding noise, the mountain of wood and stones before Chu Ran vanishes. Along with the tent itself. In its place appears a wooden cabin crafted from timber. Tier 1 shelter. Wooden cabin. Chapter 5 Tier 1 wooden cabin. Smoking rack. Tier 1 shelter. Wooden cabin. Size. 20 square meters. Shelter range. 500 meters. Mist range, 500 meters. Indoor temperature regulation, 5 at last. It is complete. Now he can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Beholding the newly formed wooden cabin, Chu Ran feels the tension in his mind ease slightly. The cabin's defenses are robust enough to withstand assaults from typical beasts. The cabin is square, spacious within, and features a small campfire at its center. Chu Ran uses an axe to split a piece of wood into several splinters and tosses them into the fire, which ignites automatically. Thankfully, he need not devise a way to start a fire. Otherwise, he would have faced the cold once more. The flickering flames cast a rosy glow upon his cheeks, dispelling some of the chill and allowing him to relax a bit. He arranges his catch from the day around the campfire, utilizing the heat to dehydrate the fish into jerky. Food is scarce at this stage, and he must extend the shelf life of his fish to ensure a steady supply. Next, he takes a piece of fish, skewers it with a sharpened stick, and places it over the fire to roast. Why now? Darkness has fully enveloped the surroundings, and a profound silence prevails. Leaning against the wall, Chu Ran listens intently. Does the cabin possess a concealment feature? He can distinctly hear the chaotic footsteps of beasts nearby, yet they do not detect him, as they roam about hunting smaller creatures. Having lain idle for nearly a day yesterday, he missed the opportunity to gather crucial information. With a sense of perplexity, he reopens the chat channel. Chat channel. The number of beasts has increased today. I remain in the survival tent, fearful that one might inadvertently breach the tent and discover me. Don't worry. They can't see you. As long as you don't make a fuss, you'll be fine. You're quite the marvel. It's been 2 days, and you're still in a tent. Are you here on vacation? On the first day, I thought it was a prank. Who knew it would be real by the time I tried to gather resources? It was too late. Could some generous soul spare me some wood? Networking for wood. Dream on. Who doesn't gather their own wood bit by bit? My talent lies in wood gathering. I have extras, but why should I give them to you? Boss, share a bit with me, and I'll dance for you on video, and even send private pictures. With that awful picture of yours, it circulated throughout the region in a day. You have no idea how much resource you've sold. Which scoundrel sold my pictures? Come out. I'll trade stones for wood, 1 for 1. Contact me if interested. Chu Ran schemes through the chat history, finding no useful information. However, he is assured that hiding in the shelter will keep him safe from the beasts, at least for now. Subsequently, he browses the trading market again, noting the influx of trades that he anticipated. There are numerous exchanges for wood, stones, and thatch, among other resources. Yet, no food is available for trade as expected. It seems everyone is in need of food and reluctant to part with any. At that moment, a red notification catches his attention. Several individuals have sent him messages that it appears to be a result of his earlier message, but they are mostly opportunistic women seeking to trade scantily clad pictures for resources. While the images are undeniably enticing, the struggle for survival leaves him little inclination to engage. He ignores them all. The only message that piques his interest comes from someone named Mo Lanshan. Mo Lanshan. Brother, have you discovered any useful information? If convenient, please share it to Mo Lanshan. Why are you not responding? I can trade information with you to Mo Lanshan. Where are you? After pondering for a few moments, Chu Ran replies with a simple, here Mo Lanshan. Finally, you responded. I am gathering information about this area. If you have any findings, please let me know. Chu Ran scoffs internally, realizing that Mo Lanshan is just another opportunist, and promptly ignores him. Closing the chat channel, he opens the black iron treasure chest he caught today. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained smoking rack 1, water condenser 1, wooden spear 1. Thank goodness I opened it now. Had I done so earlier, I would have surely received a heap of wood. Chu Ran feels a wave of apprehension wash over him. This system is unnervingly perceptive, as if it were watching him closely. Aware that he possesses a substantial amount of meat, it grants him a smoking rack. Smoking rack, common. Evaluation, can slowly evaporate moisture from fresh meat, extending its shelf life. Doubles the speed when placed by a campfire. Refresh. Congratulations, you have obtained drying rack. Good. Refresh. Congratulations. Refresh. Congratulations, you have obtained drying rack. Excellent. Good trait. Doubles drying speed. Perfect trait. Grants dried meat a double shelf life. Excellent trait. Can dry meat without sunlight or flame. An excellent find indeed, though it is regrettable that this extraordinary trait did not manifest on the wooden spear instead, as weaponry is fundamental to survival. There's a saying, while my neighbor stores grain, I stockpile arms. My neighbor is my granary. Chu Ran shakes his head, placing all the fish on the drying rack, then turns his attention to the water condenser, which is equally significant. Currently, his only means of acquiring water is from lakes. But he is loath to venture there. Drinking untreated water increases the risk of bacterial infection, posing a considerable problem in such a harsh environment that he forgoes checking its attributes and refreshes it 5 times instead. Feeling fortunate when the 4th refresh yields a perfect result. Water condenser 10 liters, perfect, expanded. Base attribute, can extract water from the air, collection speed doubles in humid weather and increases tenfold in rain. Current speed, 24 hours 250 milliliters, good trait, capacity expanded by 1-fold. It's super capable. Perfect trait, collection speed doubled. Not too shabby. With the enhancements, he can collect 500 milliliters of water daily. Barely sufficient to meet his basic needs. Chu Ran mentally commands the installation, and the water condenser vanishes from his inventory. Where did my water condenser go? Chu Ran searches high and low in the wooden cabin, finally discovering the water pipe connected to the condenser at a corner of the roof. The external unit is mounted on the roof, allowing him to extract collected water through the extending pipe. Now for the main event of the day. Chu Ran's gaze shifts to the wooden spear, a hint of excitement stirring within him. If the spear can also refresh with exceptional traits, he will finally possess a means of self-defense. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Obtained item. Wooden spear, good. The terrifying reality sets in. After refreshing 9 times, he only acquires 3 good items. Chu Ran trembles with regret, unwilling to continue if he were to end up with a common item. He might just fall into despair in pursuit of excellence. What distinguishes the ordinary from the exceptional? One must either feast upon meat or endure the bitter winds of the Northwest with a resolute heart. He closed his eyes and utilized his final opportunity for a refresh. A flash of violet light appeared. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired an item. Bloodthirsty Spear, Luminous. Chapter 6. Bloodthirsty Spear, Luminous. Bloodthirsty Spear, Luminous. Common attributes. Attack 50. Excellent attribute. Attack speed 50. Perfect attribute. Ranged throwing attack correction 1 meter. Outstanding attribute. Never wears out. Ordinary wooden spears are prone to decay, yet this one remains timeless. Luminous attribute. Bloodthirsty, an invincible spear soaked in countless blood, capable of absorbing the lifeblood of foes during battle. Growing stronger with each encounter. The luminous level Bloodthirsty Spear. How splendid it is. Chu Ran joyfully toyed with the spear in his hands. With this weapon, he felt he could truly begin his fight for survival. The spear measured 2 meters in length, its surface a patchwork of hues, as if steeped in dark crimson blood, rendering its original color unrecognizable. The shaft bore incomprehensible patterns, exuding a chilling aura of menace. He longed to venture forth and engage in combat that moment. The fish was also ready for consumption. Reluctantly, he sheathed the spear and picked up the fish, indulging in a hearty meal. The fish was substantial, devoid of bones, and he devoured a pound of it in mere moments. Ding! Acquired attribute points 1. The attribute system has been activated. Silently recite to view character attributes. Viewing character attributes. Name, Chu Ran. Level, ordinary. Survival coins, 0. Strength, 8. Increases attack power. Agility, 9. Increases attack speed and mobility. Bones, 11. Increases defense and stamina. Physique, 11. Increases vitality and health recovery rate. Intelligence, 8. Increases the strength of special abilities. Survival coins. Currency in the survival world. Can be exchanged for items in the shop or traded with others. Note: survival coins can be obtained by exchanging prey in the shop. Note: the maximum original limit for ordinary individuals' attributes is 10 points. This feels somewhat insulting. Why is my initial intelligence only 7 points while my bones and physique are at their maximum? Am I being treated like a beast of burden? Chu Ran pouted, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. He wondered if he could increase it further to test this. He forcefully consumed another pound of roasted fish, but this time, no additional attribute points were gained. It seemed that each meal would only yield an effect once. With 2 pounds of fish in his belly, he felt a pleasant warmth enveloping him. Ding! You are feeling a bit thirsty. As if I needed your reminder. Am I not aware of my own thirst? Why would I refrain from drinking water if I had it? How outrageous! Chu Ran grumbled. Once again, he delved into his research. The shop featured an exchange system. Submitting prey would yield survival coins that he attempted to toss in the gray-spined snake and receive survival coins 1. Inside the wooden cabin, he could construct a forge, which could be used to craft items. Yet he currently lacked the necessary materials and had no immediate plans to build one after completing these tasks. He tossed the freshly chopped wood into the campfire, intending to rest for the day and hasten his progress tomorrow to make up for lost time. By the way, it seems I haven't heard the sounds of beasts outside today. Could it be due to an expansion of the protective range? Oh well, no matter. Time to sleep. Daylight broke, and Chu Ran awoke to a burning sensation in his throat. Oh no, am I on the brink of catching a cold? Having plunged into the icy lake yesterday, then working in damp clothing while chopping wood, combined with nearly a day without water, his throat felt like fire. He hurried to the condensation device to replenish his fluids. After a night of water accumulation, it contained about 200 milliliters. Though insufficient to fully quench his thirst, it was enough to provide some relief. The cool, sweet water coursed down his parched throat, bringing him some comfort. Having completed this, he armed himself with the spear and axe, embarking on a new adventure. Today's weather: overcast. Temperature: 13 to 20. Daylight duration: 8 hours. Current disaster: Ice Age. Countdown: 5 days. System prompt: today's temperature is suitable. Berries are ripe for picking. Remember to gather and preserve them, as this is a system gift, your quickest source of food and hydration in the early stages. The temperature had dropped by 5 compared to yesterday. At this rate, it would likely plummet below freezing before the Ice Age arrived. As soon as Chu Ran stepped out, he was met with a chill, clad only in a short-sleeved shirt and flip-flops from the real world. Inside the cabin, the campfire had burned all night, providing warmth, but stepping outside proved a struggle against the cold. The scenery outside had undergone a dramatic transformation. The berry bushes that were once barren had bloomed overnight, sprouting a plethora of berries. While not abundant, they could satisfy a portion of his food requirements, as these fruits could both fill the belly and replenish hydration. The berries came in 3 primary colors: red, blue, and black, roughly the size of grapes, and Chu Ran picked a few of each. Though the fruits appeared enticing, tantalizing his taste buds, he resisted the urge to indulge and opened the chat channel to observe further. The channel was flooded with messages regarding berries, most expressing gratitude for nature's bounty. Uncertain whether consuming the berries was safe or if those who had already eaten them had met their demise, he opened a private chat with the so-called information broker, Imo Nanshan. From yesterday, what are the specifics regarding these berries? Imo Nanshan. Information costs 1 piece of wood. Pay up first. The reply came almost instantaneously. Yet upon reading the message, Chu Ran felt a surge of frustration. Are you robbing me? You didn't mention the payment for information yesterday. Imo Nanshan. You didn't specify either. Hurry up. I have other customers. How about I trade information for information? Chu Ran inquired cautiously. Imo Nanshan. Speak. As long as it's not common knowledge. There are non-human creatures. Chu Ran promptly shared the encounter with the giant creature beneath the lake. But the reply was met with silence. Somewhere in the forest, Imo Nanshan instinctively began to retreat from the lake at his feet. The water shimmered a deep green, icy and bone-chilling. This was indeed the same lake. If what the other party claimed were true, then the lake would be the most perilous locale in the vicinity. Imo Nanshan. Red and blue berries are edible. Specific functions are unknown. Do not consume blackberries. They possess strong paralyzing properties. After a prolonged pause, as Chu Ran thought he had been left hanging, Imo Nanshan sent another message. Despite this warning, Chu Ran was not entirely convinced. He sampled each berry, discovering that the red and blue varieties were quite pleasant. Dissolving in his mouth with ample moisture, he merely tentatively bit into the black berry, experiencing a tingling sensation. The other party had not deceived him. Driven by the burning discomfort in his throat, he hastened to gather more berries. Initially, he expected the picking to be swift, but he soon realized the berry bushes were widely dispersed, making the task laborious. Each cluster yielded only a meager 10 or so berries, and the risk of poisonous insects, snakes, or ants loomed large. After 20 minutes, he managed to gather over 80 berries, and after discarding the black ones, he barely had a little over a pound. The taste was delightful, yet the quantity was disappointing. Chu Ran munched on the berries as a snack, his mind racing with thoughts on how to procure food. Fishing seemed out of the question. It was far too terrifying. Chapter 7. A sudden change of heart. Chat channel. Chu Ran. I am collecting blackberries. I will trade 1 pound of fish meat for 1 pound of blackberries. If anyone is gathering berries, please also collect the black ones. What the hell? Where did you get so much fish meat? Are you serious? You've already started acting like a merchant while we're all just trying to survive. Why do you stand out so much? Hey, what do those blackberries do? Please share. Boss, I have blackberries, but not quite a pound. Can I substitute with other colors? Did you discover the use of blackberries? We're all in this together. Can you please share? Chu Ran, are you an idiot? Once the messages were sent, the chat channel erupted, with a flood of private messages pouring in, yet not a single trade request. Chu Ran skimmed through the messages and closed them all. Time was of the essence, and he had no time for idle chatter. However, one message from a certain Lin Wenbin piqued his interest. Lin Wenbin, boss, I'm surrounded by berry bushes, all blackberries as far as the eye can see. Initially, I wasn't planning to collect them, but if you're certain you want them, I can help you gather. Sure, up to 10 pounds. I'll trade for an equal weight of fish meat. Just to be clear, no deposit required. That moment. The information broker, Mo Nanshan, also messaged him Mo Nanshan, bro. You're not collecting blackberries to try and set a trap, are you? That method has been attempted before and failed. Some individuals in specific locations collected blackberries on the first day. But the anesthetic properties are too weak. It won't work. Thanks for the reminder. I know what I'm doing. Chu Ran replied politely, beside a small wooden cabin enveloped by a sea of blackberries. Lin Wenbin couldn't help but chuckle. The blackberries that had previously disheartened him suddenly appeared charming. Exchanging 1 pound of berries for 1 pound of fish meat was a tempting deal. If he could find something to stew the fish in, adding some ingredients would result in a piping hot fish soup. The thought of fish soup invigorated him. Meanwhile, Chu Ran hastily returned to his cabin after sending out the message. Retrieving 20 pounds of fish meat to place on the trading market. The system was somewhat obsessive-compulsive. It required exactly 1 pound per piece of fish meat, not a gram more or less. Having been roasted overnight, the meat had shrunk a bit, and he would need to figure out how to supplement it later. After a brief interlude, he commenced his exploration westward, away from the lake. Collecting stones and seeking treasure chests along the way. Upon upgrading the cabin, the range of his survival watch expanded from 1 meter to 2 meters, allowing him to carry a considerable amount of items. As for berry picking, it was too detrimental to his development, so he decisively abandoned that pursuit. Chu Ran's goal for the day was to locate any treasure chests within 200 meters of the cabin. The trees to the west grew denser, adorned with various exotic flowers and plants, while scattered stone piles obstructed his view significantly, greatly delaying his treasure hunting endeavors. That I must warn you, do not bite me. Just as he entered a thicket, the keen-eyed Chu Ran noticed a fully grown grayback snake glaring at him from beneath a tree. Its cold, indifferent gaze suggesting an imminent strike. If you dare to bite me, I shall retaliate. If you do not, we can coexist in peace. Chu Ran, feeling the weight of past encounters, dared not linger and began to retreat slowly, the memory of a previous incident casting a shadow over him. The gray-backed snake seemed to comprehend that once it struck, the consequences would be catastrophic, and thus it refrained from attacking, merely watching as Chu Ran vacated its territory, under Chu Ran's cautious exploration. The target area was soon thoroughly examined, yet no treasure chests were in sight. Reluctantly, he ventured beyond the 200-meter mark and finally discovered his first dilapidated wooden treasure chest amidst the grass at a distance of 400 meters. At last, I have found you. Could you not be a bit more conspicuous? Surely, it is time for some clothing. Chu Ran glanced at his short-sleeved shirt and flip-flops, brimming with joy as he opened the chest. Ding! Acquired item. Beast skin outfit, common. Large black pot, common. Oh my kin, at last, I have found clothing. I have traversed this path in trepidation. Chu Ran embraced the beast skin outfit and kissed it fervently. He never wished to experience the sensation of walking barefoot in the primeval forest again, always glancing down in fear of what lay beneath. Had he possessed this beast skin outfit earlier, he would have surely dealt with that snake. Refresh. Ding. Acquired item. Beast skin outfit, exquisite. Basic attributes. Defense 30, excellent attribute. Warmth 50, perfect attribute. Movement speed 30, exquisite attribute. Damage reduction 10, evaluation, as a decorative item. This beast skin outfit boasts attributes that can be considered the pinnacle of achievement. Remarkable, a stroke of luck has granted me the exquisite version. Delighted, Chu Ran donned the beast skin outfit, which comprised a top, bottom, wrist guards, and shoes. Although its defensive capabilities were modest, it provided a profound sense of security. At least he no longer had to traverse the landscape in flip-flops, and the automatic speed bonus was a boon. Move swiftly and perish slowly. Suddenly, a piercing sound of wind echoed around him. Where did that noise come from? Chu Ran frowned, following the sound to a concealed slope where he spotted a dark cave. The cave entrance was irregularly shaped, 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. The eerie sound emanated from within. Is there a new dungeon? The sound was long and hollow, suggesting an intriguing world lay within. As he gazed into the darkness of the cave, a sense of trepidation washed over him. It felt as though something within was observing him. Ding. Discovered unknown space. Danger unknown. Do you wish to explore? Is it truly a dungeon? Chu Ran mentally noted the location, gradually retreating. Exploration was not on his agenda at this moment. He was not particularly skilled, but possessed a knack for avoiding risks. While there might be significant opportunities inside, there were undoubtedly great terrors as well. At this stage, he was unwilling to court trouble and preferred to endure until the next disaster passed. Why have I only collected 12 pounds of blackberries? Are they truly that scarce? On his way back, Chu Ran opened the trading market to check the acquisition status of the berries, expecting a swift sale, only to find he had merely 8 pounds of fish meat remaining. Initially thinking that the blackberries were rare, he discovered upon examining the market that numerous blackberries were up for sale, with prices often set at 1 pound for 2 pounds of meat, and some even reaching 3 pounds. What is going on? Have these people lost their minds? Are they daring to set such prices? Or has someone already uncovered the uses of blackberries? Puzzled, Chu Ran sent a private message to Lulon. Brother, may I ask if blackberries have new uses? The price has doubled. I am not seeking to take advantage. Please state your price, and I shall pay. The reply came back promptly, as Lulon seemed to thrive on information exchange. Lulon, this is all because of you. Early this morning, your extravagant purchase of blackberries led others to speculate about their potential uses, thus inflating the price. Lulon. The information fee is 1 piece of wood. Consider this a favor between friends, given that he could only offer food in exchange for berries. His capabilities were evidently limited. Nonetheless, Lulon was keen to forge a friendship with someone like him. Chu Ran had considered various reasons, but had not anticipated that his 20 pounds of fish meat had caused the price surge. Let it rise. After all, with 12 pounds of berries, combined with Lin Wenbin's, he had enough for experimentation. Shaking his head, he reopened the private chat with Lin Wenbin. Brother, have you finished collecting blackberries? Please trade me whatever you have. After this batch, I will cease collecting. Lin Wenbin. Boss, the trade might require a slight adjustment. Prices have risen, and offering 4 pounds of fish meat for 1 pound does not seem fair. Chapter 8. Anesthetic Blueprint. Chu Ran's brow furrowed. He had not expected this transaction to encounter issues. He surmised Lin Wenbin's intent and asked nonchalantly, What do you mean? Lin Wenbin. Big shot. Blackberries have now surged to 3 pounds of meat. Are you still offering 1 pound? That seems to be taking advantage of honest folks, doesn't it? Huh? How dare you lecture me? It's only 1 pound. Sell it or not. Chu Ran found himself both amused and infuriated. The berries had a short shelf life, and with temperatures still high, they would spoil within 2 days. How could he dare to negotiate with him under such circumstances? Moreover, he was quoting the highest market price of 3 pounds. Well then, consider your options. Currently, the market rates blackberries at 2 to 3 pounds of meat for 1 pound, but I will not overcharge you. How about a trade at 1.8 pounds? Lin Wenbin confidently typed. Knowing his offer was significantly lower than the market's peak, leaving no fear of rejection. Chu Ran. Then you may keep them. Seeing the decisive rejection from Chu Ran, Lin Wenbin's expression shifted slightly. How could this be? He could not refuse. What should he do? He had already harvested so many blackberries. Gazing at the remaining half of the blackberry bushes behind him, a flicker of panic arose within him. He was unsure whether to continue collecting. No, this scoundrel is playing hard to get. As soon as the blackberries emerged, he eagerly sought to buy them. Clearly having discovered their potential uses, he would certainly agree to my terms. With this thought, Lin Wenbin regained some confidence. Even if Chu Ran declined, the market would surely have others willing to buy, ensuring he would not incur losses. After closing the private chat, Chu Ran contemplated for a moment, withdrawing his fish meat from the market and re-entered the chat channel. Chat channel. Chu Ran. I will make one final acquisition of blackberries, only 10 pounds, trading 1 pound of fish meat for 1 pound. Please send private messages for trades in this last hour. After that, I will not wait. Those above must be foolish. The exchange rate is now at 3 pounds, yet you still offer one. It seems they aim to deceive those unaware, hoping to profit handsomely. How infuriating. This fellow began trading early this morning. He must have made a significant profit. Scoundrel, refund my hard-earned money. It took me 2 hours to gather just 1 pound, and I only exchanged it for 1 pound of fish meat. Lin Wenbin, this boss has placed a 10-pound order with me. Everyone should be cautious and not fall victim to his schemes. Do not sell to him for less than 2 pounds. Lin Wenbin watched the chat channel with a secret sense of glee. He would first inflate the price, ensuring his blackberries would sell. He then sent another private message to Chu Ran, maintaining the same price, offering a 1.8 pound exchange. Chu Ran, exasperated, closed the chat channel. Were these people all out of their minds? Refusing to sell was not a negotiation. After all, he merely aimed to conduct an experiment. Buzz. At that moment, Mo Lanshan sent another private message. Mo Lanshan. Brother, stop collecting. Someone has put up the blueprint for anesthetics. It requires 3 pounds of blackberries to extract just 1 anesthetic, and the yield is particularly low. Currently, there is a lack of delivery equipment, making it not worth the price. Why help me? Chu Ran inquired, puzzled, as he had little interaction with Mo Lanshan, yet he persistently offered advice. Mo Lanshan. I call this information investment. Your ability to produce such a large quantity of fish meat suggests your development is impressive, making you worth my acquaintance. Thank you for the heads up, but I merely wish to conduct an experiment with the blackberries. Chu Ran replied. Incredible, I did not misjudge you. Conducting an experiment with 20 pounds of fish meat. Mo Lanshan was a bit flabbergasted. Food prices had soared, with 1 pound of food trading for 10 units of wood. And even more for meat. Yet here was Chu Ran recklessly spending 20 pounds of fish meat. This fellow must possess over 100 pounds of fish meat, making him a valuable acquaintance. Chu Ran closed the private chat and began his search for treasure chests to the south, adhering to his plan for the day, to seek treasure chests in the morning while collecting stones, and to focus on woodcutting in the afternoon. Should an ice age arrive, food, water, and wood would be the most vital resources. Sufficient wood would ensure he did not freeze to death. 2 hours later, he had scoured a radius of 300 meters, only to find his second treasure chest of the day, a black iron chest. However, this time he did not open it directly, but rather brought the treasure chest back with him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, he received a series of trade requests, along with a private message from Lin Wenbin, stating that he had already gathered 8 pounds of blackberries, priced at the previously agreed rate of 8 pounds. What was going on? There had not been a single trade request earlier, yet suddenly there were 7 or 8. Confused, Chu Ran agreed to each transaction one by one, and after acquiring another 10 pounds of blackberries, he finally uncovered the truth in the chat channel. Chat channel, Mo Lanshan. A friendly reminder, those with blackberries should process them quickly. Someone has discovered their use. 3 pounds of berries can be extracted to produce an anesthetic. Is it real? An anesthetic? That could be a great asset for hunting fierce beasts. Surely, the price of blackberries would increase. Are you foolish? Increase in price. How do you intend to use the anesthetic? Prying open the jaws of a beast and force-feeding it. Indeed, while anesthetics might hold significant value later on, they are rather lackluster at present, lacking the necessary equipment to deploy them effectively. One must first subdue the beast, which seems rather counterproductive. Nonsense. I am the champion of the youth dart competition. I can launch it barehanded with perfect accuracy. Sell the anesthetic to me. Can you throw it 50 meters? With your meager range, the beast will be long gone before you even raise your hand. Mo Lanshan. Useless. The anesthetic extracted from blackberries has a low potency, unless crafted into a syringe and injected in large doses. It is entirely ineffective when merely smeared on weapons. Lin Wenbin. Don't listen to him. He is clearly trying to drive down the price of blackberries. Everyone, don't fall for it. Lin Wenbin was in a complete panic. While others were collecting all types of berries, his stash consisted entirely of blackberries, with no other fruits in sight. If they became unsellable, the consequences would be disastrous. Realizing this, he abandoned thoughts of raising the price and hurriedly messaged Chu Ran. Lin Wenbin. Boss, let us stick to the original deal. 1 pound of blackberries for 1 pound of fish. Lin Wenbin. Are you there, boss? Please respond. Lin Wenbin. I have 10 pounds of blackberries. Lin Wenbin. Are you not available? I can offer a discount. I'll trade 10 pounds of blackberries for just 9 pounds of fish. Lin Wenbin anxiously paced back and forth, his eyes glued to the private chat. Completely preoccupied with this transaction, which would determine his meals for the coming days. Now you're desperate. Too bad I have already collected enough. Chu Ran scoffed softly, replying nonchalantly that he had sufficient stock. This indeed left him indebted to Mo Lanshan for a small favor. Without his timely warning, he would have wasted more time. The system would now issue corresponding requests based on the survivor's current situation. Now that he possessed 18 pounds of blackberries, surely it would yield an anesthetic. Come on, my anesthetic. While currently of no use to others, it was a miraculous remedy for him. After laying all the blackberries out on the ground, he finally opened the black iron treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Anesthetic Blueprint, Common, Dagger, Superior. Chapter 9. The first epic equipment in this region. The anesthetic is indeed here. Heaven is aiding me. Chu Ran felt his heart race. With the anesthetic in hand, if his plan succeeded, he would secure an abundance of food. He didn't even bother checking the dagger's attributes and immediately began crafting the anesthetic. Anesthetic Blueprint, Common. Evaluation. Survivors can learn the blueprint and craft anesthetic at the forge. He recalled the forge requiring a few stones to synthesize a basic one in the wooden cabin. And he had the necessary wood and stones ready. Would you like to spend wood 4 and stone 5 to synthesize the forge? Synthesize. Ding. You have obtained Simple Forge. Evaluation. Survivors can use this forge to create low-tier items. High-tier items require upgrading the forge. Ding. Anesthetic Blueprint detected. Would you like to craft the anesthetic? Requires 3 pounds of blackberries. Craft all. Ding. You have obtained Anesthetic, Common, 5, Anesthetic, Superior, 1, and lost 18 pounds of blackberries. Anesthetic, Common. Evaluation. Extracted from blackberries, possessing a temporary paralyzing effect. Friendly reminder. If you need to poison ferocious beasts, prepare several doses. Refresh. Refresh. Ding. You have obtained Anesthetic, Brilliant. Superior attribute. Efficacy 60. Perfect attribute. Efficacy 80. Exceptional attribute. Efficacy 120. Brilliant attribute. Efficacy 180. Evaluation. Colorless and odorless. With formidable potency, even an elephant would not take more than 5 steps after consumption, enhanced by a particularly fortunate descendant. Ha ha ha. It's done. Chu Ran gazed at the anesthetic he had acquired, filled with excitement. Everything was proceeding along his predetermined path that he refreshed the remaining 5 anesthetics, ultimately obtaining 3 perfect, 1 exceptional, and 2 brilliant doses. Buzz, buzz, buzzed out at that moment. The survival watch chimed, and Lin Wenbin sent another message. Lin Wenbin. Boss. Please say something. 10 pounds of blackberries for 9 pounds of fish. I'm offering you a discount of 1 pound. Lin Wenbin. This trade was agreed upon this morning. You must not be untrustworthy. Lin Wenbin. Chu. Don't go too far. The berries were your suggestion to collect. What do you mean by not wanting them now? Bored. Chu Ran replied with a mere 2 words, disregarding him further. It was you who declared you wouldn't sell. Now you have the audacity to say, I don't want them. He took out some red and blue berries, mashing them with a wooden stick, and then mixed in 2 doses of the perfect anesthetic. He combined the mashed berry juice with whole berries and distributed them generously in all directions. After completing these tasks, he discarded the pestle. The anesthetic was highly potent, and he didn't want to accidentally render himself unconscious. Now, he simply awaited the harvest. With some time left, he decided to chop down a few trees. Glancing at the time, he noted that the daylight hours were dwindling, so he snacked on a piece of fish before embarking on his woodcutting endeavors. 2 hours later, Chu Ran was nearly exhausted, but the yield was substantial. Having chopped down nearly 200 units of wood, his strength had increased. Was it due to the emergence of attributes? Observing the wood before him, he realized that his cutting speed today had nearly doubled compared to yesterday. Forget it. No need to ponder. He stored the axe away. These trees, split into firewood, should last for about half a month. However, post-Ice Age, temperatures had significantly dropped, necessitating more wood to maintain warmth, likely increasing consumption several-fold. It appeared he would need to stockpile more wood tomorrow, just in case. After moving the wood into the small cabin, He went to check the berry traps he had set. Success. As he approached the traps, he sensed that this time would be fruitful. In the past, any noise he made would send small animals scurrying away, but now it was eerily quiet. Sure enough, upon reaching the traps, he discovered a plethora of animals that had succumbed to the anesthetic: rabbits, monkeys, squirrels, groundhogs, and various birds including wild chickens, striking it rich. With eyes gleaming, Chu Ran dragged these animals back to the cabin. Since the traps were spread out, gathering them took him nearly half an hour. He then categorized the animals, placing the non-threatening ones inside the cabin. These creatures could not be killed just yet, as the anesthetic's effects were still active. He needed to allow them to metabolize the drug first, or they would be inedible. In the realm of combat, a long spear is the weapon of choice, for it affords a greater attack range and enhanced safety should an adversary close in. A dagger serves as an additional layer of protection. His gaze shifted towards an ordinary large black pot. Refreshing. Ding! A blinding golden light illuminated the entire wooden cabin, temporarily dazzling Chu Ran's eyes. Item acquired. Chinkuan Ichi Pot. Epic. Ding! Regional system announcement. Congratulations to Survivor Chu Ran for acquiring the first epic item in this area. Reward. Free attribute points x10. Chapter 10. Chinkuan Ichi Pot. Chat channel. Wow, epic. I can't believe it. The system announcement has come out. Which lucky soul has such fortune? Isn't that the person who gathered berries this morning? The big shot that I humbly inquire. Is there a level system for equipment? Yes, I possess a perfect grade mountain opening axe. May I ask how many levels separate perfect from epic? Chu Ran. There are 3 levels. Perfect, outstanding, brilliant, epic. 3.3. My goodness. Wow, this big shot is truly lucky. Let me bask in your fortune. Worship, big shot. Are you taking in disciples? When we meet in the future, I would like to follow you. How does he know so much? Can one ascertain the levels below epic after it drops? Chu Ran observed the astonishment on the screen, feeling quite satisfied as he turned his attention back to the black pot. No, it must now be referred to as the Chinkuan Ichi Pot. He had been too preoccupied with the expressions of shock in the chat channel to examine its attributes. Chinkuan Ichi Pot. Epic. Unique. Common attributes. The pot contains a built-in space of 1 cubic meter, allowing for bulk production. Excellent modifier. Cooking speed 100. Perfect modifier. Food deliciousness 50, featuring an automatic adjustment function to prevent overcooking. Outstanding modifier. Internal temperature 200, enabling the cooking of higher-grade food. Brilliant modifier. Food quality 1. Epic modifier. Heavenly Unity food quality 3. Evaluation. An ancient artifact capable of amalgamating all things. Possessing unique properties, such exceptional equipment can only appear as the first epic item in the entire region. Otherwise, one might only acquire an ordinary epic black pot. Chu Ran inhaled sharply, astonished by these attributes. Food quality 4. Surely, any dish I prepare would be delectable. The urge to share this equipment in the chat was overwhelming, yet he resisted. Having just drawn attention, revealing it now would likely invite jealousy. Time to cook some meat. Chu Ran placed the Chinkuan Ichi pot over the campfire, tossed in a piece of fish, and poured in the 200 milliliters of water he had condensed today. It was insufficient. After adding the water, it barely covered the fish, making it impossible to cook, let alone add some berries for flavoring. Reluctantly, he opened the trading market to see if there was anyone selling water. To his surprise, there were indeed sellers offering purified water, 1 pound of water for 1 pound of meat. It seemed he had underestimated others. They must have water purifiers. Surely, the water isn't sourced from that lake. As he gazed at the purified water in the trading market, he suddenly felt his own water condenser was somewhat inferior. No, tomorrow he must find a way to the lakeside. Surely the powerful beings there would not begrudge him a little water. He poured the 2 bottles of water he had just traded into the pot. Finally covering the fish, he then added some berries, which, due to their moisture content, began to sizzle and release steam as they heated, filling the cabin with an enticing aroma. Cluck, cluck, a chicken's call echoed behind him. Chu Ran turned to find a plump wild chicken had woken, curiously observing him. Awake, are you? He greeted it amiably before swiftly grasping its neck. 10 minutes later, the cabin was filled with the fragrant blend of fish and chicken, complemented by the sweet aroma of the berries, intoxicating Chu Ran. Ding! Congratulations on cooking the item. Dragon and Phoenix Soup. Such a name, such a fragrance. Remarkable. This pot truly works wonders. Fish and chicken, combined to create dragon and phoenix soup. Chu Ran's mouth watered as he picked up a piece of chicken with makeshift chopsticks fashioned from a split branch. Wow, this is delicious. He devoured the chicken pieces with gusto, tears of joy streaming down his face. Since arriving in this place, he had not tasted proper food. Even grilled fish had been lacking in flavor due to a shortage of materials and poor cooking skills, leaving it dry and unappetizing. Even the berries paled in comparison, let alone the dragon and phoenix soup. This piece of chicken allowed him to experience the joy of survival. Another piece of fish, please. Though lacking in seasoning, the chinkawinichi pot enhanced the food's deliciousness, rendering it exponentially better than grilled fish. Chu Ran, heedless of the heat, fell into a fervor of eating. Hungry souls are the noblest of beings. As he consumed what he estimated to be about a pound of meat, a system notification popped up. All attributes 5.5 points. Chu Ran was taken aback. This meant an increase of 5 points across all attributes. Based on his observations, he could eat 3 meals a day, meaning he could potentially gain 15 points in a day. Over the course of a month, or even a year, he becomes superhuman. But he was getting ahead of himself. Whether he could even survive until that time was uncertain. Yet, if he could endure, he chuckled to himself, resembling a simpleton from a wealthy household. After his silly laughter subsided, he returned to his meal. Even after boosting his attributes, he continued to eat, for it was simply too delicious. Once finished, he felt his body's energy restored significantly. He still had so much left, it would be a shame to waste it. Chu Ran estimated there were still over 2 pounds of fish remaining in the chinkawinichi pot. Enough for 2 more servings. Chat channel, Chu Ran, selling dragon and phoenix soup, 1 pound servings, fresh and warm. Consuming it grants 5 points to all attributes. Only trading for blueprints. Please message me if interested. 5.5 points. All attributes. Why does my cooked rabbit meat only grant 1 point to all attributes? Big shot. I want it. I'll trade you 50 units of wood. Brother, can I have some for my sister? When the safe zone expands and we meet, I promise to make it worth your while. Darling, do you need a man? I wonder if I have the honor. I can pick up soap, you know. Ugh, for the love of God, please stop talking. After Chu Ran sent his message, the chat channel erupted once more, and his private messages buzzed incessantly. He opened his private messages, and at the top was a message from Lulon. Lulon, brother, sell it to me. I want it. However, I currently lack blueprints. I can exchange other materials. Trade request? Chu Ran promptly opened the tent packaging, wrapping half of the dragon and phoenix soup to initiate a trade request. This was a plan he had long considered. In this survival realm, everyone was a stranger. As the safe zone expanded in the future, they would inevitably encounter one another that he needed to find allies quickly. And Lulon seemed like a worthy choice, deserving of his goodwill. Why are you just giving it to me? Lulon was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated a hefty price, only to find the other party offering it to him freely. Chu Ran, because I recognize you. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Friendship? Lulon's expression gradually softened as he grasped the meaning behind the words. Very well, I shall find an opportunity to return the favor. Lulon does not partake in charity. Chapter 11. Difficulty increase. What in the world? Chu Ran perused the private messages and trade requests he had received, all filled with offers of wood, stone, animal hides, and other materials. Dear sister, this is a bit excessive. Due to the overwhelming number of trade requests, he decided to filter out the basic materials. However, the first trade request he saw post-filter was for a pair of plain underwear. Surprisingly, the size was rather generous. He couldn't tell if it was genuine or not. Chu Ran scoffed inwardly, dismissing it as he had no inclination towards such collections. This pass. He activated his scanning mode, swiftly skimming through the requests. This one a blueprint for a fireplace. Finally, Chu Ran found something of interest among the private messages. A survivor named Tion Sinew had reached out to him. He immediately sent a trade request, accompanied by the message, I want the blueprint. Tion Sinew. 1 bowl of soup isn't enough. I need 10 pounds of meat. Her refusal expressed her desire for more substantial goods. Without hesitation, Chu Ran added 10 pounds of meat to his offer. He was in no short supply of meat, and the importance of a fireplace in the Ice Age was as critical as food itself. While a campfire could provide warmth, it had its limitations and was not long-lasting. As temperatures dropped further, that small fire would prove inadequate. This time, Tion Sinew readily accepted the trade. once he secured the blueprint. Chu Ran intended to craft the fireplace, only to be met with a prompt stating that he required basic cement. And no wonder she was willing to sell it to him. She clearly could not craft it. Feeling somewhat defeated, he contemplated putting the matter aside when another message from her arrived. Tian Sinyu, I have a blueprint for cement. Are you interested? Are you trying to play tricks on me? I need to sleep now. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Chu Ran, in a fit of anger, abruptly closed the private chat, not directly agreeing, and decided to leave her hanging for a day. Where did this girl acquire so many blueprints? Selling fireplaces before selling blueprints? I have no intention of purchasing from you. I refuse to believe I can't obtain the cement blueprints by tomorrow with 4 days until the Ice Age descends. It's still uncertain how low the temperature will drop. Currently, food is sufficient, but there is a slight shortage of water, and warmth is essential. Merely having a fireplace is inadequate. I must acquire warm clothing. And the house needs reinforcement, preferably an upgrade. My weaponry is also lacking. After assessing his supplies, Chu Ran realized he was far from graduation. Aside from food, he was lacking everything else. With his current resources, he wouldn't survive a day in the Ice Age. Right? I should use my attribute points. Only then did Chu Ran recall that the system had rewarded him with 10 free attribute points. Without much deliberation, he allocated all of them to strength, believing that sheer power would prevail. Name: Chu Ran. Level: Ordinary. Survival coins: 0. Strength: 25. Increases attack power. Agility: 16. Increases attack speed and evasion. Bone density: 18. Increases defense and stamina. Vitality: 18. Enhances life force and recovery speed. Intelligence: 15. Boosts ability attack strength. Survival coins. Currency in the survival world. Usable for purchasing items in the shop or trading with others. Note: survival coins can be earned by hunting and exchanged in the shop. Looking at his current attributes, Chu Ran felt a surge of excitement. The 2 grilled fish he had consumed in the morning and noon added 2 points, and the recent dragon and phoenix soup contributed 5 points, bringing his strength to 25. Upon reaching this threshold, he distinctly felt a transformation in his power, brimming with strength. What are survival coins? They can be used to exchange for items in the shop. Noticing the note below, Chu Ran began to explore the concept of survival coins. He opened the shop, only to find that there were no items for sale. The only way to acquire survival coins was through hunting. Should I try this? He lifted a fainted rabbit, attempting to exchange it. Ding! Current beast level 2 low. The shop does not accept worthless items. Well, rather proud, aren't we? Chu Ran pouted but made no further attempts. All the creatures in his house were harmless. Tossing them in would likely result in rejection. If only he hadn't killed those monkeys, he might have been able to exchange for some survival coins. That he added more wood to the campfire and decided to sleep, noticing that there was no sign of beasts outside the cabin. Perhaps they were all incapacitated after consuming the drugged monkeys. In the interim, a wild chicken, having metabolized the anesthetic, awakened, and he swiftly killed it. Extracting the entire bird through the system, he tossed it into a pot, covering it to prepare a crispy chicken, estimating its weight to be nearly 3 pounds, perfect for breakfast and lunch the following day. Having completed these tasks, Chu Ran settled by the campfire, lulled to sleep by the crackling flames. Ding! Daylight has arrived. Today's weather: overcast. Temperature: 9 to 16. Daylight duration: 8 hours. Current disaster: Ice Age. Countdown: 4 days. System notification: congratulations, survivor, for successfully surviving 3 days. Difficulty level is escalating. Beasts dormant in the safe zone are gradually awakening, and beasts in the mist zone can now enter the safe zone during the day. Killing beasts will yield survival coins in the shop. Treasure box drop rate adjustment: after dawn tomorrow, treasure boxes will no longer yield corresponding resources based on survival conditions. Leaderboard activation: after a 7-day novice period, rewards will be issued based on leaderboard rankings, which will be determined by players' shelters, resources, equipment, survival coins, and survivor attributes. First tier: first place. Second tier: second to 1,000th place. Third tier: 1,000 and first to 10,000th place. Current area rank: first place. Chu Ran, the difficulty has escalated. Beasts will begin to respawn. I'm in first place. Chu Ran awoke to a barrage of system announcements, but he couldn't find joy in the news. The safe zone would soon be overrun by beasts. And given his current strength and equipment, his chances of victory were slim. Most importantly, the temperature had dropped another 4 since yesterday. If he failed to find warm clothing today, venturing outside tomorrow would be a matter of life and death. If he still lacked clothing the day after, he would have no choice but to wait for death in the cabin. If it came to that, he might have to resort to selling equipment for resources. Donning his beast skin suit and arming himself with a spear and dagger, Chu Ran pushed open the door, greeted by a biting cold wind. That it was morning, the temperature at its lowest. The beast skin suit that had provided warmth yesterday was utterly ineffective now. The frigid gusts penetrating his body. Ugh, it's freezing. I want to go back. Chu Ran gritted his teeth and braved the cold, leaving the warmth of the campfire behind, shivering from the intense temperature difference. He couldn't hold out any longer. He needed to find a treasure box quickly. With such a significant temperature drop, the treasure box would surely yield the resources he desperately needed, especially since tomorrow would not yield corresponding supplies. Chu Ran understood that if today did not go smoothly, the future would only grow more daunting. For other survivors, today could be considered the first wave of disaster. Failing to secure clothing would mean an inability to venture out. With dire consequences. Chapter 12. The underwater hero to the rescue bastard. How could he not contact me? Furious, Lin Wenbin hurled wood around the room, his eyes bloodshot. The accumulated blackberries had robbed him of sleep the previous night. As he vigilantly monitored the chat channel, fearing he might miss a message from Chu Ran, only to find himself waiting all night in vain. No more waiting. The blackberries cannot be allowed to go to waste. Even if he had to sell them at a loss, he must do so. Lin Wenbin was reluctant to admit it, but the truth was undeniable. He had become numb from this loss. He could have secured 10 pounds of fish meat. Yet he squandered it instead. Buzz? Early in the morning, who could be messaging me? Is it that foolish guy? Chu Ran, puzzled, opened the private chat, and upon seeing the sender, a faint smile crept onto his face. Lin Wenbin. Boss, I was foolish. I deserve this. Please take my blackberries. Lin Wenbin. As long as you accept my berries, you will be my savior, and I will remember your kindness for life. Haha. Too late. I've already collected my berries. Don't send frivolous messages, and I certainly don't have such a large heart as you. Chu Ran smiled slightly. Although he would still accept blackberries, the time was not right. The price of blackberries had already begun to plummet since last night, and this morning it had dropped to 1 pound of berries for 1.5 pounds of meat. It was likely to continue decreasing, and he could afford to wait until it bottomed out. Lin Wenbin. Don't, boss. Let's talk. The other party attempted to negotiate further, but Chu Ran promptly closed the private chat, having no time to entertain Lin's clever antics. His mind was solely focused on the traps he had set up the previous night. Roar. Before Chu Ran could get close, a pained roar echoed through the air. The king of beasts has arrived. What a thrill! His eyes lit up, and his pace quickened, but as he neared, the roar abruptly ceased. Did it die? Something feels off. Chu Ran paused, realizing that the previous roar, though anguished, was not devoid of strength. It still held some breath. That he lowered his steps. Gripping his spear, Chu Ran felt numb, as if he had just been struck by a train traveling at 200 miles per hour. An encounter far beyond his current capacity to withstand. After sending Chu Ran flying, the Tiger King did not pursue further. Instead, it shook its head in place. This meant the Tiger King had also been affected by the tranquilizer. A flicker of hope momentarily brightened the despairing depths of Chu Ran's eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would have no chance against the Tiger King, but with the tranquilizer in its system, there was a possibility. Suddenly, his expression froze. He noticed the Tiger King's aura was gradually recovering, its gaze growing increasingly ferocious. Damn it, it's just waking up? Chu Ran realized that the Tiger King had been under the influence of the tranquilizer. But the effects were nearly depleted, and its state was continuously improving so that earlier encounter had been with a weakened Tiger King. Chu Ran's thoughts dissipated completely, and he turned to flee, perhaps due to the lingering effects of the tranquilizer. The Tiger King hesitated for several seconds before beginning to chase, granting Chu Ran a brief moment to breathe. He did not head towards the shelter. The current defenses of the small cabin could not possibly withstand the Tiger King. There was only one opportunity, and failure was not an option. He had to take a gamble. The only thing he could think of that might deal with the Tiger King was the unknown entity lurking in the lake. The fear that the Tiger King instilled in him was physiological and manageable, while the terror emanating from the crimson-eyed creature in the lake was soul-deep, akin to standing before an endless abyss. Utterly powerless. Thus, Chu Ran fled towards the lake, situated to the east of the shelter, the only place he might escape. A roar of the tiger echoed behind him, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Before Chu Ran could react, it felt as though a mountain had knocked him down. It was over. He was doomed. A chill ran through Chu Ran's heart, knowing he could not escape, yet he was unwilling to give up. He drew a dagger with his right hand and plunged it fiercely into the Tiger King's neck. The Tiger King roared in pain, biting down on his right arm, with the sound of bones shattering. Blood splattered, and his right arm fell limp, leaving only excruciating pain. Just then, a sound akin to a mix of a pig and a bull erupted from the depths of the lake, deep and resonant like an ancient beast awakening. In that moment, Chu Ran's entire being trembled, stripped of any will to resist. The Tiger King, too, was thrown into a panic by the roar, retreating in disarray. As the roar reverberated a second time, the Tiger King completely capitulated. Lying flat on the ground, its ears drooping, emitting a whimper of fear. What an opportunity! Chu Ran's eyes sparkled as he suppressed the fears surging within him towards the creature from the lake. He picked up the dagger from the ground and lunged at the Tiger King. In its state of utter terror, the Tiger King was indifferent to Chu Ran's advance, even when the dagger pierced its flesh. It showed no sign of resistance. Thrust, thrust. The dagger was driven into the Tiger King with fervor, as Chu Ran exerted nearly all his strength, disregarding the agonizing pain in his right arm. In his mind, there was only one thought. If the Tiger King did not perish, he would be the one to die. Chapter 13. I want your epic relic. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the first-tier pinnacle beast. Tiger King, in a dire situation. Acquired title, Tiger Slayer Hero, Strength 5. Finally, it is dead. I can finally catch my breath. It was only upon hearing the system notification that Chu Ran realized he had made the right gamble. Successfully escaping a catastrophe, he collapsed weakly to the ground, utterly exhausted, the terror of the past few minutes draining all his strength. However, the pain in his right arm reminded him that it was not over yet. He struggled to rise, and, upon inspecting his arm, gasped in horror. Damn, I've become a hero of the eagle. His entire arm was nearly severed at the elbow, with only a few strips of flesh connecting it. Swaying precariously as he stood, Chu Ran dared not make any sudden movements, fearing his arm might fall off. The great entity in the lake. He expressed his gratitude for saving his life. Offering a small token of thanks, he bowed slightly towards the lake and tossed a piece of dried chicken into its waters. In the next moment, a whirlpool erupted, and the chicken vanished without a trace. As expected, Chu Ran's painfully cracked lips curled into a slight smile. Although it was wild chicken meat, the culinary prowess of the Qianquan cooking pot elevated it to a high level. Even the great entity in the lake could not resist such temptation. Hold on, Great One. Let me prepare some divine white tiger meat for you, the kind that will make you transcend. Dragging his injured body towards the Tiger King, Chu Ran felt immense pain, yet his heart brimmed with excitement. A plan began to form in his mind. The Great One's nurturing diary. Ding. Detected first-tier Tiger King. Do you wish to extract? Extract. Ding. Acquired items. Tiger King meat 500 gene. Complete tiger skin 1. If it had been in the past, Chu Ran would have jumped for joy. But now my arm. He found a branch to use as a crutch, supporting his weary body as he made his way to the small cabin. Upon entering, he was greeted by a flurry of small animals darting about. Chu Ran had no time to pay them any mind. He tossed the tiger skin inside, causing all the little creatures to freeze in place. Too terrified to move, the birds that had been flying around dropped from the air, losing their ability to fly. He opened the Qianquan cooking pot, tossed in some tiger meat without adding water, opting for a dry roast method. This was a technique he had invented last night. The Qianquan cooking pot was of such high caliber that it could produce food without any water. Can this hand still be saved? Chu Ran gritted his teeth against the pain, cutting the remaining tent bag into strips for a makeshift bandage. Although he called it a bandage, it was more of a way to immobilize his arm to prevent it from falling off. After contemplating for a while, he opened the chat channel. Chat channel. Chu Ran. Does anyone have healing medicine? The kind that can mend bones with only skin left. He had not even posted before a flood of competitors responded. Hey, isn't this that Great One? Even great ones get injured sometimes. Same here, I was bitten by wolves multiple times, and now I'm in agony. Damn, I nearly got hunted down by a spotted leopard. I lost my shoes in the process. I also want to buy medicine. I just fought a beast and barely made it back. Don't mention it. I was bullied by an ostrich. It pecked me to bits. Today is so dangerous. I encountered a 7 or 8 meter long python as soon as I stepped out in the morning, nearly scared me to death. Indeed, these beasts seem to have sprung up from nowhere. I noticed the number of people has been steadily decreasing since this morning. It's terrifying. Current population, 8,916, 10,000. Chu Ran then noticed that the number of people had dropped by nearly 1,000. There had been little danger in the first 3 days, with hardly any casualties. But now, in less than an hour, nearly 10 had been lost. It seemed the dangers of this survival realm had only just begun to reveal themselves. And it would only grow more perilous from here on out. Aware of the severity of the situation, Chu Ran immediately sent another message in the chat channel, determined to obtain healing medicine. Chat channel, Chu Ran, offering a handsome reward for medicine, 30 gene of first-tier Tiger King meat in exchange for healing external injury medicine. If you feel this is insufficient, please do not hesitate to say so. After sending the message, Chu Ran waited in place for someone to contact him, the pain in his body leaving him with no inclination to do anything else as long as someone reached out. He was willing to pay any price, even if it meant parting with all the Tiger King meat. Buzz, here it comes. Someone has contacted him so quickly. Chu Ran's eyes lit up as he quickly opened the private message, only to find it was from Lin Wenbin, instantly dashing his hopes. Lin Wenbin, boss, have you considered my blackberries? I can even offer them at a lower price. Get lost. The stark contrast in his expectations made Chu Ran curse and promptly block him. Minutes passed, and even as the Tiger King meat cooked, no one reached out to him. Sigh, let us eat breakfast first. Chu Ran lifted the pot lid, and the Tiger King meat appeared golden brown, as if it had been air-fried to perfection. Taking a bite, it was tender, crispy, and chewy. Unfortunately, for him at this moment, it was tasteless. Ding. Gained 9 to all attributes. A meal of Tiger King meat had granted him a substantial boost of 9 points across all attributes. Yet, Chu Ran's mind was nowhere near this achievement. His focus remained fixated on the survival watch. Buzz. At that moment, the survival watch chimed with a private message. Chu Ran's spirits soared as he quickly opened the private message, which was from someone named Shia Yunting, containing no words, only an item message. Shia Yunting, return Yuan fruit. Click to view. Chu Ran's hands trembled as he clicked open. Return Yuan fruit. Comment, a low-tier fruit that can rapidly heal all external injuries. As long as one is not dead, it can restore them. Note, cannot cure advanced survivalists. What a good item. The advanced warriors must refer to first-tier survivalists, which means it is effective for me. The Tiger King was a first-tier creature, and through it, he roughly understood the meaning of advanced survivalists. Chu Ran's eyes brightened as he suppressed his quivering excitement and typed, I want it. How much are you planning to sell it for? Shia Yunting, you tell me how much you can offer. 30 gene of meat is definitely insufficient, and it turned out that the other party was not offering any price and seemed in no hurry. After all, it was easy to guess the reason for his urgent need for healing items. How about adding another 100 gene of fish meat? That should be enough for you to eat for half a month. Chu Ran pondered for a few seconds and then quoted a sky-high price that he knew that saying this would put him at a disadvantage, but he was prepared to be taken advantage of since he was in a disadvantaged position. Yet the other party remained silent. I'll add another 50 gene of first-tier Tiger King meat. I can't go any higher. He could only continue to raise his offer. Meanwhile, on the other side of the survival realm, Shia Yunting's pupils constricted. Good heavens, offering 30 gene of first-tier Tiger King meat is quite a character. He had encountered first-tier beasts before. They were not something one could deal with at this stage. Even as a descendant of ancient martial arts, he had barely escaped with his life. Shia Yunting, what you offer is substantial, but I still cannot agree. Though he felt a twinge of temptation at the sight of the 150 pounds of meat, he ultimately declined. What is it that you truly desire? I have offered you nearly all my meat. Chu Ran could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. As time progressed, the challenges continued to escalate, and he was uncertain about surviving in his current incapacitated state. Shia Yunting responded, this fruit is something I acquired in the Misty Zone. Oh, you truly think I would lack for meat? Chu Ran's expression faltered. Caught in a dilemma, it was no surprise that someone could remain unmoved by the prospect of 150 pounds of meat. Indeed, he was a formidable player. It seemed he had underestimated the other survivors. There were hidden talents everywhere. Then what is it that you need? Chu Ran understood that since the other party showed a willingness to trade, There must be something they wish to exchange. Shia Yunting declared, "You have been on the broadcast. I recognize you. I desire that epic item of yours." Impossible. Do you know the caliber of an epic item? This fruit is by no means rare. As time unfolds, surely more will acquire it. Chu Ran exclaimed in anger. To trade a mere fruit for his epic item was utterly absurd. Shia Yunting countered, "Its worth is contingent upon timing. For instance, you are gravely injured. If you were to encounter a wild beast now, what would your chances of survival be? Is an epic item more valuable than your life? I trust you understand." Without further elaboration. "You scoundrel! How dare you take advantage of my predicament?" Chu Ran glared at the private message, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. His opponent had him firmly in their grasp. Shia Yunting was absolutely correct. Chu Ran's urgency stemmed from the fear of facing danger in his current condition. Coughing violently, the internal injuries left by the Tiger King flared up due to his agitation. "Allow me a moment to contemplate," he stammered. Chu Ran could not outright refuse, as there was only one person who had sent him a private message. Others might possess similar items, but at present, healing supplies equated to a lifeline, and no one would willingly part with them. To convince anyone to relinquish something of value, he would need to offer something irresistibly enticing in return. His mind raced as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons. He possessed the talent to refresh items and had an abundance of equipment. Even if he offered the Chinkoan cooking pot, he could swiftly acquire superior gear. Trading was not out of the question. He could refresh brilliant-grade spears and perfect-grade daggers, continuously obtaining more. Yet, he felt a pang of reluctance, a sense of being robbed of his advantages. Wait, why should I use meat? I could trade weapons instead. Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with realization. Because of his talent for refreshing items, he believed that acquiring high-tier equipment was straightforward, assuming others could do the same, thereby falling into a cognitive trap that in reality. Others viewed premium gear as paramount, unaware that many struggled just to obtain weapons, let alone superior ones. With this thought, he hastily opened the trading market to seek blueprints, only to find no weapons or blueprints available. It appeared that at this stage, everyone was in dire need of weapons, and even those with surplus would not part with them. First, I must retrieve the bloodthirsty spear, Chu Ran resolved, planning to use the spear he had left outside as a bargaining chip. Although the dagger was a first-tier weapon with higher attack power than the spear, being merely perfect grade, it lacked the allure of a brilliant grade spear. Cautiously, he exited the small wooden cabin again, mindful of the earlier outburst from the lake's depths. The outside world was eerily silent. Even the small animals that usually scurried about had vanished, allowing him to reclaim the spear without incident. Chat channel, Chu Ran, brilliant grade bloodthirsty spear, click to view. Trading for healing supplies. Private message me with offers. First come, first served. Goodness, a brilliant grade. I'm numb. This is too fortunate. I only possess a decent grade shovel at present. That's about right, considering it's just a wooden spear. It was merely luck to have so many attributes. Are you foolish? Did you not notice the neverwhere and bloodthirsty attributes? Bow down to the European king and absorb his luck. The bloodthirsty spear sent the chat channel into a frenzy. Shia Yunting was nearly instantaneous in sending a trading request. Shia Yunting, I've secured the spear. Do not sell it to anyone else. Let's trade now. I see you can feel anxious too. Chu Ran felt a sense of inexplicable satisfaction arise within him. To avoid complicating matters, he refrained from discussing prices and simply agreed to the trade. Ding. Item acquired. Return fruit. Item lost. Bloodthirsty spear, brilliant grade. Looking at the pale blue fruit in his hand, Chu Ran sighed in relief. As long as he could heal himself, it would all be worth it. Without hesitation, he consumed the fruit, which melted upon contact, releasing a surge of vitality within him. The numbness in his right arm transformed into a tingling sensation. Visibly healing at an extraordinary pace that in mere minutes, he was restored to his former self, the fractured bones knitting back together. That all. How miraculous! Chu Ran swung his right arm, feeling no discomfort, as if he had never been injured at all. Shia Yunting, exhilarated by his acquisition of the spear, wielded it freely, the weapon exuding an aura of power. He ultimately thrust it into a nearby tree, embedding the spearhead deep within the trunk. What a fine spear! With this, I need not tread cautiously in the misty zone. Turning his gaze toward the misty zone, he radiated a fierce determination. Boss, I have brought offerings for you. Chu Ran approached the lake's edge. tossing in the prepared 10 pounds of tiger meat. Perhaps having tasted success before, as soon as the meat hit the water, it was engulfed by a wave that surged forth, swallowing the offering. Done, Chu Ran rejoiced. After being prepared in the Chinquan cooking pot, the quality of the tiger meat had significantly improved. Observing the boss's reaction, it was clear he was pleased, combined with the fact it was cooked. The allure was undeniable. Boss, I shall take my leave now to in a few days. I will prepare braised tiger meat for you. Chu Ran waved farewell to the lake. Receiving no response, he dismissed the lack of acknowledgement. As long as the boss was willing to eat, there was a vulnerability to exploit. With the myriad of delectable dishes from the Great Xia, he was confident he could win over the boss. When the time was right, he would serve up braised, beggar's chicken, oil-braised, barbecued, and spiced dishes in succession. Surely, after indulging in his culinary creations, the boss would think twice before turning against him. After feeding the great entity, Chu Ran wasted no time and began searching for treasure chests. Today's events had reminded him that to acquire rare resources and distance himself from other survivors, he must venture into the Misty Zone. However, to do so, he needed formidable equipment, sufficient to conquer the Tiger King, and he aimed to clear out all the treasure chests within the safe zone. Due to the intimidation of the roars from the lake's depths, all creatures had vanished, rendering the threat nearly non-existent. Chu Ran first gathered the spoils from yesterday, securing 2 half-consumed wild wolves and a smaller tiger. The meat was more than sufficient, and he exchanged these prey at the market for survival coins. Ding! Prey is incomplete. Survival coins are half. Acquired survival coins 9. The 3 pieces of prey netted him a total of 9 survival coins, and with the previous coin from the grayback snake, he now possessed 10 survival coins. After acquiring the coins, he checked the market, but there were still no goods available for exchange. Once he had dealt with the prey, Chu Ran swiftly scoured the safe zone. He quickly finished searching the northern safe zone, only to be obstructed by a swamp, where he discovered a dilapidated wooden chest. The swamp barely protruded into the safe zone, most of it shrouded in mist. With unknown creatures lurking beneath the surface, Chu Ran abandoned the idea of probing further and began heading towards the only unexplored area. To the north lay a dense forest, easy to search through. In just 30 minutes, he had scoured the entire area and found a black iron treasure chest. Thus, he had completed his exploration of the vicinity surrounding the shelter. If he wished to acquire resources in the future, he would have to either venture into the Misty Zone or try his luck in the cave to the west. The lake was firmly placed on his blacklist until he had established a good rapport with the boss. He would not dare approach it. The mere thought of the roar that could immobilize a peak first-tier Tiger King was terrifying. As for the swamp, it was equally daunting. Bubbles continuously surfaced, hinting at the presence of unknown monsters lurking below. He decided against further exploration for now, as the imminent disaster loomed, and he needed to prioritize his preparations for survival. Having thoroughly searched the safe zone, Chu Ran resolved to address certain matters before contemplating a journey into the Misty Zone. He retrieved the blueprint for the fireplace from yesterday, requiring 50 units of basic cement and 20 stones. Chapter 15. Borrowing water from the boss miss. How do you plan to sell the cement blueprint? Ultimately, Chu Ran approached Tian Xinyu, the one who had sold him the fireplace blueprint yesterday. He had no intention of opening the treasure chest he had just found, to avoid revealing basic survival equipment. He needed to construct items that would aid his survival before doing so. Tian Xinyu replied, 5 pounds of fish meat. All right, let's trade up. By the way, if it's convenient, could you share how you came by so many blueprints? Chu Ran quickly exchanged the fish meat, ensuring to trade 6 pieces as they would shrink when dried. Point 1 must not shortchange in business. Note, the system processes meat into 1-pound pieces. Tian Xinyu explained. My talent allows me to acquire 1 to 2 blueprints daily. The fireplace and basic cement blueprints were obtained together. That last part need not be mentioned. In the future, if you have blueprints you no longer need, sell them to me at a premium. Understood. This girl's talent was perfectly suited for him. As long as he had blueprints, his strength could experience exponential growth. Of course, Chu Ran could also produce a large quantity of food through the Chinquan cooking pot and sell it to acquire substantial equipment. However, with the distinction between friend and foe still uncertain, and as his territory expanded, he would inevitably encounter other survivors. Until he possessed absolute, overwhelming strength, he would refrain from selling high-tier tangible items and equipment unless absolutely necessary. Basic cement requires refiner furnace for production. This unscrupulous woman is playing an endless game of nesting dolls with me. Chu Ran was rendered speechless. He had encountered a formidable opponent. Tion Sinew. Don't look for me. I don't have any extra blueprints for the refiner furnace. Anticipating that Chu Ran would return to seek her out, Tion Sinew took the initiative to message him first. Darling, you're amazing. Tion Sinew. Thank you for the compliment. Chu Ran fixed his gaze on the treasure chest, relying solely on the new player system's automatic drop of essential supplies for survivors. Ding. Opening rubbish treasure chest. Event items. Single-use refiner furnace blueprint 1. Shovel 1 materials required to craft the refiner furnace. Stone 10. Do you wish to craft? Craft. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cylindrical refiner furnace appeared beside the forge. Basic cement unlocked. Basic cement 2 stone 1. Mud 1. No wonder they provided me with a shovel. It turns out I need to dig for mud. Chu Ran hefted the shovel and walked outside, applying a buff to the shovel along the way. Refresh. Refresh. Ding. Item obtained. Ultralight shovel, exceptional. Superior attribute. Digging speed increased 50. Perfect attribute. Weight of the shovel and dug items reduced by 50 during excavation. Exceptional attribute. There's a certain chance of unearthing unknown items. These attributes are filled with peculiarities. Chu Ran gazed at the attributes, sensing that today's mud might not be particularly easy to dig. Approaching not far from the shelter, he now possessed an impressive 39 points of strength, several times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the shovel's inherent attributes, his digging speed was swift, and in no time, he had excavated a pit half a meter deep. Curiosity piqued, Chu Ran refrained from digging sideways and continued to dig downward. What if he unearthed a hidden treasure? After all, this shovel could potentially unearth unknown items. He could think of nothing else that might lie beneath. 20 minutes later, having dug out several hundred pounds of mud. He still did not cease. Damn it. Are you playing with me? I'm nearly 2 meters deep. This must yield something. Compelled by his obsessive tendencies, Chu Ran dug vigorously for nearly 10 more minutes. Yet still found no unknown item. Concluding that the probability of that attribute was indeed exceedingly low. Suddenly, as he contemplated giving up, a muffled sound echoed. The shovel struck against a piece of wood. Had he unearthed a treasure chest? Alas, it was merely a shabby wooden treasure chest. Chu Ran began to scrape around its edges, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had not labored for so long only to uncover a low-tier treasure chest. Something was amiss. Why was this thing so large? After digging around it for a while, he realized it was not a treasure chest at all, but several times its size, resembling, oh no, it was that thing. What a stroke of bad luck! As the surface of the object was scraped away, a blood-red coffin emerged, covered in densely packed yellow runes. Chu Ran's scalp prickled with dread upon realizing that the coffin had been placed upright. An upright coffin adorned with numerous talismans was undoubtedly a harbinger of great misfortune. Retaining 50 pounds of mud, he filled the hole back in, treading firmly on top to compact it. He then gathered some stones to pile on top, effectively sealing it. After tossing the stones and mud into the refiner furnace, he initiated its slow operation and ventured out to gather more resources. The mud refining nearly depleted his stones, prompting him to replenish his supplies to ensure basic resources remained adequate. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the oppressive aura of the master gradually dissipated, and signs of small wild beasts began to appear in the safe zone. This made Chu Ran more cautious, and he refrained from straying too far, opting to circle nearby. After collecting 50 units of stone, he began his return, only to spot some mushrooms along the way that he glanced at them, feeling unacquainted and thus refrained from collecting them. Upon reaching the small cabin, he found that the basic cement had been completed, totaling a substantial 100 pounds. Dang. Do you wish to craft a fireplace in the shelter? Required materials. Stone 20, basic cement 20. As the fireplace was installed, the right wall of the room was coated with cement, and a cabinet-like fireplace emerged from the wall. It offered a dedicated space to store wood, which would automatically ignite and allowed for the selection of burning intensity. However, he was reminded to regularly clear out the charcoal. Chu Ran placed 10 units of wood into the fireplace, selecting the lowest burn setting, which indicated it could burn for 2 days. The fireplace began to burn slowly, and the room's temperature gradually increased. Feeling warm, Chu Ran began to tally his existing supplies. Wood 291, stone 30, fish meat 110 pounds, basic cement 80 pounds, tiger king meat 490 pounds, over the past few days. He had diligently harvested timber around the shelter, resulting in an abundant supply of wood. The stones in the area had diminished significantly, and he had collected all that was available with his current resources. He was quite well off, save for a lack of water. This wouldn't he do. He needed to devise a way to store some water and perhaps borrow some from the boss. Chu Ran cooked another 10 pounds of Tiger King meat, consuming a piece and packaging the remainder. Ever since discovering that consuming food could yield attribute points, he had been punctual with his meals, never missing a single one. Boss, I've brought you offerings again. Chu Ran approached the lake, tossing the tiger meat into the water. A low roar resonated from the lake, as if in response to him. The surface of the lake stirred, and before the meat could sink, it was enveloped and pulled beneath the surface. Boss, I'm preparing boiled meat. I'm just here to gather some water resources. I'm not a sacrifice, so please don't drag me down to eat me. Chu Ran called hesitantly toward the lake. After a few seconds, the lake remained unresponsive. Seeing this, Chu Ran picked up the already prepared chinquan pot and slowly dipped it into the water, filling it to the brim before retreating. Chapter 16. Unclean, purified water. Lake water containing a large number of microorganisms. Evaluation. Pristine lake water, infused with spiritual energy, contains numerous microorganisms. Ordinary high temperatures are ineffective for sterilization. Low-tier survivors should filter before consumption. This drinking at 1T lead to mutation, will it? If only I had a water purifier. A water purifier. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chu Ran's mind. I have a solution. He hoisted the shovel and approached the side of the cabin. Digging a large pit and mixing in a substantial amount of basic cement with the lake water he had just collected. In no time, he had produced a thick, gooey batch of basic cement. He then piled up a considerable amount of dirt to form a mound a meter high, shaping the top into a square water reservoir. Behind the circular basin was a sloped water channel, with several small water catchment pits created along its length. After completing all this, he smeared the mixed cement over the surface. The cement dried at a visibly rapid pace. Subsequently, he specifically gathered a large quantity of small gravel, rinsed it in the chinquan pot, and poured it into the top reservoir. He also collected a significant amount of fine sand from the lake to fill the second catchment pit and removed charcoal from the campfire to fill the third. Finally, he spent 5 pieces of fish meat to purchase the only pound of cotton available in the trading market, filling the fourth catchment pit. Thus, a simple yet unsightly water purifier was completed. Now, let us test its effectiveness. He ladled another pot of water and poured it into the top reservoir. The lake water filtered through the gravel in the first reservoir, slowly flowing down, then through the fine sand in the second, and finally passing through the pristine cotton for the last filtration before trickling into the fifth clean reservoir. Initially intending to inspect the results in the reservoir, Chu Ran realized the purification process was excruciatingly slow, and he had no time to linger. He returned to the cabin and opened a private chat channel, releasing Lin Wenbin, who had been blacklisted. I want your blackberries. 1 pound of fish meat for 2 pounds of blackberries. The current market price was 1 pound of meat for 1.5 pounds of blackberries. How about adding a bit more? Lin Wenbin, initially delighted to see Chu Ran's message, was soon infuriated upon reading it. This was too much. Forget it. The market price is the market price, but it requires someone to buy. Chu Ran couldn't help but chuckle. There truly were some fools around. Blackberries had been dropping since yesterday. At this stage, few could craft anesthetics, and the blackberries wouldn't last long. If he didn't sell them to himself, they would rot in storage. Lin Wenbin, that's too low. Boss, please offer more. Chu Ran couldn't be bothered to entertain him and directly posted a procurement notice in the chat channel, listing 9 pounds of fish meat for trade. Seeing that the other party was unresponsive and still attempting to negotiate, Lin Wenbin decided to sell at that price if necessary. Even though it was a loss, it was better than having it rot in his hands. However, the other party showed no intention of bargaining, instead directly posting a procurement notice in the chat channel, causing Lin Wenbin to panic. Lin Wenbin, I'll sell. Boss, I'll sell. Let us make the trade now. Too late. I've already listed it for trade. You might still get to sell 1 or 2 pounds. What? Lin Wenbin hurriedly opened the trading market, seeing a trade for fish meat in exchange for blackberries, and noted that only 5 pounds of fish meat remained. Thank goodness, there are still 5 pounds. I must trade quickly. Just as he was about to make the trade, the displayed quantity of fish meat changed from 5 to 3 to what the hell? Lin Wenbin was momentarily stunned. Just as he was in a daze, The number changed to 1. Frantically, he clicked to trade, securing the last pound of fish meat. Boss, would you consider acquiring more? I can still offer you the same price. Lin Wenbin remembered that he still had nearly 10 pounds of berries and had to muster the courage to contact Chu Ran again. Chu Ran, not interested. Those two simple words nearly caused Lin Wenbin internal injuries. As he regretted his earlier hesitation and greed, he should have just agreed without a second thought. Yet his resentment towards Chu Ran escalated further, had it not been for the mention of collecting blackberries by the other party. He would not have gone out of his way to gather them, nor would he have found himself in such a predicament. After obtaining the berries, Chu Ran extracted a total of 6 doses of anesthetic, 4 of which were perfect and 2 remarkable. He then proceeded to gather some withered yellow weeds to lay down in the small cabin, followed by placing the tiger skin atop them. This arrangement spared him the discomfort of sleeping on the ground. The temperature had dropped significantly during the nights over the past 2 days, had it not been for the substantial increase in his physical attributes. He might have succumbed to the cold at this moment. The water reservoir of the purifier had accumulated a certain amount of water, prompting him to take a look. Not very clean filtered water. Evaluation. Sourced from the cold depths of the ethereal waters. Filtered through a makeshift purifier by a certain clever individual, the filtration is inadequate due to the crude nature of the device. Consumption requires caution. What does this even mean? Can I drink it or not? This is utterly perplexing. Never mind. I'll stockpile it just in case. Chu Ran processed the wood and constructed a small directional water basin inside the cabin with basic cement. To ensure sturdiness, he deliberately thickened the walls of the basin. All right, little ones, it's time to go. The Tiger King has saved you. Chu Ran glanced at the small creatures scurrying about the cabin before finally opening the door to release them, with the Tiger King's meat in hand. Low-grade meat no longer featured in his diet, and these small animals held little value for survival currency in the marketplace. Thus, they were of no further use. Next, his focus shifted to fetching water from the lakeside. Filtering it and storing it in the cabin's water basin to appease the formidable presence, he made it a point to offer 5 pounds of cooked Tiger King meat each time he visited. On the second trip, having forgotten to cook, he carelessly tossed 5 pounds of raw meat into the water. Before it even sank, the waves whipped it back, drenching him in the process. His temper flared. As dusk approached, the water basin was already filled to about 30 liters that he planned to continue filling it the next day, ensuring a reserve in case of dire water shortages. Surely not. I've only been away for a day. How is it that there's no one selling water anymore? When Chu Ran intended to amass a substantial stock of drinking water from the trading market, he discovered that there were no sellers remaining. Puzzled, he spent a piece of wood to consult Monin Mountain. Monin Mountain. Currently, water resources are severely lacking and purifiers are scarce. Even when one is available, it must be situated right by the lake. Once filtered water appears in the trading market, it gets snatched up in an instant. A few individuals manage to meet both conditions and struck it rich. Has anyone dared to drink the raw lake water? Monin Mountain. Believe it or not, some have, and the likelihood of adverse reactions is quite high. The most severe cases have gone silent. Chapter 17. The ancestral hunters Chu Ran placed the initially purified water into a pot to boil. Although microorganisms can withstand high temperatures, this is an epic grade pot. Ding. Item obtained. Boiled not so clean filtered water. Evaluation. It may contain stubborn microorganisms. You must construct a distillation device to obtain clean distilled water. What the hell? Are you messing with me? Chu Ran was utterly taken aback by this commentary, feeling as if every move he made was under unseen surveillance. This system sentient. He glanced around, hoping to find some monitoring device, but to no avail. Never mind. Overthinking is pointless. Chu Ran quickly adjusted his focus. Acquiring sufficient water resources was now paramount. The only hope lay in the black iron chest discovered during the day. Come on, give me a purifier. Now, open. Ding. Congratulations. Item obtained. Tier 1 equipment. Standard bow and arrow, ordinary. A Tier 1 equipment. A ranged weapon. Nonetheless, Chu Ran was overjoyed, although he didn't unearth the purifier. Obtaining a ranged weapon was an unexpected delight, precisely what he currently needed. However, he wasn't looking for something ordinary. Refresh. Damn it. After refreshing 7 times, everything was still ordinary, nearly bringing him to tears. Heaven and earth. All benevolent fathers, grant me assistance. Refresh. Ding. Item obtained. Tier 1 equipment. Ancestral hunter's bow. Brilliant. Tier 1 attributes. Attack power 80. Excellent affix. Draw speed reduced by 100. Attack power 100. Perfect affix. Draw speed reduced by 150. Attack power 150. Superb affix. The bow possesses ballistic correction capability, correcting distance by 1 meter. Brilliant affix. Hunter's heart when equipped, if a Tier 1 or lower beast appears within 200 meters. A warning will be issued to the survivor. Evaluation. It excels in hunting beasts, but should not be used in combat against humans. What is this? Is this even a bow? Draw speed reduced by 250. Chu Ran gripped the bowstring and pulled back with all his might, feeling as though he were trying to draw a bull, one with its own will to move, regardless of how much strength he exerted. The bowstring progressed at a constant speed, taking nearly 5 seconds to fully draw. This casting time. Using it in battle would be an outright disaster. Thankfully, his perception ability allowed him to anticipate movements. Despite his grievances, Chu Ran felt a surge of anticipation. With such a drastic reduction in shooting speed, the power of his attacks would be extraordinarily formidable. The hunter's bow came with a quiver containing 5 arrows. Once the count fell below 5, arrows would begin to regenerate automatically at a rate of 1 per hour. Chu Ran tucked it away with satisfaction. With this in hand, he could venture into the foggy area the following day. At that moment, the tiger meat he had prepared was also ready, glistening with a golden sheen and emitting an enticing aroma, with drops of oil sliding off the chunks of meat, tantalizing his taste buds. Such a delightful treat could not be enjoyed alone. Why indulge alone when sharing brings greater joy? In a spirit of generosity, Chu Ran decided that all survivors should partake in the feast. That he retrieved his watch, which had a built-in camera function, adjusted the angle, and sat down on the soft tiger skin bed, holding a piece of tiger meat in each hand, with the backdrop of nearly 30 liters of unclean filtered water and a cabin filled with tiger king meat. Wait, I need to cover my face. Such a handsome visage cannot be exposed. Click. Chat channel. Chu Ran. At this moment, only food can be cherished, with picture. Is anyone there? Wow, this meat looks exquisite. I'm drooling. Look at the tiger skin beneath him, the water behind him. Oh my. Great one. Please share some food and water with us. We can trade wood and stones. This water must be around 50 liters. Please sell us some. Young man, give me some water, and I'll trade you a property in Magic City. Yes, I'll trade you one from Kyoto. I'm crying. Seeing these supplies, I, a robust man of 5 feet, am reduced to tears of envy. As Chu Ran's picture circulated through the chat channel, nearly every survivor erupted in the video. A young woman with striking features playfully adjusts her voice, captured from a uniquely arranged angle that reveals only her shoulders and above, leaving the lower part of her body unseen. However, one cannot help but notice her snow-white collarbone, slightly accentuated, suggesting she is not wearing any clothing on her upper half, enticingly engaging in a game of seduction. Chapter 18. The delicate golden silk armor. No leaks. I possess a great abundance of flesh. Yet why should I share it with you? Chu Ran remarked with a smile, inadvertently shifting the camera to reveal a rack laden with tiger king meat. So much meat. The young woman in the video gazed wide-eyed, instinctively leaning forward, revealing a delightful sight that was not meant to be exposed. Indeed, there is an abundance of meat. Chu Ran's pupils constricted, and he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. Warmth surging forth. How bothersome. Realizing her exposure, the young woman hurriedly crouched back down. Her intention had been to allure through subtlety, but she did not anticipate such a revelation. Do not misunderstand. I have merely overindulged in tiger meat. I am not one to be easily swayed. Chu Ran calmly wiped away the blood trickling from his nose, instinctively stretching his body to catch a glimpse of her figure behind the camera. You offer me meat, and I shall show you. For a moment, the young woman hesitated. The meaning behind Chu Ran's gaze was evident even to the blind. She had initially intended to end the video, but the sight of all that meat had ignited her resolve to acquire some. You first provide me with meat, then I shall reciprocate, Chu Ran replied nonchalantly, maintaining a firm stance, ensuring he would not be at a disadvantage. Did you not just see it? The young woman retorted indignantly. What? I do not recall having seen anything. You. Hurry up, stop dawdling, or I shall end the call. Chu Ran feigned shutting off the video, which caused the young woman to panic. No, I will show you. She quickly intervened to stop him. Let us agree, no tricks. Illusions do not count, Chu Ran stated. Understood, the young woman stammered, taking several deep breaths to muster her courage. Then, as if resigned to her fate, she tightly shut her eyes and suddenly stood up, revealing a mesmerizing sight that left Chu Ran in a state of exhilaration. This angle, hold it for a minute, and the Tiger King meat beckons you. Chu Ran's eyes nearly bulged out. In the real world, he was but a humble beast of burden, having never encountered such exquisite beauty. Who could withstand this? All right, are you finished yet? The young woman blushed deeply, trembling with embarrassment. Yes, the meat will be transferred shortly. But next time, I demand to see double. After ending the video call, Chu Ran received 2 pounds of fish meat in the transaction that he knew that taking advantage of others was unacceptable. He could not consume without acknowledging it. You scoundrel, merely 2 pieces of meat, she exclaimed. This is outrageous. And you still wish to see the young lady? Go perish, you miser. The young woman, expecting a more substantial reward for her sacrifice, was infuriated upon seeing only 2 pieces of fish meat. Do not push your luck. You showed me 2 pieces of meat, and I provide you with 2. It is only fair that I originally intended to trade with you again, but it seems unnecessary now. Farewell. Chu Ran was not inclined to indulge her. The timing was inappropriate for leniency. He could show kindness only to himself. Anyone else would be lucky to receive even a single piece of wood. After blocking her private messages, he began to examine the requests from others. To his surprise, he found a plethora of freeloaders, among them over 10 young women, with 2 possessing avatars even more provocative than the first. Chu Ran hastily skipped past them. Such sights were best not indulged in excessively. He focused instead on the schematics and items others had sent. Oddly enough, was the allure of Tiger King meat insufficient? There seemed to be no worthwhile items. Before long, he had reviewed all private messages, but none caught his eye. They were all of low quality. Lulon. Brother, are you selling Tiger King meat? I am considering it, but have yet to find a suitable buyer. Lulon. I acquired something today, but I wonder if you would find it appealing. Show me. Without pictures, it is worthless. Lulon. Let me make it clear. Do not be upset if you find it unsatisfactory. Hurry up, stop dragging your feet. Chu Ran replied impatiently, irritated by the delay. Lulon. Fragile golden silk armor, perfect. Upon examining its attributes, Chu Ran was taken aback. First stage equipment, fragile golden silk armor, perfect. First stage attributes, defense 80 excellent attribute. Weight reduced by 50 perfect attribute. Fragile defense increased by 200, but can only withstand 10 attacks. After that, the armor will be completely destroyed. Remaining attacks, 2 evaluation. It possesses unparalleled defensive power, yet simultaneously bears the most fragile body. What? You dare to offer me scrap for meat? It only has 2 uses left. Any minor blow would render it useless. Chu Ran exclaimed in fury, feeling as though he were being taken for a fool. Lulon. Hey, did we not agree to keep calm? Consider it from another perspective. A 200 increase in defense can surely withstand a fatal blow to HAH. Oh, I appear to be a fool to you. Keep your distance. Chu Ran dismissed him, closing the private message. Alas, how regrettable. Why did I have to be so impulsive as to try it on? At that moment, Lulon was filled with regret, wishing he could turn back time. After obtaining the armor, he had been elated, but in his exuberance, he had inadvertently stirred up a hornet's nest and was stung 8 times. Had he not fled swiftly, the armor would have been rendered useless. Ding! New trade request received. Just as he wallowed in his regrets, Chu Ran sent a trade request for 2 pieces of cooked Tiger King meat, plus 5 pounds of raw meat. Brother, what is this? Lulon asked, puzzled that hadn't they just agreed not to trade. Chu Ran, I have plenty of meat. Is that a problem? All right. Thank you, my esteemed benefactor. Lulon excitedly transferred the armor. Although the meat was scant, being able to offload it was already quite satisfactory. He regarded Chu Ran as a straight shooter. That was close. I almost forgot I possessed a superpower. This is no scrap. It is fundamentally a hidden gem. Initially, Chu Ran had no intention of accepting it, as it could only withstand 2 hits. The armor would be ruined with a simple fall. Who would want that? But upon reflection, he realized he could always refresh it. After all, it was first stage armor with a solid foundation, making it entirely possible to yield exceptional results. Refresh. Ding. Item acquired. Golden silk armor. No leaks. Exquisite. First stage attributes. Defense 80 excellent attribute. Weight reduced by 50, perfect attribute, fragile defense increased by 200. But can only withstand 10 attacks. After that, the armor will be completely destroyed. Exquisite attribute. No leaks. This equipment has been blessed by the gods and will never wear out. Evaluation. Lucky fellow. You have managed to gather 2 special attributes. Enjoy your good fortune. The attributes were the same as before, with the only addition being that it could not be damaged. A perfect touch. Ha, splendid. Destiny smiles upon me. Chu Ran was elated. The no-leak feature was remarkable, ensuring the armor would remain intact. He nearly sent the equipment details to Lulon, but restrained himself, considering the potential shock it might cause. It would be unwise to inflict such a blow after receiving such a grand gift. Chapter 19. Entering the fog zone. Name: Chu Ran. Level: Ordinary. Survival currency: 10. Strength: 54, increases attack power. Agility: 40, increases attack speed and dexterity. Stamina: 42, increases defense and vitality. Physique: 42, increases life force and recovery speed. Intelligence: 39, increases ability attack strength. Survival currency: the currency of the survival world. Redeemable for items in the shop or tradable with others. Note: survival currency can be obtained from hunting and redeemed in the shop. Since meals began granting attribute points, Chu Ran has been punctually having his 3 meals. Never skipping one. Today, he had 3 servings of Tiger King meat, with the morning and noon meals at 9 a.m. and dinner at 6 p.m., coupled with the 5 points awarded by the tiger hunting hero. His strength has surpassed 50 points. Gripping a piece of firewood that had been chopped into small chunks, he exerted a slight force, and the wood snapped effortlessly. His strength had increased significantly, perhaps by 2 to 3 times. Yet he knew he needed to enhance his practical combat skills rapidly. After conducting a simple test, Chu Ran gained a preliminary understanding of his current strength and attributes that AS for his combat ability. He estimated it would require some serious effort. He was well aware of his limitations that in both awareness and practical ability. He was at least 1 tier below. Today's encounter with the Tiger King was a prime example. He had foolishly engaged without discerning the enemy's strength and nearly met his demise. Time to rest. Tomorrow, a change of strategy is in order. He could not solely focus on farming. He needed to engage in battles of equal caliber. After tidying up the dried grass he had disturbed beneath the tiger's skin, he lay down. How comfortable. For the first time since entering this survival world, he found himself on a soft bed and quickly drifted into slumber. As night faded, the sky gradually brightened with the dawn. Ding! Day has broken. Today's weather: strong winds. Temperature: 7 to 14. Daylight duration: 8 hours. Current disaster: Ice Age. Countdown: 3 days. Treasure chest drop rate adjustment. Treasure chests will no longer contain corresponding supplies based on the survival status of the survivors. The temperature has dropped by 2 degrees. The treasure chests have become random, and the winds are howling. The living conditions are becoming increasingly harsh, compelling us to grow stronger. Chu Ran pushed open the door, and a chilling wind greeted him. Even with his current attributes and the fursuit, he felt a slight coolness as he hurried towards the lake, tossing in the prepared 10 pounds of cooked Tiger King meat. Partaking in a portion himself, thereby gaining 9 attribute points. Next, he intended to fill the water reservoir with the purified water from last night. How cold is this? Chu Ran was astonished to discover that the water was significantly colder than the air. With even the water purification device resembling a block of ice, he examined the purifier closely, only to find that the ground beneath was equally frigid. The ground temperature was 5 to 10 degrees Celsius lower than the air, which was rather concerning. Furrowing his brow, Chu Ran couldn't ascertain whether this was due to the significant temperature difference between day and night, or if the environment was inherently like this. He could only remember this observation for now. That he then equipped himself completely and headed south, with the lake to the east, marshland to the north, and a cave to the west, making the south the most suitable direction. After a few paces, the hunter's bow on his back radiated intense heat, and Chu Ran instantly understood that there were beasts within a 200-meter radius, a beast to the left and ahead. He removed the bow and held it in hand, a rough direction suddenly materializing in his mind. Remarkable. This bow can even serve as a warning system, though its level is somewhat low. Crouching, he stealthily approached the indicated direction. With his estimation of the beast's position becoming increasingly precise as he drew nearer, when he was about 50 meters away, despite not seeing the beast, he felt confident that even a blind shot would hit its mark. Acting on his thoughts, he drew an arrow, nocked it, and the hunter's bow opened steadily like an elder's embrace. Whoosh! Releasing his fingers, a white streak traversed the 50-meter distance and vanished into the underbrush. No cry. Did I miss? No, there was no sign of the prey fleeing. Chu Ran crouched in his spot, carefully scanning the distant thicket. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, he dared not move recklessly in uncertain safety. After all, life is precious at that moment. The hunter's bow gradually cooled, and the sensation of the prey vanished from his mind. Had it fled or met its end? Noticing the bow's silence, he realized there were no beasts ahead and cautiously moved forward. Parting the foliage, he discovered a small wild boar lying motionless, the ground soaked in blood, flowing from its head, yet the arrow's mark was nowhere to be found. Expanding his search radius, he eventually located the arrow lodged in a distant tree trunk. Incredible! I've become so strong. No, it's this bow that's exceptional. Chu Ran was utterly astonished by the scene, a blind shot from 50 meters resulting in a headshot that could penetrate the wild boar's skull. It was only the 5th day of survival. If he could endure for 50 days, or even 500 days, wouldn't he be able to shoot down the sun? He chuckled at the thought of potentially reaching such heights. Yet, he quickly reminded himself not to dwell on such distant ambitions and to focus on the present. He swiftly adjusted his mindset, disposed of the wild boar in the marketplace in exchange for 3 survival coins, and continued onward into the mist. Although he had no immediate use for the survival coins, he knew that with the system's endorsement, they would prove invaluable in the future. The journey ahead revealed no traces of beasts, and Chu Ran moved unimpeded, soon arriving at the edge of the safe zone. Fog zone, visibility, 5 to 10 meters, imbued with potent spiritual energy, likely to spawn formidable creatures. Threat level, high. Resource density, 200. Resource rarity, 200. The same prompt that appeared last time resurfaced. Yet this time, Chu Ran did not pause. He stepped boldly into the fog zone, obscured by an invisible barrier. And the next moment, his vision vanished, engulfed by a swirling mist, visibility reduced to approximately 5 meters. Under normal circumstances, this distance would suffice for walking, but the presence of beasts within the fog was disconcerting. Upon entering the dense mist, the hunter's bow heated up immensely, far surpassing its previous warmth. With danger emanating from multiple directions, visibility under 5 meters, I was promised 5 to 10 meters, and so many beasts. Where should I shoot? I only have 4 arrows left. Chu Ran's expression soured. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a plethora of beasts in the fog zone. Directly stepping into the enemy's encirclement, hesitant to make a rash move, he crouched down, allowing his mind and eyes to acclimate to the foggy terrain. His vision quickly adapted to the effects of the mist, during which an intriguing event unfolded, easing his anxiety somewhat. Influenced by the white fog, 2 beasts encountered each other in the mist and engaged in battle. After a fierce struggle, one of them fell. Its presence entirely extinguished. It appeared that the beasts were likewise unable to see, which made things considerably simpler. As long as he avoided ambushes, he could maneuver effectively. To prevent becoming lost, he dared not turn around, and instead cautiously proceeded straight ahead. Within his perception, there was indeed a beast in that direction, along with a notably peculiar aura. Chapter 20. A new leader, the first Tier 1 survivor. This is it. Take the shot. Chu Ran didn't dare draw too close. The fog zone was unlike the outside, where impaired visibility could instill an inexplicable fear, making one feel as though an unknown entity might leap out at any moment. Whoosh! As the arrow flew. A furious roar echoed from afar. The arrow failed to slay the beast, and through the fog, the unknown creature charged rapidly toward Chu Ran. Correcting 1 meter's distance proved ineffective. Chu Ran's expression changed dramatically as he fought against the urge to turn and flee. Knocking another arrow, the distance was now sufficient. He had ample time to release a second shot, with the beast closing in, increasing his chances of hitting. This advantage was mine. However, the ideal scenario was soon disrupted by harsh reality. Just as he drew back the second arrow, the mist before him parted rapidly, revealing a sleek, pitch-black leopard charging forth. Holy cow, so fast! Chu Ran was taken aback to find himself facing a black panther. Its explosive speed left him no time to fully draw his bow. With the panther nearing, he disregarded drawing back fully and shot hastily. The arrow transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward the panther. Yet the panther adeptly leapt to evade, triggering the bow's correction feature, miraculously shifting 1 meter to strike the panther's abdomen. However, the force was insufficient, inflicting minimal damage. Rather than incapacitating the panther, it only fueled its fury, prompting it to pounce. With a single bite, it seized the threatening bow from him, flinging Chu Ran aside. How infuriating! Chu Ran felt utterly humiliated. He had attempted a sneak attack, firing 2 arrows, only to be disarmed. What a disgrace! Naturally, he had no intention of retreating, primarily because his first arrow had not missed. It had pierced the panther's thigh. Though it hadn't struck bone, it caused a substantial loss of blood, severely impairing its agility. Roar! The panther, having discarded the bow, lunged again, and Chu Ran drew his dagger in defense. Remembering his previous lesson, he refrained from confronting it directly and opted instead to roll aside as the panther lunged. The panther stumbled as it attempted to turn, hindered by its injury, and Chu Ran seized the opportunity to leap up and grasp the panther's neck, with his current strength exceeding 50 points. Several times that of an ordinary person, he clamped down tightly with his left hand, while his right swiftly plunged the dagger into the panther's body, slicing downward. Ugh! The panther emitted a mournful cry, its struggles rapidly diminishing until it ultimately fell still. Exhaling deeply, Chu Ran released the panther, only then feeling the weight of fear wash over him. Although the battle was quick and decisive, it had been perilously close. A single misstep could have resulted in the panther tearing his throat out. Detected unranked beast. Black panther. Would you like to extract? Indeed, it was unranked. Chu Ran had surmised the Black Panther's level during the fight. It was vastly inferior to the Tiger King. The Tiger King's strength and ferocity were incomparable to the panther's in the face of the Tiger King. All he felt was dread, devoid of any desire to fight. Solely wishing to flee. Of course, the most formidable presence remained the colossal entity beneath the lake. Even a single roar from it would extinguish any desire to escape. He submitted the Black Panther to the marketplace in exchange for 4 survival coins, retrieved his bow, and proceeded toward the spot where the panther had previously been. Alongside the panther's scent, he had sensed another peculiar aura. Upon nearing, a verdant plant emerged before him, crowned with a green fruit. A fruit? Chu Ran plucked the fruit, and a stream of information flooded his mind. Attribute fruit. Consuming it grants a certain number of free attribute points. Such treasures exist within the mist. After acquiring it, he attempted to refresh the attributes, only to find it impossible. Thus, he consumed it instead. Gained free attribute points. 5. Excellent. An additional 5 points. It seems the fog zone is indeed key to enhancing one's strength. Having encountered a fruit so soon after entering, there must be more within. Chu Ran was pleased and allocated all points to strength, bringing his total to 68 points after adding the 9 points from the meat he had consumed that morning. Remaining vigilant of his surroundings, he retreated slowly. With only 2 arrows left, continuing forward posed too great a risk. He needed to exit and wait for his arrows to refresh before resuming exploration. Just before exiting the fog zone, he even stumbled upon a black iron treasure chest. Ding! Area announcement. Congratulations to survivor Han Long for being the first to break through to Tier 1. A piece of exceptional Tier 1 equipment has been rewarded. Leaderboard refresh. First place, Han Long. Second place, Chu Ran. So fast to Tier 1. How did he achieve that? Just as Chu Ran exited the fog zone, the system announcement sounded, and he realized he had been pushed down to second place. However, he paid little mind to the ranking. It was not a matter of contention for him. The focus was on how to reach Tier 1. He opened a private message and searched for Han Long, sending a message. Brother, how did you reach Tier 1? I can expend resources to make a purchase. Han Long. Get lost. His temper is rather fierce. Chu Ran pouted, fully aware that he might be rebuffed, yet he never anticipated such a dismissive rejection. He understood the other party's perspective. In this place, apart from himself, everyone else was a potential foe. And such clandestine information would not be easily divulged. And on the other side of the fog, Han Long sat atop the corpse of a first-tier black bear, with another bear's carcass lying nearby. A vibrant red plant grew not far from him, though its fruit had long since vanished. What rubbish! How dare they inquire about upgrading to first tier? Han Long, glancing at the private message, displayed a pronounced sneer. He was initially the top henchman of an international mercenary group, and after entering the survival challenge, he thrived in the foggy region due to his ample combat experience. after recently slaying 2 first-tier black bears and acquiring the attributes they guarded. He had finally ascended to first tier. Yet, immediately, someone came to pry into his affairs. He had long since grown weary of Chu Ran, an ordinary person who had managed to overshadow him for several days. To him, this was utterly intolerable, a profound humiliation that he raised his right hand slightly, and a ball of flame materialized in his grasp. Chat channel. Han Long. Chu Ran. Trash. Can you even compete? Video. Instantly, someone clicked on the video. Revealing Han Long seated imposing, the arrows appeared in a bizarre displacement, shifting alongside him. Clang. An arrow pierced through his shoulder, leaving a trail of crimson as it struck the statue. Chapter 22. The Six-Man Team. Who is it? A hidden arrow strikes. Come out. Han Long glared furiously in the direction from which the arrow had come, only to see a throng of people, making it impossible for him to discern who had loosed the arrow. A torrent of flames surged forth, swiftly enveloping Han Long's right arm. He cast a glance at the chaotic crowd, then at the quivering arrow, silently vacating the vicinity of the statue. The target was too conspicuous. Should the assailant unleash another arrow, even with the use of his fiery abilities, he could not guarantee his escape. The fleeing individuals also witnessed this terrifying scene. What a fearsome arrow, penetrating his shoulder and still managing to embed itself halfway into the statue. What shocked them even more was Han Long's current state, his entire right arm engulfed in flames. This was a first-tier survivor. Buzz, the survival watch, emitted a sound. Han Long instinctively activated it, and upon seeing the contents, his face darkened. You bastard, I will definitely kill you. Chat channel. Chu Ran. Han Long, nice dodge, but be more careful next time. Damn, that arrow just now was shot by the formidable Chu Ran. How powerful. Who could disagree? I was close enough to see it clearly. That arrow not only pierced through a shoulder, but also lodged itself in nonsense. I clearly saw this first and gathered it myself. You're just envious. I even treated you to rabbit meat. Yishu glared at the 3 men blocking her path, her eyes reddening as she watched the shy young man being trampled beneath their feet. Yours? Ha! You still don't understand. What's yours is actually ours. This includes all the resources you've gathered before. One of the men suddenly burst into laughter, a wild gleam in his eyes, since the mask is off. Let us be straightforward. I'll give you 2 options. Hand over everything, and we'll leave immediately, giving you time to gather more. Or we can kill you and seize your space rings, leaving you with nothing. Another man said menacingly. You've gone too far. Yishu's face turned pale. After careful consideration, she had chosen this team, only to face the outcome she dreaded the most. You want us to give you everything, and then we go gather again, only for you to come back and reap the rewards. Chu Ran, hearing the commotion, approached slowly, mocking them. Kid, I know you're not simple. We want to touch you, so don't meddle. The 3 men's expressions changed slightly upon seeing Chu Ran, and they spoke up. Help! Help us! Yishu's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope at Chu Ran's arrival. Don't get your hopes up. Even if he wants to help you, he's just one person, while we are 3. One of the men warned, ostensibly addressing Yishu, but actually cautioning Chu Ran to stay out of it. I'll agree to your terms. Yishu recognized the gravity of the situation and surrendered. You can have the resources, but you must let him go first. She gestured to the shy young man beneath their feet. Fine. The 3 men readily removed their feet, allowing the shy young man to rise, then turned their attention back to the 2. Hand over the goods. The items are here, but you might not be able to take them. Yishu's expression shifted rapidly from fear to indifference. You filthy wench. You're playing tricks. The 3 men, enraged, were about to act when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The shy young man suddenly drew a watermelon knife, attacking the 3 from an unusual angle. 1 strike, 1 down. It was swift and decisive. The 3 looked at the young man in disbelief, collapsing in frustration. The very person they had just trampled was unexpectedly formidable. Blame your greed. We didn't want it to come to this. Yishu shook her head, the fear and grievance on her face dissipating. She collected the space rings from the fallen men, while the shy young man quietly observed, or rather, kept a vigilant watch over Chu Ran. The most elite hunters often appear as prey. Chu Ran stared in astonishment at the scene before him. A classic quote springing to mind. Here, a share for you. This is yours. Yishu tossed a space ring to Chu Ran. I also want to share. You're not trying to fish for big catches, are you? Chu Ran jested as he caught the ring. Not this time. You have no hostility toward us, so we are not enemies. Yishu handed another ring to the Shia Yunting and oh, you think I would believe you? Chu Ran replied coolly. All right. I told you before, I'm an actor, so I've played many roles, understanding each character's demeanor and inner thoughts that you've always given me the impression of being unflappable, even just now. You didn't show the slightest sign of agitation. Yishu explained. Noticing that Chu Ran remained unmoved, she continued, this mindset is unique to unparalleled masters in martial arts films. You must be extraordinary. We don't wish to be your enemies. In fact, we want to curry favor with you. Chu Ran nodded, acknowledging her perspective. So can we continue teaming up? Yishu asked softly upon seeing him agree. Haven't we always been teammates? Chu Ran replied, not finding anything amiss with Yishu's actions. This was survival. In the apocalypse, it was a matter of eat or be eaten. If I don't kill you, you might kill me. If you're killed, it's just your lack of skill. A hint of relief appeared on Yishu's face, but Chu Ran's next words made her tense again. However, I want that item. He pointed at the fruit in her hand, recognizing it as the same fruit he had obtained in the fog zone, which could enhance free attribute points. It was this very fruit that had triggered this incident. Impossible. This is for ACI. Yishu firmly rejected him, her smile fading, her expression turning anxious. She felt no fear in front of the three men, but there was an inexplicable unease facing Chu Ran. The shy young man, referred to as ACI, stepped forward to shield Yishu. Chapter 24. Overwhelming strength. Don't be nervous. I'm not taking this for free. I'll trade you for something better. Of course, entirely voluntary, no coercion. Chu Ran waved his hand, signaling them not to get agitated. What are you offering? Yishu took a step back, hiding behind ACI. 2 pounds of specially prepared first-tier Tiger King meat, which can increase all attribute points by 9. You each get a piece, worth far more than that fruit. Chu Ran produced 2 pieces of cooked Tiger King meat, having prepared an ample supply of roasted meat to feed the Lake Bottom's overlord. I am only offering this because you treated me to rabbit meat. How about it? He waved the Tiger King meat enticingly before them. If what you say is true, the meat's value far exceeds that of the fruit. Why would you want to trade with us? Yishu's guard went up even more. A single Tiger King can yield 4 to 500 pounds of meat. For you, the meat's value is indeed greater than the fruit. But for me, meat can only increase attributes 3 times a day, while the fruit does not count in that limit. Chu Ran shrugged helplessly. Deal, but first let me examine the meat to confirm you're not deceiving me. Yishu pondered for a moment, assessing that he did not seem to be lying, and agreed. Yishu, let me handle the trade. ACI, concerned for her safety, reached for the fruit in her hand and no need. Yishu slightly evaded him. I trust my instincts. She approached Chu Ran slowly with the fruit. The transaction proceeded smoothly. To show his sincerity, Chu Ran handed the meat to Yishu first, waiting for her confirmation before taking the fruit in return. It really is first-tier Tiger King meat. How did you manage that? Yishu gazed at Chu Ran in disbelief. Although she had never seen a first-tier demon beast, she had come across images in the chat channel. Without exception, those who shared such images quickly vanished from the chat, and their fates were easy to imagine. I can't take credit. It was slain by something more powerful. I just happened to get lucky and picked up the leftovers. Chu Ran was not inclined to discuss the matter further. They were not friends. After obtaining the fruit, he consumed it immediately, receiving an astonishing 8 free attribute points, combined with the attribute points from the Tiger King meat at noon. His strength had reached 85 points. The only issue troubling him now was how to advance to first tier. He had consulted Imo Nanshan, but the latter was also clueless. Ding! A resource gift package has descended in the wasteland. Collecting it will yield a large amount of random materials. Survivors, please proceed to gather. The survival watches of the group automatically displayed a map of the Novice wasteland, densely populated with white dots, one of which was not far from them. Let us go take a look. The 3 exchanged glances and immediately headed towards the nearest dot. No1 here. How do we split it? Upon reaching the dot, they found no other survivors present. Let us split it in half. You 2 count as 1 each, and this treasure chest is mine. I'll help you snatch the next resource box, and if we can't get it, I'll share half of what I collect with you. Chu Ran quickly proposed. Fine, you open it. Yishu didn't hesitate at all. They had already benefited from the Tiger King meat and did not want to dwell on this matter further. Bastard, Opening the chest takes 3 minutes. You guys keep watch for me. As soon as Chu Ran approached the treasure chest, his expression changed slightly. If he were alone, opening this resource box would be somewhat troublesome. After hearing his words, Yishu and ACI nodded and stepped back, ensuring a safe distance to prevent Chu Ran from worrying about their sudden attack. Fortunately, although opening the box was tense, no other survivors came forward. Ding! Items obtained. With 200, plastic 100, iron or 200, fiber 10, drinking water 10 liters. Done. Let us go to the next resource box. After collecting the resources, Chu Ran led the two quickly toward the next treasure box. However, when they arrived, they discovered that the previous resource box had truly been a divine gift from heaven. A fierce battle had already erupted in front of this treasure box, with two teams entangled together. Let us hold off on attacking. We can reap the benefits. Yishu assessed the battle situation, noting that the two sides were evenly matched. Even if one side emerged victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, giving them a great opportunity. Time is running out. The dots on the map are rapidly decreasing. The longer we wait, the more people will be attracted. I'll force them back. Chu Ran glanced at the displayed map. Noticing that half of the dots had already vanished, the remaining dots would surely become targets for numerous survivors. Hey, they have the numbers. If we're going to engage, we need a plan. Yishu hurriedly attempted to stop Chu Ran, but he had already dashed out, leaving the two of them bewildered. Has this guy lost his mind? They have 12 people on their side. Even the two teams engaged in battle paused to glance at the suddenly charging Chu Ran, their expressions turning hostile. I shall claim this resource box. If you have any sense, you should quickly make your exit. Chu Ran exclaimed. It's over. Could this fellow possibly possess two distinct personalities? Yishu, in exasperation, covered her eyes, bewildered by the sudden transformation of such a profound individual into a buffoon. You scoundrel, let us eliminate him first. Chu Ran's words instantly incited fury from both factions, their collective ire directed squarely at him as they charged forward. Come at me. Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. His attributes had been surging in recent days, and he had longed for a chance to solidify his strength in actual combat. Upon witnessing the approaching crowd, his fighting spirit surged uncontrollably, prompting him to deliberately provoke them. Let us feign an attempt to open the resource box. Find a way to attract a few more of these fools to give him a chance to retreat. Although Yishu was infuriated by Chu Ran's reckless behavior, she still wished to salvage the situation. Wait, perhaps it's unnecessary. Look below, ACI exclaimed, pointing ahead with a look of shock and slight daze. What do you mean? Yishu instinctively turned her gaze forward, her expression mirroring ACI's sudden bewilderment. There stood Chu Ran, charging into the crowd like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, akin to a tiger among sheep. His overwhelming strength, protected by golden silk armor within and beast hide without, rendered these individuals, armed with nothing but makeshift weapons, utterly powerless against him, a true dimensional strike. After just a few exchanges, he had toppled both factions entirely. Such swiftness, such might. Yishu finally realized the immense advantage she and her companion had in sharing the resource box. Are you all still lingering here, wishing to perish? Chu Ran glanced at those sprawled on the ground, refusing to rise, unable to suppress a smile. He had merely held back earlier, and these individuals still retained some mobility. The resources acquired in this instance were crucial for surviving the impending calamity, and he did not wish to extinguish their hopes. Let us go. Let us go. Hearing that Chu Ran had no intention of seizing their resources, the group felt a wave of relief wash over them as they scrambled to their feet and hastened away. Do not linger. Swiftly gather the resources from the box. I shall provide cover. Chu Ran called out to the dazed duo. Chapter 25. The self-destructive survivor. How powerful you truly are. Even now, Yishu could scarcely believe that hidden within her casually assembled team was such a formidable figure. They were simply too weak. This group's attribute points likely hovered just above 10, no different from ordinary individuals. Chu Ran maintained a facade of nonchalance, yet within, tumultuous waves churned, even among ordinary folk. That amounted to 12, 2 more than Yiwan. Most importantly, today he had achieved a comprehensive understanding of his own capabilities. It was not just strength. His agility and reflexes were equally remarkable, rendering ordinary movements in his eyes as though they were unfolding in slow motion. He had ample time to react. That moment, disordered footsteps echoed from the distant woods. Rather than descending upon them, the newcomers occupied the higher ground. Are they coming? Should we retreat? Yishu anxiously observed the direction of the forest, where a sizable number, nearly 20, had gathered. Chu Ran's brow furrowed. The resource box lay in a depression, and these individuals, armed with makeshift wooden spears, posed a significant threat from afar. Upon discerning the survivors above, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Those he had spared earlier were all present among them. Listen closely. The resources from the box are to be shared. Relinquish half, and we shall depart immediately, declared a man with a prominent mustache, standing at the forefront of the group, exuding an air of authority. Chu Ran recognized him as the very first to feign death earlier. I spared you once. Now you come to seek your end. Chu Ran replied coldly. Regretful, are you? Had you acted decisively earlier, you would not be facing this predicament now. The other members of the group shifted uncomfortably at his words. But the mustachioed man appeared rather pleased, taunting, and you lot, do you truly believe your numbers can change anything? Chu Ran's gaze swept over the assembly, causing all who met his eyes to lower their heads. Discomfort evident upon their faces as they recalled Chu Ran's beast-like prowess. Trepidation began to seep into their hearts. Do not heed his threats. While he may be strong, we possess the advantage of distance. A volley of spears will render him incapacitated, if not dead. Noticing some wavering among his companions, the mustachioed man quickly rallied them. Now is not the time for cowards. Otherwise, our entire team will disband. Indeed, we need not engage in close combat. We can simply hurl our spears from a distance that I doubt he can evade them all. What had begun as a mere thoughtless remark suddenly emboldened the mustachioed man, and he became increasingly arrogant. The others, too, appeared invigorated. The wooden spear was the simplest of homemade weapons, and those lacking other armaments typically had a few on hand. Unconscionable, Yishu glared at the mustachioed man, her anger boiling over. Do you truly believe that keeping your distance will save you from my wrath? Chu Ran cast a piercing glance at the mustachioed man. Not attempt to stall for time. I will grant you but 10 seconds to consider. The mustachioed man felt a chill run down his spine under Chu Ran's gaze, instinctively wanting to retreat, but quickly realizing he held the advantage. What if I refuse? Then we shall engage in battle. We are all those who have failed to acquire resources. Should we perish, we would merely exit the game. We might as well gamble, the mustachioed man asserted. Chu Ran glanced at a CI. The resource box was more than halfway opened and required another minute and a half. He could not afford to disrupt it, or more would be drawn in by the light. Should a battle commence now, they would need to restart. I will agree to your terms, but the trading function here is disabled. Come down and trade with me. Do you think I am a fool? Allowing that woman to trade with me? The mustachioed man pointed at Yishu. I shall trade with you. Yishu exchanged a glance with Chu Ran, subtly nodding in agreement. Chu Ran smiled slightly. This woman was not one to be trifled with. Her heart was as dark as night. Just as Yishu stepped forward to initiate the trade, the mustachioed man chuckled sinisterly. Careful. Chu Ran sensed the impending danger and was about to warn them when the opposing group launched their assault. Nearly 20 wooden spears hurtling toward him and Asiya. He quickly pivoted and crouched, shielding his head as several spears struck him simultaneously, delivering sharp, searing pain to his back. Alas, Asiya was not as fortunate. Pierced by multiple spears, collapsing into a pool of blood. Asiya, Yishu cried out in desperation, rushing toward Asiya. Half a treasure box's worth of resources is insufficient. I shall take all of your resources and this woman. The mustachioed man shouted to his compatriots. The throng of survivors, displaying lecherous expressions, surged toward Yishu. Yishu quickly declined, fully aware of her standing. She felt content to have obtained a resource box and did not dare to ask for more. Take it. Consider it compensation for your departure from the instance. Besides, there isn't much in it. These people are quite impoverished. They probably have their resources stored in their survival watches. Chu Ran, unable to refuse, pressed the ring into Yishu's hands. The two did not continue their search for other resource boxes, as the remaining ones were located quite far away. They feared that by the time they arrived, the opportunity would be lost. With the opening of the last resource box, the system issued another announcement. Ding! The first phase of the Novice Wasteland has ended. The second phase, Treasure King Contest, will commence in 30 minutes. The core area of the wasteland will continuously refresh a large number of treasure chests. Once a certain number of treasure chests have been opened, the Treasure King will appear. Survivors, prepare to revel. The survival watch automatically displayed a virtual map, now encircled by a band of white light. What are your plans? Chu Ran inquired, looking at Yishu. You go ahead. I shall not join this commotion. Yishu shook her head, the circle indicating a range of only a kilometer, and the cruelty of the battle was evident. She did not wish to intervene, that I was waiting for you to say that. Can I trust you? Chu Ran's gaze was fixed on Yishu, making her feel a bit bashful. What do you mean? I'm not quite clear that I want to leave some supplies with you, and you can return them to me once we exit. It won't be for nothing. I will offer you 5 pounds of Tiger King meat as a reward. Chu Ran explained at why Yishu stared at him in astonishment, momentarily dazed. Testing a female officer with supplies? There was no choice. The treasure contest could be perilous, and she had no confidence in surviving to the end. So she had to find a way to mitigate her losses. Aren't you afraid that I might abscond with the supplies? Yishu retorted it was absurd. They had known each other for less than half a day, and he dared to entrust so many resources to her. Indeed, I am afraid. However, based on your previous actions, I believe you are an astute individual who will make the right decision. I've added you as a friend. Please accept. Chu Ran withdrew half of the supplies, creating a small mountain of wood, cotton, stones, and plastic. Chu Ran. Before Yishu could recover from the shock of the mountain of supplies, she was stunned by the name of the friend request. You are Chu Ran, the former top player. It dawned on her that he also wielded a bow, equally formidable. Having faced Han Long, she gazed incredulously at the seemingly frail man before her. It was hard to believe that within her randomly formed team was one of the most prominent survivors. Forget about being the top player. I don't even know where I stand now. Just remember to safeguard my supplies. Chu Ran waved her off and turned to leave. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he looked back and said, By the way, there's a fine quality longsword inside. Keep it for self-defense. Hey, wait, let me gather the supplies first. As Chu Ran departed, Yishu hurriedly dove into the pile of resources, frantically collecting them. Honestly, so many supplies just lying around. Isn't he worried about envious eyes? Ha, so many resources, I'm so satisfied. Should I keep them all for myself? No, he has my big support. I'm lucky to have him. She continued to collect supplies while chattering away, laughing heartily that I've found you. Chu Ran. Han Long seethed with murderous intent as he gazed at the private chat message from Zhao Hu. The image depicted Chu Ran drawing his bow, while Yishu was retreating in the background. Caught by someone with ulterior motives and sent to Han Long. Zhao Hu. Boss, there's also a girl with Chu Ran, but they have already parted ways. Chu Ran is heading to the treasure contest location, while the girl is moving towards the edge of the map. Good, come find me here, and I will reward you. Han Long sent a coordinate. Moments later, a sneaky survivor appeared in the distance. Come here. This is your reward. Han Long glanced at him and tossed some supplies and a standard weapon ahead. Thank you, boss. Zhao Hu was elated. He had initially approached with a mindset of mere experimentation, never expecting the other party would genuinely provide a reward. I need you to do me another favor. Find the woman who was with Chu Ran and kill her, Han Long said coldly. That? Zhao Hu hesitated, a look of resistance spreading across his face. Selling information was one thing, but he truly did not want to get involved in conflicts between major players. That woman certainly possesses a considerable amount of resources. Once the task is completed, I will reward you handsomely again. Han Long replied indifferently as a top-tier mercenary group's enforcer. He understood human greed well. Everything had a price if one was willing to pay. Is that true? Zhao Hu expressed interest, contemplating the risk of killing a woman for double the resources. That I have many flaws, but I am always fair in business. Deal. Once I capture her, I will take a picture and send it for your confirmation before taking action. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth, bowed to Han Long, and hurried toward the coordinates etched in his memory. Chu Ran, crossing me will be the greatest regret of your life. I will annihilate you and everyone around you. Not one shall remain. Han Long's gaze turned icy, still recalling the arrow from that morning. Anyone daring to strike at him had already sealed their fate. The Treasure King contest is about to commence. Once the event begins, the entrance will close. Survivors, please hurry to the target location. Countdown to the event start, 5 minutes. As time passed, a few survivors hastily approached the target location, while the majority chose to distance themselves. The confined map guaranteed that this would be a terrifying slaughter. Rather than becoming cannon fodder, it was wiser to collect resources safely outside. Chu Ran entered the illuminated target area, encircled by a massive wall of light. 2 minutes before the event's commencement, the treasure chests had yet to refresh, but a considerable number of survivors had already gathered, all trying to position themselves in the open. Indeed, those who entered here were somewhat confident survivors. While searching for an unoccupied area, Chu Ran observed the surrounding survivors. Though each bore a strong sense of vigilance and caution, few appeared flustered. First warning, do not come any closer. A deep voice echoed from the front as a man glared at Chu Ran. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Chu Ran, having inadvertently encroached upon a survivor's space, quickly offered a smile and retreated. Ding. Time's up, the event begins. Refresh rule. Each time, 10 treasure chests will refresh, with a very small chance of high-grade chests appearing. As the system prompt sounded, 10 gray light columns emerged in the sky. So few. Chu Ran frowned. There were roughly 200 to 300 people who had entered the map, yet the nearest light column was over 100 meters away. There was no chance this time. This was a black iron treasure chest. It required 10 seconds to open, and during that time, it could not be interrupted. Chu Ran's gaze fixed on the distant battlefield, gathering as much useful information as possible. The first batch of treasure chests was quickly claimed. At this early stage, everyone was still somewhat restrained. After the last light column disappeared, 10 minutes passed before the second wave of treasure chests refreshed. This pattern continued. When the sky lit up with 10 more light columns again, one of them was a bright white column, astonishingly located near Chu Ran, revealing a treasure chest gleaming with silver light. A silver treasure chest. Chu Ran's pupils dilated, his heartbeat slowing momentarily that he knew that the highest grade treasure chest he had opened thus far was merely black iron. What exceptional equipment could the silver treasure chest yield? Chapter 27. The Water of Life. Opening a treasure chest requires 30 seconds. Damn. Chu Ran could not help but curse. He was closest to the treasure chest, and as soon as it appeared, he dashed over. However, the prompt indicated that the silver treasure chest required 30 seconds to open, meaning he had to protect it for that duration. The appearance of the silver treasure chest instantly attracted all survivors within a 200-meter radius. The silver treasure chest had never appeared in their time of survival. No one could resist the temptation, and they surged forward. Get lost. Chu Ran bellowed, hurling a wooden spear at the closest survivor. Yet the other party was no pushover. With a quick stop, he dodged the spear, which then shattered against a nearby boulder. What tremendous strength! The man regarded Chu Ran with suspicion, unwilling to be the target. Using a boulder as cover, waiting for others to arrive before charging forward, Chu Ran understood his intention, drawing his hunter's bow, and drew back the string before anyone could surround him. Hey, brother, no need to be so excited. I am just out for a run, and will leave now. The man quickly put on a smile, turning to flee without looking back. That it was but a jest, yet he had witnessed it with utmost clarity just moments ago. The arrows not only curved with precision, but also pierced through skulls with terrifying efficacy. Such formidable strength this individual possessed was beyond comprehension. Those who beheld the scene, witnessing death and flight unfold within mere seconds, halted in their tracks, momentarily paralyzed by fear, in this fleeting lapse of concentration. Chu Ran successfully unlocked the silver treasure chest. Ding! Item acquired. Water of Life 5. Evaluation. A spring water imbued with potent vitality, capable of reviving a novice survivor from any fatal assault. Goodness! The Water of Life. Chu Ran was taken aback, astonished to have procured 5 bottles, equivalent to 5 additional lives. Splendid. With this acquisition, I can't afford to be more audacious. He carefully stowed the Water of Life. Fortified with armor and sustenance, he felt confident of not capsizing as for the attribute pill. He was too lazy to examine it, consuming it directly instead. Ding. Acquired all attributes 10. 10 points in all attributes. It was merely satisfactory. Having grown accustomed to the flesh of the Tiger King, Chu Ran felt little elation at this acquisition. It merely saved him half a day's worth of effort. Perhaps this silver chest had exhausted his good fortune. As the subsequent chests were located at considerable distances, hardly involving him, something felt amiss. If this continued, trouble was inevitable. Chu Ran's gaze darted around, for only 10 chests refreshed at a time, while there were 200 to 300 survivors. This disparity meant many had not even glimpsed a single chest. That a few instances may be tolerable, but as time progressed, the eyes of the masses grew red with envy. Why has it not concluded? Chu Ran suddenly noticed that nearly 3 minutes had elapsed since the last chest had been unlocked, whereas the previous encounters had all concluded within a minute. What was happening with this chest? His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he spotted a gray beam of light still shining, indicating the chest had yet to be opened. Why was no one attempting to unlock it? That seemed illogical. Could it be that a jolt of realization struck him as he contemplated a possibility? Upon further scrutiny, he discerned that the beam of light was in motion. Good heavens, which genius is responsible for this? The audacity is remarkable, truly pulling the trigger. Ah, help, help me. In the heart of the battlefield, several survivors writhed in agony amidst the raging flames, perishing in excruciating torment. The sight triggered a ripple of panic among the nearby survivors, who fled in terror from the scene. Flee. I wonder where you think you can escape to. Han Long casually collected a spatial ring, strolling forward with an air of indifference as he selected his next target. Chat channel, everyone, run for your lives. Han Long has gone mad, slaughtering survivors. What? Is that true? This is bad. I witnessed him murder someone and then collect their spatial ring that we gather treasure chests, and he collects us. It's all over. There's no exit from this instance. People are going to die. Goodness, I was just about to leave, but I can't get out. There's a barrier blocking my way. It's fine. We just need to maintain our distance from the beam of light. Retreat as the enemy advances. The chat channel erupted into chaos, mirroring the turmoil on the battlefield that a throng of survivors began to retreat towards the beam of light. Keeping a safe distance from Han Long, those who once felt exhilarated at the sight of the light now recoiled in dread, a tempting silhouette turning into the imposing figure of a burly man. This fellow seems intent on clearing the area. Who knows if any skilled players will emerge from this? Chu Ran pondered, stroking his chin, deliberating whether to launch another surprise attack. Ultimately, he shook his head in resignation. The last unexpected ambush had failed to claim his target. Now, the opponent would surely be prepared, diminishing the chances of success. Moreover, he had already been pushed down to the 10th position on the leaderboard. It seemed many newly ranked individuals had likely ascended to the first tier. With so many Tier 1 survivors present, it was wiser for him to remain prudent on the outskirts of the Novice wilderness. Yishu lay motionless in the dense grass. Shortly after parting ways with Chu Ran, she sensed someone was tailing her. Clutching a substantial fortune, she dared not take unnecessary risks and hastened towards the complex terrain of the periphery, striving to evade the survivors. Yet, those two relentlessly pursued her, confirming her suspicion that they were indeed after her. After briefly shaking off her pursuers, she plunged into the thicket, waiting patiently for them to depart. This woman runs incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Nearby, Zhao Hu and another man passed by, Zhao cursing under his breath. Zhao, she must be in this vicinity. Let us split up and search. The other man suggested, for safety's sake, let us not separate. She can't have gone far. Zhao Hu contemplated and ultimately dismissed the idea that he would rather expend a little more time than risk splitting up. Let us go check over there. The two continued in the direction they had been following, soon leaving Yishu's sight. She exhaled, waiting a few more minutes to ensure they had left before daring to rise and head in another direction. However, a mocking voice rang out, causing her body to shudder. My dear, where do you think you're going? Zhao Hu's excited voice echoed from a distance that I knew she was hiding nearby. Fortunate we kept our wits about us. The other man encircled from another direction. Chapter 28. Yishu's talent run. Yishu's complexion turned ashen, her mind fixated on a singular thought: to escape this place alive. Within her spatial ring lay supplies for 3 individuals. She could not afford to encounter any misfortune here. Without a backward glance, she fled deeper into the wilderness. Where do you think you're running to? Zhao Hu and his companion finally cornered her. Unwilling to relent, and disregarding the harsh environment, they closely pursued her. Being a woman, Yishu's stamina could not compare to that of Zhao Hu and his companion. The distance between them closed at an alarming rate. Seeing no chance of escape, Yishu ceased her flight and turned to plead with the two. Wait, wait. I will give you all my supplies. Will you let me go? Her tone was earnest, her face pale, trembling slightly from fear. Give us your supplies? Zhao Hu scoffed, pointing at himself. Then you can go and take them yourself. All my supplies are right here. If you miss out, they'll be gone. With gritted teeth, Yishu began to hurl half her supplies in batches, a mountain of goods accumulating along the path. Yet she herself turned and fled. Don't be fooled. She must still have supplies. Catch her first. Zhao Hu recognized Yishu's ploy and shouted, yet his feet inexplicably came to a halt. The two exchanged a glance, both reluctant to forfeit the bounty that lay before them. In the next moment, they lunged for the supplies simultaneously. With the spatial rings in their possession, they swiftly collected the goods. Even though Yishu had thrown them out in bursts, it took them no more than 2 minutes. Once they had gathered the supplies, they resumed their pursuit in the direction she had fled. There! Hurry! You filthy woman! Do run! In less than a few minutes, they spotted Yishu lying on the ground not far ahead. Be careful! There's a venomous snake. Yishu's face was pale, her hands gripping her right ankle tightly, fear evident in her expression. A venomous snake. Zhao Hu paused momentarily, but his gaze inadvertently caught Yishu's evasive glance. And he instantly understood. You still think to deceive us? If there were truly a snake, would you inform us? You'd be hoping for us to fall victim. Zhao Hu burst into laughter, and his companion quickly realized the truth as they advanced toward Yishu. Her pallor deepened. She fought against the pain in her ankle, attempting to rise and flee. Zhao Hu, however, would not grant her a second chance. He dashed forward. Yet, the ground beneath him suddenly caved in, revealing a deep pit filled with sharp, inverted stakes. Zhao Hu and his companion had no time to evade. They fell into the pit, pierced and bleeding profusely, their cries echoing in agony. Wait. We can talk this out? Seeing Yishu draw a wooden spear, Zhao Hu, ignoring his pain, hastily pleaded for mercy. Buffed. Yishu disregarded him entirely. No longer the fragile figure, her expression turned cold as she thrust a spear through Zhao Hu, leaving his companion terrified. She then produced another wooden spear, aiming it at the remaining man. Why were you targeting me? If I tell you, will you spare me? The man attempted to negotiate. Yishu thrust her spear into his arm, causing him to scream in agony. I'll tell you. It was Zhao Hu sold your information to Han Long. Han Long offered supplies for us to deal with you. The man hastily divulged everything he knew to avoid further torment. Yishu obtained the information she sought and dispatched him with a single thrust. You wasted my last trap. What a loss. Cautiously, she leaped into the pit to collect the spatial rings of the two men. Though she felt no joy in her victory, this large trap was an innate skill, taking days to refresh. It had been her last resort, and she hadn't anticipated using it here. After gathering her spoils, she swiftly departed the area, notifying Chu Ran of the situation. Han Long was clearly targeting Chu Ran, and she was merely a collateral victim. She needed to warn him. 5 minutes earlier, the battlefield had descended into utter chaos as Han Long began hunting survivors and plundering resources. The newly promoted Tier 1 survivors greedily joined in, slaughtering isolated survivors, transforming what was meant to be a treasure hunt into a massacre. Chu Ran furrowed his brow as he opened the leaderboard. Leaderboard, 1st place. Han Long 12th place. Chu Ran he had been pushed down to 12th place, while Han Long remained at the pinnacle. If all goes as expected, these individuals are likely to make the rankings, having presumably advanced to the 1st tier. Otherwise, with their equipment, there would be no reason for them to be so far ahead. How precisely did they achieve this advancement? Who is this? Chu Ran's eyes brightened as he suddenly spotted a familiar face among them. Shia Yunting. Isn't he the one who traded for my bloodthirsty spear? He initiated a private chat. Chu Ran, brother, how did you manage to advance to a 1st-tier survivor? Shia Yunting, who had a deep impression of Chu Ran since he acquired the bloodthirsty spear from him, did not conceal his knowledge upon seeing Chu Ran inquire about becoming a 1st-tier survivor. Shia Yunting. Simply put, once a single attribute point exceeds 100, one can ascend to the 1st tier and awaken combat abilities. 100 points. A surge of joy welled up in Chu Ran's heart. That meant it could be achieved swiftly. The recent silver treasure chest had granted him an additional 10 points across all attributes. And his highest attribute, strength, had already reached 95 points. Only a piece of Tiger King's meat stood between him and the coveted 100 yet. How did these individuals accumulate their attribute points so much faster than he did? As this doubt arose, clarity struck him. These individuals must have entered the fog zone several days prior and acquired a plethora of attribute-enhancing spiritual fruits. Calculating the time, it was nearly dinner time. Oh dear, there's still a bit of time left. This is rather agonizing. I wonder if eating early counts as dinner. He glanced at the clock. There was still about an hour before dinner, now that he understood the requirements for advancement. He could no longer maintain his previous composure. Impatience consumed him. Caution, someone approaches. The gasps around him jolted Chu Ran from his reverie, and he looked up that a young man with his hands in his pockets was sauntering toward the group. The surrounding survivors tensed immediately, as since Han Long began his hunts, other first-tier strongmen had also tasted success, leading to a wave of solitary survivors either being killed or stripped of their resources. The remaining individuals, like startled birds, abandoned treasure chests and huddled near the protective shield at the map's periphery for warmth. Robbery. Each of you owe me 20 shares of your resources, and I'll leave without causing you any trouble. The young man declared coolly. Brother, don't joke around, you've been here before. Go harass another group. The crowd groaned in dismay. Enough with the chatter, quickly hand over your resources that I just arrived. The young man's expression stiffened. A fleeting look of discomfort crossing his face, but he quickly concealed it. If I were you, I would only target solitary individuals or groups with 5 or fewer members. Chu Ran replied nonchalantly. Are you instructing me on how to operate? The young man's expression darkened as he shot a grim look at Chu Ran. I am merely trying to save you. Although you are a first-tier survivor, you are still flesh and blood. What do you think will happen if you find yourself besieged? Chu Ran said meaningfully. Indeed, with so many of us here, why fear a mere survivor if he dares to step forward? We shall eliminate him, but he is a first-tier survivor, possessing extraordinary abilities. Regardless, if I perish, I will not be able to produce any resources. If you are afraid, then you shall offer double resources, perhaps bolstered by their numbers. The group of survivors felt an inexplicable surge of courage. Under Chu Ran's guidance, they realized they not only wished to withhold their resources, but even entertained thoughts of retaliatory robbery. One by one. Their eyes gleamed with greed as they fixed their gazes on the young man, seeking death. The young man's eyes flashed dangerously, furious at the audacity of the prey revealing such greed toward the hunter. With a swift motion of his right hand, a dagger flew through the air, aimed at one of them. Beware! The dagger sped forth with such velocity that an average person would hardly have time to react. Only Chu Ran, with his elevated intelligence attribute, barely caught a glimpse of the dagger's trajectory. He hastily yanked the man at the front back, the dagger grazing the man's scalp as it passed. The man, having brushed so closely with death, was left in a state of a searing fireball, accompanied by a howling sound, hurtled toward Chu Ran, yet he evaded it with a swift sidestep. How astonishingly rapid! Just how much agility does this fellow possess? Han Long and Yishu furrowed their brows, for the speed displayed by Chu Ran surpassed that of an ordinary human, rivaling that of a first-tier survivor. Chapter 30. Shia Yunting takes action. You dodged well. Let's see you try this. Han Long snorted coldly, as fireballs manifested in both of his hands, launching sequentially toward Chu Ran. Simultaneously, Yishu unleashed a dagger that flew directly at him under his control. The fireballs and dagger completely sealed off Chu Ran's escape route. The fireballs are not to be trifled with. Chu Ran assessed the incoming fireballs, realizing they were aimed at such tricky angles that he could not evade both simultaneously. He had to relinquish one with a sideways dive. He dodged the 2 fireballs directly in front of him, disregarding the dagger that was hurtling toward him. The dagger struck Chu Ran's chest, but was halted by his golden silk armor, leaving him unscathed, not a scratch. Yishu was taken aback. A dagger capable of piercing through flesh had failed to penetrate even Chu Ran's skin. Damn it! Having evaded the attack, Chu Ran drew 2 wooden spears and hurled them at the 2 assailants before turning to flee. This time, Yishu was prepared. A flash of white light flickered in his eyes. The trajectory of the wooden spears shifted peculiarly, gliding past the 2 of them. Get lost! Those who stand in my way shall perish. Chu Ran, undeterred by the strange power of the first-tier survivor, focused solely on the survivors blocking his path. As he bellowed. The majority of survivors instinctively cleared a path. Yet, 2 remained, eager to impress Han Long and unwilling to retreat. Court death. Chu Ran's gaze swept over the 2, and with no mercy, his dagger sliced through, almost cleaving them in 2 under the perfect grade dagger's might. However, their obstruction caused him to miss the optimal opportunity to escape, leaving him cornered by Han Long and Yishu. What a sharp dagger! That dagger shall belong to me. Yishu's eyes gleamed with desire as he advanced on Chu Ran, intent on seizing the dagger. His movements were swift, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. In an instant, Chu Ran found himself in dire straits, though his speed was commendable. Yishu's strength far surpassed his own, rendering him powerless to resist. The dagger danced like a specter, leaving a trail of wounds across his body. Had it not been for the protective golden silk armor, he would have already met his demise. That's why it's so tough. It seems you have a treasure protecting you. Brother, let us make a deal. Hand over your weapon, and I'll help you deal with Han Long. Yishu proposed, initially intending to seize both the dagger and the armor during the fight. However, recognizing Chu Ran's formidable strength, he refrained from attempting to take everything and settled for the dagger alone. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Ran grimaced in pain, yet a mocking smile graced his face. In this instance, when one dies in the instance, only the equipment within the spatial ring will drop. The survivor's watch space will not lose its contents. Even if I were to be vanquished, I would not drop the dagger or armor. Hey, why are you so stubborn? If you've held on this long, you must have acquired quite a bit of resources. Are you truly willing to waste them? Yishu observed Chu Ran, who was determined to keep the dagger. That he genuinely desired the weapon. Its high attack power, combined with his ability to manipulate objects, would render him unstoppable. The critical point is that this scoundrel is not even a first-tier survivor. How can his speed and reflexes be so extraordinary? Yet that would require you to kill me first. Allow me to inform you. My dagger is a first-tier perfect grade, boasting inherent armor-piercing capabilities that I wonder if you can withstand it at your level. Chu Ran grinned. Though his body was drenched in blood, his smile resembled that of a demon from the abyss. Yishu fell silent, now cautious of Chu Ran. Upon discovering the protective armor, he dared not close the distance too much. Chu Ran was employing a strategy of trading injury for injury, relying on his armor to withstand the blows. If you wish to continue spectating, I shall take my leave immediately. Yishu turned to Han Long, who was watching from the sidelines. You worthless fool. Allow me to show you what a first-tier survivor is capable of. Han Long sneered, stepping past Yishu and charging toward Chu Ran. You bastard. Who are you calling worthless? Yishu was instantly displeased, yet the next scene left him trembling with fear. Han Long moved with astonishing ferocity, although his speed was only marginally greater than Yishu's. His series of strikes flowed seamlessly, overwhelming Chu Ran in mere breaths. It was akin to an adult toying with a child. The disparity was utterly humiliating. How could this be? Chu Ran was completely bewildered. Feeling as though every move he made was anticipated by Han Long, the latter's techniques were diverse, frequently shifting, leaving Chu Ran struggling to defend himself. With such strength, you dare to mock me. You are truly oblivious to your own mortality. Allow me to make this clear. If you kneel and bow your head, I might consider sparing you. Han Long taunted as he continued his assault. Have you ever seen a father kneeling before his eldest son? Chu Ran gritted his teeth defiantly. Court death. Han Long scoffed, seizing upon a flaw in Chu Ran's defense, gripping his right wrist and viciously breaking it. Chu Ran let out a blood-curdling scream as the dagger clattered to the ground. Han Long swiftly snatched it up, slicing through Chu Ran's limbs with rapid precision. Thud, thud, thud. With 3 swift strikes, Chu Ran's limbs were nearly severed, leaving him crumpled upon the ground. Since you refused to kneel, you shall be forced to lie down. You were so arrogant, yet resorted to treachery. Did you not expect to find yourself in my grasp? Hand over your armor, and I shall grant you a swift end. Han Long placed a foot upon Chu Ran's face, gazing down at him with a predatory gaze. Dream on if you think you can take my armor. You'd best kill me first. Chu Ran retorted defiantly, his only remaining means of resistance being his tongue. Let us see just how defiant you can be. Han Long's expression darkened as he seized Chu Ran by the throat, lifting him off the ground. With a swift motion, he turned the dagger, slicing through Chu Ran's flesh, blood spattering everywhere. Chu Ran stifled a groan, gritting his teeth to suppress any cries of agony. Instead, he managed to display a mocking grin. At the moment the dagger was taken from him, he had already stored the golden silk armor within the spatial confines of his survivor's watch, preventing it from being looted. His essential supplies were also secured within the watch, and half of his resources remained with Yishu. Even in the event of his elimination, he could endure. Lingqi, those around them watched in horror, the dreadful term echoing in their minds. Even Yishu grew wary. His initial willingness to cooperate with Han Long had been predicated on a mutual understanding of comparable strength. However, it was now evident that Han Long's prowess far exceeded his own. not merely a matter of attributes, but rather a matter of combat skill. Do you yield? Do you yield? With each inquiry, Han Long inflicted another cut upon Chu Ran, each strike meticulously controlled to ensure excruciating pain without risking death. Yield. Chu Ran's lips parted slightly, and Han Long paused, granting him the opportunity to respond fully. Yield. To hell with that. You filthy creature. Chu Ran spat a mouthful of blood onto Han Long's face, revealing a smile of cruel satisfaction. The consequences of this blood will haunt you for a lifetime. Han Long's body trembled slightly, teetering on the brink of explosion, intent on tormenting Chu Ran until his sanity shattered. Yet more individuals are approaching. A voice softly gasped from the side. Han Long turned his head slightly, spotting a survivor making their way toward them. Han Long, I have no qualms about your hunting of survivors, but you must open that treasure chest behind you, Shia Yunting declared, brandishing a bloodthirsty spear and pointing it at Han Long. Not far behind him, a wooden treasure chest lay quietly. Due to Han Long's failure to open this final chest, the subsequent wave of treasure chests could not refresh, compelling the dwindling first-tier survivors to hunt one another. Yet not all first-tier survivors chose to join in. Shia Yunting refused, hence his approach to Han Long. "Itsu. You wish to be the first to stand out." Han Long tilted his head, gazing indifferently at Shia Yunting, a thrill coursing through him. Chapter 31. I cannot kill you, yet I shall annoy you. I shall state this once more. Open the treasure chest, or I shall assist you in doing so. Shia Yunting's expression remained unchanged, his tone now more forceful than before. How intriguing. Let us see just how formidable you truly are. Han Long flung Chu Ran aside, instructing the others to keep watch over him, before swiftly charging toward Shia Yunting. The anticipated swift conclusion to the confrontation did not materialize. Shia Yunting's spear twirled, wielded with a ferocity that matched Han Long's, and in their exchange, he showed no signs of retreat. After only a few exchanges, they both broke apart, each holding their ground. Indeed, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, Han Long regarded Shia Yunting with a look of grave seriousness, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Now can we open the treasure chest? Shia Yunting inquired once more. Yes, this time, Han Long agreed without hesitation, moving to the chest and selecting to open it. He had encountered ancient martial artists during his time as a mercenary and recognized their terrifying prowess. Now that he was certain of Shia Yunting's identity, he had no desire to engage him unnecessarily. Seeing this, Shia Yunting nodded, turning to leave without further entanglements. 10 gray beams of light illuminated the sky once more. Yet now, aside from the first-tier survivors, no one dared approach the treasure chest. Ancient martial artist, wait until I advance further. I shall make you pay. Han Long's gaze turned icy as he watched Shia Yunting depart. His eyes betraying a barely concealed murderous intent, he turned back toward Chu Ran, only to be taken aback. Chu Ran had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of blood behind. Where is he? Shia Yunting exclaimed in anger. How did he escape? Wasn't he already incapacitated? At last, the crowd realized what had transpired, scanning the area until they spotted Chu Ran fleeing in the distance, his agile form betraying none of his earlier injuries. Didn't I instruct you to keep watch over him? Are you all deaf? Enraged, Han Long unleashed his fury upon the gathered onlookers that he reached out and seized the neck of the nearest man. Gradually applying pressure, the survivor thrashed wildly in a desperate struggle, but in the face of overwhelming strength, all resistance seemed utterly futile. Blood trickled from the survivor's lips, and soon he breathed his last. He was crushed to death by Han Long. He's killed him. Run. The surrounding survivors were struck with panic, fleeing frantically, regretting not having escaped sooner. Run? Han Long scoffed, his figure leaping forth like a leopard, swift as lightning, pursuing the fleeing crowd. Before the survivors could distance themselves, Han Long dispatched them one by one. Meanwhile, Chu Ran had taken advantage of Shia Yunting's distraction to consume a vial of life water and make his escape. TSK, 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 you betrayed me, and now you face the consequences. After fleeing a certain distance, Chu Ran did not leave. He could not swallow such humiliation. He turned, drew his bow, and at that moment, Han Long had just begun his hunt of the survivors. Originally intending to shoot, Chu Ran restrained himself, waiting for the hunt to conclude. Why did you promise that as long as you helped to intercept Chu Ran, you wouldn't make things difficult for us? A survivor gasped, lying on the ground in despair. I said to intercept Chu Ran, but alas, he has escaped. Han Long's right foot pressed down on the man's neck, applying slight pressure. With a crack, the man drew his last breath. Out of this group of survivors, only 2 managed to escape by sheer luck. I thought I was wicked enough, but compared to you, I am but a minor villain, Yishu remarked, slightly moved by Han Long's ruthless actions. Already contemplating retreat. You should be grateful you are a first-tier survivor. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Han Long cast a sidelong glance at him, as if contemplating whether to take action. Suddenly, a familiar sense of crisis surged within him. Akin to the feeling during the preparation phase, he quickly turned around. An arrow was already hurtling towards him. Chu Ran. Han Long bellowed, retreating rapidly, but the arrow followed closely, grazing his scalp. Yet again, this bizarre arrow. Just like last time, the arrow could correct its trajectory mid-air. Was it that epic equipment? How could this wretched being possess so many extraordinary items? A perfect grade dagger, top-tier defensive armor, and this terrifying arrow. Han Long glared at Chu Ran, 100 meters away, his teeth gnashing in frustration. This fellow had not fled and dared to retaliate. Such quick reflexes. The hunter's bow was utterly ineffective against him. How could a first-tier survivor be so powerful? Chu Ran furrowed his brows, having seen Han Long evade his 2 arrows in quick succession. Continuing to shoot would likely yield no results. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his furrowed brow relaxed. You wish to hunt me down, do you? Let me first make you uncomfortable. He knocked another arrow, fully drawing the bow, and shouted toward the distant Yishu. Hey, the one who can manipulate objects from afar. The spatial ring on the ground is yours if you dare to take it. Do you dare? Han Long's face turned ashen upon hearing this, just as he intended to collect the spatial ring. He was met with an arrow. This time, Han Long was prepared, dodging in advance. Although the arrow skimmed past him, he clearly saw that it had originally been 2 meters away, but inexplicably veered off its normal trajectory. Closing the distance by a meter, stop dawdling, quickly collect the ring. A freebie is not to be wasted. Chu Ran yelled from afar. Brother, I'm sorry. Yishu, intrigued by the proposal, quickly apologized to Han Long and hastily gathered the spatial rings. You recording death. Seeing his resources being snatched away, Han Long was utterly enraged, realizing he had been outmaneuvered by mere ants. Ignoring Chu Ran's threats, he charged towards Yishu. Whoosh! Observing everything, Chu Ran decisively released his second arrow. This time, Han Long did not evade. He unleashed a fiery ball that collided with the arrow. With an explosive sound, both the fireball and the arrow vanished into thin air. On Chu Ran's side. After releasing the arrow, he wasted no time and knocked a third arrow. He did not need to kill Han Long. Merely delaying him would suffice. After firing all 5 arrows, Yishu successfully gathered all the spatial rings. What an impressive bow. It can control a first-tier survivor from 100 meters away. Yishu thought, inwardly astonished. However, that was irrelevant to him. With the rings in hand, it was time to flee before facing retaliation. Brother, thanks. He waved goodbye to Chu Ran in the distance, leaving without glancing at the furious Han Long. Bastard. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Han Long could only seethe in place, watching Yishu depart. The threat of Chu Ran's arrows too great. He could not confront another first-tier survivor while guarding against the arrows, even though the latter was no match for him in strength. Humph. Do you think this is the end? This is just the beginning. Chu Ran's expression turned cold. A gentleman does not leave vengeance unaddressed. He must avenge this humiliation today. This wave can turn the tide. I need your support. He gazed at the hunter's bow, specifically at the notes below. Remaining refresh times. 2.refresh. Chapter 32. Sudden change ding. Acquired item. First tier equipment. Assassination bow. Brilliant. What the heck? This is incredible. Initially, Chu Ran had intended to try his luck out of frustration. Without much hope. Yet, he struck gold, acquiring another brilliant level item. Assassination bow. Brilliant. First tier attributes. Attack power 80. Excellent trait. Draw speed reduced by 100. Attack power 100. Perfect trait. Draw speed reduced by 150. Attack power 150. Outstanding trait. Arrows possess trajectory correction ability, with a correction distance of 1 meter. Brilliant trait. Assassin arrows possess stealth. Upon release, they automatically conceal their path, reducing the chance of detection. The previous traits remained unchanged, but the last one had transformed into stealth. Nice. This is fortuitous. The perfect opportunity has presented itself. Chu Ran's face lit up with joy. Surely the system had been monitoring his battles and offered a timely attribute. Moreover, upon refreshing the bow, the quiver was replenished, with 5 arrows quietly resting inside. Now let's see how you evade this. He eagerly retrieved an arrow, knocked it, drew the bow, and released the arrow in one fluid motion. Everything was flawless, except for the longer draw time. Come again, since you don't wish to leave, then stay. A fierce glint flickered in Han Long's eyes. Having learned from the previous arrows, he understood they were not as difficult to dodge. He no longer hesitated and boldly approached Chu Ran. However, this time, the arrow took him by surprise. How is this possible? Han Long exclaimed in terror as the arrow suddenly vanished mid-air, yet the sense of crisis did not diminish. This is bad. In that moment of distraction, he had missed the optimal opportunity to evade as he attempted to dodge. It was too late. The arrow pierced through his right shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. If not for Han Long's last-minute reflex, that arrow would have struck his head. How could the vanished arrow have done this? His expression twisted in discomfort, feeling humiliated to have been wounded by an ant. Simultaneously, he was filled with regret. Had he not let his guard down, that arrow would not have harmed him. Suddenly, his expression froze as a terrifying thought struck him. If Chu Ran could injure him, then he could kill him. He abruptly looked up, and indeed, Chu Ran was charging towards him. To think he had been countered by an ant. Han Long suppressed his shame and turned to flee. Now that he had been struck by an arrow, his movements were hindered. Continuing to fight posed the risk of falling in battle. Although it merely meant leaving the instance, he could not bear to lose the resources in his ring. On, don't run. Let us battle for 300 rounds. You, a dignified first-tier survivor, are being chased by a mere mortal. That aren't you ashamed? Though Han Long was injured, he was still faster than Chu Ran. As he was about to disappear from sight, Chu Ran chose to resort to mental attacks, attempting to break his defenses. Yet Chu Ran was destined to be disappointed. Though Han Long felt humiliated, he remained indifferent to Chu Ran's taunts, refusing to be provoked. The area for the treasure chest was small. With both of them running at full speed, it wasn't long before they reached the end. Thus, the two of them engaged in a chase around the map. Chu Ran had no intention of stopping. He could only pursue Han Long because the latter was wounded. It should be noted that this area contained healing potions. And if Han Long obtained any healing items, the tables would turn. He had resolved that the treasure chest could remain unopened. But Han Long must die. The other survivors were equally pleased, watching the spectacle while opening treasure chests. Perhaps having learned from Han Long's example, the first-tier survivors did not continue hunting others. No one could guarantee that among them might emerge a formidable figure wielding a deadly weapon. Gradually, the situation reverted to its initial state. All survivors joined in the treasure chest opening endeavor, intentionally avoiding the area occupied by the first-tier survivor, thus creating a clear division. Each first-tier survivor guarded their own region, while the remaining survivors divided the other smaller areas. The distinction was clear, with both sides remaining undisturbed. Chu Ran, I have finally caught an opportunity. Lin Wenbin observed the chaotic scene with a glimmer of malice in his eyes. This fellow had once deceived him into gathering a large quantity of blackberries, then refused to purchase them, causing him significant losses in resources and time. This grudge had festered in his heart for far too long. But today, he saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. He sent Han Long a private message. Why did this fellow suddenly change direction? A trace of confusion flickered across Chu Ran's face. As time passed, he had gradually calmed his urgency, merely trailing behind. After all, Han Long had already sustained an arrow wound that was bleeding profusely, and he would surely be unable to endure for long. Yet now, inexplicably, Han Long had altered his course, instilling a sense of vigilance within him. What is happening? Chu Ran was momentarily taken aback. Shortly after Han Long's change of direction, a survivor appeared, heading straight towards him. That a feeling of foreboding flashed through Chu Ran's mind, prompting him to abandon the chase and retreat into the distance. Chu Ran, before he could escape, Han Long, who had been pursuing him relentlessly for half an hour, erupted with a thunderous roar, charging towards him with great speed. What a dramatic turn of events! Chu Ran's expression shifted. Realizing that Han Long must have acquired some form of healing item, that he immediately turned and released an arrow. However, this time Han Long was prepared. Although he could not see the arrow, he instinctively began to evade the moment it was loosed. The arrow posed no threat to him. In this role reversal, it was now Chu Ran who was fleeing while Han Long pursued. Both had their own considerations. Chu Ran's invisible arrows instilled a deep-seated apprehension in Han Long. Once Chu Ran slipped out of his line of sight, he could not be entirely certain he could evade the invisible projectiles. Therefore, he was determined not to let Chu Ran escape. Yet, he was also puzzled as to why the previous arrows had not been invisible. Thus, the two engaged in a renewed tug-of-war. Han Long's speed, bolstered by his recovering injuries, clearly exceeded Chu Ran's, and the distance between them closed at a visibly rapid pace, even with the aid of the arrows. Chu Ran could only barely maintain his lead. This was due to Han Long's cautious approach, unwilling to close in too aggressively. The threat posed by the arrows kept him from letting Chu Ran slip away. Yet he also dared not approach recklessly. This is infuriating. When will this ordeal end? I can't hold on much longer. Chu Ran's composure began to fray as time wore on. He was left with but a single arrow, and he dared not shoot it. Han Long seemed to sense his unease, frequently testing his speed, yet failed to provoke Chu Ran into firing. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of anxiety gripped Chu Ran. A potent sense of danger welled up within him. In the next moment, a frenzied figure burst forth from the side. Before Chu Ran could react, he was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying 0.5 minutes ago. In the chat channel, Lin Wenbin. Do you guys know? The one being chased by Han Long is Chu Ran. I've heard that his bow and arrows are epic equipment, and Han Long is after him to seize it. Is that true? How do you know? Now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. Just a while ago, Chu Ran chased Han Long for quite some time after he was injured. Epic equipment. I'm so envious. Lin Wenbin's words stirred up quite a commotion in the chat channel. Many turned their gaze towards the two fleeing figures, their eyes brimming with greed. Chu Ran, let's see how you meet your end this time. Lin Wenbin sneered, feeling a slight relief from his pent-up resentment. Who is that bastard? Han Long's accomplice. Chu Ran was hurled several meters away by the force of the impact, his blood surging violently, his head spinning. Yet, before he could regain his senses, the assailant charged at him again, intent on seizing his assassination bow. You have your eyes on my bow? Chu Ran quickly understood that this individual had recognized the extraordinary nature of his weapon and was driven by greed. He rolled away on the ground to evade the approaching figure, springing to his feet and delivering a kick towards him. Only then did Chu Ran get a good look at the assailant, a burly, bald man. To Chu Ran's astonishment, the man did not flinch from the kick. Instead, he thrust out his chest, welcoming the blow. It was as if he was made of stone. When Chu Ran's foot connected with the bald man's torso, he felt as though he had kicked a boulder, causing him to recoil several meters without inflicting any damage. Come again, the coarse voice boomed as the bald man patted his chest and laughed. Try this. Chu Ran swiftly retrieved a vial of perfect-grade anesthetic to use as a throwing weapon, and with a swift motion, he hurled it at the bald man, the dark liquid spilling forth. You're finished. You've been hit with my rotten flesh water. Prepare to meet your doom. Chu Ran declared boastfully before turning and fleeing in another direction. Rotten flesh water, the bald man gasped in shock, hastily wiping off the liquid. Although he felt some doubt, the dark hue of the anesthetic certainly suggested it was not something benign. Due to the delay caused by the bald man, Han Long had successfully closed the distance to about 50 meters. Chu Ran was now ready to shoot his final arrow, thinking that he could refresh again, hoping for another stroke of luck to yield an exceptional item. Just as he was about to draw his last arrow, he caught sight of another figure charging towards him, eyes glowing with fervor. Are you kidding me? What is this? Am I suddenly a hot commodity? Chu Ran's mind raced with panic as he realized that. In an instant, he had become the target of multiple pursuers, and no matter where he turned, there seemed to be a multitude of unfriendly eyes fixated upon him. The pursuit had escalated from Han Long alone to 4 individuals. All first-tier survivors, surrounded and cornered. Chu Ran had no choice but to head towards the gathering of survivors, hoping that the sheer number would create chaos. However, the survivors offered him no opportunity before he could approach. They all retreated. Haha, Chu Ran, it's your turn to suffer. This is the consequence of crossing me. Lin Wenbin laughed maniacally from the front of the crowd, his tone brimming with triumph. Who the hell are you? Chu Ran shot him a glance. I am Lin Wenbin. If you have any sense, hand over your epic bow and arrows. You are not worthy to possess such items, Lin Wenbin declared gleefully, reveling in Chu Ran's predicament. Foolish buffoon. Chu Ran recalled this person, who had hoarded a plethora of blackberries and then inflated their price, ultimately leading to a rotten stockpile. Feel free to insult me, but let me tell you, I was the one who let your epic bow and arrows slip away, resulting in your current predicament. Lin Wenbin's face contorted with rage upon hearing Chu Ran's words, exposing his own misdeeds. What? Chu Ran's fury ignited. So he had been hunted down by so many people, all because of this fool's reckless chatter. With no regard for the pursuers behind him, he charged at Lin Wenbin. What are you doing? Are you tired of living? Lin Wenbin exclaimed in alarm. I'll make sure to take you down first. Chu Ran lunged, delivering several slaps that sent Lin Wenbin sprawling to the ground, before pulling out a wooden spear and piercing several wounds into him. You. Wow. Lin Wenbin stared at Chu Ran in disbelief, astonished that this guy would risk his own safety just to eliminate him. At that moment, Han Long caught up, and Chu Ran quickly stowed his assassination bow and golden silk armor into his survival watch's space. The survival watch was uniquely bound to him. Even if he were eliminated here, it would not drop, only the temporary space ring provided by the system. With his equipment safely stored, there was no need to worry about it being snatched. Han Long approached and delivered several strikes, severing Chu Ran's tendons. Ugh, not this again. You son of a... Chu Ran cursed inwardly, shivering from the pain. Ha! Ha! Chu, you wanted to kill me, didn't you? Come on. Seeing Chu Ran subdued, Lin Wenbin felt emboldened, pulling out half a vial of healing potion to drink. His injuries rapidly mending. That I should have taken your head. You still have the life water, though it was only half a vial. Chu Ran recognized it as the precious life water, of which he still had 4 vials in his possession. Ha! How does it feel? I'm back in fighting form. Lin Wenbin proclaimed triumphantly, bouncing back to his feet, performing a mocking jig before Chu Ran. You were the one who gave Han Long the life water. Chu Ran suddenly recalled that the person who had approached Han Long earlier was Lin Wenbin. Correct, but there's no reward for you. Lin Wenbin reveled in his own superiority that moment. The other pursuers drew nearer. Hand over the bow and arrows, and I might spare your life. The bald man buzzed. Then you might as well kill me. Chu Ran closed his eyes slightly, lying sprawled on the ground, adopting a posture of indifference, as if daring them to act. Let us see how tough you can be. Han Long scoffed, snatching Chu Ran's space ring, while the other 3 narrowed their eyes. Yet, recognizing that their target was the bow and arrows and that Han Long was formidable, they remained silent. Han Long then gathered a substantial amount of wood, piling it into a heap. What are you doing? Are you planning to cremate your father? Chu Ran was taken aback, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Filled with regret for not having taken his own life earlier, death itself was not terrifying. It was merely elimination, but being cremated was an altogether horrifying prospect. Speak clearly if you've thought it through. Hand over the bow and armor, and I'll grant you a swift end. Han Long grasped his right foot, dragging him toward the woodpile. Passing the 3 men, he spoke casually. Once he hands over his equipment, we'll each rely on our own abilities. The 3 nodded in agreement. Now that the equipment was secured within the survival watch, if he did not voluntarily relinquish it, none could lay claim to it. Brother, stop. This is too cruel. Let us find another way. Chu Ran pleaded desperately, preferring to plead than face the flames. Hand over your weapons and armor. Han Long demanded without hesitation. Then you might as well burn me alive. As you wish. Han Long's expression turned icy. A fireball hurled towards the edge of the woodpile, igniting it. You're serious? Chu Ran gasped in shock, believing Han Long was merely jesting. After all, burning a living person is an act that anyone with even a modicum of morality would never commit. What on earth is this fellow up to? It's utterly terrifying. The people around were equally astonished, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed at Han Long, instinctively retreating to establish a safe distance. Even the 3 first-tier survivors, led by the bald man, looked at Han Long with a mixture of apprehension and caution. The fireball had not fully ignited the pile of wood, it merely lit its edges. With the flames slowly creeping towards the center, Chu Ran tilted his head back, desperately blowing air towards the flames in an attempt to halt their advance, though it was a futile endeavor. Put out the fire quickly, and I will give you equipment, he urged. Sensing the flames were about to spread, the bald man immediately stepped forward, kicking away the burning wood to contain the fire. Hand over the items, he demanded, extending his hand towards Chu Ran. There are 4 of you. To whom shall I surrender them? Perhaps you should engage in a brawl first. Chu Ran suggested tentatively. That's none of your concern. Just hand over the items, another interjected. Wait a moment, I was just startled and need to catch my breath. Point one doesn't shed tears until they see the coffin. Han Long scoffed as he waved his hand, sending a large quantity of wood flying, nearly crushing Chu Ran beneath it. Then, a fireball struck the center of the wood pile, causing the flames to surge once more. The treasure chest continued to refresh. Yet no one paid it any heed. The attention of the survivors was entirely consumed by the burning pyre. What a loss. This brat would rather be burned alive than part with his gear. I should have gone for the treasure chest instead, the bald man lamented as he noticed Chu Ran's steadfast refusal to negotiate. Spare me your nonsense. What could you possibly obtain from that black iron chest? There are countless treasures in the mist area, not to mention higher-tier bronze chests, someone countered. What is he consuming? Another speculated. As the flames intensified, threatening to engulf the entire wood pile, Chu Ran suddenly began gnawing on meat. His posture was bizarre. With his tendons severed, he could only lie flat among the firewood, devouring the meat like a ravenous dog. Oh, omnipotent system, Father. I realize dinner is still some time away, but I can no longer endure this. I implore you, grant me some attribute points. Chu Ran Franny Charan endured more than a dozen punches from him, yet remained unfazed, brimming with vitality. Conversely, it was an inadvertent strike he landed on Han Long that sent the latter reeling, his blood surging tumultuously. Most importantly, Charan's speed had escalated significantly. He was beginning to struggle to keep pace. How could this be? How could you be unscathed? What is the extent of your agility and resilience? Han Long was utterly astonished. This fellow's attributes were extraordinarily abnormal. While he himself possessed slightly greater strength, Charan outclassed him in every other regard. So that was it. Charan, realizing the truth, burst into hearty laughter. After entering the first tier, all attributes doubled. Most of these individuals had become first tier by consuming exotic fruits that enhanced singular attributes, which rendered their other attributes woefully inadequate. This explained why this group of first-tier warriors could initially overpower Charan but struggled to capture him. The attribute points Charan acquired were across the board, and his agility was hardly inferior to that of this group. The agility of these first-tier survivors, even after doubling, barely exceeded his, with some even lagging behind. Now, with his attributes doubled, Charan dominated the field in every aspect except strength. He began to acclimate to his physical prowess. His movements grew swifter, he even ceased to defend himself. With over 150 points in agility, Han Long's 200-plus strength posed no threat to him. But by abandoning defense, Charan maximized his speed, forcing Han Long to shift from offense to defense. Eventually struggling even to guard himself, in the face of absolute speed, all flamboyant tactics were rendered meaningless. This cannot continue. Han Long suppressed his roiling blood, and, seizing the opportunity during Charan's assault, channeled his spiritual power. Flames erupted spontaneously, engulfing his entire right arm, his aura rising sharply. Die! Han Long bellowed. The flame's supernatural enhancement significantly amplified his attack power. He aimed for a decisive blow, yet Charan retorted, "Am I afraid of you?" With a cold smirk, his right fist surged with an overwhelming chill, materializing almost instantaneously. How could this be? Han Long's eyes bulged in disbelief. He had attempted a surprise attack with his powers, only to find Charan's release of energy nearly instantaneous. Boom! This time, the outcome was altered. Charan stood firm, while Han Long staggered back several steps, the flames on his right arm extinguished by the encroaching cold. How could this be? How could your powers be so formidable? What is the extent of your intellect? Han Long was utterly shattered, facing a newcomer in the first tier whose prowess completely overwhelmed him. Not much, just a smidge. The main reason is that you are simply too weak. Charan smiled softly, gesturing at his waist. That I will kill you. Han Long's gaze turned icy. He had no intention of engaging in fair combat, and swiftly drew a perfect grade dagger. Afraid, are we? Resorting to weapons now. And is that your father's weapon? Unfortunately, that dagger is unlikely to harm me. Charan's eyes brimmed with disdain. As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant white radiance enveloped Charan, rapidly expanding and solidifying. Within mere seconds, he was completely encased in a layer of ice, resembling a formidable suit of icy armor. How unattractive! If only it were more handsome. Charan assessed the ice that cloaked him, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. If it were stone, he would resemble a diminutive stone golem. Suddenly, crackling sounds echoed, as if the armor understood his words. It automatically reconfigured, smoothing out the rough patches and accentuating the contours, transforming into a sleek, striking silver battle armor. Chapter 36. A wealth of resources. His supernatural ability could envelop his entire body. The onlookers were left astounded. Regardless of whether they were first-tier or ordinary survivors, Chu Ran's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. Prior to him, even Han Long had only managed to cover his entire right arm with flames. Yet here was Chu Ran, entirely armed. With a feigned bravado, Han Long proclaimed, "I will kill you," as he deftly maneuvered past Chu Ran's assault. Thrusting the dagger at an awkward angle, clang, a crisp sound resonated. Although the dagger pierced the ice, it became ensnared, merely inflicting a minor wound on Chu Ran. Seizing this chance, Chu Ran retaliated with a series of powerful punches. His icy fist striking relentlessly, blood mingling with ice shards in the air. Bolstered by the icy enhancements, Chu Ran's attack power surged anew, nearly overwhelming Han Long. "How did this possible? How is your ice so resilient? What is the extent of your intellect?" Han Long, disoriented and dazed, began to contemplate retreat, unwilling to prolong the conflict. "All of you, come together. We have all hunted him. He will not let us go," he shouted to the bald man and his companions. They exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Having taken the path of enmity, they could not leave any loose ends. The 4 first-tier survivors closed in, intending to eliminate Chu Ran. This fierce battle not only captivated the attention of those nearby, but even drew the gaze of distant treasure seekers. "Indeed, it is only when the 4 of you band together that I find excitement." That Chu Ran's lips curled into a slight smile as he planted his right foot firmly on the ground and shouted, "Ice Age!" A powerful cold wave erupted, his domain unfurling to envelop the surrounding area within mere moments. The ground rapidly froze, temperatures plummeting, and the extreme cold encased everyone within the domain. The flames Han Long had conjured were swiftly extinguished. His body temperature plummeting, blood circulation slowing, and breaths becoming increasingly labored. The bald man and his companions fared even worse, teetering on the brink of collapse, their consciousnesses nearly frozen. This is overwhelmingly powerful. The Ice Age's might far exceeded Chu Ran's expectations. He had initially believed it to be a mere supportive domain skill, only to discover its formidable offensive capabilities. Just as Chu Ran prepared to eliminate the 4, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him. The Ice Age had completely drained his spiritual power. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, surrendering before the 4. What level materials? With 1085, stone 730, fiber 40 gene, iron or 600, cotton 50 gene, plastic 100 gene, rubber 300 gene, food, Tiger King meat 405 gene, purified water 30 liters. Additionally, there are plastic bottles, a stainless steel basin, hemp rope, snake skin bags, and even a small stool, among other assorted supplies. Over half of these resources were obtained from Han Long's ring, with a smaller portion gathered during his quests. Indeed, robbery proves to be the swiftest means. Chu Ran gazed at the amassed supplies, which towered larger than a house, momentarily lost in thought. No wonder these first-tier survivors are so fond of thievery. It yields quick results. However, these matters are secondary. Strength is paramount. Today was utterly humiliating. He had squandered an exceptional hand of cards. Reflecting on how he had been bested by Han Long earlier, Chu Ran felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Possessing top-tier talent, yet he had idly lingered in the safe zone, never contemplating entering the foggy region, missing the opportunity to ascend to first-tier status before others, and almost facing death. Chapter 37. The first wave of cold to upgrade the shelter to the second tier requires stone 1,000 and wood 200. The wood is sufficient, yet he still lacks stone. Chu Ran assessed his supplies and realized he was still short of what was needed to enhance the shelter. After the survivors departed the dungeon, the sky darkened at a visibly rapid pace. Should he venture out to experience the night of the survival zone? At this moment, Chu Ran had just awakened his powers, brimming with confidence, and the fear of the night no longer held sway over him. With a resolute mind, he slowly pushed open the wooden door and stepped outside. Suddenly, the sound of rain poured down from the heavens. The survival zone was graced with its first rainfall in many days, and it was a torrential downpour. In the past, this would have delighted Chu Ran, as rain meant the water collector could produce water. Yet now, with ample water resources, he found himself wishing it would not rain. Cursing his misfortune, he retreated back into the small wooden cabin. The outside temperature hovered around 5 degrees. Wrapped in tiger skin, he felt no chill. However, now that it was raining, he was keen to prevent the tiger's skin from becoming soaked. Back inside the cabin, Chu Ran began to cook the tiger king meat. The cooking process required time, and each batch was limited in quantity. He always prepared a surplus to store in his watch space, allowing him to save considerable time during the day. The method remained the same. Lacking sufficient rest, he employed the Chinquan 1-chi stove as an air fryer. Creak. Suddenly, a faint, peculiar sound reached his ears. What was that noise? Chu Ran halted his actions, straining to listen. For a moment, all other sounds vanished, leaving only the patter of rain and the crackling of the fireplace. Could it be an illusion? Had he imagined it? After a while, Chu Ran dismissed his concerns, attributing it to a mere figment of his imagination. Yet, as he resumed cooking, the creaking sound echoed once more, fleeting yet unmistakable. Who was outside? This time, Chu Ran heard it clearly. Something was indeed lurking outside his cabin. Though uncertain of its nature, he sensed it possessed sharp claws, the sound reminiscent of claws scraping against the wooden walls. Who would scratch at his cabin in the dead of night? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he froze, his face paling. Creak. The scratching at the door resumed, long and low. Had he not become a first-tier survivor, he would never have been able to hear it. Good heavens! Is it that father? He sprang up as if his rear were on fire. Disregarding the dangers outside, he seized a burning branch from the campfire, shielding it from the rain with the stainless steel basin, and dashed outside. That he arrived at the spot where he had previously dug in the earth, now transformed into a small puddle. Rainwater seeped into the ground bit by bit, and the scratching sound emanated from beneath. Due to Chu Ran's daytime excavation, the soil had become loose, allowing rainwater to infiltrate the ground, dampening the ceiling talismans and awakening the ancestors buried below. This is truly terrifying. You might as well finish me off. Having confirmed his suspicions, Chu Ran's heart raced. The thought of what might be lurking below sent shivers down his spine. No, the sound is faint, indicating that whatever it is has just awakened and remains weak, or perhaps the seal has not yet fully broken. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He hurriedly approached the puddle. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of ice. In the span of half a breath, the puddle and the surrounding soil were completely encased in ice. He then used cement to seal the ground thoroughly, whether it was due to Chu Ran's actions or not. The scratching noise gradually faded into silence. Phew. At that moment, Chu Ran let out a long sigh, his heart still racing as he glanced back repeatedly. The eerie scratching sound had ceased. Returning to the wooden cabin, he plopped down by the campfire, utterly exhausted. That night, Chu Ran could not close his eyes. Although the outside was sealed with cement, the rainwater that had seeped through remained unmanageable. He could only freeze the rainwater inside. But as time passed, even with multiple attempts at freezing, he could still faintly sense the strange aura emanating from beneath. Albeit faint, it was undeniably real. The seal breaking was merely a matter of time. Daylight. Today's weather. Heavy rain. Temperature. Unknown. Daylight duration. 8 hours. Current disaster. Ice age. End time. Unknown. Drip. 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 Warning. Warning. The first wave of cold will arrive in 1 minute. Survivors are advised to take refuge in their shelters. Secure doors and windows. Stoke the campfire to its brightest, and prepare all available warming supplies. The warning sounded thrice before fading away, and Chu Ran's expression grew grave, sensing an ominous foreboding. This disaster seemed different from the ice disaster he had anticipated. It felt somewhat terrifying. Boom! A series of muffled explosions resounded from a distant location, so far away that he could not discern the direction. Confused, he pushed open the door, only to behold a colossal white dust storm sweeping towards him from the far east at a terrifying speed. Wherever it passed, the world froze at a visible rate. Countless animals darted in all directions, desperately attempting to flee, but it was all in vain. In an instant, they were transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. This is a bit excessive. How could anyone survive this? Chu Ran swiftly shut the door, cranking the fireplace to its maximum, while stoking the campfire to an intense blaze, wrapping himself tightly in the tiger skin. Boom! Just as he completed these tasks, the cold wave crashed against the small wooden cabin like a tempest. The seemingly sturdy cabin trembled violently under the onslaught, and Chu Ran felt his heart leap to his throat. At that moment, a faint glow emanated from the cabin, providing a fortuitous protection against destruction. The indoor temperature plummeted by several degrees. Having rained just yesterday, the wood still contained a substantial amount of moisture. Now, with the cold wave descending, the wood visibly whitened and expanded, creaking under the strain. Chu Ran deeply regretted not purchasing more stones to upgrade the cabin yesterday. Fortunately, despite the relentless shaking, the cabin ultimately held firm. The campfire flickered dimly in the extreme cold. As the temperature dropped sharply, cold air descended while warm air rose, creating a violent airflow that extinguished the campfire. Thankfully, the fireplace, being enclosed, managed to endure. Chu Ran added a few logs to the campfire, attempting to reignite it, only to be informed that it had extinguished due to unnatural causes. Reigniting would require a 20-minute cooldown or the use of an open flame. He extracted a match from the fireplace, reigniting the campfire, which brought a semblance of warmth to the frigid cabin. This challenge is excessively brutal. If one were solely reliant on the campfire, should it extinguish, the consequences would be catastrophic. Originally brimming with confidence about survival, Chu Ran suddenly found his self-assurance waning. The reason was simple. It was unbearably cold. Although he lacked a thermometer, he could ascertain that the temperature had plummeted to nearly -50 degrees Celsius. And this was merely the beginning. The difficulty had exceeded expectations, and if this continued, who could possibly endure? Even wrapped in tiger skin, lying on straw, and warming himself by the stove and campfire, Chu Ran trembled uncontrollably. Time ticked by, yet the temperature did not continue to plummet but began to rise slowly. Meanwhile, the survival zone lay entirely encased in ice, with only the shelters emitting a feeble glow, steadfast against the chilling onslaught. Countless survivors huddled within their shelters, anxiously awaiting the passing of the first wave of cold. Chapter 38. The enormous black berry. The cold wave arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, it ceased, and the temperature began to rise from the previous -50 degrees. Ding! Leaderboard rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on ranking first this time, earning the first tier reward. First tier, rank 1, reward, random combat skill 1. Random equipment, exceptional, 1, pet egg 1, second tier, ranks 2 to 1000, reward. Random combat skill 1, random equipment, exceptional, 1, third tier, ranks 1001 to 10,000, reward. Random combat skill 1. The next rewards will be distributed in 7 days. Ding! Survival officially begins. No rules, no restrictions. The sole task, survive. What kind of power could encapsulate the world in ice? Chu Ran stood dumbfounded, gazing at the world outside, now entirely ensconced in in just a few breaths. Everything was blanketed in snow. The sky began to release a flurry of large snowflakes. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing Chu Ran to shiver involuntarily as he braved the snowfall. Wrapping himself in tiger skin to inspect the location where he had buried the rice dumplings. This was of utmost urgency. The dumplings represented his greatest concern, the most critical resource that he certainly did not wish to be consumed in the dead of night. Thankfully, it seemed they could hold out for a short while. Upon discovering all was well, he finally exhaled in relief. The temperature plummeted sharply. The puddles from yesterday were completely encased in ice. Although the ominous aura that had overflowed was gradually intensifying, its pace had significantly slowed. It seemed that my repeated freezing efforts yesterday had successfully salvaged the sealing talismans. The frigid winds howled around my neck. And even though Chu Ran was wrapped in a tiger skin, he could not fend off the bone-chilling cold. Wait a moment, am I not an ice-type survivor? Shouldn't I be impervious to this frost? The spiritual energy surged within Chu Ran, enveloping his entire being, causing the biting cold to dissipate swiftly. So that's how it is. Lin Wenbin stood before a towering bush of blackberries, laughing maniacally towards the sky. The bush, towering at 2 to 3 meters, bore only a single berry at its peak, yet this berry was as large as a grapefruit. Meanwhile, the surrounding bushes of blackberries were completely withered, drained of all vitality. Chu Ran, just you wait. You have caused me to suffer a significant loss of resources. I will surely avenge this grievance, Lin Wenbin declared, his expression twisted with malice and his eyes filled with hatred. When Chu Ran unleashed the Ice Age, he had been quite close, and due to his weaker strength, the frigid energy had invaded his lungs. Although he had managed to escape, tragically, at the very moment the instance concluded, he was carried away by the cold poison Losing all his resources that I am going to freeze to death. Chu Ran, trembling and wrapped in tiger skin, hurried towards the small wooden cabin. After using his abilities, he indeed felt no cold, but given his current intellect, even a slight exertion of his powers could not be sustained for long. Once his abilities dissipated, he returned to his original state. What a ridiculous setup. An ice-type controller who is still afraid of the cold. How absurd. Upon returning to the small cabin, the temperature inside was 10 degrees warmer due to the fireplace. The chill quickly faded, and Chu Ran began to inspect the rewards he had just received. The first reward was a manual. 8 Extremes Fist, Special Skill. Evaluation, no level. Upon use, one can master the essentials of the 8 Extremes Fist and become a grandmaster of the art. This special combat technique is only obtainable through the system. Note: this skill is bound upon acquisition and cannot be traded. So, does this mean I can become a master of the 8 Extremes Fist after learning it? Chu Ran's eyes sparkled. This survival game was increasingly to his liking. Refresh, acquired items. Xingyi Fist, special skill. Refresh, acquired items. Wulong Bagwazang, special skill. Acquired items. Tang Family 12 Routes Flicking Leg, special skill. Acquired items. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, special skill. Refresh. What the heck? Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. The dream of my childhood has come true. Chu Ran's smile widened. If he could obtain such a skill, joy was surely at hand. Just as he was about to study, a private message chimed in. Lulon sent a voice message. What does this guy want from me? Chu Ran answered with curiosity. Bro, amazing. First place, what did your pet egg hatch into? Lulon asked excitedly. One might think he was the one in first place. Haven't looked yet. I was just checking out skills, Chu Ran replied. What skills did you get? Oh, speaking of which, let me give you a heads up. The skills this time are not abilities but pertain to the application of spiritual energy and combat skills. I suggest you choose something more practical. Lulon advised that I got the dragon subduing 18 palms, Chu Ran said, a smirk playing on his lips. The dragon subduing 18 palms. Lulon's voice suddenly rose an octave. You have such good luck? Everyone loves this skill, but it's not very suitable at this stage. Why is that? Chu Ran raised an eyebrow, initially expecting to hear envy and jealousy in his voice. But surprisingly, while Lulon was astonished, he did not express jealousy. Known as an information broker, Lulon had likely gathered some relevant insights about the skills shortly after their emergence. He explained that all the skills sent by the system this time were related to combat techniques, with the dragon subduing 18 palms being among the best, but it had a significant drawback. It was extremely taxing on spiritual energy. Some had obtained the realized divine palm, only to find that before they could even unleash a single strike, their energy was completely drained. The skill was indeed excellent, but it was more suited for the late stages. After a thorough explanation, Lulon refrained from saying more, not wanting to sway Chu Ran's thoughts. After ending the voice call, Chu Ran fell into contemplation that he recalled that last time, he had nearly suffered a similar fate when using Ice Age, which had drained his spiritual energy in an instant. This time, the dragon subduing 18 palms would likely be the same. Without a robust reserve, he doubted he could even execute the first move with his current energy. That it was a pity it wasn't something like the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, which could be considered overpowered. After pondering for a moment, Chu Ran made a decision to continue refreshing for combat techniques. During his previous battle with Han Long, his attributes had been overwhelmingly superior. Yet he could not prevail over his opponent. Had Han Long not been terrified by his domain, Ice Age, and fled in panic, he would not have been easily shot down. Refresh, acquired item. The Xia Ancient Martial Arts Practical Guide, Special Skill. Evaluation, no level. While it does not provide specific attack techniques, it greatly enhances practical combat ability, allowing one to perceive the enemy and anticipate their moves during battle. This special combat technique is only obtainable through the system. Note: this skill is bound upon acquisition and cannot be traded. This is excellent. Isn't it a collection of techniques? Chu Ran thought for a moment and decisively chose the Xia Ancient Martial Arts Practical Guide. 100 solutions, does that not equate to 100 forms of martial arts? Moreover, possessing the Qinquan One Chi Pot would ensure that his attributes far exceeded those of others, as long as his practical skills improved. He could unleash his maximum potential, and no matter how flashy the techniques, let us throw a few punches first. Upon confirming the learning, a multitude of techniques seemed to emerge in his mind, yet none were mastered. They were merely superficial understandings, akin to scratching the surface. This feels odd. Chu Ran pouted. He now felt akin to someone who had immersed themselves in martial arts for a lifetime. His martial arts knowledge encompassed all realms, claiming to know everything. Yet he was merely acquainted with the basics, having not mastered any. No wonder it was called the practical guide. It turned out to be relatively foundational. However, he was not disheartened. This knowledge had directly elevated his practical combat ability from a mere 10 points to 60. And as he continued to engage in practical combat, his understanding of the ancient martial arts practical guide would deepen, amplifying its effectiveness infinitely. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to survivor Lin Wenbin for successfully obtaining the first devil fruit, rewarded with a super attribute pill. 5 minutes later, leaderboard changes. First place, Lin Wenbin. Second place, Chu Ran. This guy has obtained the devil fruit. The devil fruit is so powerful, it has propelled him directly to second place. Chu Ran was taken aback, fully aware of his own situation. His attributes far surpassed others, and with equipment bonuses, it was surprising that Lin Wenbin had managed to surpass him. Was it because of that super attribute pill? He quickly connected the dots. The attribute pill also enhanced all attributes, and Lin Wenbin's overall attributes were quite high, doubling upon advancement. Additionally, with the enhancement from the devil fruit, it was not surprising that he had surpassed him. This is troublesome. In the future, I must strike first, eliminate this guy, and then discuss the rest, he resolved firmly, jotting down Lin Wenbin and Han Long as his primary targets for elimination. Planning to take action when the opportunity arose, thinking ahead, he recognized that the immediate priority was to find a way to enhance his own strength to survive. He shook his head, pushing Lin Wenbin's matter aside, and resumed examining the prizes. The second item was a random equipment box. He drew out an exceptional grade Tang Dao, which had been upgraded to a brilliant grade after multiple refreshes. Now, he had gained experience. The highest grade that was relatively easy to obtain was the brilliant grade, while the epic grade was purely dependent on luck. Tang Dao, brilliant. First tier equipment basic attributes. Attack 120 excellent attribute. Attack 60 perfect attribute. Two-handed sword when wielded with both hands. Attack power increases by 100 exceptional attribute. Armor piercing the long blade and sharp edge can easily penetrate armor brilliant attribute. Weapon disarmament when attacking. There is a certain chance to disarm the opponent's weapon. The attributes and attributes of the Tang Dao were exceptional, compensating for his current lack of melee weaponry. However, he had no interest in lingering over it. His full attention was on the third prize. Random Pet Egg 1 Evaluation. Blood can be used to recognize the master, and through the owner's blood, a blood contract battle pet can be hatched. Refresh. System prompt. Blood contract battle pet cannot be refreshed. Chu Ran pouted in frustration. The very item he had been most looking forward to could not be refreshed, which was somewhat disappointing. He took out the Tang Dao and attempted several times before managing to make a small cut on his pinky finger, dabbing the blood onto the pet egg's surface. System prompt. Is this enough blood? You think you can hatch a pet egg with this little? Dream on. Damn it. Chu Ran was left speechless. Utterly taken aback by the system's mockery, Tio successfully hatched the pet egg. He had no choice but to endure the pain and make a cut on his thumb. Drops of blood fell onto the surface of the pet egg. Quickly absorbed, an aura of bloodthirsty arrogance began to awaken from within the egg. The next moment, a flash of light occurred, and the pet egg vanished, revealing a blood-red figure before him. Congratulations on obtaining the pet. Bloodthirsty Mantis, exceptional. Level, ordinary, juvenile stage, evaluation, a battle pet with growth potential. Currently weak in strength and low in survivability. Please take good care of it and provide a nurturing environment for its growth. Chu Ran looked disdainfully at the red mantis standing before him. Barely a foot long, and his mind exploded with frustration. He had anticipated an invincible battle pet to assist him in slaying monsters, yet instead, he was bestowed with a rather large child, unexpectedly thrust into the role of a father. Clack, clack. The little creature, connected by bloodline to Chu Ran, could sense his thoughts with crystal clarity and understood that it was being despised. Brandishing its forelimbs like dual blades, it produced a clanging sound to express its dissatisfaction. Angrily screeching at Chu Ran. Oh, what a temper for such a small frame. What can you possibly do? Can you even defeat a monkey? How dare you show such indignation? Chu Ran couldn't help but chuckle in anger. He realized he could understand the bloodthirsty mantis's meaning. It was scolding him, A pet reprimanding its owner was intolerable. It was high time for some education. Upon hearing Chu Ran's words, the irate mantis trembled in fury. Its juvenile mind still underdeveloped, resorting only to clacking loudly, "Do not be so defiant. Let us have a duel, and whoever wins shall be the father." "What is that?" "Afraid? Then I shall catch a monkey and see if you can defeat it." Chu Ran taunted mercilessly. Clack. The humiliated, bloodthirsty mantis's eyes turned crimson, emitting a roar of rage, before raising its forelimbs as if to challenge its father to tea. That moment, Chu Ran thought this rebellious child was about to commit patricide. However, the next scene left him utterly dumbfounded. The mantis raised its limbs and suddenly slashed down upon itself, committing suicide. Chu Ran was bewildered. Could it be that my skills in provoking others have reached such an extraordinary level that I can drive someone to despair? Chapter 40. Single kill at first rank. Oh my goodness. Recovering from his astonishment, Chu Ran hurriedly rushed forward to seize his newly acquired son, preventing its reckless act. "That I am frightened of you now. Are you some sort of Neza, seeking to sever the head of your father?" Chu Ran was at a loss for words to express his current feelings. Just moments ago, the bloodthirsty mantis had been furious to the point of convulsing. Yet now it was boldly raising its dual blades to its slender neck, showing no remorse. "Family, you wouldn't believe it, but my pet is suicidal." Clack, clack. All right, I was wrong. Come, have some meat." Chu Ran forced a smile to placate the indignant little mantis, presenting it with cooked Tiger King meat to win its favor. Upon seeing the meat, the little creature's eyes lit up, its anger dissipating as it devoured the offering voraciously. Phew, at last, it has calmed down. This little one is quite the rebellious child. Chu Ran shook his head, amused. "With such a temper, you shall henceforth be known as the third prince." Clacked the bloodthirsty mantis, without lifting its head, acknowledged the name. After finishing the meat, the third prince no longer bore any resentment and found a cozy spot near the fireplace to doze off. Chu Ran glanced at the sleeping third prince, filled the fireplace with firewood, donned his weapons, and wrapped himself in tiger skin before departing the wooden cabin. That he first went to check on the formidable presence in the lake, and to his astonishment, the lake had not frozen over. Despite the outdoor temperature being around -5°C during the previous cold wave, it had plummeted to -50°C. It was truly remarkable that it remained unfrozen. Indeed, the formidable presence was as formidable as ever. He shook his head and tossed the prepared Tiger King meat into the lake, then began gathering stones. The biting cold rendered the wooden cabin's gaps too wide, allowing drafts to seep in. If he didn't upgrade today, he risked freezing to death by nightfall. This time, he chose to venture northward while collecting stones along the way. The north had previously been a swamp, a place he had never dared to enter. But with the arrival of the ice disaster, he believed there was now a chance to explore it. Upon reaching the swamp, he found it as he had expected, entirely encased in ice, with countless animals frozen into statues. So many frozen creatures. It seems the system is generously providing meat. Chu Ran reached out to touch a crocodile encased in ice, but the moment he made contact, the ice sculpture suddenly shattered into fragments, leaving not a trace behind. Unfazed, he attempted several more times, and each ice sculpture met the same explosive fate. "Well, it appears you leave no room for error. How stingy." After a few attempts, Chu Ran ceased his futile efforts. After all, he had sufficient meat for now. He began searching for treasure chests in the frozen swamp. The creatures within the swamp had perished in the first wave of the cold wave, allowing him to rapidly search the safe zone and advance into the misty area. At this point, the misty zone had been affected by the cold wave, the fog having turned to ice. Invisibility was only hampered by the falling snow. From a distance, he spotted a peculiar plant swaying amidst the wind and snow. Could it be that there are truly no dangers here? Have they all perished? Chu Ran cautiously surveyed the surroundings, inching closer, and upon arriving before the plant, he found no threats present. It was worth noting that the last time he ventured into the misty zone, it had been teeming with ferocious beasts, with no danger in sight. His previously tense heart began to relax, and he reached out to pluck the fruit atop the plant. Just then, a sense of danger surged from behind him. Here it comes. Sensing the impending crisis, Chu Ran felt no fear. Instead, he turned boldly. Drawing his blade in readiness, he gazed defiantly at the ambusher, which turned out to be a massive armored crocodile that had been lying concealed beneath the ice. Suddenly bursting forth and charging at him, he slightly sidestepped to evade the impact. and with a swift motion, he slashed down with his Tang's sword. The crocodile's armored skin glimmered but remained unscathed. The two beings brushed past each other. A flicker of pride stirred within him. Humph, I am no longer the underdog. Bang! Before Chu Ran could finish his thought, he was struck by the crocodile's enormous tail, sending him flying. The armored crocodile, emboldened by its success, pursued him relentlessly. Chu Ran quickly regained his footing, his hands encased in ice, and struck the ground. A half-meter-long ice pillar erupted from the earth, blocking the crocodile's path. Although the ice pillar was obliterated upon impact, it bought Chu Ran a moment of respite. What tremendous power! Having learned a valuable lesson, Chu Ran retreated several steps to increase the distance between himself and the crocodile. Taking a moment to assess his opponent. Armored crocodile, level, first rank beast evaluation, unknown. Indeed, it is a first-rank creature. No wonder it possesses such formidable strength. However, it pales in comparison to the Tiger King. Lacking the same imposing aura as Chu Ran scrutinized the crocodile, it launched another charge. Having learned from his previous encounter, he refrained from engaging in close combat, and instead circled around the crocodile, occasionally landing a strike in the blink of an eye. The two had clashed for over 10 minutes. Chu Ran soon discerned the crocodile's weak point. It could only withstand attacks from the Tang's sword when a faint black light appeared on its surface. Without that black light, it was vulnerable. The crocodile's black light was akin to his own abilities, not something it could use indefinitely. Understanding the pattern, Chu Ran deliberately feigned a vulnerability, coaxing the crocodile's protective black light to emerge. Then, with a sudden leap towards the crocodile, he swung his Tang's sword down with all his might, nearly cleaving the creature in two. Roar. The armored crocodile let out a mournful cry as it slowly succumbed. Boom! Boom! However, before Chu Ran could savor his victory, the ice beneath him erupted in succession, and several armored crocodiles emerged. What on earth? 4 of them. Chu Ran swiftly snatched the fruit and turned to flee. One was already more than he could handle, let alone 4. His surprise. The crocodiles did not pursue him, but instead rushed towards the slain crocodile, fighting to tear apart its corpse. Damn it. They are stealing my food. Chu Ran cursed under his breath and retreated quietly. He was outmatched and had no choice but to accept his fate. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that he had managed to collect some fruit. As time passed, he darted through the misty zone, taking advantage of the fact that the first wave of the cold wave had wiped out nearly all the beasts, making his search considerably easier. In less than an hour, he had gathered 7 fruits and 2 bronze treasure chests. The 7 fruits granted him an increase of 61 points in strength. The bronze chests had a high drop rate, yielding 4 blueprints, 2 for cotton clothing, 1 for bedding, 1 for goggles, 5 pounds of cotton, and 3 loaves of bread. The bread, lacking additional attributes, was disregarded as he immediately placed it up for sale in the trading market. Chapter 41. The survivors abandoned shelter once again. My precious meat. In the snow-blanketed forest, Chu Ran silently observed as his hard-earned spoils were devoured, slowly retreating. Just moments ago, he had successfully slain a first-ranked tiger once more. Yet before he could claim the tiger's meat, several other first-ranked tigers surged forth, seizing his spoils. This was peculiar. It was already the 3rd time. Despite the presence of a group, only one would emerge, seemingly sent forth to meet its demise. After its companion perished, it would swiftly appear to claim the food, as if they had experienced the cold wave and would not waste a single morsel. Having exited the misty zone, Chu Ran was preoccupied with the bizarre occurrences he had just witnessed. He discerned the direction and made his way back to the wooden cabin. After an extended period of searching in the freezing cold, he was nearing his limit and required the warmth of the fireplace. Bang! Bang! As he approached the cabin, he heard the sound of a blade striking wood. Something was amiss. Chu Ran furrowed his brow and hurried towards the cabin. It was his base, his stronghold, and it must not be compromised. Before he could draw near, a small opening suddenly burst forth in one corner of the cabin. The wooden walls sliced into several sections, revealing a faint glow within. Along with the bloodthirsty mantis that raised its forelimbs high, excitedly clacking away. You little rascal, are you rebelling? I shall put an end to you. Chu Ran stormed into the cabin, nearly fainting with rage. The entire room was in disarray. Items were strewn about haphazardly, and from the outside, it appeared only the corner of the wall had been damaged. In reality, all 4 walls had suffered at its hands, with the corner bearing the brunt of the damage. Now, confess. Why did you destroy our home? Chu Ran seized the third prince and demanded loudly. Clack. The third prince raised its forelimbs, utterly oblivious to the impropriety of its actions. Training? You couldn't have gone outside to practice. You had to destroy our home. Clack. Are you still cold? You've left the house full of gaps. If this happens again, I shall encase you in ice. Chu Ran, in a fit of frustration, cast aside the third prince and resolved to procure some cement to seal the breach. Ding. Detected damage to the cabin. Would you like to spend with 13 for repairs? There is also an automatic repair function. This feature is quite impressive. Chu Ran readily consented, and the cabin was instantly restored to its former state. He approached the fireplace to warm his frozen fingers. Preparing for today's lunch, a solitary figure and a praying mantis began to voraciously consume the Tiger King's meat, devouring a staggering 6 to 7 pounds. His appetite had noticeably increased, where he once gained attribute points from consuming a pound. He now required 3 or 4. This was troubling. At this rate, the supply of Tiger King meat would dwindle, and he pondered whether he should cut off the supply to the elder. Observing the rapid consumption of meat, Chu Ran could not help but feel a twinge of concern, especially now that many beasts had perished in the cold wave, making it increasingly difficult to procure meat. Crack. Do you still wish to eat? Your waist is thinner than a chopstick, and you weigh less than a pound. How could you possibly consume 3 or 4 pounds of meat? Chu Ran curiously scrutinized the third prince, inspecting it thoroughly, but finding no apparent issues. After enduring the resistance of the bloodthirsty mantis, he set it down and sliced off a pound of meat, which satisfied the creature. I'm heading out. You may eat and sleep as you please. But one condition, do not destroy the house, or I shall let you truly experience the greatness of paternal love. Chu Ran retrieved stones from his spatial watch, donned a tiger's skin once more, and ventured into the snowy terrain that he still needed more stones, intending solely to gather them and upgrade the shelter first that he feared returning to find his home gone. This ungrateful wretch is enough to drive me to madness. Chu Ran grumbled as he stepped outside. The collection of stones progressed swiftly, and within 2 hours, he had amassed enough materials to upgrade the shelter. Roar. As Chu Ran made his way back, a thunderous roar echoed. Beasts had appeared within the safety zone. His brow furrowed, and instinctively, he crouched down to locate the source of the sound. Nothing seemed amiss. Judging from the roar's intensity, it was approximately 100 or 200 meters away. In the direction of that cave that Chu Ran's pupils constricted as he deduced the source of the sound. He pondered for a few seconds before altering his course toward the cave. The proximity of the cave to the cabin was concerning. If there were indeed dangers within, they needed to be addressed swiftly. Upon arriving at the cave's entrance, Chu Ran felt entirely different this time. Previously, he had been filled with trepidation, fearful that a ferocious beast might emerge. After discovering the cave, he had not dared to linger. Now, however, he almost yearned for a few formidable beasts to challenge, as he had grown weary of daily Tiger King meat. It was time for a change in flavor. Apart from the initial roar, the cave remained silent, leading Chu Ran to wonder if the roar had originated from within. Ding. Detected an abandoned instance dungeon. Danger level unknown. Would you like to proceed? An abandoned dungeon. I shall venture inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ran decided to explore, even if the roar did not emanate from the cave, as his curiosity was piqued. Furthermore, the earlier roar had not triggered his instinctual sense of danger, suggesting that the threat was likely minimal. As he stepped into the cave, darkness enveloped him. Chu Ran paused for a moment to allow his eyes to adjust before proceeding further. The deeper he ventured, the wider the passage became. The entrance barely accommodated 2 individuals walking side by side, yet inside, it expanded several-fold, almost large enough for a vehicle to traverse. Was that light? Upon rounding a corner, a sliver of white light appeared at the end of the tunnel. Gripping his Tang Dao tightly, he bit down on a vial of life potion and cautiously approached. The light grew increasingly bright, culminating in an almost blinding intensity as Chu Ran emerged from the cave. What he beheld left him utterly astonished. Daylight lamps, LCD televisions, PS gaming consoles, forging tables, and various modern items. How could such things exist here? Could this be a survivor's sanctuary? Who could be so formidable? And why were they in a dungeon? The chamber had been excavated within the mountains. The walls were adorned with tiles, while the floor was covered with various animal hides, none of which he recognized. Resembling creatures from myth and legend, in one corner stood rows of storage boxes. Detected unclaimed storage units. You cannot access them but to use. You must forcibly breach them. As he reached out toward the storage unit, a powerful force repelled his hand, and a message appeared in his mind. Unclaimed? There had been survivors before us. Chu Ran was taken aback. Based on the room's layout, it appeared to be a sanctuary left behind by survivors. And the storage units likely contained vast amounts of resources and high-quality items. He immediately drew his Tang Dao, intending to pry open the storage unit. Who goes there? A deep, rumbling voice resounded beside him. Someone? Chu Ran froze. He had anticipated beasts within, but never imagined encountering another person that wasn't this supposed to be unclaimed. Who had uttered that voice? Suppressing his shock, Chu Ran slowly moved toward the source, and upon rounding another wall, he froze once more. Behind the wall, a chilling gaze fixated upon him. The owner of that gaze was an enormous black bear, its size 2 or 3 times that of a normal bear. Locked behind iron bars, the bars were composed of exceptionally thick iron rods, inscribed with obscure runes, effectively restraining the black bear. You can speak. A bear spirit? Chu Ran gazed incredulously at the colossal creature before him. Why are you locked up? Chu Ran attempted to engage the bear in conversation to establish rapport, but was abruptly interrupted. Intruder, you dare trespass upon my master's territory? You shall be punished. The bear's eyes glinted with murderous intent. This was not good. Chu Ran's heart sank as he recognized the peril. Although the bear was confined, the moment he laid eyes on it, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him, urging every fiber of his being to flee. Roar! As Chu Ran turned to escape, a thunderous roar accompanied by a powerful gust of wind sent him hurtling away. The piercing sound caused blood to seep from his orifices, leaving him dizzy. Even summoning the power of ice could not alleviate the sensation. Wait, I can explain. Chu Ran pleaded for mercy, but the bear's roar, accompanied by immense pressure, pinned him to the ground, rendering him unable to escape. Its strength was evident. He was no match for it. Roar! The black bear ignored his pleas and roared once more. Its voice akin to countless steel pillars attempting to penetrate his mind, causing him to writhe in agony. Even his consciousness began to fray. It was over. Everything was lost. This bear spirit was far too terrifying. Before such overwhelming power, Chu Ran found himself utterly defenseless, awaiting his demise. Chapter 42. The Great Ones clash from afar outside the cave. The terrifying roar of the black bear reverberated, causing trees to sway and the lake to ripple. Even the ice began to tremble slightly. Crack, crack. Inside the cabin, the third prince sensed Chu Ran's life force rapidly dwindling, its eyes reddening with urgency as it frantically slashed at the walls obstructing its path. The recently repaired wooden structure began to give way once more, and with a swift motion, its exoskeleton expanded, revealing delicate, cicada-like wings, allowing it to dart outside the lake's bottom. A pair of blood-red eyes abruptly opened in response to the roar. In the next moment, a terrifying pig-like roar erupted from the depths, filled with rage, a fury befitting a provoked ruler. The lake's surface shattered, countless ice sculptures splintered, and the snow collapsed. Within the cave, as Chu Ran lay on the brink of unconsciousness, another terrifying roar resonated, colliding with the black bear's roar. Roar! The black bear emitted an enraged bellow, violently battering against the iron door, eager to burst forth and engage the source of the roar. The iron door resounded with each impact, the runes upon it glowing one by one, preventing the bear from escaping. As the two forces clashed, Chu Ran found himself increasingly distressed. The convergence of their roars caused his physical state to plummet. Teetering on the edge of death. Wait, I can move. In his moment of despair, Chu Ran was overjoyed to discover that the pressure exerted by the bear had dissipated, allowing him to regain his mobility. He hurriedly snatched up a fallen life potion and desperately fled toward the exit. Only after completely exiting the cave did he finally feel a semblance of relief, although the roars continued to clash in the distance. He was now far removed, and the bear's spiritual pressure could no longer lock onto him, allowing him to escape a dire fate. Phew! What level of creature is this bear's spirit, capable of overpowering me even from behind bars? Thank goodness for the Great One at the lake's bottom. Chu Ran cast a wary glance back at the cave before turning to leave. Had it not been for the black bear's roar inciting the lake's Great One, resulting in their distant battle, he would undoubtedly have met his end. Swoosh! At that moment, a crimson figure rushed toward him at breakneck speed. His newly acquired pet, the bloodthirsty mantis. What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of being snatched away by something on the way? Chu Ran scolded, intending to take it back. However, the bloodthirsty mantis zipped past him, charging toward the cave, calling out with a clack-clack sound. Eager to avenge him. Oh no, Chu Ran's heart skipped a beat. If it charged in, there would be no hope of recovering its body. That he quickly reached out, grabbing the third prince and sprinting back. Clack, clack, the third prince struggled fiercely, determined to charge ahead. All right, just give me some face. Can we let that bear's spirit go for today? After much persuasion, combining threats and promises of meat, Chu Ran finally managed to convince the third prince to relent. Together, they hastened back toward the cabin. Next time, could you please use the door when you want to come out? Chu Ran gazed helplessly at the now damaged cabin once more, yet his heart felt warm. After all, it was its concern for him that had caused the destruction. Once I upgrade the shelter, you can't behave like this anymore. I'm worried you'll break your hand with that knife. Clack. The third prince took flight from Chu Ran's shoulder, bypassing the front door and slipping through the hole it had made, seemingly ignoring Chu Ran's words entirely. Chu Ran paid it no mind. After one leap, he had learned his lesson. Experience is indeed the best teacher. Ding. Detected sufficient materials for upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the shelter? Upgrade. That a flash of light enveloped him, and the small wooden cabin transformed into a stone house, constructed from raw stones, albeit unevenly stacked with various gaps, rendering it less aesthetically pleasing than the wooden cabin. Tier 2 shelter, stone house, size, 40 square meters, shelter radius, 1,000 meters, mist radius, 1,000 meters. Within the shelter radius, basic resource yield increased by 20. Indoor temperature regulation, 5, with the upgrade to a Tier 2 shelter. The material enhancement feature has been unlocked. Enhancement allows for the refinement of either the shelter or singular basic materials, resulting in higher tier foundational resources. However, the enhancement ratio is rather daunting. Would 100 enhanced would 1. At this stage, pursuing enhancements seems rather precarious. Sigh, let me add some firewood. Chu Ran nudged Sentaizi, who was lying in front of the fireplace, aside and added wood, cranking the burning power to its maximum. Although the upgrade to the stone house significantly bolstered its defenses, it still suffered from drafts. Much like the wooden cabin, the fireplace and campfire must be maintained to ensure warmth and dispel the pervasive chill. He then approached the forge, ready to craft the blueprints he had obtained today. Cotton clothing blueprint 2, required materials. Cotton 3, fiber 3. Quilt blueprint, required materials. Cotton 10-20, fiber 10, having all the materials on hand. He quickly crafted them. The amount of cotton needed for the quilt fluctuated, so to ensure warmth, he utilized a full 20 pounds of cotton. Ding. Acquired full set of cotton clothing, normal. 2. Without examining the attributes, Chu Ran refreshed both sets of cotton clothing to perfection. Warm cotton clothing, perfect. Basic attributes, warmth 20. Excellent attributes, soft and skin-friendly, comfortable and breathable, comfort 20. Perfect attributes, exceptional warmth and cold resistance. Ultimate cold protection, warmth 20. Warm quilt, outstanding. Basic attributes, warmth 50. Excellent attributes, weight reduced by 50. Perfect attributes, quick sleep. Using this quilt allows for rapid slumber within 60 seconds. Finally, the cotton clothing has arrived. If it doesn't come soon, I might freeze to death. Chu Ran hastily donned one set of cotton clothing and draped himself in a tiger skin, finally feeling the long-awaited warmth. The quilt was placed atop the dry grass, providing him with a proper bed. Click. Sentaizi, seeing the quilt, joyfully dove in and rolled about, utterly delighted. Be careful not to damage the quilt, Chu Ran admonished as he began preparing dinner. The shout from the black bear's spirit had left him somewhat disoriented. Even after consuming the life potion, he still felt a bit dazed, unable to heal from the mental strain. After dinner, he and Sentaizi nestled back-to-back in the warm bedding, browsing the chat channel to gauge the current situation. Upon seeing the dwindling numbers in the chat channel, his heart sank. Chapter 43. Overall Strength Enhancement. Remaining number, 4873. 10,000. Over half have perished. Just yesterday there were more than 8,000. Chu Ran stared at the remaining number displayed, for the first time feeling the cruelty of survival. The disaster had only just begun, and the first wave of cold had claimed nearly a third of the population. An inexplicable heaviness settled in his heart, unsure whether it was due to the loss of vibrant lives or the uncertainty of his own future. Chat channel. Haha, I finally reached Tier 1. It wasn't easy, Congratulations. I'm close too. I gathered 2 spirit fruits today, and if I collect one more, I'll be tier 1 as well. I heard someone picked up a divine fruit and directly ascended to tier 1. Divine fruit. That's truly a rare find. The remaining number has dropped below 5,000. Each day feels like a countdown that I've given up. I lack food, wood, and warm clothing. Today might be my last. Brother, you're not alone. I'll stay with you through your last day. At least we'll have company. Don't give up. There are still chances. The chat channel felt rather desolate today. Everyone's spirits were low, with only those who had miraculously ascended to tier 1 remaining active. Chu Ran spent some time filtering through the day's chat messages. Due to the cold wave, all beasts below tier 1 had perished, making the search for spirit fruits considerably easier. The cold had dissipated the mist, allowing survivors to locate spirit fruits more readily, resulting in a surge of tier 1 survivors. However, upon encountering beasts, they faced the danger of tier 1 beasts, which had a high mortality rate. The survival grounds continued to yield divine fruits, which granted substantial attribute points upon consumption. Some even found a set of biological battle armor, capable of easily dispatching tier 1 beasts. Various rare treasures were also discovered, although the death toll had plummeted. The strength of the survivors was swiftly rising. Divine fruits, devil fruits, biological battle armor. Chu Ran gazed at the chat records, murmuring to himself, considering the sealed black bear spirit he had encountered today. Just how many wondrous secrets does this survival ground hold? Due to his dizziness, after a brief period, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep, awakening to find it was already the next day. Ding! Daylight has arrived. Today's weather: blizzard. Temperature: -20°C to -10°C. Day length: 8 hours. Current disaster: Ice Age. The temperature had dropped by 10 degrees. If this trend continues, within a week, the temperature could plummet to around -100°C, and no one would survive. Chu Ran squatted outside the shelter, sighing in despair, just as he had resolved the issues of food and water. The temperature crisis had emerged. The most troubling aspect was that after upgrading the shelter yesterday, the radius had expanded, bringing him one step closer to the coffin. If it upgrades again, the coffin will be sharing the same room with him, which is a terrifying thought. This situation cannot persist. He must devise a way to handle it. He stealthily approached the lake, whispering, "Great One, are you awake?" "Not yet." "Here's the thing. A terrifying creature has appeared nearby. Could you assist me in dealing with it?" Chu Ran gazed expectantly at the lake's surface. A minute passed, and the lake remained eerily calm, with snowflakes falling incessantly onto the water. "Boss, I don't mean to trouble you, but its presence is affecting my hunting. If it remains unfettered, my meat supply will dwindle." Chu Ran first produced 10 pounds of cooked Tiger King meat, skillfully tossing it into the lake, then began to lament. The lake churned with waves, swallowing the meat before returning to stillness. "Come on, this is just cheating. If you keep this up, I won't feed you anymore." Chu Ran's frustration boiled over, unable to restrain his complaints. Gurgle, gurgle. No sooner had he spoken than the water's surface began to roil. A shadow with crimson eyes slowly rising from the lake's depths, creating a tense atmosphere. "Oh no, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was just venting. How could I dare neglect your needs?" Chu Ran, terrified, felt his scalp tingle and quickly reassured the Great One. Upon hearing Chu Ran's words, the looming shadow gradually halted, vanishing back into the lake's depths. My mouth really is reckless. Chu Ran chastised himself, hastily leaving the lake to avoid being swallowed whole by the Great One. Upon returning to the shelter, San Taizi stood at the entrance, mocking Chu Ran with a disdainful look, clearly expressing contempt. The implication was unmistakable. "What a disgrace. What are you staring at? If you have the ability, go kill it yourself. What's there to gloat about?" Chu Ran retorted, his face flushing with embarrassment. He had anticipated the bloodthirsty mantis would scream and charge towards the lake in a frenzy. Instead, San Taizi shot him a sidelong glance before swaggering back inside. "Hey, has this fellow lost his mind today? How could he possibly not take the bait?" Somewhere in the survival grounds, outside a small wooden house, Yishu exerted herself to slay a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds, subsequently tending to her traps. Surrounding her shelter were numerous large traps, pits, hanging stakes, and wooden stakes, stretching endlessly in a series of interconnected layers, each adorned with sparse runes that if Chu Ran were here, he would immediately recognize that these runes were nearly identical to those on the iron prison that held the black bear. Finally, they're all dead. Haha, I've struck gold. 3 wild boars. I'll never lack meat again. Yishu's eyes crinkled into slits, her face brimming with satisfaction. With the Tiger King meat provided by Chu Ran and the 2 spirit fruits she unexpectedly found yesterday, she successfully ascended to Tier 1, where she drew a rare upgrade ability, allowing her to enhance the ability she had initially received. She upgraded her trap-making skills to become a master of fortifications. Surrounding her shelter with traps and luring beasts with meat to eliminate them, I'll set aside some for ACI and send some to Chu Ran. Without his Tiger King meat, I wouldn't have advanced this quickly. Yishu cheerfully sorted the meat. With these provisions, her chances of survival had significantly increased. She packed 10 pounds of wild boar meat and sent it to Chu Ran via mail. Why is this girl sending me wild boar meat? Could it be that she fancies me and wants to support me? Chu Ran opened the mail, his face a mask of confusion, and called her via voice. Chu Ran, I've received the boar meat. Yishu quickly answered, her excitement palpable. Yes, I received it. Why did you send me boar meat? Have you struck it rich? Chu Ran chuckled. Yes, I've been eating the Tiger King meat you gave me. And yesterday afternoon I found a few spirit fruits, successfully leveling up. Today, I hunted 3 wild boars, so I'm sharing some meat with you. Yishu could no longer conceal the joy glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Having shed the sorrow that marked their first encounter. You hunted 3 wild boars? How did you manage that? If it's not too much trouble, may I inquire about your extraordinary ability? Chu Ran was taken aback. The pork she had sent earlier was of the 1st tier, and she had slain 3 first-tier beasts. What tremendous strength this girl possessed! After a moment of contemplation, Yishu replied, my ability is that of a master strategist. I can swiftly set up various large-scale traps, and no wonder she was able to slay 3 wild boars. It was all thanks to her trap-setting prowess. Nodding in understanding, Chu Ran comprehended why she could vanquish such beasts. Chapter 44. Seeking allies. Chu Ran briefly cleaned the wild boar meat before tossing it into the Chinquan pot to cooked. He then began his breakfast with the 3rd prince, just after taking a couple of bites. The 3rd prince finished his portion and started to grab from Chu Ran's plate. How can you eat so quickly? You don't even chew. Chu Ran scolded in exasperation, yet he still handed over another 2 pounds of meat. No sooner had he finished eating than the 3rd prince was back for more. Chu Ran obliged again, giving him 2 more pounds, but this time the 3rd prince only consumed 1. Weren't you only eating 2 or 3 pounds yesterday? How can you manage to eat 5 pounds today? At this rate, I won't be able to afford to feed you. Chu Ran scrutinized the diminutive creature, weighing less than 2 pounds, yet capable of devouring 5 or 6 pounds of meat without a hint of distortion. Kaka, the 3rd prince, dissatisfied, leapt from his palm and nestled by the fireplace, drifting into a deep slumber. Equipping himself, Chu Ran set forth on a new adventure. With the safety zone expanded, he now had vast areas to explore for treasure chests. Ding! System announcement. Survivors have begun to slay others in this area. Novice protection has ended. The safety zone will randomly refresh, linking to the safety zones of others. Note: the shelter's defensive mechanism has been activated. Providing strong defenses against hostile survivors, if pursued, you may take refuge in the shelter. Chu Ran frowned. This was the onset of an insidious game. Just as he was about to step outside, he retreated into the shelter, searching diligently until he discovered a void portal approximately 100 meters away. Void portal. Disappearance time: 24 hours. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped into the portal, since it had appeared within his territory. He felt compelled to investigate, lest he encounter unforeseen circumstances. As the space rippled, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Ding! You have invaded another safety zone. The owner and their allies have received a 5 attribute bonus. A bonus to attributes? Chu Ran furrowed his brow. Fortunately, it was only a 5 increase, which was manageable. Cautiously, he scoured the surroundings, ultimately locating a small wooden cabin about 300 meters away. Leave my territory, and I'll grant you a bonus. In a real fight, you will have no advantage. Outside the cabin, a rotund figure was hastily gathering materials from around the cabin into it. Due to the sheer volume, he had to make several trips even through the spatial interface of the survival watch. By the time he finished, Chu Ran had approached. Quite a bounty you have here. You seem to be quite the character. Chu Ran halted 50 meters from the small cabin, refraining from approaching any closer. The stout man ignored him, retreating into the cabin and slamming the door shut. Don't be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Let us have a chat. Chu Ran, noticing the man's refusal to engage, took the initiative to stand before the cabin, discreetly scanning for potential threats. There's nothing to discuss. I'll repeat myself. Leave my territory. The man growled, his bravado thinly veiling his fear. Clang. Before he could finish, Chu Ran suddenly drew his tang knife and struck the cabin with force. What are you doing? The stout man, startled by the noise outside, seized a yellow talisman, gripping it tightly. Apologies, I merely wish to test the so-called defenses of your shelter against hostile survivors. It appears to be quite formidable. Chu Ran continued, delivering 3 swift strikes to the same spot, barely making a dent of 1 centimeter. Brute. What do you intend to accomplish? The stout man's heart raced, considering whether to reveal his trump card, but he realized he had only this one talisman left. Using it would leave him defenseless. Indeed, it is sturdy. I shall take my leave. I merely came to see. Chu Ran sheathed his tang knife. The cabin's defenses were indeed robust, and even with the attributes of his weapon, breaching it would not be a simple task, having gleaned the information he sought. He showed no further interest, waving goodbye to the cabin as he turned to depart. Is he really leaving? Only when Chu Ran approached the portal did the stout man breathe a sigh of relief. Emerging from the cabin to watch him go, unease gnawed at him as he could not see Chu Ran's departure. Suddenly, he noticed the departing figure slowly drawing a bow towards the portal. Just as confusion washed over him, the figure turned, revealing a knowing smile. Oh no, the stout man's heart sank, fearing for his life. Clang, an arrow whizzed past his neck, embedding itself in the wooden cabin. I'm still alive. Thankfully, it missed. The stout man retreated in terror to his cabin, vowing never to step outside again. This arrow serves as a warning. I mean you no harm, but you would do well to refrain from harboring any nefarious thoughts. Chu Ran shouted towards the cabin before stepping through the portal. His primary objective for coming here was to issue a warning. He had no desire to kill, but equally did not wish to be killed. He was particularly averse to returning home to find it plundered while he was out gathering resources. After this warning shot, he believed the individual would think twice before crossing the portal again. Plans must be revised. Allies must be sought. Chu Ran pondered his future strategies, stroking his chin. It was only the first day, and the shelters had already opened pathways. One could only imagine how dire the situation would become. This survival ground seemed intent on inciting infighting among us. The opening of the portal was merely the first step. One could fearfully anticipate a chaotic free-for-all ahead. Furthermore, the system notification mentioned allies, presumably referring to teammates. If that were the case, he needed to find trustworthy allies to bolster their strengths. The changes in the system, coupled with Han Long and Lin Wenbin's hostility towards him, instilled a sense of crisis in Chu Ran. The first name that came to mind was Yishu. During their last encounter, he had willingly given her half of his resources to manage, largely as a test to convey goodwill. Yishu had not taken advantage of his generosity, passing the test flawlessly. She seemed a worthy ally. He retrieved the cooked wild boar meat and sent it to Yishu via mail. What does this mean? Why are you returning this to me? Shortly after, Yishu opened a private chat. From now on, you should consume this type of food. My ability enhances food quality, granting higher attribute points. Chu Ran explained. So, you wish to support me? Yishu asked with a curious expression. Have you been watching too many romance dramas? I simply wish to form an alliance with you to address potential crises that may arise. Chu Ran chuckled. Oh, deal. A smile graced Yishu's face. Although their previous interaction had been brief, she held a favorable impression of Chu Ran, considering him a person worth befriending. The two exchanged no further words. The alliance was formed, and they ended the call. Chu Ran then attempted to reach out to Lulon privately, but ultimately decided against it after some time. Although Lulon had been the one he had interacted with the longest, their relationship was superficial, and he could not ascertain whether Lulon would make a competent ally. He would regard him as a backup teammate and continue to observe for a while longer. Chapter 45. Epic treasure chest. In a certain part of the survival ground, within a shelter, Zhang Sen crouched inside a wooden cabin, trembling in fear as it was being violently dismantled. Big brother, I'll give you all my resources. Please spare me. I don't want to die, Zhang Sen pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. The cabin was under relentless assault, and a sizable breach had formed. Through the gap, he clearly saw a sinister grin. causing a shiver to run down his spine. He recognized that face. During the last instance, its owner had burned a survivor alive. Han. Big brother Han, I'll give you all my resources. I beg you, spare me. Fine, come out, and I'll take your resources and leave. Han Long's words suggested mercy, yet his axe swung with increased fervor. This hardly seems like the posture of someone intending to spare me. Zhang Sen felt tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, the cabin sustained even more damage, and the breach had grown to the size of a basketball. Zhang Sen hurriedly attempted to repair the cabin. The cabin is currently in combat status and cannot be repaired. Damn it! Zhang Sen's eyes turned red. He knew the cabin would not withstand much longer. What to do? How can I make him stop? He paced frantically within the cabin. Suddenly, he recalled a seemingly feasible idea. Chat channel, Zhang Sen. Han Long. Big brother, please spare me. I can give you anything, just let me live. After sending his message, an eerie silence fell over the chat channel, which lingered for some time before anyone responded. Is Han Long attacking you? Is that for real? You sure you're not joking? It should be true. I witnessed Han Long's deranged grin when he burned a survivor alive. That he is certainly capable of such acts. However, the last time someone died, it was simply elimination. This time it would be for real. Han Long, boss, have mercy. Just take the resources and spare my life. Han Long, boss, have mercy. Just take the resources and spare my life. As if fearing they might become the next victims, other survivors spontaneously began to plead for Zhang Sen in the chat. Bang! With a deafening crash, a wall of the cabin was completely obliterated. Did you think that by pleading in the chat, I would let you off the hook? Han Long strolled in, axe in hand. No, it is not what you think. A piercing scream reverberated, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. Chat channel. Han Long. Control your hands. Be more cautious next time. Image. In the picture, a survivor lay dismembered, blood pooling around, with wide eyes filled with sheer terror and despair. Zhang Sen is dead. Despite the collective pleas of the onlookers, his life could not be salvaged. A heavy silence enveloped the chat channel. No one dared to speak further. While there had been deaths before, those had merely resulted in elimination. This time, it was a true demise. Han Long. Who feels sympathy for him? I wouldn't mind sending you to keep him company. Chu Ran. Murderer. You shall pay for this. Upon seeing Chu Ran's message, Han Long's expression darkened, his inner hatred bubbling to the surface. Han Long. You will be next. I shall crush every bone in your body, and you will perish in despair, piece by piece. Shia Yunting. Murderer. You shall pay for this. Chu Ran, disinterested in further banter, realized that enmity had been firmly established. Their next encounter would surely be a fight to the death. Shia Yunting, however, had unexpectedly stepped forward to defend the fallen. A surprising turn given their lack of prior grievances. Perhaps he was a righteous youth, eager to uphold justice. Chu Ran exited the chat channel, redirecting his focus. He was not in a sanctuary, and danger lurked at every corner, requiring utmost vigilance. What is this? A silver treasure chest. A flash of silver light glimmered amidst the snow. This must be the spot. Chu Ran located the source of the earlier silver gleam, since the world had frozen over. The heavy snowfall had completely buried the treasure chest, escalating the challenge of retrieval. Occasionally, the chest concealed beneath the snow would emit a faint glow, the sole opportunity for survivors to discover it. Clearing the snow, he uncovered a silver chest lying quietly within. Indeed, it was a silver treasure chest. Chu Ran was instantly overwhelmed with joy. His previous silver chest had bestowed upon him 5 vials of life essence, allowing him to narrowly escape death at Han Long's hands twice. He wondered what this new silver chest would grant him. Cautiously, he opened the chest. A gleaming silver handgun emerged. Ding! Item acquired. Desert Eagle. Goodness. Such a high-tech weapon. Who could withstand a shot from this? Chu Ran swiftly grabbed his phone, eagerly experimenting with it. Refresh. Ding! A brilliant golden light erupted, nearly blinding Chu Ran. Item acquired. Desert Eagle. Explosive, epic. Tier 1 equipment base attributes. Attack 100 good attribute. Attack 50 perfect attribute. Magazine capacity 5. And ignores recoil, allowing for rapid firing. Exceptional attribute. Enhanced bullet recovery speed by 100 due to special rune engraving. Gaining 2 bullets per hour. Dazzling attribute. Burst fire bullets possess a 1 meter correction distance, automatically adjusting based on the target's position. Epic attribute. Explosive bullets have an explosive effect, detonating upon impact, increasing attack power by 200. Remaining bullets. 12-12 bang. Chu Ran aimed at a tree, pulling the trigger, unleashing a powerful burst of force from the muzzle. The bullet struck the tree and exploded, leaving a considerable crater. Such overwhelming power. Han Long, I wonder if you can withstand this. Chu Ran secured his new weapon, his previous worries about insufficient firepower dissipating in an instant. With the Desert Eagle in hand, his exploration speed increased significantly. A single shot could severely injure a beast, even intimidating its companions into retreat. Throughout the afternoon, he collected 10 spirit fruits and a substantial amount of survival coins, all the while exchanging the corpses of the beasts for coins in the marketplace. What is this? Upon reaching his exploration limit, he was obstructed by a thick fog, which, despite the frigid weather, remained unaffected. Fog zone. Visibility. Perpetually surrounded by dense fog, harboring unfathomable powers, filled with monstrous beasts and eerie phenomena. A forbidden ground for survivors. Danger level. Hell. Resource density, 500. Resource rarity, 500. Such terrifying power. Even before entering the fog zone, an invisible, overwhelming pressure sent shivers down Chu Ran's spine. Time to leave. This place is not for me to tread now. Chu Ran shook his head and began to retreat. He possessed a significant advantage, knowing when to withdraw, never courting trouble for himself. Just as he was about to turn away, a gentle breeze stirred, dispersing the fog momentarily, allowing a radiant golden light to pierce through. 5 meters from the fog zone's boundary, a treasure chest emanating golden light lay quietly. The chest seemed to repel the snow, not a flake to be found upon it, as if it feared being overlooked. A golden treasure chest. No, wait. Chu Ran recalled his last encounter with a golden chest, which had not emitted any golden light. Thus, this chest must be an epic chest. Chapter 46. The emergence of a Tier 3 beast in epic chest. Right at the edge of the fog zone. Surely, there would be no danger, right? Chu Ran felt irresistibly drawn to it. At a mere 5-meter distance, he could retrieve the chest in a single breath. It was unlikely he would be discovered, and even if a beast did notice him, it would take time to react, by which point he would have already vacated the fog zone. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease gnawed at him. The chest's appearance at the fog's edge, untouched by the snow, felt too coincidental. The chest he had previously discovered had been ingeniously concealed, posing significant challenges to find. This epic chest seemed to beckon him, luring him in. His heart wrestled with conflicting thoughts, yet the allure of the epic chest ultimately prevailed. Fortune favors the bold. A treasure offered to him should not be ignored. Resolutely, Chu Ran tightened his grip on the Desert Eagle and stepped into the fog zone, racing toward the epic chest. Previously, he had lagged behind Han Long entering the fog, resulting in a missed opportunity. He could not allow that to repeat itself. As he entered the fog zone, visibility vanished entirely, colors dissolving into the void. The distance he could see shrank to less than 2 meters. Even the epic chest remained a mere vague shimmer of golden light. What terrified him most was the sensation of being locked onto by countless unseen presences the moment he stepped into the fog zone. What in the world? Why is this place so terrifying? Chu Ran felt as if he bore 100 weight on his back. The single breath he had anticipated to retrieve the chest now seemed impossible at this rate. It would take him 20 breaths. The dread of the fog zone made him reconsider retreating. Just then, the epic chest emitted another dazzling golden light, momentarily dispersing the fog, allowing Chu Ran to see the chest more clearly. That a flicker of fear washed over his face. This was absurd. Instead of advancing, he found himself retreating rapidly, desperately moving back. That a soft, furious hum resonated, and a dark silhouette swooped down from above, homing in on him. Just as I suspected, I knew that fortune would never fall from the sky. Chu Ran's face turned ashen as he drew the Desert Eagle, the muzzle erupting in flames as bullets rained upon the shadowed. To his horror, the bullets that could slay a Tier 1 beast barely slowed the shadow down. What on earth is this? So resilient. Bang, 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 bang. Drawing on 2 decades of reflexes, he emptied his magazine in a matter of seconds. Multiple bullets struck the shadow. Although they failed to inflict damage, they significantly reduced its speed, allowing Chu Ran to escape the moment the shadow was upon him, successfully exiting the fog zone. Phew, phew. Chu Ran glanced back at the fog zone, relieved to see the shadow had not followed. And he collapsed onto the ground, Had he faltered even slightly, his life would have been forfeit. In that final moment, the shadow had been mere inches from him, allowing him to clearly discern its full form and details. A 2-meter-long creature, its wings stretching close to 4 meters, pitch black with a smiling face adorning its wings, a butterfly. Just a single glance sent him plummeting into despair. Ghost Shadow Butterfly Level, Tier 3 Beast Evaluation, skilled at manipulating human emotions. Feeding on fear. So this is how you wish to play. A Tier 3 beast ambushing a mere Tier 1 wretch. Just moments ago, Chu Ran had hesitated, contemplating retreat, when the epic chest emitted its light. This very moment instilled a sense of foreboding, compelling him to heed his instincts and flee from the epic chest. A soft hum resonated once more. In the fog zone, the ghost shadow butterfly slowly emerged, its wings fluttering, the smiling face seemingly animated, casting a sinister grin towards Chu Ran. You. Just as Chu Ran was about to speak, his mind went blank, thoughts evaporating, plunging him into a state of stupor. In the next instant, he felt as if he were a puppet, mechanically rising from the ground, step by step advancing toward the fog zone. Closer and closer he drew, the butterfly's smile growing ever more eerie. Just as he was about to re-enter the fog, a sharp pain shot through his left arm, jolting him back to reality. Awakening, Chu Ran found himself mere moments away from the ghost shadow butterfly. Its grotesque smile, dark tufts of fur, and pale eyes vividly imbued by the heavens. You terrified me to death. Chu Ran felt a chill coursing through him, turning to flee, just a few centimeters away. Had he taken even a single step further, he would have become the butterfly's prey. It was only after he had reached a safe distance that he dared to glance back. But that single glance sent chills down his spine. The ghost shadow butterfly remained motionless, fixated on him, its wings now displaying a ghastly visage, causing his hair to stand on end. He dared not linger, hastily departing the fog zone, racing towards the sanctuary. In a moment of crisis, it was only upon hearing the voice of the third prince and the sharp pain radiating from his left arm that he regained consciousness and narrowly escaped disaster. However, the aura of the third prince at that moment was exceedingly frail, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Upon his return to the shelter, he found the third prince leaning against the wall, his forelimb gruesomely severed, green liquid dripping steadily from the stump. Witnessing this scene, Chu Ran instantly grasped the cause of the pain in his left arm. It was a manifestation of their blood contract. With the third prince resorting to self-mutilation to awaken him, why must he sacrifice his entire arm? Couldn't he have left a chance for recovery? Chu Ran, caught between laughter and tears, marveled at his own pet's ruthlessness. If only he had consumed that, it could have regrown. He produced a vial of life water and offered it, only to have the third prince haughtily shake his head, showing no inclination to drink. This left Chu Ran utterly perplexed. What kind of pet is this? It's quite vexing. Well, it seems he wants to die, so he can wait a bit longer to offer it. Seeing the third prince's refusal, Chu Ran did not press the matter. After all, the limb was already lost, and he could find a suitable time to administer it if he wouldn't take medicine. Perhaps he could entice him with food. To reward the third prince for his efforts, he retrieved 5 pounds of tiger king meat, chopped it into pieces, and added 5 pounds of water. With the recent rains before the cold wave struck, a considerable amount of water had collected, so he was not lacking. Unfortunately, he had no berries left. Otherwise, he could have attempted to recreate the previous dragon and phoenix soup while waiting for the cooking to finish. Chu Ran took out some spiritual fruit, contemplating its consumption, but he found himself in a quandary. All attributes were crucial, and leveling up offered a doubling bonus for attributes. Theoretically, distributing points evenly would maximize this reward. Yet, this would inevitably slow his progression, lagging far behind those who focused primarily on strength or intelligence. He certainly did not wish to experience a repeat of his previous defeat. If only the spiritual fruit could elevate its grade. He plucked a spiritual fruit and tossed it into his mouth, suddenly pausing, his gaze fixed on the Qianquan Wenqi pot. Could it possibly enhance the grade of the spiritual fruit? Chapter 47. The terrifying Qianquan Wenqi pot. In a moment of impulsive inspiration, Chu Ran tossed 2 spiritual fruits into the Qianquan Wenqi pot, cooking them alongside the tiger king meat. Ding! Acquired item. Enhanced tiger king soup. Unable to contain his excitement, Chu Ran eagerly began to indulge. And soon the entire room was filled with an enticing aroma that even drew the proud third prince closer. Ding! Acquired all attributes points 19. Truly incredible. This pot is terrifying. No, it cannot merely be called a pot. It is a cauldron for alchemy. Upon hearing the system notification, Chu Ran felt a tremor of exhilaration within him, overwhelmed by the sudden wealth bestowed upon him. With this, he could amass nearly 60 points in all attributes each day. Growing stronger merely by surviving. Who else dares challenge me? In this moment, Chu Ran was filled with vigor, his aspirations for the future soaring. Originally, the spiritual fruit would only augment a single attribute point. But through the refinement of the Chinquan Wenqi pot, it had transformed into an enhancement of all attribute points. With the sustenance provided, the third prince's vitality visibly improved, and astonishingly, the severed limb began to regrow before his very eyes. Within 5 minutes, the lost left forelimb had fully regenerated, as though it had never been severed. In a wonder you refused the medicine. It seems you can regenerate. By the way, will you gain attribute points after consuming this? Chu Ran inquired, intrigued, as this meal was not merely meat, but included 2 spiritual fruits. If the pet did not gain attribute points from consuming it, he certainly wouldn't waste any more on it. Click, click, click. The third prince babbled incoherently, and after listening for a while, Chu Ran finally understood. Essentially, it conveyed that while consuming the food would not grant attribute points, it would accelerate its growth, allowing it to reach maturity sooner. At which point it would possess considerable combat strength to protect its inept master. That last remark could have been omitted. Chu Ran gave it a stern look, feeling utterly disrespected by his pet. This behavior needed to be corrected. Click. The irate third prince leapt up, ready to retaliate, delivering a few swift strikes with its long forelimbs. Hiss. Are you serious, you ungrateful wretch? Chu Ran, infuriated, retaliated with a flurry of punches, sending the third prince darting around the room in its juvenile state. It was no match for Chu Ran and was subdued within moments. You yield. Click. Still defiant. Are you? Chu Ran seized the third prince, positioning it in an embarrassing stance. The third prince's eyes blazed with fury, refusing to submit, its struggle intensifying to the point where its restrained limbs nearly twisted off. All right, I concede. Today we shall cease hostilities and resume tomorrow. Chu Ran, fearing for its well-being, quickly attempted to placate it. The two continued their antics until midnight, when the exhausted third prince finally lay down, marking the end of the day's training, which had ultimately been a failure. In the following days, Chu Ran dedicated himself to searching for spiritual fruits and experimenting with the combination of spiritual fruits and Tiger King meat. He discerned a general pattern. Spiritual fruits could be used without limitations. But once transformed into food, they would only take effect once per meal. Each meal required only 1 spiritual fruit, and since there were 2 of them, himself and the third prince, 2 fruits were necessary. Any surplus would be ineffective. The evening's focus remained on training the third prince. Though every attempt ended in failure, he concluded that the third prince, resolutely unyielding, would never be trained. Thus, he abandoned the approach of coercion in favor of fostering goodwill. It wasn't that he was unwilling to continue, but rather that the third prince's appetite had dramatically increased. Its consumption had escalated from 2 or 3 pounds initially to 10 pounds per meal. Yet it showed no signs of gaining weight. It was a mystery where all that food went. Its strength was also rapidly ascending, and Chu Ran had the distinct feeling that the ungrateful wretch was on the verge of breaking through its juvenile phase. Continuing the training would only lead to a backlash, so he decided to shift strategies and focus on building rapport. Each day, he still reserved an hour to dive into the chat channel. And as the number of survivors dwindled to around 3,000, the pace of decline began to slow. Most of the remaining individuals had advanced to the next tier, attaining considerable strength for self-preservation. The number of teleportation portals between shelters had surged, now totaling 5. True to form, each time a new portal emerged, Chu Ran would be the first to venture inside, issuing warnings before engaging. Meanwhile, Han Long had recently gone on a rampage. If a shelter's master perished, the teleportation portal would refresh the following day. For instance, Chu Ran's shelter currently had 5 portals. If he were to eliminate all 5 masters, the next day, those unclaimed portals would vanish, replaced by 5 entirely new ones. As the number of portals increased, conflicts among survivors escalated, with all of them advancing to Tier 2 shelters. At this stage, Tier 2 shelters were virtually invulnerable, impervious to forced assaults. However, as time passed, panic engulfed everyone, for there were no signs that the cold disaster was abating. It felt as if there was no end in sight. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning, the second wave of cold is imminent. Survive, survive. In the evening, just after Chu Ran had engaged in a friendly interaction with the third prince, the system's alert blared. The second wave of cold swept in like a tidal wave, this time. Everyone had upgraded to Tier 2 shelters, with ample warm clothing and firewood, resulting in minimal casualties. System announcement. The second wave of cold will cause temperatures to continue plummeting, ultimately reverting to the ancient era. The slumbering sovereign shall awaken once more, and at that time, the world will be completely frozen, and all life shall dissipate. Survival task, escape the Ice Age. Chat channel, meaning that we are all going to die. This.so after struggling to survive for so long, will we ultimately be swept away in a single wave? This is outrageous. This is nothing short of a system assassination. What a farce. I'm at a loss. I barely reached Tier 1, and now it's all declared over. Escape the Ice Age? How? The surrounding area is shrouded in mist, and I've never heard of anyone entering that dense fog. This is unreasonable. The system cannot possibly leave us with no escape route. There must be a solution. That I share your sentiment. If the intent was merely to kill us, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. So how do we escape the Ice Age? I haven't figured that out yet. Let me think. Perhaps I will come up with something by tomorrow. The emergence of the system announcement sent the previously tranquil chat channel into a frenzy. As fear of the unknown gripped everyone, it made no sense. Could the system truly desire our complete annihilation? After hearing the system announcement, Chu Ran's mind was also in turmoil, as there were no hints from the system, which clearly aimed to eliminate them all. Others may be oblivious, but he was acutely aware of the horrors of the misty area. If 1,000 people entered, one surviving would be considered a stroke of divine mercy. No, there must be a way. The master of the Black Bear spirit was also a survivor and of considerable rank. Suddenly, he recalled the shelter within the cave. If it could develop to such a high level, it indicated feasibility. Yet, no one had yet discovered the breakthrough point. With this thought, he immediately sent a message in the chat channel. Chat channel, Chu Ran, do not panic. While we may not understand why we have been placed here at such great cost, this cannot be a certain death scenario. When venturing outside, pay attention to any unusual locations, such as dungeons, buildings, or places with information. There must be clues we have overlooked. Shia Yunting, Brother Chu is right. This cannot be a certain death scenario. There must be clues we have yet to discover. As Chu Ran and Shia Yunting spoke, the mood of the crowd stabilized somewhat, and they began to voice their thoughts, though most were rather unproductive comments. Chapter 48. The Clash of Labor and You Third Prince. Could you please shift a bit to the side? I wouldn't want you to end up crushed when you turn over. That night, Chu Ran was nestled in his blankets, pressing down with his backside on the limited space of the third prince. Unable to endure such indignity, the third prince rose in defiance, brandishing a long sword to defend his territory. Out of my way. Chu Ran had anticipated this, and with a sudden thrust of his rear, he expelled the third prince completely from the cocoon of blankets. You think you can challenge me? Wait, that's not right. Wasn't he had agreed that I would win him over with kindness? With his brow furrowed, Chu Ran recalled his earlier resolve to treat the third prince with more consideration. Just as he was about to offer an apology and comfort the third prince, he noticed the latter frozen in place, body tense, eyes locked on the doorway. What was happening? Chu Ran's expression shifted as he sensed the third prince's alertness. There was an enemy. He sprang up, gripping the desert eagle in his left hand and the Tang sword in his right, shielding the third prince behind him. That a strange sound echoed from a distance, causing Chu Ran to shudder. The ghost shadow butterfly. How could it appear here? Was it triggered by the second wave of the cold tide? His heart stopped for a few seconds. This was a third-tier demon beast, despite his recent enhancements. He was still no match for it. It was coming for me. With a second-tier shelter, he could not withstand a third-tier assault. Chu Ran rapidly calculated his options. The soft chanting drew nearer, and the creature was leaving the misty area. The ghost shadow butterfly was approaching not with haste, but rather playfully, as if toying with him. We cannot wait here to meet our end. We must flee. Chu Ran decisively dashed out of the shelter with the third prince. The disparity in their strengths was too great. The shelter could not protect him, and he needed to seek external assistance. The first ally that came to mind was the enigmatic figure from the depths of the lake, who had saved him multiple times. If that figure intervened, the ghost shadow butterfly would be no match. Great One, help me. Someone is bullying your little brother. He rushed to the lakeshore, shouting at the top of his lungs. The lake shimmered under the moonlight, but no matter how desperately Chu Ran called, the surface remained tranquil and undisturbed. The blade of wind sliced through the figure of the Zonya, producing a series of metallic clangs that a swirling vortex of wind swept the Zonya toward Chu Ran. What the hell are you doing? Chu Ran's heart raced at the sudden realization. It seemed intent on casting the Zonya into the lake, hoping the creatures within would eliminate it, roaring in fury. The Zonya unleashed a surge of power from its body, shattering the wind vortex and crashing to the ground. It then stomped ferociously, propelling itself skyward like a cannonball, charging toward the spectral butterfly that commanded the elements. With a swift motion, it seized the creature. Two more followed closely, and a fierce struggle ensued, sending shockwaves of spiritual energy rippling through the air, with blades of wind scattering in every direction. Master, if you don't act soon, this place will be obliterated. Chu Ran, his scalp tingling, narrowly dodged a blade of wind and once again implored the being at the lake's depths for assistance. The power of the wind blades was overwhelming. At his current strength, a single hit could cleave him in two. Unsurprisingly, the lake's denizens paid him no heed, showing no inclination to intervene. Damn it, my sincerity was wasted. I want to feed you again. Chu Ran cursed inwardly as he clutched the third prince and fled to a safer location, aware that this place was far too perilous. The tumult behind him grew louder, punctuated by cries and roars. Eventually, he discovered a new refuge. A cave. Ding, legacy dungeon detected. Difficulty unknown. Do you wish to enter? Chu Ran stepped inside but refrained from venturing further, as he was aware of the presence of a black bear spirit within. The peculiar nature of dungeons meant only players could enter, theoretically ensuring his safety here. On the other hand, the existence of the black bear suggested that the spectral butterfly, fearing the being at the lake, would similarly dread the bear. With this thought, Chu Ran felt a modicum of reassurance. He and the third prince nestled into a corner of the cave, leaning against its walls, awaiting dawn. That night, Chu Ran experienced the true meaning of cold. At -50°C, with no fire or blankets to shield him, he was grateful for the 2 animal skins he had acquired during recent hunts, for without them, he might not have endured until morning. When dawn broke, Chu Ran, sporting dark circles under his eyes, cautiously peered out from the cave. The outside world lay in eerie stillness, devoid of any movement. After observing for a moment, he gradually approached his shelter. As he neared, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. The roof of the shelter had been torn off, and 2 walls had collapsed, swaying precariously in the falling snow. The surrounding area was a chaotic mess. The snow cleared away, revealing a pockmarked ground littered with debris. My shelter. Chu Ran shuddered with heartache. With such devastation, would it ever be repaired? Curse that spectral butterfly, and that Zonya. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar, not far from the lake. The spectral butterfly lay motionless in the snowed, it's dead. But what of the Zonya? He refrained from rushing over, carefully scanning the vicinity, unwilling to act hastily until he confirmed the absence of the Zonya. After a thorough search, he found no trace of it. Could it have been devoured by the being at the lake? No, that didn't seem right. The spectral butterfly was still here, and surely the being wouldn't have such a gruesome appetite, eating only Zonya and leaving the butterfly. Realizing he could not locate the Zonya, Chu Ran steeled himself and approached the spectral butterfly. Ding! Detected corpse of a 3rd-tier spectral butterfly. Would you like to extract? It was indeed dead. Splendid. Chu Ran rejoiced. This was a 3rd-tier creature, one that no one could contend with at this stage. He decisively chose to extract it, for if he could obtain 3rd-tier meat, it would elevate him to new heights. Ding! Item acquired. Monster Crystal Core X1 Evaluation. Extracted from the corpse of a monster. With a minuscule probability of obtaining a monster crystal core, the core contains one of the abilities the monster possessed in life. Consuming it will enhance attributes and may grant the ability. Note: if a similar type of pet consumes it, there is a 100% chance of inheriting that ability. Chu Ran gazed at the crystal core, deep in thought. Suddenly, the third prince seized it from his hand, clutching it and beginning to gnaw on it. Chu Ran pouted but did not intervene. After all, the probability of him benefiting was slim. while the third prince would assuredly gain from it, maximizing its potential. One butterfly, one mantis. They belonged to the same category. Crack. Just as the third prince finished devouring the crystal core, a brilliant golden light erupted from its body, expanding at a visible pace. It was evolving. Chapter 50. The third prince evolves. Bloodthirsty mantis. Exceptional. Level. Second tier. Early stage. Growth phase. Skills. Lightspeed slash. Rushes towards enemies at 3 times its speed, delivering strikes with lightning-fast precision to eliminate foes. Heart of insects. Pseudo possesses strong regenerative abilities, capable of regrowing severed limbs. Bloodthirst. Absorbs the blood of enemies during combat to enhance attack power and restore vitality. The higher the enemy's level, the greater the effect. Shadow clone. Can create mirror clones, the number dependent on its strength. Clones possess all the abilities of the original but cannot use skills. Evaluation. A formidable combat pet specializing in aggressive assault, born for slaughter, possessing unparalleled attack capabilities. Whoa, my little one has grown up. I hope it doesn't turn against me. Chu Ran gazed at the third prince, feeling a twinge of apprehension. It wasn't that he feared it would rebel. After all, the master held absolute control over their pets, but he was somewhat wary of receiving a beating. The now blood-red third prince, with sharp forelimbs glinting ominously, exuded a fierce aura, its demeanor becoming bloodthirsty and frenzied. He recalled how he had bullied it daily before. With that thought, Chu Ran instinctively averted his gaze. Alas, the children of the southern village have bullied me, an old man. To this extent, the days of easily overpowering the third prince are gone. Son, how do you feel now? Are you hungry? Let me get you something to eat. Chu Ran smiled, attempting to appease the third prince. Crack! The third prince let out a fierce roar, transforming into a streak of light that shot upward. Chu Ran instinctively dodged, only to realize the third prince's target was not him. You scared me half to death. I thought you were coming for me. He patted his chest, calming his frazzled nerves, but his relief turned to fury as he witnessed the third prince speed toward the shelter, its forelimbs slashing at it. The already precarious structure collapsed entirely, reduced to ruins. What the hell are you doing? Chu Ran's expression twitched. If you have a grudge, come at me, not my shelter. Crack, crack. The third prince hovered in the air, roaring at the remnants of the shelter. Upon finally comprehending its intent, Chu Ran found himself at a loss for words. After upgrading the shelter, the third prince had never attempted to break through the stone walls again. This time, it simply wanted to prove its strength. This little rascal is quite stubborn. Once the third prince had vented its frustrations, it returned, settling on Chu Ran's shoulder, its massive forelimbs swaying before him. Can you tuck those away? It's unbearable with you swinging them around. Chu Ran scolded. The third prince grumbled a few discontented remarks, but obediently curled its forelimbs. Somewhere within the survival zone, a massive ice fortress had risen overnight. Towering amidst the relentless snowstorm in the courtyard of the castle, a throng of survivors gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. How do we get in? Why is there no hint? Who knows? Maybe we don't have enough people. Should we wait a bit longer? At that moment, a radiant light flashed as Han Long appeared in the square. Scatter! Han Long is here! Quick! 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 As the crowd recognized the harbinger of death, they hurriedly made way. What have you discovered? Han Long inquired, casting a glance at the nearest survivor. Nothing. I just arrived. The survivor trembled, stammering, his face pale with fear. Han Long regarded him with a sidelong glance before striding toward the fortress door, attempting to push it open. Just then, the door erupted with a brilliant light. An elderly man in a white robe appeared before them. Welcome to the Ice River Castle. I am the gatekeeper. You need only submit 20 sparkling items or 1 epic piece of equipment, and I shall open the gates for you. Bribery. The word echoed in the minds of the gathered crowd. What lies within the castle? Someone asked. The castle will safeguard your safety. Puffed. We're perfectly safe, as is. Why do we need the castle's protection? The crowd quickly lost interest and began to disperse. Those who remained alive had generally attained sufficient strength to protect themselves, many having reached second-tier status. In time, you will find yourselves in danger. The elderly man in white smiled faintly as he watched the departing crowd, before vanishing from sight. Where did they go? It makes no sense. Did they leave on their own? After repairing the shelter, Chu Ran had combed through the safe zone, yet he had seen no signs of the creatures emerging from the coffin. They can't be hiding there, can they? Suddenly, He recalled a location he had unconsciously overlooked. He made his way toward the burial site of the coffin, cautiously peering inside. Good grief! How did you manage to crawl back in there? Upon witnessing the scene within, Chu Ran felt a chill run down his spine. Through the massive gash in the broken coffin, he could see a figure with a dark, leathery scalp, its skin rough like bark. An unsettling pitch-black HUIT lay motionless, presumably wounded from the previous day's encounter. Chu Ran held his breath, instinctively drawing his Desert Eagle, contemplating taking a shot at the Zonya. However, after a moment of reflection, he decided against it. What would a fine young man like me do seeking death? Although uncertain of the creature's remaining strength, he knew it would surely be enough to pose a significant threat. The risk was far too great that I'll wait for now, at the very least. I'll move into the cave tonight and become neighbors with the black bear spirit. Chu Ran tidied up briefly before relocating some essentials to the periphery of the cave. This shelter, he thought, was better left unvisited. Kid, you actually moved over here directly. Oh, you really think I can't kill you? The gravelly voice of the black bear's spirit echoed through the passage, tinged with a hint of irritation. Yet devoid of the murderous intent from their previous encounter, it seemed that as long as he refrained from entering that shelter, the black bear spirit would not make a move against him. Feeling reassured, Chu Ran began to engage in small talk. Brother Black, what is the situation with your master? Is he also a survivor? Don't try to get chummy with me. My master is not someone you, a mere novice, can inquire about. I advise you to hurry and hide in the ice fortress, where you won tea last 3 days. Ice fortress? What is that place? Chu Ran asked, puzzled, as he had never heard of such a location. If all goes well, the portal to Ice Fortress has already opened and you'll find out when you take a look, the black bear replied. The portal is open? Chu Ran mused, leaving the cave to search for this so-called portal. To his surprise, he indeed discovered an unusual portal in the safe zone. Portal to Ice Fortress, it really exists. I should check it out. In the misty region, a multitude of beasts formed from frost appeared. They varied in shape and size, standing silently like an armied as time passed. Even more ice creatures took to the skies at an unknown moment. A heavy, ancient roar resonated across the land. The frost-formed beasts began to march orderly towards the misty region, annihilating all monsters in their path without sparing a single one. Chapter 51. Bribing the black bear, it requires an epic item or 20 brilliant pieces of equipment to open the door. The old man with a black heart exclaimed. Have you even considered what you're saying? There are fewer than 3,000 people left. Do you think they can gather the equipment for you? Chu Ran, furious at the old man's demands, knew that while brilliant equipment was hard to come by, he was certain that within this area, he was likely the only one possessing an epic item. It felt as if he were being directly coerced into handing over his equipment. Don't jest, young friend. This requirement might be challenging for others, but for you, it's merely average. After all, you possess 2 epic items. The old man in white remarked. 2 epic items? That's impossible, Chu Ran retorted, incredulous. This is outrageous. I only have 1 perfect piece of equipment. Are you suggesting he might part with one to the gatekeeper to open the door? If that's the case, in an instant, everyone's gaze turned eagerly towards Chu Ran, their faces filled with anticipation. You scheming old man, are you playing me like this? Chu Ran's anger flared up, realizing he had been outsmarted by the eccentric elder. This door isn't opening at all. Anyone else open it? He waved his hands dismissively, hastily activating the portal to leave that place. A thunderous roar erupted from a distant location, reverberating across the space. Every survivor, regardless of their position, heard this overwhelmingly oppressive roar. The show was about to begin. The old man in white smiled faintly, his figure vanishing once more. What is going on? Why isn't there a single beast today? After leaving the ice fortress, Chu Ran began his daily patrols, but something strange occurred. Despite searching for an extended period, he found not a single beast. Thankfully, his stock of spiritual fruits remained ample, making things a bit easier in any case. As long as his primary goal of securing spiritual fruits was met, he didn't dwell on it too much. As for the first-tier meat, he had collected some over the past few days and even prepared a batch of jerky using a drying rack, so food was not a concern. What the hell? On one occasion, while glancing back, he inadvertently noticed pairs of icy eyes staring quietly from the misty region. Although the conditions within the fog were unclear, the expanse was boundless. The owners of those eyes were various beasts, all composed of ice, devoid of emotion. Chat channel. Did you see the monsters in the Misty region? Yes, it's terrifying. Wherever the Misty region meets the Fog region, ice beasts have appeared. What should we do? I feel like they could charge over at any moment that I just counted, and there are over 100 of them, not counting those hidden in the fog. It's like I'm expected to face them all alone. Help! I don't want to die. Chu Ran, big shot, bring out your epic equipment. Survival lies in the ice fortress. Thousands of lives are at stake. Chu Ran, indeed, big shot. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Let alone thousands. We could build a heavenly palace. He has 2 epic items. Previously, big shot Chu Ran entered, and the gatekeeper himself confirmed is that true. 2 items. Why not take one out? How cruel. Indeed, I can testify. I heard it with my own ears. Chu Ran, hurry and bring one out. Don't be so selfish. With so many ice beasts, you'll need to hide too. Chu Ran, please. Countless survivors lined up in the chat channel, denouncing Chu Ran. Many others had been present when he communicated with the old man, and they had all heard the elder's words. What kind of nonsense is this? My equipment just fell from the sky. Chu Ran glared at the chat channel, his fury rising. Though a hint of helplessness took root in his heart, they weren't wrong. He too needed to enter the fortress, and it seemed he truly had to part with an item. The Desert Eagle would have to be sacrificed that a torrent of expletives surged through Chu Ran's mind. Yet he was resolute that he could never part with the Chinquan One-Chi pot. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Obtaining epic equipment was nearly impossible for survivors at this stage. Without his unique advantage, was the door truly not opening? Did that old man merely want to extort him? A thought suddenly struck Chu Ran, and he quickly dashed back to the cave. Brother Black, I have some exquisite meat. Would you like to try it? Upon returning to the cave, Chu Ran set up a campfire and began cooking the meat, even splurging on a spiritual fruit. Hurry, bring it over. The impatient voice of the black bear echoed from deep within the cave, accompanied by the faint sound of it bumping against the iron door. I'll bring it over. Just don't harm me. I'll keep bringing you food every day. Chu Ran replied cautiously. Rest assured, as long as you don't touch my master's belongings, I won't harm you. With an intelligence level exceeding 400 points, he figured he could withstand the black bear's wrath for a while. After a moment of contemplation, he carried the meat towards the cave. This time, the black bear did not attack him, allowing Chu Ran to approach the iron cage without incident. Upon seeing the black bear again, he was once again struck by awe. However, this time, the black bear appeared anxious. Drooling profusely, clearly hungry. Big shot. This is a tribute for you. Chu Ran slid a stainless steel bowl filled with meat through the feeding slot at the bottom of the iron door. The black bear, disregarding everything, devoured the contents in no time. Is there more? The black bear looked at Chu Ran, still hungry. There are other items, but they're of a lower grade. Chu Ran retrieved the cooked meat from his space that hadn't included spiritual fruits. It was originally reserved for the Lake Bottom Elder and Yishu. However, now that he was upset, he decided he wouldn't deliver food to the Lake Bottom Elder anymore. He wanted to curry favor with a different elder. The black bear eagerly accepted, consuming over 30 pounds of meat before finally stopping, still looking unsatisfied. That I have more. Please enjoy. Chu Ran noticed that the black bear hadn't had enough, and he generously offered another 10 pounds. That's enough. Don't bring any more. After finishing, the black bear displayed a look of contentment. Big shot. May I ask what you meant last time about hiding in the ice fortress? Chu Ran, sensing the moment was right, cautiously inquired. So, this is your intention behind bringing me food? The black bear's large eyes flicked towards him, prompting Chu Ran to quickly smile apologetically. Since you've been so considerate, I'll share some information with you. The ice fortress is the only sanctuary for survivors that if you don't get in, your chances of survival are virtually non-existent. So, kid, if you want to stay alive, you'd better run. Having eaten his fill, the black bear found a comfortable position to lie down. Oh no, does that mean I really have to give my epic equipment to that old man? This is unbearable, Chu Ran lamented, feeling the weight of the situation. Epic equipment was notoriously difficult to obtain. He had collected quite a few items over the past few days, but had yet to find anything extraordinary. If he gave it away, he would be at a disadvantage. The old man has a penchant for collecting exceptional equipment. Due to its uniqueness, he can view all survivors' information and always demands the best gear. The black bear explained nonchalantly. Is there any other way to get him to open the door? Chu Ran's expression brightened. knowing how painful it would be to part with the desert eagle. Chapter 52. The terrifying all-purpose attribute, a single beating will suffice. The black bear waved his hand dismissively, stating that the ice fortress was indeed a defensive base for survivors, and he had no authority to prevent them from entering. A beating? Are you sure you're not just pulling my leg? Chu Ran's lips twitched, feeling a nagging sense of something being off, yet unable to pinpoint it. I in the square before the ice fortress. When Chu Ran returned, the area was already crowded with survivors. Due to the invasion of ice beasts, the ice fortress was likely to become an escape route, and most survivors were gathered here. Waiting for news. Chu Ran is here. Everyone, look. Instantly, all eyes were on him. Are you here to turn in your epic equipment? Someone stepped forward to inquire. Fool. Chu Ran cast a cold glance at the other party. The icy intent in his eyes unmistakable. Though he did not share Han Long's bloodlust, he did not consider himself a virtuous individual either. What do you mean? Your selfishness has plunged everyone into crisis. You bear the lion's share of the blame. The man could not help but retort angrily. Indeed, it's just an epic piece of equipment. What's the big deal? We will certainly return it to you in the future. Another voice chimed in. Chu Ran, hand over the epic treasure chest honestly, and perhaps I might spare you. Han Long sneered from a distance. Spare me. Then why are you hiding so far away? Chu Ran scoffed that moment. The distance between them was a considerable 30 meters, far exceeding the coverage of the Ice Age's domain. Though your ability used last time was formidable, its drawbacks are glaring. It can only encompass your immediate vicinity and leaves you in a state of weakness afterward. Are you brave enough to use it? Han Long stood with his arms crossed, looking at him with indifference. Chu Ran furrowed his brow, pondering the man's intentions. Was he testing him? He smiled faintly, swiftly retrieving a desert eagle from his pocket and firing it amidst the astonished gazes of those around. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, each one a headshot, all landing in the same bullet hole. Han Long barely had time to react before his head was obliterated, disintegrating into a beam of light that vanished without a trace. So this is your trump card, a mere minor tactic on my part, and you have revealed your hand. The next moment, Han Long's figure reappeared in the square, looking at Chu Ran with a cold smirk. No wonder you don't flinch. It seems one cannot kill here. Chu Ran eyed him with a wicked glint, while simultaneously soothing the agitated Sentaizi, signaling it to remain a mere mascot and not to expose itself. Every survivor here is invincible. Your grievances can wait for another time. The urgent matter is to find a way to open the castle gate. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shia Yunting. Shia Yunting pushed through the crowd and approached Chu Ran. I know you are reluctant to hand over the epic equipment. You may state your conditions. Finally, someone sensible had arrived. My demands are not excessive. I require each of the top 20 on the leaderboard to provide me with a piece of first-tier equipment at a perfect grade or above. Chu Ran articulated his requirements. After numerous refreshes, he had discerned a hidden pattern. The higher the initial level of the equipment, the more likely it was to yield advanced attributes upon refresh. If he possessed 20 pieces of equipment at a perfect initial level, he was confident of acquiring at least one epic item. If not more, dream on. Impossible. Before Shia Yunting could respond, Han Long and Lin Wenbin voiced their objections. These two had indeed formed an alliance. He needed to devise a plan to deal with them. Chu Ran thought to himself, slightly raising his hands. Since you all wish to dine for free, there is nothing left to discuss. Let us perish together. Who are you trying to scare? You must hand over the epic equipment. Otherwise, you will meet your end. If you truly refuse, I will consider you a man. Lin Wenbin crossed his arms, confidently observing Chu Ran, wearing an expression of certainty. Did I ask that so? Chu Ran's lips curled slightly. Then you may wait here for death. Suddenly, his figure glimmered with a white light and vanished. He left. How dare he? Lin Wenbin's eyes nearly bulged out. This fellow had actually walked away without fear of death. Not only him, but the other survivors also panicked. If Chu Ran went on strike, they would have to provide 20 pieces of brilliance, and it was uncertain whether they could even gather that many at this stage. Humph, you won't scare me. The equipment is in my possession. I will decide when it is handed over. After leaving the square, Chu Ran ignored the incessant private messages and hurried back to the cave to bond with the black bear, while also preparing some food. The previous meal had nearly depleted his cooked meat supplies, and he needed to replenish them. Boss, how strong is the ice beast? Any advice? Chu Ran approached the black bear once more. You little one, you really know how to climb the bamboo pole. The black bear flipped over, presenting its backside to him. Let me give you one last piece of advice. The ice beast's strength far exceeds your imagination and is not something you can contend with at this stage. Your only chance for survival lies in relying on the ice castle. And how do you compare to it? Chu Ran inquired. You greatly overestimate me. The Ice King is far stronger than I am. In a true confrontation, likely only that long worm outside could contend with it. Outside, the lake bottom overlord? Chu Ran was taken aback, suddenly realizing, wait, you did not act like this last time. You were ready to charge out and fight. Do you understand the meaning of momentum? If it rages at me, how can I endure? Moreover, it cannot enter this place. What do I have to fear? The black bear grumbled. This black bear was rather troublesome. Chu Ran thought, gazing expressionlessly at it. Get lost, quit bothering me, or I will shake you to pieces. Impatiently, the black bear shooed Chu Ran away. Unable to glean any useful information, Chu Ran promptly began preparing the ingredients an hour later. He had cooked a substantial amount of food, and his spiritual fruits were nearly exhausted, leaving only 10 for emergencies. Should danger arise, he would elevate himself to the second tier with these fruits. If not, he would gradually augment his attributes through the meat. Name: Chu Ran. Level: first tier. Ability: Master of Ice, Epic. Survival coins: 186. Strength: 410. Increases attack power. Agility: 410. Increases attack speed and maneuverability. Constitution: 410. Increases defense and stamina. Physique: 410. Increases vitality and recovery speed. Intelligence: 410. Increases ability attack strength. Such terrifying attributes. Chu Ran mused with satisfaction as he gazed at his stats. Ever since he learned that the Qianquan One Chi pot could elevate spiritual fruits, he had set a goal for himself, to become a 5-dimensional warrior. The Misty area refreshed 10 spiritual fruits daily. Aside from those used for crafting food, he would still have 7 remaining. He distributed the attribute points gained from these fruits evenly across all attributes. Meticulously. Chapter 53. A wave of resource gleaning. When Chu Ran reappeared in the square, he was met with a multitude of resentful eyes. Chu Ran, you bastard. Lin Wenbin fumed, his lungs aching with anger. Did I want to waste words? I have but one request. Gather 20 pieces of perfect first-tier equipment for me, and I shall take care of opening the door. How about it? Chu Ran stated, unwilling to engage in lengthy discussions, as he felt like a fool for bearing the brunt alone. Dream on. Lin Wenbin began, but was interrupted by Shia Yunting. That we have discussed this briefly. We cannot meet your equipment demands at this stage. No one is willing to relinquish their gear. Please, let me finish, perhaps out of fear of misunderstanding you. I hastily clarify. We can gather 10 spiritual fruits and 200 survival coins for you. How does that sound? Very well. I begrudgingly accept. Chu Ran pondered for a few seconds, pretending to display a hint of reluctance. Seeing Chu Ran agree, Shia Yunting revealed a glimmer of joy, returning to the crowd to communicate swiftly with others. Soon after, he emerged with a dozen people, Han Long and Lin Wenbin reluctantly included. They began trading one by one with Chu Ran, ultimately amassing the items he required. Just to be clear, I am responsible for opening the door. And these items will serve as compensation. Is that acceptable? Chu Ran's mouth was difficult to suppress, yet he maintained a facade of deep discomfort. You have the items. Now hurry and open the door. Lin Wenbin glared at Chu Ran, feeling worse than if he had been killed. All right, boss, I will get right on it. Chu Ran seized the opportunity, eager to delve into the mysteries of the ice castle. Little brother, which piece of equipment shall I give you? The white-clad old man reappeared, smiling benignly at Chu Ran. The crowd eagerly turned their gaze towards him, but what Chu Ran did next left everyone utterly dumbfounded. I will give your grandfather. Chu Ran leapt up abruptly, swinging his right hand in a powerful slap directed at the old man in white. Surprisingly, the ethereal, otherworldly old man failed to evade, letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. Who dares to covet my equipment? Who gave you the audacity? Chu Ran, seizing the advantage, relentlessly swung his sheathed Tang Dao in a flurry of strikes, delivering a relentless combo until the old man was incapacitated. Shia Yunting, that Han Long, that Lin Wenbin. The onlookers were bewildered, their minds momentarily short-circuited. Stop. I will open the door. The white-clad elder quickly raised his hands in surrender, the massive door behind him creaking open. Only then did Chu Ran cease his assault. So it turns out a good beating suffices. How delightful. 10 spiritual fruits, and 200 survival coins for free. Who wouldn't take advantage of a good deal? Chu Ran clapped his hands together cheerfully as he strode towards the castle, leaving no time for the crowd to react. This is all it takes. Lin Wenbin stared blankly at the slowly opening door, his mouth twitching incessantly. Chu Ran, you bastard, return the spiritual fruits, he bellowed. Dream on, you provided me with the resources. I opened the door. The transaction is complete, and I have no regrets, Chu Ran replied without looking back, vanishing into the castle in a flash. Chu Ran, Han Long's face darkened. He had yet to settle the previous score, and now he had been made a fool of again. Such humiliation, such disgrace. This fellow truly had no fear of making enemies. Shia Yunting, bemused, gazed at the open door, unable to muster any further commentary. The door is open. Hurry inside. Quickly. The other survivors paid no heed to the unfolding drama, for they had not contributed any resources. This time, the offerings were entirely from the top 20 on the leaderboard. Ding! System announcement. Welcome to the Ice Fortress, where the King of Ice Beasts is about to be unleashed. When that time comes, the Ice Beasts will completely dominate this world. Aside from certain special areas, the Ice Fortress will serve as the last refuge. Once the fortress opens, the infinite respawn effect in the square will vanish. Death will be final. The Ice Fortress has its own guardian soldiers who can assist survivors in combating the Ice Beasts, provided they are unlocked first. Survivors may choose a commander, who will have the authority to command the fortress's guardian soldiers. At a certain moment, the fortress will refresh 100 teleportation talismans. Those who obtain a talisman may teleport away from this world, escaping this calamity. Note: the number of ice beasts is limitless. They will obey the commands of their king and will never cease their assault until they breach the ice fortress and eliminate all survivors. As soon as the crowd entered the fortress, the system announcement echoed overhead. Only 100 teleportation talismans. A flicker of horror crossed Chu Ran's eyes. With nearly 3,000 survivors remaining, only 100 talismans would be refreshed. What fate awaits those who fail to seize a talisman? The survivors who had just fled into the fortress were instantly demoralized, especially the weaker ones, who felt as if they had been sentenced to death. Even the stronger individuals were gripped by fear. With 3,000 people vying for 100 talismans, statistically, only 1 in every 30 would secure a talisman. No one could be certain of their success. You little rascal. Are you not afraid of retaliation for putting 20 people in such a predicament? A refined young man wearing glasses suddenly appeared beside Chu Ran. Who are you? Chu Ran tilted his head slightly. The newcomer smiled gently. Lulon. It's you. Chu Ran appraised him from head to toe. If I were afraid of retaliation, I wouldn't have taken their resources. They are merely small fry. Inconsequential, so brazen. You are no longer at the top. You've been pushed down to 23rd place on the leaderboard. What other cards do you have up your sleeve? Lulon regarded him deeply before continuing. Considering the time, you were only at the first tier last time. With the doubled attributes, the second tier shelter's fog zone refreshes about 10 spirit fruits daily. By now, your attributes should be sufficient to upgrade to a second tier survivor. Why are you still at the first tier? So what are you trying to say? Chu Ran inquired. Maintaining his composure, you've invested in both intelligence and strength, haven't you? Lulon whispered into Chu Ran's ear. Impressive. Chu Ran gave him a thumbs up, adding silently, if I said I've invested in all 5 attributes, I wonder if you'd jump up in surprise that it's hardly difficult. Anyone who pays attention can guess. Lulon smiled slightly, his expression a mix of pride and annoyance. Chu Ran chose to ignore him, pulling out the spirit fruits he had just received and consuming them like candy, yielding a total of 100 attribute points, which he evenly distributed across 5 attributes. His total attributes soared to a terrifying 430 points. Almost there, just 70 points short. Now he could gain 60 total attributes daily. If he proceeded methodically, he would upgrade to the second tier by tomorrow evening, at which point his total attributes would double, surpassing 1,000. Compared to those with a single attribute exceeding 1,000, he would possess a devastating advantage. Hey, wake up. What are you doing grinning to yourself? Lulon waved his hand in front of Chu Ran's face, interrupting his pleasant reverie. Mind your own business. Chu Ran shot him an annoyed glare. What was happening ahead? Not far in front of the two, a multitude of survivors had gathered. Chapter 54. Preparations before the great battle. In front of the crowd stood a glass cage, containing several puppets clad in heat-resistant suits. Wielding flame-throwing guns, it was confirmed that there was a team of incendiary troops ahead. Successfully challenging them would unlock their assistance, but command would rest with the appointed commander. Additionally, there were artillery units, spear wielders, shield bearers, and high-tech equipment like giant laser cannons and annihilation fighters, all of which required challenges to unlock. Lulon tapped his survivor watch with a flurry of clicks and said, "So what is your purpose in seeking me out? Be straightforward." Chu Ran observed the challenge scene ahead and asked, "I wish to team up with you. With only 100 teleportation talismans, competition will be fierce. And I hope you can lend me a hand when the time comes," Lulon stated earnestly. "Give me a reason why I should help you." Chu Ran glanced at him. My ability is telepathy. While I cannot discern the inner thoughts of others, I can determine trustworthiness. If you're looking to form a team, I can be of great assistance. And I have strong information channels. Lulon revealed his bargaining chip. Glancing at Chu Ran with a hint of trepidation, sensing his offer might be insufficient, he added, "Lin Wenbin and Han Long have already formed an alliance and are recruiting survivors, and they are targeting you. You need allies that I can't guarantee anything. If it is within my capabilities, I will assist you. As for Han Long and Lin Wenbin, I'm aware of their actions." Chu Ran nodded. Lulon was already on his list of potential teammates. Since he had taken the initiative to approach, there was no reason to refuse. "Pleasure to cooperate." The smile broke across Lulon's face as he extended his right hand toward Chu Ran. "Pleasure to cooperate." Chu Ran reciprocated the gesture. "Since we are partners now, I have some information to share with you. As you know, I have established an intelligence network, but since the appearance of the ice fortress, a few of my subordinates have suddenly changed, their demeanor becoming wooden, as if they have lost their souls. There may be more to this ice fortress than we realize." Lulon hesitated before voicing his concern. Becoming wooden, Chu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. Was it caused by human intervention or some peculiar reason? Chu Ran at that moment, a clear voice rang out behind the two. Yishu approached with Asia. "You both are here. Let me introduce you. This is our new teammate, Lulon." Chu Ran gestured toward the two. Yishu introduced herself, then pointed to ACI, saying, "This is ACI. Gao Tianzi, a second-tier survivor, rank 2-1 SD." Lulon's face displayed a hint of surprise. "Impressive. No wonder you are an information dealer. Is there anything you don't know?" A flicker of emotion crossed Chu Ran's face. "This guy must be keeping a close watch on the leaderboard. Don't flatter me. I have no idea what that mantis on your shoulder is all about. It's all a mystery to me." Lulon's gaze fixated on the dozing third prince on Chu Ran's shoulder. Yishu and ACI also turned their attention to him, having noticed the third prince as soon as they arrived, but hesitating to ask him. "He's my son, just a good luck charm. He hasn't practiced enough yet." Chu Ran waved his hand, not wishing to linger on the topic. "Enough of that. Old Mo, what are your thoughts moving forward?" Chu Ran, aware that he was not suited to lead, tossed the question to Lulon. Lulon pondered for a moment and replied, "2 key points. Defend the ice fortress and compete for the teleportation talismans. Strong survivors are already starting to absorb lower-tier survivors, with their eyes set on the talismans. We can also expand our team. Secondly, you need to vie for the position of commander. If successful, you'll gain the authority to command the fortress's own forces. We must pay close attention to the weaker survivors. With only 100 talismans available, their chances of obtaining one are slim, and they may resort to desperate measures for survival." Lulon articulated his perspective. Chu Ran nodded, contemplating for a few seconds. "For now, let's not increase our numbers. With too many people, the distribution of talismans will be problematic. As for vying for the commander position, I'll give it a try. What about you two?" He looked toward Yishu and ACI. "No objections. We'll follow your lead." Yishu exhibited a completely deferential attitude towards Chu Ran, while ACI remained silent, like a wooden post, offering no dissent. System announcement. Survivors are requested to immediately proceed to the center of the fortress to elect a commander. The vanguard of the ice beasts will arrive in 3 hours. Upon hearing the system prompt, a multitude of survivors began to converge toward the center of the fortress. Fortress center. The vanished old man in white reappeared before everyone. "Anyone interested in becoming the commander, please step forward. 5 survivors will be elected by the survivors, and I will choose one among them to be the commander. Those solely focused on brute strength need not apply." As he spoke, the old man shot an indignant glare at Chu Ran, who had a reputation for being unsporting. Chu Ran could only offer a wry smile as he rubbed his nose. This old man evidently held a grudge, but he still needed to participate in the selection. But he slowly walked to the front, facing the crowd. I would like to. Before he could finish, the old man interrupted him. You are unqualified. With a wave of his hand, Chu Ran was teleported back into the crowd. Hey, what do you mean by that, old man? Why am I unqualified? Chu Ran protested, looking at the old man defiantly. Because I am the spirit of the ice fortress. Without my approval, you cannot command the fortress's powers. Remembering the earlier incident, the old man was furious, his beard bristling. I'll concede you're formidable. This old man was no simple character. He had easily teleported him away. Chu Ran took a deep breath, suppressing his rising temper, for he was currently under someone else's roof. Lulon shook his head helplessly. Chu Ran had previously offended the old man. So it seemed he had lost his chance at the commander position without the old man's approval. The following events unfolded smoothly, with several second-tier survivors stepping forward to volunteer as commander. After a series of campaigning and voting, 5 candidates were ultimately selected. The elderly man clad in white selected the commander from among them, and the individual he chose was none other than Shia Yunting, a figure whom Chu Ran was already acquainted with. Since the onset of their struggle for survival, Shia Yunting had frequently provided invaluable information in the chat channels, and with his formidable prowess, he now stood at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, garnering the most votes for his selection. Notably, his abilities were of the perceptive type, rendering him exceptionally suited for the role of commander, and he had also earned the recognition of the weapon spirit. Known for his decisive actions, Shia Yunting first issued a warning to both Chu Ran and Han Long, declaring that private duels were strictly forbidden within the Ice River Castle, with violators facing immediate expulsion. This was, coincidentally, one of the capabilities of a commander. He then organized the survivors to unlock the inherent powers of Ice River Castle. Subsequently, he divided the survivors into multiple teams based on their abilities, integrating them with the castle's forces to prepare for the impending enemy assault. Shia Yunting, shedding his usual gentleness, took a bold stance, presenting 2 options: either follow his command or leave the castle. Under this stringent policy, the survivors were momentarily subdued. Chapter 55. Keep a close watch. I'm about to show off. The Ice River Castle was flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with only a single road leading directly ahead. This path was long and narrow, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Ideal for a defensive strategy, 5,000 shield soldiers formed the front line, closely supported by 5,000 spear soldiers. The survivors were divided into 4 teams, 2 of which rotated while interspersed among the shield soldiers. However, the survivors were reluctant to heed commands, hiding at the rear of their formation should a crisis arise. They would likely be the first to retreat. Shia Yunting found himself at a loss regarding this situation. The number of individuals he could expel was limited, and he could not act indiscriminately, as he required the consent of the weapon spirit, which lacked a strong binding force. Atop the castle's walls, 10 massive laser cannons and 200 flame soldiers stood poised for action, the highest point. 2 fighter jets awaited their moment. This constituted the entirety of Ice River Castle's forces. The cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced through the in the distant skyline. A silver line gradually emerged, a tide of beasts composed of countless ice creatures. They were upon them. Shia Yunting gripped his spear tightly, closed his eyes, and tilted his head slightly, a series of images flooding his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, channeling his energy and unleashing a thunderous shout. Attention! The ice beasts are approaching. Prepare for battle. This time, there are only 5,000 ice beasts, and we hold a complete advantage. The ice beasts have arrived. In the ranks below, the survivors erupted into a flurry of activity. With some already contemplating retreat, the previously orderly formation began to falter. Do not move. Whoever dares to flee, I will expel you. Shia Yunting's furious roar rang out, stabilizing the survivors as they awaited the long-anticipated confrontation. The army of ice beasts finally came into view. With a series of ferocious roars, the ice beasts charged forward recklessly. The ground trembled as the fearsome creatures barreled towards them. Raise your shields. Shia Yunting bellowed. The shield soldiers lifted their shields high, while the spear soldiers advanced a step, thrusting their weapons through the gaps. Remain calm. The strength of the ice beasts is unknown. Maintain formation and minimize casualties. Shia Yunting continued to bolster morale and steady the survivors' nerves. Boom! As the tension reached its peak, the Ice Beast army collided with the shield soldiers. The shield soldiers stood firm as rocks, resolutely holding their ground. While the Ice Beast shattered upon impact, suffering tremendous losses, the chaos of battle was imminent. The shield and spear soldiers clearly outmatched the Ice Beasts, requiring no assistance from the survivors to achieve a swift victory with minimal casualties. That scared me. I thought the Ice Beasts were formidable, but they're quite weak. Indeed, we didn't even need to lift a finger to defeat them. After the initial wave of conflict, the anxiety among the survivors dissipated significantly, leading them to engage in discussions about their encounters. The exotic beasts were merely superficial, their strength comparable to that of an average person, but their sheer numbers posed a challenge. Although the guards were strong, they were still far inferior to the first tier, and the survivors held an absolute advantage in individual power. Shia Yunting also gained a clearer understanding of the strengths of the three factions and quickly made arrangements. Everyone, listen, the guards are weak. The survivors should take the front lines to minimize their losses. If the guards suffer too many casualties, we will have no choice but to retreat back to the castle. Although the castle had walls for protection, they lacked siege equipment, and the shield and spear soldiers were ill-suited for defending a castle. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Have you found him? No, I've searched through the ranks and substitutes, but I haven't seen Chu Ran anywhere. Hanlong's companions had scoured the survivors for any sign of Chu Ran. Could it be that he has already fled? Hanlong pondered aloud. We have news. Chu Ran left the team before the battle commenced and is likely headed to this location. Lin Wenbin produced a virtual map, pointing to a spot on a cliff situated at the forefront of the battlefield. He escaped quite swiftly. Let us go eliminate him and seize the epic equipment, Hanlong declared. What about the battlefield defense? One of his teammates inquired. Defense? We only have 100 teleportation symbols. The more they die, the greater our chances of obtaining them. Hanlong waved his hand, showing no intention of guarding the battlefield. That I agree. Chu Ran has likely not yet advanced to the second tier, making this a prime opportunity for us. If we can seize the epic equipment, our strength will overshadow the other survivors, ensuring our acquisition of the teleportation symbols. Lin Wenbin wholeheartedly supported Hanlong's idea, driven by his desire for Chu Ran's demise. After a brief discussion, they stealthily detached from the crowd and made their way toward the mountain. Chu Ran, Hanlong, and Lin Wenbin are on their way to you. Be cautious, ever vigilant of the situation. Shia Yunting immediately detected their movements and sent a message to Chu Ran. Chu Ran. What? Quickly expel them. I'm working for you here. Don't let those foul rats disturb me. Shia Yunting. Apologies, but I cannot expel them. Doing so requires gathering the survivors in the plaza. The second wave of ice beasts is about to strike. You'll have to handle this yourself. Chu Ran. You useless fool. Shia Yunting. My apologies. Atop the snow-capped mountain, this location marked the inevitable path of the Ice Beast army. Due to Yishu's unique abilities, Chu Ran had arrived here an hour prior at Shia Yunting's behest. The area was pockmarked, with several catapults arranged in an orderly fashion, each adorned with sparse, obscure runes. At the cliff's edge, Yishu toiled diligently behind a colossal stone exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Occasionally, she would swing her hand, causing large chunks of rock to crumble away from the boulder below. Hanlong has approached. You all stay here and prepare while I deal with them, Chu Ran instructed his companions. I'll accompany you, a sea, who had been standing nearby, remarked coldly. No need. This place may not be safe either, and Yishu requires protection. Chu Ran shook his head, rejecting a sea's proposal. That I'll guard here. Let a sea accompany you. That I fear you may struggle to handle it alone, especially since you are only at the first tier. That I certainly don't want our team to lose its captain right after formation. Lulon also urged caution, recognizing the danger of Chu Ran facing Hanlong alone. Are you underestimating me? Keep a close watch. I'm about to show off. Chu Ran scoffed at his companions, turning to leave. What's with this sudden display of bravado? Lulon suddenly realized, shouting after him. 6 individuals. Hanlong, Lin Wenbin, and the remaining 4 are unfamiliar. Without looking back, Chu Ran waved dismissively, leaving his companions with only his retreating figure. The 3 stared blankly at each other. 1 against SIX. Is he truly attempting to commit suicide? The wind howled mournfully, and despair loomed. Our leader is finished. Lulon wore a look of distress. The leader he had just come to know seemed intent on self-destruction. We must go with him. We cannot allow him to face them alone. Yishu snapped back to reality, ceasing her work, and set off after Chu Ran, accompanied by a C. Hey, wait for me. Chapter 56. It's a bit late to seek shelter now. Weren't you all supposed to stay put and continue preparing? Why are you following me? Do you not regard me as your leader? Chu Ran glared at the three who had trailed after him, scolding them. Silence. I need to set traps, and your incessant chatter is impeding my progress. Yishu, like a diligent little bee, inscribed runes into the ground, unable to tolerate Chu Ran's nagging any longer. What if we don't come? I have no intention of recognizing a leader today, only to help guard your head tomorrow. Lulon shot back. Who do you think you're looking down on? Just wait and see what it means to embody the spirit of Yi1. I can take on 10, let alone a mere 6. Chu Ran was exasperated, having never encountered such an audacious subordinate willing to challenge him. How will you fight? You're not even at the second tier. Without a vital energy pool, you lack the spiritual power to cast skills. Taking on Han Long alone would be a significant challenge, let alone Lulon mercilessly mocked him. Hey, when did you become so argumentative? Chu Ran laughed, realizing that it was time for lunch. He retrieved some prepared meat and began to eat. Awakening the third prince, who had been napping on his shoulder, to join in. Yudet, how can you be eating now? Lulon's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. No need to panic. There's enough for everyone. Yishu, stop working for a moment and have some lunch. Chu Ran tossed some meat without spiritual fruit to his companions. No. Can we be a bit more reliable? It's still mealtime, and what can a few points of attributes do for us at this moment? Yishu exclaimed angrily, a twinge of regret creeping in as Chu Ran's demeanor felt increasingly out of sync, making her feel more endangered by following him. No need to worry. Your anxiety stems from a lack of confidence in your own strength. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Chu Ran waved his hand at her, signaling that there was nothing to worry about. He then proceeded to stuff the spiritual fruits one after another into his mouth. What on earth are you doing? After devouring meat, you are now indulging in fruits. Are you planning to advance to the second tier? Why are you holding back at such a crucial moment? Lulon felt his mind becoming increasingly muddled, wondering why one would choose to upgrade at such an important juncture. When Han Long and the others finally arrived, they were met with an astonishing sight. Amidst the swirling snow, Chu Ran and his companions were gathered around a campfire, roasting meat and sharing laughter. What were they doing? Hiding here for lunch. How shameless. Lin Wenbin stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His anger reaching a boiling point. Go take a look. There might be an ambush. Han Long squinted his eyes and stealthily approached Chu Ran's group. Over here, over here. You all are so slow. We've been waiting ages for you. The sharp-eyed Chu Ran noticed Han Long immediately and, fearing he might not see him, stood up and waved his hand, resembling a gathering of old friends. What a farce. No matter what you do, today is your reckoning. Han Long gazed at him with a stoic expression. This path offered only one exit. As long as they held the entrance, Chu Ran had nowhere to escape. Damn it, Xiao Yun, Li Tian, these are all ranked second-tier survivalists. With Han Long and Lin Wenbin, that makes 4 second-tier fighters. The other 2, I don't recognize. They should be first-tier. Lulon felt a chill run down his spine. The most terrifying thing had occurred. There was an overwhelming disparity in strength. He tugged at Chu Ran's sleeve. What should we do? Should we escape? How pathetic. There are only 4 of them. There's no need to panic. We can handle this, Chu Ran replied calmly. Looking at the group, he pulled out his handgun and waved it at Han Long. So, have you figured out how to defend against my bullets? There's no chance for a second life here. Give it a try. Lin Wenbin sneered, hiding behind Han Long with the others. All right, Chu Ran, ever the one to heed advice. Decisively pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot towards Han Long suddenly. A mirror appeared in front of Han Long, swallowing the bullet that Chu Ran had fired. The next second, a bullet flew back from the mirror, reflecting towards Chu Ran. Bang! The bullet struck Chu Ran's head with precision, resulting in an explosion. Ha! How does it feel to be hit by your own bullet? This was specially prepared for your Desert Eagle. Han Long laughed uncontrollably, but his laughter abruptly ceased as he gazed in disbelief ahead. You actually blocked that bullet. He had witnessed the power of the Desert Eagle. Even a second-tier survivalist physique would be obliterated by 3 shots. So that's why you dared to come here. It turns out you have such a treasure. What a pity. I'm far beyond your imagination now. The bullet's explosion caused Chu Ran's head to tilt slightly. layers of frost forming on his forehead. It was this layer of ice armor that had deflected the explosive bullet. 2 minutes prior, upon sensing Han Long and the others' arrival, he had ascended to the second tier. He first had a meal, followed by consuming 6 spiritual fruits, allocating all his attribute points to intelligence, thus achieving the second tier. Ding! Congratulations on surpassing 500 single attribute points, successfully advancing to the second tier. Reward: all attributes doubled. Chi Si has been opened. The Chi Si is the source of stored spiritual power. The larger the Chi Si, the more spiritual power it can hold, with its capacity influenced by intelligence. Name: Chu Ran. Level: second tier. Ability: Master of Ice, Epic. Survival coins: 386. Strength: 896. Increases attack power. Agility: 896. Increases attack speed and evasion. Bone structure: 896. Increases defense and stamina. Physique: 896. Increases vitality and recovery speed. Intelligence: 1005. Increases the strength of ability attacks. Damn it. This is a loss. My other attributes are more than 100 points lower than intelligence. When Chu Ran saw his attributes, he felt both delight and regret. Had it not been for these pesky insects, he could have elevated all his attributes to 500 before upgrading. Chu Ran has topped the leaderboard. He has ascended to the second tier. Judging by the hardness of this ice, he must have invested all points into intelligence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block the bullet. Lin Wenbin exclaimed in shock. What? Han Long and the others were equally astonished and quickly summoned the leaderboard. The previous first place, Shia Yunting, had been pushed to second, while Chu Ran, who had been ranked nearly 30th, skyrocketed to first. Haha, as expected of the boss. No wonder you exude such confidence. It turns out you could have upgraded to the second tier at any time. But aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for showing off like this? Mo Lanshan couldn't help but interject. If you were to be ambushed and killed suddenly, that would be an entirely different story. Shut your mouth. I'm already in this deep, and you still lecture me. Chu Ran's lips twitched, and he shot him a glare, his aura momentarily faltering. My apologies, my apologies. Chu Ran, please continue. Mo Lanshan chuckled nervously, stepping back a few paces. Yishu also swiftly retreated, dragging ACI along to clear the battlefield. She too wished to witness Chu Ran's prowess. Bang! Bang! Chu Ran fired 2 more shots, but the bullets were again swallowed and returned by the agile mirror, only to be blocked by the ice. However, after absorbing 3 shots, the mirror emitted a cracking sound, fissures appearing on its surface, reaching its limit. Scatter! It can't hold on any longer. Han Long bellowed, and the others hurriedly dispersed, seeking cover. Now you want to hide? It's a bit too late for that. A smirk graced Chu Ran's face as he aimed his Desert Eagle once more, this time targeting the 2 suspected first-tier survivalists. Chapter 57. Chu Ran's terrifying power. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Ran fired 4 consecutive shots, the Desert Eagle unleashing a ferocious blaze. The 2 suspected first-tier survivalists hadn't even a moment to flee. The bullets struck their heads, triggering explosive properties, and they became headless corpses, lifeless and beyond saving. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Long and the others fled to cover. Stop hiding. My bullets are precious. Wasting them on you is foolish. Chu Ran stowed his Desert Eagle. Its immense power, high accuracy, and rapid firing made it a lethal weapon. The only drawback was that it took half an hour to recover a single bullet, so he had to use them sparingly. Chu Ran, I will kill you. Han Long's nose wrinkled in fury. Their 6-man assault had barely begun, yet 2 of their number were already dead, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. A searing flame erupted instantly as Han Long transformed into a fiery figure, charging towards Chu Ran. Come at me. Chu Ran did not fire, his body enveloped in frost. Within moments, a suit of ice armor enveloped his exterior. He intended to test the defensive capabilities of the ice crystal armor. Preparing to withstand Han Long's assault, Han Long moved swiftly, his motions flowing seamlessly, the air vibrating with the force of his strikes. He pressed Chu Ran relentlessly, each punch landing with bone-crushing force, shattering the ice armor bit by bit. The overwhelming power surged through the armor, causing Chu Ran's blood to boil. However, this was merely a minor inconvenience. With Chu Ran's current bone structure and endurance, such force was utterly incapable of harming him. Moreover, the ice armor's recovery ability was astonishing. No matter how fiercely Han Long attacked, The armor would always restore itself in an instant. Bajiquan, aggressive and swift, aiming for lethal strikes with immense destructive power. Weakness, unstable lower body, slow transition between offense and defense, and a degree of delay during heavy strikes. A snippet of information floated in Chu Ran's mind. Oh, it's Bajiquan. No wonder the attack power is so formidable. Use a bit more strength. Have you not eaten? Chu Ran smirked slightly, even placing his hands behind his back, allowing Han Long to unleash his full might upon him. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. Why? How can you withstand this? Han Long gazed at Chu Ran in disbelief. He himself had surpassed 1,000 in strength, bolstered by his fire ability. Even if Chu Ran had maxed out his intelligence, it was impossible for him to endure so effortlessly. Impossible. This cannot be. Han Long unleashed all his strength, pushing Bajiquan to its limits. He refused to accept defeat at the hands of someone he deemed worthless. Even more intolerable was the fact that Chu Ran, under his fierce onslaught, bore a look of serene enjoyment, as if soaking in a hot spring. But the reality was undeniable, and no matter how hard Han Long exerted himself, he could not shake Chu Ran. As time passed, his spiritual power, which was below 200 in intelligence, began to dwindle. What are you waiting for? This guy is a bit of a monster. Let us all attack together. Frustrated, Han Long turned and shouted at the others. The ice armor has a strong defense. Let me handle it. Lin Wenbin emanated a series of green patterns that soon enveloped his entire body. With every breath, dense green gas began to seep from his mouth and nostrils. The snow beneath him visibly transformed into a bizarre green hue, spreading rapidly. Let us see how you handle this. Lin Wenbin thrust his hands forward, 2 streams of green gas shooting forth from his palms. Poison, his devil fruit is the poison fruit. Chu Ran frowned. The green gas exhibited remarkable penetrative properties, managing to bypass the ice armor's defenses and seep into his body. Numbness, weakness, sluggishness, a plethora of negative effects rushed upon him. Haha, you think you're the only one with maxed out intelligence. Unfortunately for you, I've done the same. Die. With a maniacal laughter, Lin Wenbin suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of green liquid that enveloped Chu Ran entirely. A more potent wave of negative effects washed over him, even inducing a sense of dizziness. P.S. A poison fruit user. Chu Ran, get out of the way. Mo Lanshan shouted anxiously. ACI dashed toward Lin Wenbin, aiming to interrupt his incantation. However, an ice pillar suddenly appeared before him, halting his advance. That I told you not to interfere. Why are you still meddling? You're showing me no respect. Chu Ran lazily emerged from the green liquid, the ice armor that had covered his body retracting. In that moment, he appeared entirely white, resembling a sculpture carved from ice, blood, bones, meridians, flesh, all frozen solid. Your poisonous strength is still lacking. Add a bit more effort. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Chu Ran raised his right hand to cheer on Lin Wenbin. After elemental transformation, he had lost all semblance of internal organs, and the influence of toxins on him had diminished significantly. The remaining toxins could barely drain his health faster than he could recover. What manner of monster are you? Even second-tier beasts, with physical prowess far surpassing that of mere survivors, cannot withstand me. How is it possible that you remain unscathed? Lin Wenbin felt as though the sky had fallen. His proud strategies, devised specifically for Chu Ran, had utterly failed. What a colossal miscalculation. Let me show you what I can do. I'll reduce you to a fine powder. At this moment, Shia Yun and Li Tian could no longer contain themselves. If this continued, their mental state would surely shatter. Shia Yun took several swift steps forward. His right arm slightly arched as he gathered strength, his fist clenched tightly, invisible waves of energy converging upon it. Lin Wenbin, fearful of inadvertently harming his allies with toxins, retreated just in time. Tenfold heavy strike. Shia Yun roared, his right fist carrying the weight of 1,000 mountains, crashing into Chu Ran's chest. Boom! The explosive impact shattered Chu Ran's entire chest cavity, leaving a gaping wound from the waist up, and ice shards scattered across the ground. Such formidable strength. Alas, after elemental transformation, my vitality and spiritual energy are intertwined. As long as my spiritual energy does not deplete, I am an immortal being. Chu Ran probed the hollow space where his heart once resided, now eerily vacant. Then I shall strike until you can no longer recover. Unfazed, Shia Yun continued his relentless assault. And no matter if he struck Chu Ran's chest, limbs, or even his head, the very next moment, Chu Ran would immediately restore himself. I've got you. Just as Shia Yunting unleashed another attack, the previously passive Chu Ran suddenly evaded, appearing behind Shia Yunting, his right hand resting on his shoulder. In Shia Yunting's horror, frost swiftly spread from Chu Ran's arm, seeking to envelop him in ice. Helped out me. Shia Yunting gazed toward his companions. Frost had already covered half of his body, and with Chu Ran's restraint, he could no longer break free using his own strength. Buzz boom! A laser beam suddenly struck Chu Ran's chest, shattering his grip on Shia Yunting's arm and shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Shia Yunting fled back to his team. Iron Man, how incredibly cool! Chu Ran turned to the source of the laser. His expression one of surprise that Lulon, clad in gray battle armor, extended his right hand, palm facing Chu Ran. The laser had indeed been fired by him. You possess remarkable recovery? Let us see whether your recovery is swifter than my strikes. Or perhaps you might attempt to freeze me. Lulon scoffed coldly, several thrusters emerging behind him as they surged toward Chu Ran. Let us join forces. This fellow is terrifyingly powerful. Alone, none can stand against him. We must unite to obliterate him. Having just caught his breath, Shia Yunting followed suit, and Han Long also joined the fray. Lin Wenbin, however, positioned himself protectively in front of Mo Lanshan and the others. His toxins were ill-suited for a group assault, as they posed a risk to his own comrades. No, there is no need for us to engage. The leader has decreed that we are not permitted to participate in combat. We are merely here to observe. Mo Lanshan gestured for him to refrain from acting impulsively, advising against unnecessary conflict. I shall return to my task. This individual is too monstrous, and my presence here is unwarranted. Yishu cast a glance at the traps she had previously set, turning to leave, feeling it pointless to activate them. A waste of spiritual energy. Chu Ran had yet to fight earnestly, yet he could dominate several individuals effortlessly. If he truly engaged, it would be a terrifying spectacle. So, you wish to join forces? Come now. Let us not hold back. Let us engage in combat. Chu Ran, unwilling to concede, summoned reinforcements. Chapter 58. The Third Prince's First Kill. Click. The third prince cast a disdainful glance at him before turning back to his meal. Previously, they had staunchly refused to allow him to intervene, yet now he was calling for assistance. Did he possess no sense of pride? Oh dear, stop your antics. I assure you, I shall never restrain you again. You may fight as you please. Having spent several days with the third prince, Chu Ran had come to understand its temperament. It responded well to flattery rather than force. Regardless of how angry it became, a few kind words would always suffice. Really? I promise. If I deceive you, I shall be your father. Chu Ran quickly made his assurances. Only then did the third prince nod in satisfaction. Abandoning its food and leisurely making its way to the battlefield, Mo Lanshan was taken aback by their exchange. Wait, is your pet a bit dim-witted? Can it not discern good from bad with such a pet? I could easily eliminate it. Lin Wenbin let out a cold laugh, casually launching a stream of green venom toward the third prince. Yet, the venom merely grazed past it, failing to strike. What happened? How did I miss? Lin Wenbin's expression faltered. Mo Lanshan and the others were equally stunned. Are you jesting? You missed that. This mantis is not ordinary. It did not evade. It simply moved too swiftly for the eye to perceive. ACI, observing keenly, discerned the truth. The third prince shot Lin Wenbin a glance, disregarding him, and turned its attention to Li Tian, donning his technological battle armor, raising its forelimbs in a provocative manner. Are you attempting to confront me? Hold your ground. I shall first deal with his pet. Li Tian could only laugh in disbelief. He could tolerate being mocked by Chu Ran, given his superior strength, but to be looked down upon by a mere pet was beyond absurd. He abandoned Chu Ran and charged toward the third prince, two gun barrels emerging from his palm, bullets cascading forth like a dragon. Clang, 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 clang. The third prince stood firm, its forelimbs dancing gracefully like a butterfly, effortlessly deflecting the hail of bullets, leaving not a single drop to penetrate. What? It can block like this? Li Tian was left speechless, while he had anticipated evasion. After all, the weapons integrated into his armor were of the most basic variety. Lacking any unique traits, he had never envisioned complete deflection. Whoosh! In a fleeting moment of distraction, the third prince suddenly vanished, whizzing past Li Tian. The nauseating sound of metal grinding echoed as the armor was sliced, leaving deep gashes, even wounding Li Tian within. Li Tian's confidence crumbled completely. He could accept being outmatched by Chu Ran, the top contender, but now he had been wounded by Chu Ran's pet in a single exchange. This creature is remarkably strong. Even Chu Ran was taken aback. It was important to note that the third prince was merely at the initial stage of the second tier, just as they were. Yet its combat prowess could outclass even those at the same level. Was it its extraordinary talent that endowed it with such might? Hey, Chuangu, you can continue your play, but I'm out of here. Mo Lanshan had lost interest. Further observation would only lead to despair. Hell, being outclassed by this creature's pet is quite the humiliation. Meanwhile, Isai had long since departed alongside Yishu. Wait, now that we've come this far. Dante, you want to see more? Chu Ran wished to retain him. Get lost. Mo Lanshan fled even faster. Feeling the disparity between individuals was insurmountable, he had yet to upgrade to the second tier. While this fellow could already contend with 10 second-tier opponents, that I refuse to accept that I cannot defeat you. Lition's mental state began to unravel. He drew 2 long blades, charging once more at the third prince. However, the outcome remained unchanged. He failed to even graze the third prince's skin before his armor was cleaved asunder. Yet, while the third prince's strikes could shatter armor, they did not severely injure Lition. And the armor possessed a self-repair function, rendering the assaults somewhat superficial. I shall not yield. I refuse to believe you can evade indefinitely. Lition's eyes blazed with fury as he pushed his battle armor to its limits, engaging the third prince in a desperate melee. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he remained the one on the receiving end, his armor fracturing and mending again. Lition was growing numb from the relentless beating. By now, he had lost all remaining confidence. Damn it. I'm done playing with you, Lition bellowed, launching himself skyward, fleeing into the distance. His resolve shattered. He retreated. Click. The third prince would not allow it. It had yet to completely dismantle this armored contraption. Its eyes flared with crimson light, wings unfurling, propelling itself upward as it transformed into a streak of lightning, slicing toward Lition. Lition caught a glimpse of a blood-red afterimage in his periphery before feeling an alarming numbness spread through his body. His consciousness rapidly fading. Lition was slain, cleaved into 4 pieces by the third prince. Run. Lin Wenbin had lost all prior bravado, turning to flee. They were of utterly disparate levels, completely outmatched. Han Long and Xiao Yun also fled simultaneously. With 3 of their number eliminated in a 6-on-1 encounter, they had lost all chance of victory. This was an unwinnable battle. Should you manage to escape, where shall I hide my face? Chu Ran, witnessing their attempts to flee, set aside his playful demeanor. Ice Age, a powerful wave of frigid air enveloped the surroundings, ensnaring the 3 of them. Extreme cold, an unparalleled chill, froze their blood, their very lives, and even time itself. Run. No. First interrupt him. Lin Wenbin shouted. All together now. Han Long, moving sluggishly, summoned his final reserves of spiritual energy, unleashing his fire-based attack. Ultra at a 15-fold, a heavy strike. Xiao Yun, recognizing the urgency of the situation, turned to unleash his most potent blow at Chu Ran. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, propelling him away from Chu Ran. In this clash of power, he was sent flying, his right arm's bone shattered. In their contest of strength, he was utterly crushed by Chu Ran. Meanwhile, Han Long and Lin Wenbin had already fled, neither turning back to attack. Their words had merely been a ruse to prompt their allies to retreat, buying themselves precious time. Why is your power so formidable? Tell me why. Blood trickled from Xiao Yun's lips. His time was short. That last strike had already shattered his internal organs. Unless he obtained the water of life, there would be no salvation for him, and he lacked such a remedy. Do you think I have only invested in intelligence? I will not hesitate to tell you that my intelligence exceeds 1,000, and my strength is nearing 1,000 points. The combination of strength and supernatural abilities far surpassed mere multiplication. In my domain, my strength is bolstered, while yours will diminish. You have not met an immediate demise, which is quite commendable. Chu Ran withdrew his domain and approached Xiao Yun, casting a disdainful glance upon him. So it is. So it is. What manner of monster have I provoked? Han Long, Lin Wenbin, you shall not escape unscathed. Puff. Xiao Yun spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. Succumbing to his despair, it is now your turn. Chu Ran coldly regarded the direction in which Han Long and his companion fled, a tempest of murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Chapter 59. The Mysterious Man in Black on the Rugged. Winding path of the snow-capped mountains, two figures dashed forward with haste. Is this what you referred to as the guaranteed demise of Chu Ran? You nearly cost me my life. Lin Wenbin's face was a mask of resentment, his eyes brimming with malice. Be silent. Did you not claim that Chu Ran's power was feeble and solely reliant on his equipment? And now look, everything has unraveled. Han Long seethed with frustration, recalling his days as a mercenary when he commanded the winds and rain, never having endured such humiliation. Dear sirs, you appear quite fatigued. Would you care to take a moment's respite? A mocking voice emerged from behind them. Chu Ran. Lin Wenbin turned to behold a sight that sent chills down his spine. Chu Ran had silently followed them like a specter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We utilized acceleration talismans. You cannot catch up. The bravado that once adorned Han Long's expression vanished, replaced by sheer terror as he gazed upon Chu Ran for the first time. Fear etching itself into his features, an expression typically reserved for foes. Having caused enough commotion, it is now time to send you on your way. Third Prince, engage, with a slight wave of his hand. Chu Ran summoned a streak of light from the heavens, the Third Prince's speed reaching its zenith. No, do not act. I can explain. Lin Wenbin panicked. As a devil fruit user who had also consumed a super attribute pill, he was no weakling and envisioned a bright future ahead. He did not wish to perish here. Third Prince, be cautious. Chu Ran felt a sudden jolt in his heart, a wave of impending danger washing over him. Whoosh, bang, the sounds of gunfire, arrows slicing through the air, and the ground collapsing echoed simultaneously. Chu Ran sensed the earth give way beneath him, plunging into a pitch-black abyss as rocks and timber rained down, swiftly burying him alive. Click. The Third Prince nimbly evaded all projectiles aimed at him, racing towards Chu Ran. Do not concern yourself with me. Eliminate them. Chu Ran's voice resonated from the depths, prompting the Third Prince to turn back and continue his pursuit. The pit, nearly 10 meters deep and now filled with debris, rendered Chu Ran's escape a daunting task. After he cleared away the rubble, the Third Prince had vanished. Suddenly, his heart raced. His blood contract with his combat pet was in jeopardy. Third Prince, Chu Ran bellowed, his speed surging to its utmost limits, even conjuring a fleeting illusion of himself at the foot of the ice fortress. The Third Prince lay severed at the waist, green blood staining the pristine snow. Not far ahead stood a figure cloaked in a black hood, their face obscured by a dark veil. Behind this figure, a throng of dazed survivors clutched a variety of weapons. Han Long and Lin Wenbin lingered nearby, appearing as allies, yet their gazes towards the cloaked figure held a hint of wariness. This combat pet is remarkably formidable. Chu Ran, you have once again surprised me. Your information has become even more valuable. The voice trembled, laced with madness, as if experiencing an ecstatic high. Unable to kill Chu Ran, eliminating his pet would suffice. Han Long's eyes, brimming with hatred, flickered with a semblance of satisfaction, having been chased like a cornered dog. His animosity towards Chu Ran had reached its zenith. You shall be disappointed. Insect-type pets are renowned for their resilience, by the looks of it. This one is unlikely to perish. You will need to behead it. The cloaked figure's tone shifted from manic to indifferent. Then I shall behead it. Han Long sneered, advancing toward the Third Prince. The Third Prince's gaze fixated on the figure in black, struggling to rise. Had it not been for this mysterious assailant, it would not have suffered such grievous wounds. Little one, it seems you still possess some spirit, but alas, the master pet contract cannot be undone. Otherwise, I would have thoroughly tamed you. The cloaked figure smirked upon observing the Third Prince's defiance, but abruptly halted, lifting its head to the distance in shock. Impossible. How did he escape? Why is he running so fast? This is bad. We must flee. The calm demeanor of the cloaked figure evaporated, replaced by frantic urgency, as it produced a black iron ball and crushed it, enveloping the group in a cloud of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Wait for me, you scoundrel. Han Long, sensing the gravity of the situation, dashed toward the dissipating fog, but it was too late. Just then, a piercing sound sliced through the air, compelling him to turn instinctively. What he beheld was a sight that sent dread coursing through him. Chu Ran was traversing the ground with an impossible speed, covering dozens of meters with each stride. His movement resembled flight rather than mere running. This is not good. Remaining here will lead to death. I must risk it. Han Long gritted his teeth, flames igniting across his body. transforming him into a being of fire. This blaze was unlike before, a translucent crimson akin to burning blood, propelling him swiftly into the distance. "Dear child, how are you holding up?" Chu Ran lamented as he beheld the third prince severed in twain. Feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, had he not urged the third prince to pursue alone, such a calamity would not have befallen them. Chu Ran hastily rejoined the two halves, as a miraculous substance surged forth from the wound, binding the fragmented body. Only then did he release a breath of relief. Click, click. The restored third prince excitedly gesticulated, fervently explaining that it had not been defeated but rather ambushed. "You mean a cloaked figure attacked you, possessing abilities akin to the ghostly butterfly that can control others?" Chu Ran queried, perplexed. Click. The third prince eagerly nodded. The man in black, controlling the mind. Suddenly, Chu Ran recalled the words of Mo Nanshan, who had mentioned that upon the emergence of the ice fortress, some had become dazed. Could it be due to the influence of this cloaked figure? "Who are you?" Chu Ran exclaimed, lifting his gaze towards the front. "Do not act rashly. I harbor no malice, merely a desire to propose a transaction." A seemingly dazed survivor approached, continuing to draw near. "You manipulated him?" Chu Ran's expression darkened, repulsed by the disturbing nature of such powers. "To say manipulated is rather harsh. I have merely accepted him. You possess considerable strength. Would you care to join my organization?" The survivor spoke in a monotone, devoid of emotion. "Join an organization? To become like him? How many members does this organization have?" Chu Ran scoffed, pointing at the man. "Regrettably, I cannot disclose any information due to certain constraints that I can only assure you that should you choose to join, you will not be controlled and may even ascend to the pinnacle of the pyramid." "Transcending this world," the survivor replied with a hint of significance. "Transcending this world?" Chu Ran's pupils dilated, disbelief washing over him as he stared at the individual. "Apologies, but I cannot elaborate. Once you become a member of the organization, you shall learn all." "What is the nature of your organization?" "I apologize, but I cannot answer." Taking a deep breath, Chu Ran inquired, "How does one become a member of this organization?" "Simply forge a blood contract, and it may be completed at this moment. Once you join, you will gain access to all information." Click. "A blood contract requires a life as its price. Do not agree." The third prince hastily interjected, weakly explaining from the side. Chu Ran gently patted its head, continuing, "One final question. Is there any hope for him?" He gestured towards the controlled individual. "There is no hope. My seed has taken root deep within his soul." The survivor shook his head, perhaps in an effort to recruit Chu Ran, and was willing to answer truthfully. Chu Ran fell into silence. "How are you faring with your considerations?" "You must." The survivor's sentence was abruptly cut short as a fierce gust of wind struck, obliterating him. "Enough prattling. I have long found you insufferable. Were it not for the fact that this individual still has a chance, I would not have permitted you to speak so much." Chu Ran expressed his disdain, brushing off his hands. It was evident that this organization was unwholesome, and he had no intention of joining. Nevertheless, the survivor's words piqued Chu Ran's interest. It seemed this organization might hold secrets regarding the survival challenge. "Indeed, once I capture the cloaked figure, I shall interrogate him thoroughly." Chapter 60. ACI's abilities. "Awe, how dare you reject my invitation and slay my spirit servant? You are truly ungrateful. Do you even deserve to be my enemy?" The cloaked figure seethed with rage upon sensing the dissolution of its spirit servant, further incensed by the loss of the recruitment reward. "Thank you for your timely rescue, Chu Ran. Your prowess has far exceeded my expectations. Our collaboration ends here. I shall take my leave." Lin Wenbin bowed respectfully, not waiting for a response from the cloaked figure before turning away. He had genuinely been frightened. Chu Ran's display of strength was terrifying, and he wondered if this was the effect of epic-level equipment. Moreover, the cloaked figure radiated an even more sinister aura, capable of controlling first-tier survivors. Had it not been for Chu Ran, he would have been reluctant to ally with such a being. "Fool," the cloaked figure scoffed, watching Lin Wenbin depart with a restless demeanor. Ultimately, it refrained from taking action, recognizing that whether Lin Wenbin was an intellect-focused individual or a second-tier survivor, it would be impossible to control him. On the battlefield ahead, quickly, press on. The ice beasts are not as formidable as they seem. Overcome your fears, Shia Yunting bellowed. The second wave of ice beasts surged forth, numbering a mere 30,000, a quantity that their defensive configuration could easily withstand. Yet, He had calculated every possibility except for the fact that the survivors had no intention of defending in the face of absolute superiority. The survivors could still maintain a semblance of composure. Yet when the ice beasts exhibited their formidable might, all survivors retreated. This inadvertently led to significant casualties among the shield and spear soldiers. Chu Ran, act swiftly. Activate the traps and obstruct the advancing ice beast army. In his predicament, Shia Yunting had no choice but to seek Chu Ran's assistance. It was only the beginning, and he was reluctant to deploy the annihilation aircraft and laser cannons. Now was not the time. Launch immediately. Chu Ran recognized the urgency of the situation and promptly contacted Yishu while he hurried back with the third prince. There was no way to hold the line at this rate. The city's fall was merely a matter of time. Lulon gazed at the dark mass of ice beasts in the gorge, his fear of dense crowds manifesting. The survivors were disunited, each hoping the others would step forward to preserve their strength for seizing any potential teleportation symbols that might appear. Leading to a deadlock, Yishu shook her head. This was a truth understood by all yet remained unsolvable, a consequence of the system's overt strategy. However, even in the face of this deadlock, she had to struggle. She gestured in the air, weaving intricate seals that summoned the runes inscribed on the trebuchets. Over a dozen trebuchets slowly came to life, operating autonomously to gather materials from below and launch projectiles. From a height of nearly 100 meters, these stones, enhanced by gravity, crashed down upon the ice beast army. Each volley from the trebuchets claimed dozens of ice beasts, though this was but a drop in the ocean compared to their vast numbers. Nonetheless, the gorge could only accommodate a limited number of ice beasts, and many were left in a state of anxious waiting. This was a primary reason the survivors' defenses had yet to crumble. Look, the ice beast army is being attacked. Their advance has been halted. Someone suddenly exclaimed that it is time for a counterattack. Shouted another, rallying the troops, though he himself discreetly retreated to the back of the line to observe. With a resounding crash, a massive boulder, over 10 meters in diameter and engulfed in flames, plummeted like a meteor toward the ice beast army, creating a minor earthquake upon impact. The sloped ground of the gorge caused the boulder to roll toward the ice beasts, resulting in substantial casualties and disrupting their offensive, alleviating the pressure on the survivors. Our people have set up defensive mechanisms on the mountain. As long as we keep an eye on the battlefield ahead, we can hold our ground. Shia Yunting's eyes brightened at Chu Ran's suggestion to set traps on the mountain, which had proven remarkably effective. He knew he had to do something to boost the survivors' morale and not let this golden opportunity slip away. Second-tier survivors, follow my lead. You must secure the city before you can seize the teleportation symbols. If the city falls, we all perish, Shia Yunting roared, charging into the front lines of the ice beast formation with his spear. The spear danced with ferocity, showcasing the prowess of a second-tier survivor. Ordinary ice beasts shattered upon contact, offering no resistance and presenting a striking display of strength. Damn it, I can't take this any longer. To hell with the teleportation symbols. We can seize them after we deal with the ice beasts. Yishu, having held back until now, could no longer contain himself and charged forth. 4 daggers swirled around him, reducing any approaching ice beasts to mere fragments under the blade's rapid slicing. Other second-tier survivors, perhaps emboldened by the ice beast's apparent weakness or envious of the attention drawn by a few, soon joined the fray. A burly man, his body as hard as steel, bulldozed through the ice beast ranks like a tank. Others rallied around, with one sporting a sunflower atop his head, restoring the wounded soldiers and survivors. With second-tier survivors leading the charge, hesitant first-tier survivors gradually joined the battle. The ice beast's assault was momentarily halted, and they began to be pushed back. A sharp cry pierced the air from behind the ice beasts, as nearly 100 ice hawks ascended, heading straight for the mountaintop. Quick, attack those ice hawks. Lulon, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield, was the first to notice the anomaly. Shut up. Do you think I have an anti-aircraft gun? I can't just shoot it well. Yishu retorted angrily, channeling her spirit energy as the runes surrounding the remaining boulders lit up. It seemed they could not hold their ground much longer. She had to launch the remaining boulders. Hurry, we don't have much time. ACI drew his dagger, positioning himself protectively in front of Yishu. Before she could successfully activate the boulders, he had to ensure her safety. I'm just a first-tier nobody with no combat ability, Lulon remarked, yet he steeled himself to step forward. Another piercing cry echoed as the first ice hawk dove down, only to plummet to the ground midair with a mournful wail. "How did you do that?" Lulon gasped, witnessing ACI, with a short sword in hand, effortlessly dispatch an ice hawk from 30 meters away with a mere flick of his wrist. As the first ice hawk fell, a bizarre scene unfolded. Waves of ice hawks began to descend. ACI continued to swing his sword, each stroke resulting in another ice hawk crashing down, transforming the sky into a spectacle reminiscent of falling dumplings. Chapter 61. Slaying the Hawk King. Wow. Space-based abilities. You really kept that under wraps, huh? Here I am, the esteemed survival sage, and I didn't even notice your prowess. Lulon finally discerned the truth. Each of ACI's swings produced ripples of spatial distortion that directly affected the ice hawks, tearing them apart in an instant. As the last of the ice hawks fell, ACI's face turned pale, devoid of color. "Impressive. You've taken down hundreds of ice hawks," Lulon exclaimed, slapping him on the back, sending ACI stumbling slightly. "Ouch. What's wrong? Did you suffer a backlash?" Lulon quickly steadied him, preventing a fall. "Yishu, we must flee. The second wave of ice hawks is approaching. Forget about the traps," ACI urged weakly. "We still have time. Just a little longer." "Wait." Yishu glanced at the second wave of ice hawks, still distant. While the remaining boulders were on the verge of activation, there was ample time. Each boulder would gain tremendous speed from the 100-meter drop, rolling down the gorge to inflict widespread devastation. They had to be activated, faster, more quickly. Yishu fervently urged the boulders, finally pushing the remaining ones over the gorge just before the ice hawk struck. "All right, let us go." The trio hurriedly retreated. "Let us hide in that cave for a moment until the ice hawks disperse." Lulon had already picked out their escape route and swiftly guided the two away. Suddenly, an exceptionally loud cry echoed from behind. A massive ice hawk surged forward at triple speed, diving towards them. "This is bad. That one's second tier." ACI's complexion paled. He had nearly exhausted his spirit energy and could no longer resist. Yet he pushed the others away, resolutely preparing to hold the line. "ACI, we must leave together. In your current state, you can't fend off a second tier." Yishu exclaimed anxiously, attempting to pull him away. "You two must go. If no one stops this second-tier ice hawk, we won't escape." ACI gestured for Lulon to take Yishu away. "No. You both think I'm just going to die here." Lulon looked at them incredulously. He may have been weak, but he was no coward, refusing to see himself as anything less than go. "I can only hold them for a moment. You both need to hide in the cave." He shoved them away and turned to face the ice hawk. "Get down here." Lulon suddenly threw a rope, ensnaring the diving ice hawk, which crashed to the ground like a missile, nearly meeting its demise. "Die. Today, I will take down a second tier." Lulon gripped his spear, leaping into the air to strike the ice hawk. The second-tier ice hawk flapped its wings violently, breaking free of the rope, raising its head to unleash a piercing scream that reverberated like a sonic wave. "My head." Lulon clutched his ears mid-air, plummeting to the ground, rolling in agony. The ice hawk ignored the first-tier Lulon, instead targeting Yishu and ACI, both of whom were disarmed of their spirit energy. It seized them with its claws, spreading its massive wings, and began to ascend. "Damn it, let go of them." Lulon's eyes turned red. He endured the excruciating pain, leaping onto the ice hawk's back and pummeling it. The ice hawk screeched, carrying all three away. "You idiot! Why did you jump on?" A figure rushed in, delivering a powerful kick that sent Lulon tumbling back. Then, with all his might, he struck the ice hawk's back, causing cracks to form under the force of the blow. The ice hawk, in pain, instinctively loosened its grip on the two. They plummeted toward the gorge below. Chu Ran leapt after them, catching both in midair and flinging them towards the cliff. Fortunately, they were not far from the edge, and with Chu Ran's strength, they landed safely at the cliff's brink, while he himself fell straight into the gorge. Chu Ran, Yishu, and Gao Tianxi were rendered speechless at Chu Ran's sacrifice. He had risked his life to save them, yet below lay the vast, relentless army of ice beasts. "Stop dawdling. We must leave now." Lulon grabbed the two, but they remained frozen in place. "Don't worry. He won't die. Just watch." Lulon pointed skyward. They beheld Chu Ran, now clad in a gliding suit made of ice, swiftly navigating through the air towards the ice river castle, pursued by a multitude of ice hawks. "Wonderful. Yes, all right." Yishu exclaimed, and even the usually stoic ACI could not help but smile. He has recovered. Yet we must not remain idle, my little ancestors. Can we escape? Imo Nanshan gazed bitterly at the two. As Chu Ran's appearance had drawn away the second wave of ice eagles. However, from behind the army of ice beasts, a large number of ice eagles emerged, soaring toward the canyon's summit, their target being the group. They hastily sought refuge in a cave to evade the ice eagles. Haha, this sensation is simply exhilarating. In the skies, Chu Ran experienced the allure of wingsuit flying for the first time. No wonder such a perilous sport still attracts enthusiasts. For the thrill it offers is unmatched by mere cerebral ecstasy. TSK. The second-tier ice eagle circled in the air before diving again, its claws slicing through the air like blades, shattering the ice armor wings that Chu Ran had conjured. Damn, that Eagle King's speed is astonishing. With the wingsuit destroyed, Chu Ran plummeted from the sky. Even if he managed to reassemble the ice armor wings, he lacked the previous momentum and was swiftly overtaken by the pursuing ice eagles. Look up, there's someone in the sky. It seems they flew out from the army of ice beasts on the battlefield below. A keen-eyed survivor spotted Chu Ran's silhouette. Those ice eagles must be chasing him. Oh no, they've caught up. Ouch, just watching is painful. He can't survive this. When they beheld Chu Ran, it was precisely as he was besieged by the eagle swarm after his wingsuit was destroyed. Due to several massive rocks having fallen from the sky moments ago, the pressure on the battlefield had significantly lessened, allowing the survivors a moment to relax. Though wow, he's managed to escape. How impressive! Whose subordinate is this? He's truly remarkable, utterly astonishing. In the distance, that figure had seized an ice eagle, breaking free from the swarm and heading straight for the ice river castle, with a multitude of ice eagles in hot pursuit behind him. Goodness, he's lured the enemy in. We must defend ourselves. The stunned onlookers could no longer indulge in their entertainment. TSK, the second-tier gigantic ice eagle dove once more, swiftly crossing the swarm and bearing down on Chu Ran. Damn it, they keep coming, ruining my wingsuit flying. Just watch me take you down. Chu Ran glared at the second-tier ice eagle, now within 10 meters of the ground, where the risk of fatal falls was negligible. Leaving him without hesitation, seizing the moment, as the second-tier ice eagle drew near, he exerted his strength and leaped onto its back. TSK, the second-tier ice eagle shook its head, unleashing a piercing sonic attack in an attempt to dislodge Chu Ran. Thud. In response, Chu Ran delivered a powerful blow, silencing the creature. That LL teach you for chasing me. You've gone too far. With all his might, Chu Ran struck repeatedly, reducing the ice eagle to fragments before landing solidly among the crowd. At that moment, the enormous laser cannons atop the city walls illuminated one by one, firing upon the countless ice eagles, lighting up the entire sky as numerous ice eagles were shot down. Chapter 62. Messages from Dreams. What in the world are these ice beasts, and why do they not drop anything? After the demise of the second-tier ice eagle, Chu Ran searched through the remnants of ice it left behind, but found nothing. That a large group of survivors gazed at Chu Ran with trepidation, instinctively retreating to distance themselves from him. Who are you? Why did you emerge from the army of ice beasts? The closest to Chu Ran was a well-built girl, her body tense as she inquired. How terrifying, to think he could smash such a large-headed ice eagle to pieces. Who am I, since you don't recognize me? Chu Ran's expression hardened as he strode toward the questioning girl. Don't come any closer. The girl, frightened, screamed and brandished two long swords wildly. Do come on. Why resort to violence when we can just talk? Be careful not to injure yourself. Chu Ran was at a loss for words. Was he truly that intimidating? Are you all right, Chu Ran? Shia Yunting squeezed through the crowd, waving his right hand as the 10 or so giant laser cannons gradually dimmed. The dazzling scene in the sky fading away. Why have you stopped? Keep firing. Such a magnificent weapon should not be wasted, Chu Ran remarked. Shia Yunting shot him a glare, irked, and replied, It consumes energy. Each use depletes our resources. If it weren't for covering you, I wouldn't have activated it at all. So that's Chu Ran. It really is him. I've seen him before. He's incredible, breaking through the swarm all on his own. Indeed, that last ice eagle was significantly larger than the norm. It must have been second tier, yet he smashed it to bits. How charming. How wonderful it would be if you were my boyfriend, possessing such unmatched strength. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement. If anyone was famous in their district, it was undoubtedly Chu Ran. Since the onset of survival, he had been the center of attention, known by all. Although he had been quiet for the past few days, he had recently surged back to the top, maintaining his illustrious presence. This time, he astonished everyone by single-handedly breaking through the army of ice beasts and dispatching a second-tier ice eagle in the process. At the mountain peak, what should we do? This horde of ice lumps is just lingering outside. Nanshan gazed at the unmoving ice eagles outside the cave, his expression laden with bitterness. They had initially planned to hide in the cave until the ice eagles left. But to their dismay, these creatures were now guarding the entrance. Let us wait a bit longer. Once I recover, I'll lead you all out. ACI suggested that I look over there. SNT that Chu Ran's pet? Yishu pointed in a direction and whispered, "Where? Let me see." Nanshan followed her gaze and, through the gaps between the ice eagles, indeed spotted the bloodthirsty mantis quietly perched on a rock. Observing them, the surrounding ice eagles completely ignored its presence. Yes, that is Chu Ran's pet. "Hey, over here, please rescue us," he shouted towards the third prince. The third prince's eyes flickered slightly as he cast a glance at him, then fell silent. "The master has instructed me to ensure their safety, but they are currently quite secure and require no assistance from me." That seems reasonable. What does that mean? It glanced at me, then did nothing. Does it not understand human speech? Nanshan felt his CPU was a bit overloaded. "I think it simply doesn't wish to acknowledge you." Yishu interjected. "I concur," ACI added. "Hey, you two are merely jesting here. If you have the ability, try to make it acknowledge you." Nanshan retorted, growing annoyed. "Just because it ignores me doesn't mean it will pay attention to you. I'll give it a try." Yishu adjusted her attire and softly called out to the third prince, "Please, could you help us?" The third prince glanced at her, but remained unmoved. "Haha, see, you're no better off. You mocked me earlier." Nanshan laughed heartily, returning the earlier mockery tenfold. "This annoying pet. Had I known, I wouldn't have tried. How embarrassing." Yishu frowned, shooting a fierce glare at the third prince. Half an hour later, "I'm ready to go." ACI, seated in meditation, gradually stood and walked out. The moment he left the cave, the ice eagles outside simultaneously opened their eyes and attacked him. Just as he was about to retaliate, a red figure flashed past. The third prince had taken the initiative. Why has it moved again? ACI was momentarily taken aback, but quickly joined the fray without further thought. With their combined efforts, less than 50 ice eagles were swiftly eliminated, and the group hurried toward the castle. "Why are you all coming down so late? You weren't hiding up there, were you?" Upon seeing the three descend so late, Chu Ran couldn't help but feel puzzled. "How dare you question us? That wretched pet of yours kept us trapped in the cave for over an hour while it leisurely observed the show outside." The moment Yishu mentioned this, her frustration poured out, making Chu Ran feel somewhat embarrassed. "All right, that's very much like the third prince." Chu Ran stifled a laugh, apologizing. "My pet is naturally rebellious and perhaps a bit dim-witted. It likely thought you didn't need assistance." Click. The third prince was displeased. "Your brain is the one that's lacking. It can understand human speech. It deliberately ignored us earlier." Nanshan exclaimed. "It simply deemed you unworthy of its attention." Chu Ran sighed inwardly but refrained from voicing this. It would be too disheartening for the young lady to hear. The sky gradually darkened. The earth-shaking roars echoed once more. The ferocious attacking army suddenly halted, retreating in an orderly fashion, concluding their offensive for the day. The weary survivors, having fought valiantly, lost their spirits for idle chatter, either teaming up or going solo in search of a place to rest within the Ice River Castle. Nightfall. The Ice River Castle is merely a facade. The teleportation talismans are just a ruse. The true path to survival does not lie here. The means to break the deadlock has always been in the safe zone. The survivors are far too weak. In the midst of confusion, Chu Ran heard a voice continuously echoing in his mind, repeating. Who is speaking? Chu Ran suddenly opened his eyes wide, surveying his surroundings, awakening the others as well. "Did you hear that? Did you hear Nanshan and Yishu asked almost in unison. Seeing their expressions, Chu Ran knew they had all heard it. Seems you all heard that message too." Chu Ran settled back down, his mind racing to recall the words. Who spoke that message? Is it true or false? Why did he say that the Ice River Castle and the teleportation talismans are merely decoys? Where, then, lies the true path to survival? The means to break the deadlock is surprisingly within the safe zone. He was inundated with questions, unable to find clarity. Chapter 63. An unexpected change the following morning. The survivors at the Ice River Castle fell into utter despair. Outside the castle, the Ice Beast army had completely encircled it, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. The enemy was at the gates. Over 1,000,000 strong, it was a certain death trap, leaving them with no choice but to rely on the teleportation talismans. Shia Yunting's complexion was ashen, having just utilized his extraordinary abilities to sense the initial conditions of the canyon. Every potential foothold outside had been completely overrun by the ice beasts, and in the distance, a relentless army was advancing. What are your thoughts on the sounds from last night? Chu Ran had pondered throughout the night, reviewing everything he could possibly associate with survival, yet he remained at a loss. The only course of action that came to mind was to seek assistance from the black bear spirit and the enigmatic figure at the lake's depths. However, the black bear spirit was ensnared, and the lake's guardian had never intervened. Thus, the prospects seemed bleak. Even if they were to intervene, it was unlikely they could contend with the overwhelming horde of ice beasts. Surely, there must be some mechanism that he had overlooked that I do not know. Perhaps that statement was intended to mislead us. Ultimately, the only survivors will be those 100 who obtain the teleportation talisman. Our task is merely to hold out until it appears. Shia Yunting spoke despondently, his courage waning in the face of such a formidable army of exotic beasts. Perhaps, after you became the commander, the old man imparted some useful information to you? Chu Ran nodded, which was precisely why he sought out Shia Yunting so early. There might be critical information known only to the commander. None. Shia Yunting shook his head but suddenly froze, his expression one of astonishment as he turned to Chu Ran. Just now, that old man transmitted this piece of information to me. All areas outside the Ice River Castle have been occupied by ice beasts, including the sanctuaries. All occupied? Chu Ran fell into deep contemplation. Why, at such a critical juncture, would such information be conveyed? No, that old man would not speak without reason. He must be trying to communicate something. Chu Ran had a vague sense that he had overlooked something significant, and it was this omission that made it impossible to connect all the clues. Right, the origin of that statement. Chu Ran's eyes brightened. Since that message appeared in everyone's minds, it must be of utmost importance. If it were a system announcement, it would be easier to comprehend. The crux is that it was not a system notification, which implies someone intended to provide survivors with some clues. Suddenly, he realized who that person was. The guardian spirit of the Ice River Castle, the old man in white. Quickly, contact that old man. I must see him at once. Chu Ran exclaimed urgently. Although Shia Yunting did not fully grasp Chu Ran's intentions, he sensed that he had pieced together certain matters. The commander could communicate with the spirit. I must. Yet, before he could finish, they were interrupted by a system announcement. Ding! The teleportation talisman will appear in various locations around the Ice River Castle in 30 seconds. Anyone who obtains the teleportation talisman will be able to travel anywhere. Even escape disaster. 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. What? The teleportation talisman is about to appear. Both paused. Chu Ran said nothing, turning to dash toward the Ice River Castle. The old man could be contacted later. The talisman must be secured first. Regardless of the truth of that message, the system certainly would not deceive them. If it claimed that the teleportation talisman could facilitate an escape from disaster, it most assuredly could. Shia Yunting also sprinted in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, all survivors rushed toward various parts of the castle. With nearly 3,000 individuals vying for 100 teleportation talismans, the odds were dismal. The castle was vast, too large for 3,000 people to occupy every corner. Chu Ran claimed the largest area of the castle's central zone, a potent chill permeating the air, silently exuding warnings and lethal intent. Do not approach. The consequences are yours to bear. He even issued a command to the third prince. Those who dare come close shall be executed without mercy. Regardless of whether other means could address the ice beasts, the teleportation talisman was currently the optimal solution and the best fallback. Lulon, Yishu, and ACI each occupied a space not far from him. If Chu Ran managed to secure the teleportation talisman, he might still have the chance to assist them. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Time was drawing near, and everyone was poised for action. Yet at that moment, dozens of survivors suddenly charged toward Chu Ran from all directions. their expressions vacant, clearly manipulated by a figure in a black cloak. Third Prince, eliminate them all. Chu Ran commanded coldly. The third prince, filled with excitement, soared toward the throng. After his evolution, Chu Ran had repeatedly instructed him not to kill without orders, and now he finally received the command he desired. He darted through the crowd like a specter, with each movement ensuring the demise of one among them. In an instant, severed limbs and blood splattered the ground. Meanwhile, the countdown reached its final seconds. Tension gripped everyone, including Chu Ran. After all, this moment could determine their very lives. Failure would lead to death. 3.2.1. Ding. As the countdown concluded, 100 beams of light materialized in the Ice River Castle, one of which appeared not far from Chu Ran. However, at that instant, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Before Chu Ran, a translucent virtual barrier emerged, gradually illuminating. Several individuals charged toward him, akin to a suicide squad, attempting to shield him with their bodies, while another rushed toward the teleportation talisman. Get away! Chu Ran roared like a furious lion, unleashing his full force and sending those who clung to him flying toward the talisman. Yet it was still a moment too late. The talisman was snatched by that individual. Return it to me. Chu Ran lunged forward, his right fist carrying immense force as it struck the individual, a resounding thud echoing as he created a gaping hole in the person, killing him instantly. He hurriedly removed the survivor's wristband to inspect it. Once a survivor perished, their wristband became a free item, accessible to anyone. Nothing. How could there be nothing? In a fit of rage, Chu Ran searched through the wristband space, but found no trace of the teleportation talisman. It had vanished into thin air. Stop searching. The teleportation talisman has already been traded to me. If you desire it, it is simple. Just agree to join my organization, and I shall grant you a talisman. Currently, I possess 2 talismans. Slap. A figure cloaked in black, controlling a survivor, appeared before Chu Ran, finishing his statement just before being struck dead by the enraged Chu Ran. At these runes that prevented me from sensing their presence. Chu Ran's gaze darkened as he looked ahead, where a rudimentary formation lay, adorned with obscure and complex runes. The teleportation talismans all have been collected. The talismans simply appeared beside the survivors, requiring no struggle. We'd have all received them. Lulon gazed at the dazed Chu Ran, momentarily at a loss for words. Yishu and ACI approached silently, wishing to comfort him while maintaining a respectful distance. Chu Ran nodded silently. He had already discerned this situation. Most of those who obtained the teleportation talismans had teleported away almost immediately. Suddenly, he looked up sharply and rushed toward Yishu. Not come any closer. Yishu's face showed a hint of fear and trepidation as she hastily retreated, while ACI stood resolutely in front of her. Lulon, too, was startled by Chu Ran's sudden movement, stepping back to create distance. Chu Ran paused, observing the expressions of fear, vigilance, and suspicion on their faces, his own countenance paling. They think I intend to seize the teleportation talisman. My apologies. I acted rashly and mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire about something. Chu Ran suppressed the bitterness within him, slowly retreating to maintain a safe distance, realizing he was perceived so unfavorably in their eyes. The 3 felt a tremor in their hearts, sensing the distance in Chu Ran's words. Aware that their previous wariness had fractured the fragile bond of friendship they had just begun to forge. Chapter 64. The guardian spirit is missing. No. I am sorry. Yishu was filled with self-reproach for her earlier actions. Unsure how to explain, and wishing she could slap herself. I understand. Chu Ran waved his hand. Were he in their shoes, he too would harbor reservations, especially since they had only known each other for a few days. I once encountered a high-level beast trapped in an iron cage, adorned with intricate runes that bore some resemblance to the ones you inscribed when setting traps. Do you have any methods to decipher them? He continued to inquire. Each type of rune represents different abilities. I need to see the specific runes to draw a conclusion. Yishu shook her head. Specific runes. Chu Ran furrowed his brow, sketching a few runes in the dirt. I only remember these. Do you think they will suffice? He had not meticulously recorded the runes, making it impossible to reproduce them entirely, and could only piece together some from memory, a feat made possible by his formidable intellect. I don't need to examine them closely to determine their significance. Yishu regarded the distorted and abstract runes on the ground, her lips twitching. These were clearly meant for display, and I apologize. My memory is limited, and I can only reproduce this much. Third Prince, if anyone dares to make a move, just take them down. Chu Ran cast a glance at the restless survivors surrounding them. Many had witnessed Yishu and the others obtaining the teleportation talismans, and it was likely that some would harbor ulterior motives. The Third Prince's eyes gleamed with excitement as he surveyed the area, as if urging them to take action. The crowd looked cautiously at Chu Ran, shrinking back in fear. The combat prowess he exhibited was far too terrifying. Help me contact the guardian spirit of the Ice River Castle. I have questions for him. Just as Chu Ran sent a message to Shia Yunting, the latter emerged from the crowd that he was about to greet him when a figure flashed past his periphery. The Third Prince, in a state of fervor, darted past him toward Shia Yunting. Shia Yunting opened his mouth. Words poised on his lips, but felt a sudden chill at his back and instinctively leaned back. A gleaming large blade nearly grazed his scalp. Before he could regain his composure, another blade attacked him. He stepped back, using the recoil to slide swiftly to the left, but the Third Prince clung to him tenaciously, refusing to let go. In the midst of the fray, Shia Yunting seized the opportunity to draw his long spear and retaliate, resulting in a rapid exchange of attacks between the two parties. The Third Prince struck with remarkable speed and precision, while Shia Yunting wielded his spear with agility and unpredictability, rendering them evenly matched. By heavens! Chu Ran exclaimed, hastily restraining the Third Prince. His own mind was in a daze. Fortunately, no one was slain, for otherwise, who would contact the old man? Cracked a thud. The Third Prince tilted his head, casting a menacing glare in Chu Ran's direction. Did you not say anyone who approaches should be struck down? This does not count. Let him off for now. Chu Ran replied with a forced smile. Your pet is quite the thrill, Shia Yunting. Drenched in a cold sweat, narrowly avoided disaster. My apologies. No matter. Chu Ran interjected that I merely wish to inform you that I have attempted to contact the artifact spirit numerous times, yet to no avail. Shia Yunting lamented, knowing that without the teleportation talisman, the artifact spirit might be their only avenue of escape. Unreachable. Why can't we reach him? This should not be. Chu Ran's mind went blank, leaving him utterly bewildered. In his estimation, the old man was a crucial piece of the puzzle, holding knowledge unknown to the survivors. Now, with the old man missing, was it possible that he was merely jesting with him? Old man, come out, stop playing. Lives are at stake, Chu Ran shouted, resorting to the most foolish of measures. Old man, you. Echoes reverberated around him, but the old man did not appear, instead drawing the attention of all the survivors nearby. What has happened to him? A curious voice inquired. It seems he hasn't obtained a teleportation talisman and has gone mad. Ah, that explains it. Let him be mad, for we are all destined to die. The subsequent survivors were oblivious to the earlier events. They had intended to disperse and enjoy a moment of respite while the ice beasts refrained from attacking. However, someone mentioned that the preceding individuals possessed a teleportation talisman, and the crowd fell silent, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed at the few. Although most of those present were at the second tier, the number of onlookers had swelled beyond 1,000 and continued to grow. An ant can kill an elephant. As their numbers increased, their confidence surged, and they began to press forward. Hai furrowed her brow, standing protectively in front of the contemplative Yishu. If we leave now, we might still have a chance to survive. Chu Ran's gaze turned frigid as he surveyed the surroundings. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste it. We still have lives to spare. Without a teleportation talisman, we are all doomed. Only by seizing one can we hope to survive. Instantly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Bang! A detonating projectile struck a man squarely in the forehead, and with the sound of the explosion, his face was reduced to a bloody pulp. Lifeless. If we leave now, we can extend our lives for a few more hours. Otherwise, I have no qualms about slaughtering you all. Chu Ran's body was swiftly enveloped in a layer of icy armor, the earth beneath him solidifying into layers of frost that spread rapidly in all directions. Crack! The Third Prince suddenly soared into the air, his form splitting in two mid-flight, hovering at either side of Chu Ran. His gaze chillingly fixed on the crowd. Do not panic. He is but one man. While we are thousands, that a mere spit from each of us could drown him. He should be the one to fear us. Among the throng, a frail young man shouted, Fear us? Chu Ran smirked wickedly, propelling himself into the crowd like a cannonball. seizing the young man as if he were a mere chick, scattering the surrounding survivors. "You put me down. Let me go." The young man was consumed by terror. He had thought hiding among the masses would ensure his safety, crouching low to avoid being shot. He never anticipated that this ruthless individual would barrel through like a bowling ball. Before he could utter another word, frost surged from Chu Ran's right hand, instantly encasing him in a block of ice, which shattered into countless icy shards with a mere flick of Chu Ran's wrist. Surveying his surroundings, a thought ignited within him, and his domain manifested. The area within a 10-meter radius was enveloped in a field of ice, and the individuals trapped within were visibly frozen at an alarming rate. Fortunately, Chu Ran retracted the extreme cold domain swiftly, sparing the lives of this large contingent. "All of you, get out. Do not force my hand to eradicate you all." Chu Ran struggled to maintain his composure, as the matters regarding the teleportation talisman and the old man had left him somewhat unstable. This group, oblivious to their own peril, caused him to fear an outburst. Chapter 65. The Dragon Beneath the Lake Devil. "He is a devil. He truly can annihilate us all." The survivors were thoroughly intimidated. What kind of power could strike down hundreds in a mere thought, especially those ensnared in the domain, who felt as if they had traversed the gates of death? Still trembling uncontrollably, after Chu Ran's explosive display, no one dared to cause further trouble, and no one wished for death. Delaying it by a couple of hours was far better than facing it now. For living always held a glimmer of hope. Remarkable, simply remarkable, decisive in his killings, commanding respect with his formidable presence. Alas, without a teleportation talisman, he too cannot escape death. That a middle-aged woman stepped forth from the crowd. Unperturbed. "How tiresome. It's you and your annoying antics again. Truly unfortunate." Chu Ran glanced over, noting the woman's vacant eyes. She had fallen under the control of the dark-robed figure. "What are you considering, should you choose to join our organization?" "I can provide you with a teleportation talisman." The woman spoke in a dazed manner. "Impossible. I am one who bends to kindness, not coercion, and I will never sign a blood contract with your so-called organization." Chu Ran dismissed her outright without a moment's thought. His relationship with the third prince was already a blood contract, and he was well aware of its terrifying implications. He was merely the one in control. It could be said that as long as he wished, he could terminate the third prince at any moment through the contract. "You must think carefully. Life is singular, and once lost, nothing remains," the woman continued to urge. "Enough!" Chu Ran snapped, snapping his fingers impatiently. The third prince, his top enforcer, swiftly dispatched the woman. Truly unreachable? He turned his gaze back to Shia Yunting. "From the moment we began, I have not ceased in my attempts to reach out." Shia Yunting, equally exasperated, understood the old man's significance now thanks to Chu Ran's reminder. He realized how inept he had been as a commander. Surely the old man hasn't perished. No, the ice beasts have yet to enter. Perhaps he simply does not wish to respond to my search. Could it be that simple? Chu Ran suddenly connected the dots. After the beating he had received yesterday, it was only natural that the old man might harbor resentment. "Almighty artifact spirit, I have a gift for you to appreciate." Chu Ran brandished the epic desert eagle, raising it high, recalling the words of the black bear spirit. This old man had a penchant for exquisite equipment. If he were still in the castle, he would undoubtedly make an appearance. Indeed, as soon as the words left his mouth, a spectral figure materialized before him. It was none other than the artifact spirit himself. It appeared he truly did not want to meet him, such a miserly old man, over a mere beating. Upon seeing the old man, Chu Ran could not help but internally scoff, though his face wore a smile sweeter than anyone else's. "Ah, the artifact spirit has arrived. I have come upon hearing that someone requires my assistance. What is it you seek?" the old man declared, his words eloquent, though his eyes occasionally darted towards the desert eagle in Chu Ran's grasp. "Were you the one who relayed messages to everyone in their dreams yesterday?" Chu Ran inquired directly. "I shall only answer 3 questions. Consider them wisely before asking. Point 3. Chu Ran's pupils constricted. He had a myriad of inquiries. Yet he was limited to just 3. "If I present you with another epic item, may I ask a few more questions?" He probed cautiously. "Do not even entertain such thoughts. I shall only respond to 3 questions. That is the rule, immutable." The old man shook his head, his stance unwavering. "Only 3 questions." Chu Ran felt a headache coming on. Observing the old man's demeanor, it was almost certain that he had issued the previous statements. So that question could be omitted. First question. What is the solution to our predicament? Chu Ran posed the query that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. A dragon, one on the verge of evolution. How can we summon the dragon? Chu Ran pressed further. The dragon and the Ice King are eternal adversaries. The Ice King possesses home field advantage and has pursued the dragon since ancient times. The dragon, forced into hiding, bears a profound enmity towards the Ice King. Should it glimpse a chance to vanquish the Ice King, it will undoubtedly act. Blast it. Only one question remains. If you could grant me 3 more, I would certainly clarify everything. Chu Ran felt conflicted, rooted in place. What are you waiting for? Ask where the dragon resides. That is nonsensical. Did you not say the dragon would act only upon witnessing hope for victory? The inquiry should be how we can make the dragon perceive that hope. Why not inquire about the Ice King's strength? If it is not particularly formidable, perhaps we could collectively rush it? Look at that ice beast outside. You could hardly manage to lay eyes upon it, let alone rush the Ice King. Then ask where the Ice King is, or how we might eliminate it. The once despondent survivors suddenly saw a glimmer of hope, their eyes reigniting with fervor as they clamored to voice their thoughts, creating a chaotic scene. Silence. Chu Ran's head was nearly overwhelmed by the noise. With an angry roar, the commotion finally subsided, allowing him to delve once more into contemplation. The old man had asserted that the solution to their predicament lay within the safe zone. Could the entity lurking beneath the lake indeed be the dragon? This would explain why it had remained hidden beneath the water all this time. Yet, this was merely conjecture that required verification. Moreover, the old man had mentioned that the dragon had been pursued for ages. Thus, it required assistance, help to overcome the Ice King. Suddenly, the image of the black bear spirit flashed in Chu Ran's mind. The answer lies in my safe zone. Chu Ran's lips twitched. How coincidental. No, it cannot be mere coincidence. Perhaps the black bear alone is insufficient. He turned to the surrounding survivors and called out. Quickly, near your safe zone. Is there any place of peculiar significance, a special teleportation array, terrifying beasts, surplus dungeons, or anything that seems illogical? Anything at all. I possess a luminescent white tiger within my sanctuary, which effortlessly disregards the walls of my refuge to pilfer my grilled meats daily. Within my safe haven lies a relic inscribed with the tale of a beast known as the Vishnu Monkey King, once a protector of myriad creatures, during a previous excursion to catch fish. I encountered a pair of blood-red eyes lurking at the bottom of the lake. I am familiar with that lake. There was a time when I observed the water's surface churning violently, as if a colossal entity was stirring beneath. I have borne witness to such phenomena. It is astonishing how many have encountered extraordinary beings, particularly in relation to that lake. Upon description, it becomes evident that numerous sanctuaries share a similar lake. Identical in nature, where the waters do not freeze, and terrifying, gigantic creatures dwell below, their eyes of vivid crimson. Thus, the creature concealed beneath the lake must be a dragon. This aligns with your assertion yesterday that the ice fortress is but a fade. Our true objective ought to be to seek the protection of those legendary beings before the ice beast sees our sanctuary. This is indeed the correct path. Chu Ran turned to the elder, articulating his conjecture, then raised a hand to halt further discourse. This is not a matter for you to address, so this is the true answer. What shall we do now? Is it still possible to send a message back to the refuge for assistance? Someone inquired urgently. It is no longer feasible. This morning, the spirit of the apparatus has already declared that the ice beasts have taken over all sanctuaries. Should we transmit a message now, it would be tantamount to signing our own death warrant. Shia Yunting sighed, realizing they had ultimately arrived too late. Is it truly over? The glimmer of hope in the survivor's eyes faded once more. If there is no hope left, why then did the apparatus spirit convey this message to you this morning? Chu Ran suddenly lifted his gaze towards Shia Yunting. Chapter 66. The army surrounds the city. Shia Yunting blinked in surprise, then quickly regained his composure, turning to the elder alongside Chu Ran. So, you wish to pose this question to me? The elder smiled faintly, remaining silent. No, this is not a question. Chu Ran hastily waved his hands in refusal. Why mention it now, of all times? It is stuck at a juncture prior to the appearance of the teleportation symbol. Commander Shao, could you please check if there is any information on the teleportation symbol? Chu Ran asked eagerly. Please hold on. Shia Yunting delved into the spatial interface of his watch for a moment, and then remarked, by grasping this symbol and mentally envisioning any location or creature you wish to reach, You can arrive without the need for coordinates, even escaping calamity. Therefore, the teleportation symbol not only allows us to flee from disaster, but also enables us to seek aid from those creatures. Chu Ran exclaimed in astonishment, thus explaining why the apparatus spirit issued a warning before the symbol's emergence. This is absurd. Who, upon acquiring a teleportation symbol, would think of seeking help from unknown beings instead of escaping? This is clearly an intention to thwart us. Chu Ran seethed with anger. Who among them, possessing a teleportation symbol, would not wish to escape, but rather seek out a terrifying creature? This is a test of humanity. The good news is that he has found a sliver of a clue. The bad news is that this clue is more vexing than helpful. Shia Yunting, Mo Nanshan, and several others who possessed the teleportation symbols exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly as they pondered privately if Chu Ran requested they produce their teleportation symbols. Would they acquiesce? Involuntarily, they all instinctively shook their heads in refusal. So, is this your dilemma? The elder spread his hands in resignation. No questions, let it be. Chu Ran retorted irritably. Questioning would yield no teleportation symbol. He turned to Yishu and asked, can the runes be deciphered? The runes I recognize are these few. Their functions are to harness strength and assimilate, connecting the iron cage with the surrounding environment. If one wishes to forcefully decipher them, it would be akin to obliterating the environment itself, necessitating the severing of the rune's connection to harness strength in order to break free. Yishu pointed out several groups of runes, then circled a few others. As for these groups, I am unfamiliar. There is no information regarding them in the lineage of the formation masters. These are runes utilized by the weapon masters, their function being to harden and enhance the defensive capabilities of objects. That moment, a demure young woman, clad in thick cotton and furs, timidly interjected, do you recognize these runes? Can you decipher them? Chu Ran turned to her in delight, realizing this was fortuitous, as they were all accounted for. Yes, it is possible, but Tian Xinyu hesitated, unsure how to respond. Oh dear, do speak up. Time is of the essence. And I can endure the worst of news. Seeing her indecision, Chu Ran grew increasingly anxious. What she meant to convey was that the runes must be present for us to decipher them. Yishu continued, if they are not present, we can only carve the corresponding runes in advance for you, but the difficulty of deciphering them will be monumental. That suffices. I implore you to assist in carving the corresponding runes, and I shall take care of the rest. Upon hearing that deciphering was feasible, Chu Ran finally felt a modicum of reassurance. However, now that the sanctuary has been overrun by ice beasts, even if we carve the corresponding runes, you will be left helpless. Yishu expressed her concerns. Then we shall fight our way out. I managed to break through the Ice Eagle army before, and I am determined to do so again. Chu Ran's gaze hardened as he looked outside, that he refrained from mentioning the teleportation symbol, introspecting that if he possessed one, he too might not selflessly offer it. Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself. Very well, let us proceed to carve the corresponding runes. Yishu hesitated, but ultimately decided to carve the runes that I ask you. Will you not pose that final question? Noticing Chu Ran's silence, the elder insisted on an answer. What question? Asking would yield no purpose. I shall refrain, saving it for a rainy day. Chu Ran pouted, realizing he must return to his sanctuary. With the ice beasts now dominating the area, he was the only one with the strength to escape. As for the other creatures, such as the white tiger or monkey king, without a teleportation symbol, he would not even have the chance to see them. Do not blame me for not warning you. That black bear is rather obstinate. Convincing it to act will not be easy, the elder remarked. Chu Ran cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. This was a choice he wished to make, yet felt he had no option. Half an hour later, Yishu and Tian Xinyu successfully carved the corresponding runes, while the ice beast army began to stir ominously. This is a reverse rune. You need only release it before the iron cage, and it will activate automatically. However, its efficacy will be diminished, and given our low levels, it can only serve to weaken the effect, necessitating that the so-called black bear actively assist in breaking the cage. Yishu handed a rune-engraved stone pillar to Chu Ran, instructing him on its use. Thank you. Chu Ran accepted the pillar and passed his pistol to the elder, retaining one last question for the time being, and requested to be sent back to the sanctuary. The elder took the pistol, idly examining it before tossing it back. This journey is fraught with peril. Consider this a temporary loan. Chu Ran was taken aback and, almost unconsciously, asked, "If I hand you the weapon upon opening the door, would you divulge this information to me?" This thought had been lingering in his mind, bordering on obsession. No, I shall only respond to your inquiries. I will not volunteer information. The elder shook his head slowly. A sigh of relief escaped Chu Ran. It was fortunate he was not to blame. Roar! At that moment, a deep, resonant roar echoed, signaling the ice beast's impending assault. All personnel swiftly assume defensive positions and collaborate with the fortress forces to repel the ice beasts. Shia Yunting immediately attempted to dissuade the survivors from resisting, yet they all turned their gazes towards Chu Ran. Shia Yunting held the teleportation symbol, ready to depart at a moment's notice, while they could only remain behind to face their doom. The disparity in their circumstances was glaring, and trust was absent. Those who wished to survive, mobilize. Chu Ran surveyed his surroundings, speaking in a low tone that I do not possess a teleportation symbol, nor do I wish to perish. Thus I shall return to the sanctuary that I will undertake the most perilous tasks, seeking that final glimmer of hope. Before that, I implore you to safeguard the fortress in my absence. This time, it is not for others, but solely for myself. Those who wish to live, fight with all your might. There is no retreat left. Cast aside any lingering hopes. Defend until I can bring reinforcements. I vow to ensure your survival. The enemy is at the gates. Burn the boats. The victor shall reign. Chu Ran roared. Let us clash with them. The surrounding survivors shouted hoarsely, regardless of past grievances. In that moment, they stood united on the same front. Living and dying together. Chapter 68. A Lone Journey. Due to the ice beast's occupation of the sanctuary, the teleportation array will directly transport you back to the refuge. The ice beasts will not assault the sanctuary as long as you remain inside. However, you must consider carefully. This venture could very well mean death. Before the teleportation portal, the elder in white regarded Chu Ran once more. There is no need for deliberation. I have no choice. Chu Ran shook his head. Very well. I have selected some special equipment from the survivors for you based on your specifications. Lulon stepped forward, trading several pieces of equipment with Chu Ran.so soon. Did they compensate with meat? Chu Ran accepted the equipment, swiftly refreshing their attributes. They have compensated. Although they are all first tier, they are of ordinary quality. Hearing that one could exchange for meat that enhances all attributes, everyone rushed to trade. But why would you desire such ordinary equipment? Mo Nanshan inquired curiously. If you are preparing for this, should you not have sought higher tier items? I understand your thoughts. With the ice beast army at our doorstep, no one is willing to part with high-level equipment. Thank you, and I look forward to our next meeting. Chu Ran patted his shoulder, then turned and stepped into the portal, leaving the others in a state of hesitation. Mo Nanshan stretched out his hand, but the words that were on the tip of his tongue ultimately remained unspoken. He gazed at the teleportation array in silence for a long time. Do you think that we will ever see him again? Yishu's face was marked by regret, her thoughts a mystery. There's no chance left, is there? Outside, it's all ice beast. Mo Nanshan forced a bitter smile. Should we teleport away then? Let us wait a little longer. Yishu shook her head, while ACI, standing nearby, said, I will stay with Yishu. Then I shall depart first. Mo Nanshan nodded, taking out the teleportation talisman, yet he hesitated to activate it. 1 minute passed. I'll wait a bit longer as well. I want to see if this kid can truly succeed. Look, a scene has appeared above the castle. Is that Chu Ran? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The three of them looked up to see a virtual screen appearing above the Ice River Castle, displaying a stone room where Chu Ran was squatting, seemingly fiddling with something. What is this? They quickly turned to the old man in white. This young man asked me if I could arrange it. He mentioned that the assault of the Ice Beast army would surely cause panic, and he wanted me to broadcast his scene to uplift the survivors, the old man explained. They nodded in understanding. Yesterday, the Ice Beast army numbered only in the tens of thousands, but today it was in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions. Just the sight of it was enough to send shivers down their spines. Indeed, some encouragement was needed, but this felt rather ostentatious. With a roar, the Ice Beast army launched another assault. Various exotic beasts charged toward the defensive lines set up by the survivors. The Ice Beast army today was clearly different from yesterday. Their strength had increased significantly, with the ordinary ice beasts completely absent, replaced by first-tier ice beasts. In the initial clash, They broke through the survivors' ranks, and the casualties among the shield and spear soldiers grew at an alarming rate. A deafening roar reverberated through the army as several enormous ice beasts appeared at the rear of the battalion. They resembled lions, tigers, leopards, and other wild creatures, second-tier ice beasts. They are second-tier ice beasts. What do we do? We can't hold them off. Initially, the survivors clung to a faint hope of holding their ground, but the emergence of the second-tier beasts plunged them into despair. After all, the second-tier survivors had all escaped with teleportation talismans. Leaving no experts behind, don't panic. Let the laser cannons take care of these second-tier ice beasts, Shia Yunting shouted. Within the walls, dozens of massive laser cannons began to charge, emitting a dazzling light. However, something strange occurred. These second-tier beasts seemed to recognize the laser cannons, evading them just before they fired, causing the laser blasts to strike the ice beast army instead. Damn it, they can gauge the firing time from the brightness of the laser cannons. Shia Yunting's expression darkened. If the second-tier beasts breached their defenses, the survivors would be doomed. Commander Shao, focus on a few of them. Trap them to limit their escape routes, Yishu reminded. Shia Yunting hesitated, a flicker of struggle crossing his face. Hurry, don't dawdle. They're closing in, Yishu shouted anxiously. The energy of the laser cannons was limited, and if they concentrated their fire, it wouldn't last long. That I can only smile wryly at this situation. Shia Yunting replied, shaking his head, but it must be done. The second-tier ice beasts must be dealt with. No need to concentrate. Just fire as you please, that I will restrict their movements. ACI slowly stepped forward, drawing his short sword and fixing his gaze on the massive ice lion ahead. Just as the laser cannons were about to fire, he struck out, in the next moment, as the gigantic ice lion attempted to leap away. A tiny fissure appeared on its leg, causing it to falter. The laser cannon fired successfully, blasting it apart. That it worked. What a peculiar ability. Shia Yunting looked at ACI in astonishment, from hundreds of meters away. He had managed to strike the ice beast. Unfazed by Shia Yunting's shocked expression, ACI continued to assist the laser cannons in hunting down the second-tier ice beasts, quickly eliminating this batch. Unfortunately, they had exhausted over half of their energy and were uncertain how much longer they could sustain it. Though the second-tier ice beasts had been defeated, Shia Yunting could not find joy in it. The energy of the laser cannons was finite, and every shot counted. That I'll go take a look. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Yishu hurried towards the laser cannons on the walls, beginning to carve runes amidst the puzzled gazes of the others. I am a formation master. I can harness the power of the terrain. These runes will allow the laser cannons to draw a small amount of surrounding spiritual energy. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Yishu explained proactively that on the battlefield below, Tian Xinyu noticed Yishu carving runes on the laser cannon and suddenly had a bright idea. She broke away from her team and rushed towards the castle. What are you doing? They have teleportation talismans and can leave at any time. That we cannot demand they fight, but you must not hide away as well. Someone immediately grabbed her. She must be enhancing the massive laser cannon. I am a weapon refiner and can also strengthen the laser cannon, Tian Xinyu quickly explained. Then go quickly. Upon realizing Tian Xinyu was not speaking falsely, the person let go of her. The hardness of the laser cannon is insufficient. The previous firing has already caused the barrel to heat up, risking an explosion. Is there a way to address this? Yishu asked directly upon Tian Xinyu's arrival. Yes, leave it to me, Tian Xinyu replied. The two quickly began to carve runes on the barrel. I leave this to you. I will go help fend off the ice beasts and do my utmost to assist the survivors before we leave, Shia Yunting stated, stepping away towards the battlefield. Ugh, why do I feel like the most useless one here, unable to help at all? Lulon scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then you might as well just teleport away. Yishu teased. I'm not belittling anyone. Hurry and carve your runes, and don't forget about the Annihilator. Lulon retorted unhappily. Look quickly. Chu Ran is moving. He has stepped outside. Wow, so many beasts. Can he really make it through? Is this truly within the realm of human possibility? The battlefield below erupted with exclamations. On the large screen overhead, Chu Ran slowly pushed open the door of the shelter. The moment the door opened, countless eyes fixed on him. Chapter 69. Retreat to the castle. Wow. Upon seeing so many eyes upon him, Chu Ran's heart raced, and he swiftly shut the stone door again. What the heck? Did he just chicken out? It turns out this kid can be scared too, Lulon exclaimed at the sight on the screen. The other survivors looked equally perplexed. The killing god they had seen before was nothing like this. Inside the shelter, click, click. The moment the door opened, the third prince tried to rush out, only for the door to slam shut with a bang, causing him to collide with the wall that he held his head. Yelling at Chu Ran, his disdain evident even through the screen. Sorry. It's my first time under so much scrutiny. I'm a bit nervous. Please allow me a moment. Chu Ran nervously reassured the third prince. 1 minute later, I'm ready now. When I open the door, let us charge together. The ground is mine, and the air is yours, shall we? Click. All right, 3.2.1. Charge. Chu Ran pulled the door open once more. What the heck? Why aren't you moving? Trying to sell me out? Just as he intended to charge, he noticed the third prince standing still, showing no intention of moving. Tell me, can a weaponsmith enhance the power of equipment? You know, like amplifying it by tenfold. He glanced at the busy Tian Sinew beside him and inquired. Enhancements are possible, but with my current strength, it's unfeasible. Perhaps after advancing a few more times, I could elevate the potency of the incendiary vials. Tian Sinew replied, aware of his unasked questions and taking a moment to ponder. Don't ask irrelevant things. We are working here. You can wait over there. Yishu stated with displeasure that I won't leave. I must protect you. I sensed a hint of malice nearby just now, and it seems that the figure in black is up to no good again. Lulon shook his head, his gaze occasionally sweeping the surroundings. You can sense malice? Yishu exclaimed in surprise, her eyes also darting around. Originally focused on the battlefield, a CI furrowed his brow, redirecting his attention just in case. Indeed, but it was only under the full operation of my spiritual energy. Lulon nodded, a flicker of regret crossing his face. If I had been more vigilant while seizing the teleportation talismans, perhaps Chu Ran would not have been ambushed. At the mention of Chu Ran, a solemn silence enveloped the group. In the distance, the figure in black lurked in a shadowy corner, fixated on Lulon with unwavering intensity. He initially intended to seize the teleportation talismans from the group, hoping to acquire several high-quality puppets. However, he never anticipated that Lulon could detect his presence. The moment he approached, Lulon's gaze would frequently shift toward his location. Consider yourselves fortunate, he thought, slowly retreating. The young man has grasped spatial power. Without the element of surprise, his chances are slim. Shia Yunting, still within the teleportation range, realized that if he failed to swiftly eliminate the group, he risked a disastrous downfall. It's not worth it for just a few puppets. We can't hold on much longer. There are too many ice beasts. Flee. The castle's guard is exhausted. It's our turn now. Where to run? Either way, death awaits us. We might as well fight. After a grueling battle lasting over 10 minutes, the castle's defenders were completely depleted, and the survivors' ranks had been forced out of the canyon, with the canyon's natural defenses gone. Casualties among the survivors surged, and fear permeated their hearts. Everyone, retreat to the castle and defend the tall walls. I will provide cover, Shia Yunting bellowed, realizing the dire situation. Remaining in the canyon would only increase their losses. 2 fighter jets slowly ascended, initiating their first strike, unleashing a barrage of bullets resembling a dragon's tail upon the canyon to cover the retreat of the masses. As the survivors fell back, the army of ice beasts swiftly pressed against the castle walls, beginning to stack upon each other. Waiting atop the walls, the flaming soldiers unleashed torrents of fire downward, as nearly 100 fiery serpents mercilessly consumed the ice beasts. In the distance, various flying ice beasts began to ascend from behind, launching an assault on the fighter jets. Chu Ran, you must hurry. We can't hold on much longer. Shia Yunting, drenched in blood from the castle's defenders and the survivors, stood atop the wall that he had been at the forefront during the battle, repeatedly rescuing survivors from the jaws of the ice beasts. However, the limits. Suddenly, it felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over it. Turning around, its body stiffened in surprise. With the last of its forelimbs, it cautiously tapped its master's shoulder. Don't be foolish. I am appreciating art, Chu Ran replied, shrugging. The purple flames emanated an intense aura, and as they ignited, the otherworldly beasts fled in a frenzy, putting a considerable distance between themselves and the danger. The third prince, undeterred, poked it again and murmured a few soft sounds. What's wrong with you? Why are you acting so shy? It's just a ball of fire. Chu Ran instinctively turned back, having just given the third prince a little scolding, only to behold a far more terrifying sight. There, standing at a distance, were 7 or 8 ice giants. their furious gazes fixed upon him. My dear son, hold tight to me. Chu Ran swiftly donned a pair of spring-soled shoes and leaped forward. Soaring dozens of meters high, one of those giants would be enough to deal with him. Yet now he faced an entire horde. The third prince, quick on the uptake, clung to his back, gripping his clothing tightly. Each time Chu Ran landed, the springs beneath him unleashed an astonishing force, propelling him to even greater heights. The ice giants, enraged at his attempt to escape, bellowed in pursuit, but had to navigate around the purple flames, allowing Chu Ran to create some distance. Chapter 71. The frustration of Chu Ran. Hey, slow down. You keep veering off course. It's driving me mad. At the entrance of the Black Bear Cave instance, Chu Ran hopped about, each leap reaching heights of over 10 meters, rendering him unable to stand still. This predicament prevented him from touching the instance, let alone entering it. Clack. The third prince anxiously hovered nearby. It was powerless to assist Chu Ran into the cave or to help him stop. I know. Please don't rush me. I'm aware of the pursuers behind. If only I could control this thing. Chu Ran felt as if he were on the verge of despair. Had it not been for the dire circumstances earlier, he would never have resorted to using this equipment. The ice giants, along with their icy beasts, were closing in. Son, seize the opportunity and chop me inside. Chu Ran seemed to have made a resolute decision. The third prince's eyes brightened. If you say it like that. I am excited. Just aim well. Don't strike off target. Chu Ran brandished an iron rod before him. Upon seeing it was a chopping stick, the third prince's excitement evaporated, and it drifted into the air. Waiting for the right moment, with a decisive swing, it sliced Chu Ran into the cave. Phew, that scared me. Had I waited any longer, my legs would have been broken. Chu Ran exhaled deeply. The special gear he had crafted prior to his departure was now completely depleted. And if he didn't enter soon, he would truly be doomed. Thud. Just as Chu Ran entered the cave, he unexpectedly bumped his head against the ceiling, plunging into darkness, his head ringing that oh no, the cave has a ceiling. A terrifying realization washed over him, causing his face to pale. In his frantic bid for survival, he had neglected to consider this crucial detail. Thud. The spring shoes endowed him with remarkable bounce, allowing him to leap effortlessly. Upon landing, he was propelled upward again, crashing against the cave's ceiling. Utilizing the rebound, he was hurled back down. Damn it, Thud. I can't take this anymore. I want to go home. Thud. Chu Ran bounced up and down like a pinball, the cave walls echoing with each impact. Even with his physical prowess nearing 1,000, he was beginning to struggle. Thud, thud, thud. He continued to progress at a snail's pace, akin to a tolling bell. Son, hurry, hit me. Thud. In despair, Chu Ran began to plead with the third prince for assistance. At this rate, he would either be killed or rendered a fool. The third prince, losing interest in merely spectating, collided into him, propelling him forward. Ice River Castle hiss. The sight was painful to behold. Would he truly meet his demise? It was uncertain whether he would perish, but it certainly seemed likely he would be left dazed. Even amidst a life-and-death struggle, countless survivors could not help but gaze at Chu Ran on the luminous screen. TSK, he truly dares to utilize those shoes. He is indeed a warrior. Lulon shook his head in disbelief, as these were the very items he had collected, naturally recalling a peculiar pair of shoes. What is happening with him? Yishu inquired, puzzled by Chu Ran's incessant wall bouncing. Don't blame him. The shoes he wears are notorious. Once donned, they automatically jump without exertion, a true escape artifact, Lulon explained. Then if he is safe, why doesn't he take them off? Yishu shot him an incredulous glance, but sensed the situation was far from simple. Noticing a peculiar expression on Lulon's face, no way, he can't remove those shoes, can he? She ventured. Indeed, while their escape capabilities are exceptional, they possess a terrifying flaw. Once worn, they cannot be removed for an hour. Lulon regarded the glowing screen above with pity, beginning to pray for Chu Ran. Thud, thud, thud. Let me die, just die. I don't want to live anymore. Chu Ran was engulfed in despair. It had only been 5 minutes. Yet he felt as though his head were muddled, his thoughts sluggish. If this continued, 1 + 1 might very well equal 3. What is wrong with you? Constantly banging around here. You're disturbing my sleep. The gruff voice of the black bear echoed. Brother bear, great bear, help me. Oh bear father. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Ran felt a glimmer of hope. What is that on your feet? The black bear had also perceived something awry. Don't worry about what it is. I'm in urgent need of help. Make it stop. My head is spinning. Chu Ran was on the verge of tears that I'll give it a try. The black bear lifted its right hand and, through the iron bars, brought it down upon Chu Ran, manifesting a powerful gravitational force that weighed down the air. Chu Ran felt his body grow heavy, pinned to the ground like a fly, as if burdened by a mountain weighing 100,000 pounds, making it difficult to breathe. I've stopped bouncing. I've stopped bouncing. Yet Chu Ran felt no discomfort. In fact, he found it amusing. He had survived. Hey, enough with the laughter. Why are you here instead of guarding your castle? The black bear shot a glance at him. I came to invite you to help defend the castle. Become the great bear of legend. Are you trying to conspire against me? The black bear's eyes widened in disbelief as it glared at Chu Ran. How can you say that? You are so powerful. How could I possibly harm you? Chu Ran forced a smile. Nonsense. The ice beasts are all the offspring of ice dragons. You want me to help guard the castle? Aren't you plotting against me? The black bear growled. Ice dragons? So the Ice King is also a dragon? Chu Ran gasped, startled. This bear had witnessed countless survivors, including its master. What kind of place was this, and who had created this game? Moreover, someone had already manipulated the burning Heaven Monkey King into action, which explained why this was recorded in the ruins. It was indeed a lost cause. The black bear nodded, continuing, Don't struggle. No one has ever succeeded. Just stay here and you'll survive the calamity. Survive here? Chu Ran contemplated. The space was sizable, and with some effort, it could accommodate everyone. That's possible, but the sanctuary will vanish, and you will become like an NPC. Dante asked me what an NPC is. That's what my master said. Mentioning its master brought a look of admiration and nostalgia to the black bear's face. Then it would be better to kill me. Chu Ran muttered. This is troublesome. If the black bear refuses to act, must I retreat to become an NPC? Then who will I be? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the nostalgia that flickered across the black bear's face. Do you miss your master? Chu Ran's voice dropped to a whisper. The black bear sat in silence, an unusual expression of sorrow and grievance flickering across its countenance as it struggled to comprehend why its master had abandoned it. The bear's forlorn gaze seemed to implore, Do you not see my suffering? Chu Ran mused inwardly, yet cautiously ventured, Were you cast aside? No, my master would never forsake me. The black bear suddenly erupted in agitation. Bellowing fiercely and pounding the iron cage with its paws, the runes inscribed upon the cage began to glow, creating a barrier against the bear's fury. Calm down, calm down. That is not my intention. I merely wonder if there might be some hidden truth behind this. Chu Ran quickly reassured, for he was relying on this formidable creature for his salvation, in the Ice River Castle, as she observed the floating runes on the cage. Yishu's expression shifted abruptly. Oh no, Chu Ran did not complete the runes last time. This cage possesses an additional layer of meaning. It gathers spiritual energy. The runes we inscribed cannot possibly unlock this cage. Was it not a certain death? Imo Nanshan's expression darkened. The black bear was already reluctant to assist, and now, even the key was incorrect. I must inform him of this. Yishu swiftly transmitted the true meaning of the runes to Chu Ran. In the black bear's den, just as Chu Ran had managed to soothe the bear's emotions, his survival watch vibrated. Who could it be at this moment, sending messages? Hold on, I will respond. Curiosity piqued, he opened the message. To his surprise, there was not a whisper in the chat channels after the ice beast's assault. Upon reading Yishu's message, his expression shifted from delight to dismay. The good news was that he now understood how to persuade the black bear to act. The bad news was that the key in his possession might be a fake. This was truly a matter of life and death. Never mind. We'll take it one step at a time. Your master has not abandoned you, and this cage does not confine you. Chu Ran declared, I was born restless, disinterested in cultivation. My master crafted this cage so that by remaining inside, I could enhance my spiritual power. The black bear replied slowly, its previously agitated demeanor now calmed. So you are aware. That simplifies matters. Have you never pondered why your master has not returned for you? The black bear fell silent. Chu Ran continued, undeterred. When a blood bond is established, the two are inseparable. If my pet were imprisoned here, I would go to any lengths to return. Surely, your bond with your master is similar. When a pet's master dies, the pet perishes too. Your survival indicates your master lives. As Chu Ran spoke, he observed the black bear's expression shift, sensing a glimmer of hope. What if it is not that he does not wish to return, but rather he is trapped somewhere, unable to come back? The black bear's eyes widened, dark beads of its gaze fixated upon Chu Ran. Upon hearing that its master might be imprisoned, the sorrow on its face vanished. Replaced by a flicker of rage, a spark of possibility ignited within Chu Ran's eyes as he continued. He may have encountered a formidable foe and been captured, or perhaps he is ensnared in a shadowy relic, unable to escape by his own means. Perhaps the world has forgotten him, no one cares for him, and no one will come to his aid. The only one who remembers him, the only one who can rescue him, is you. Yet here you are, lingering in this cage. Chu Ran shook his head, his expression one of regret. Enough with the talk. You simply want my assistance. Even if I agree, it is of no use. This cage restrains me, and I cannot break free. The black bear retorted, feigning anger. You have agreed. I will find a way to open the cage. All I need is your consent, Chu Ran exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he brandished the stone pillar inscribed with runes. Had he not been pressed to the ground, he would have leaped in celebration. Oh, you had this planned all along. The black bear glared. Heh, better safe than sorry. However, these runes will only provide minimal assistance. The true power to shatter the cage must come from the great black bear. Chu Ran chuckled, activating the stone pillar as he swiftly crawled towards the exit. The runes on the stone pillar glowed, attempting to merge with those on the cage, but were repelled. Your runes are too rudimentary, their effect limited. Back away. The black bear roared, rising upright, its claws shimmering with a grayish-white light as the surrounding space began to tremble. Fissures appearing. Roar. The black bear's paws struck the cage with tremendous force. Boom. The cage began to warp under this immense power, causing the entire cavern to shake, and the runes upon the cage floated into the air, forming a vast net that erupted in a dazzling light, illuminating the entire enclosure. The brilliance forced Chu Ran to involuntarily shut his eyes. After a considerable time, the tremors subsided, the blinding light faded, and the cage returned to its original state, while the stone pillar he had thrown lay shattered into fragments. What? It's gone. As Chu Ran witnessed this, a wave of dread washed over him. He had a foreboding feeling. Let us try again. The cage was almost cracking earlier. Maybe another attempt will work. Chu Ran spoke with fervor. It's futile. There is no hope left. The black bear's expression grew despondent, its massive form slumping against the cage. Do not give up. Think of your master, Chu Ran urged, desperate to avoid his own demise, wishing to escape the confines of this realm as an NPC. There is no escape. The array that enveloped the cage has manifested a slight stagnation. Under these circumstances, my full power could not break free from the cage. It is impossible. The bear's words fell upon Chu Ran like a bucket of cold water, plunging him into despair. There was no hope. Utterly none. He had persuaded the bear but failed to resolve the cage's predicament, and after so much struggle, it all seemed in vain. In the Ice River Castle, a sudden darkness enveloped the screened as the black bear struck the cage. The projection above the castle faded into a pitch-black void. The spiritual energy there has fallen into chaos. I cannot project the image any longer. The old man in white lamented. Did it succeed? Someone contact Chu Ran. I've been trying. No one is responding. No response at all. Has it failed? The survivors, who had been fighting valiantly, suddenly found their resistance crumbling. Standing frozen in confusion, uncertain of their next move, the purpose of their struggle evaporated in that moment. On the city walls, with the absence of the survivors' defense, the ice beast seized the opportunity to pile their bodies into a staircase. A vibrant ice tiger leapt up from below, appearing before the onlookers, followed by a second and a third. Chapter 73. I, Bear 2, have emerged, buzzing wildly. Chu Ran's survival watch flooded with countless private messages. Stop sending messages. I've done my best. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he turned his gaze away from the notifications, striving to adjust his position for greater comfort. He resigned himself to lying still, no longer struggling. The black bear fell silent, its mind racing after Chu Ran's persuasive words, consumed by a singular desire to escape and find its master. Did I apologize? I should not have come. A hint of regret crossed Chu Ran's face. He had successfully ignited the bear's yearning to leave, yet could not facilitate its escape. Suddenly, a ripple of spatial energy coursed through the surroundings. Who? The black bear sensed the disturbance immediately, turning towards its source. You. What brings you here? Chu Ran, intrigued, followed suit, and upon recognizing the familiar figure, he was momentarily taken aback, tears inexplicably welling in his eyes. Fearing that Yishu might notice, he quickly turned his head away. I've come to help you. Without my assistance, how could you complete your task? Yishu, hardly sparing him a glance, was instead preoccupied with searching for something. What are you looking for? Buzz, another spatial wave swept through. And the plump, adorable girl Tian Xinyu materialized beside them. You finally made it. Yishu exhaled in relief upon seeing Tian Xinyu. Did you think I would use the teleportation talisman to flee? Tian Xinyu, understanding the other's thoughts, smiled sweetly, explaining, I did consider escaping directly, but ultimately I chose not to. I do not wish to spend my life in regret. You also teleported here. Where did you get the teleportation talisman? Chu Ran was utterly astonished, having pieced together their intentions. The surprise felt monumental, akin to a drowning person encountering a grand cruise ship. It was my sister who provided me with the teleportation talisman. Tian Xinyu clarified, don't ask. It's ACI's talisman, Yishu interjected, anticipating Chu Ran's question, but we must act quickly. The castle has fallen. If we delay, we shall truly perish. She hastened to the cage, beginning to carve runes. I will sever the connection between the cage and its surroundings. You must weaken the rune's power. Tian Xinyu promptly followed suit. Runes began to appear in the air, merging into the cage. Under the black bear's astonished gaze, the runes upon the cage visibly dimmed. The strength of the cage's creator surpasses ours. We can only temporarily weaken the runes. You must be ready to break free. Yishu instructed the black bear. The bear nodded eagerly, its small eyes sparkling with anticipation. No creature wished to remain trapped in a cage. Now, Yishu shouted, exchanging a determined glance with Tian Xinyu before they both sprinted away, as the runes on the cage faded completely. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, followed by the sound of metal shattering. Haha! I, Bear 2, have emerged. The black bear's boisterous laughter reverberated throughout the cavern. Bear 2? Is that your name? Chu Ran struggled to suppress his laughter, utterly taken aback by the bear's resounding moniker. What do you mean? It seems you have an issue with the name my master gave me. Shonga, feeling displeased, approached Chu Ran, his head, the size of a basin, looming over the ground where Chu Ran stood. No. Very good. Quite impressive, splendid indeed. Let us hasten back. If we tarry any longer, our home may be lost. Chu Ran quickly shifted the topic. Let us go meet that ice dragon. Just to clarify, I am merely a support, should we encounter difficulty. I shall retreat at once. The black bear stretched lazily, and at that moment, the runes atop the cage detached themselves, swiftly infiltrating the bear's body. Master, is this your way of safeguarding me? The black bear grinned widely. My master still cares for me. It pounded its forelimbs on the ground. Immediately, a force enveloped Chu Ran and the others, gently depositing them onto the bear's back. Hold on tight. We are about to set off. If you do not grasp firmly, you may find yourself in peril, cautioned the black bear. Yishu and Tian Xinyu quickly clutched the bear's thick fur, while Chu Ran found himself pressed against the bear's back, nearly sinking into its form. With a swish of its forepaw, Shonga conjured a spatial rift over 2 meters long before diving through it. When it reappeared, they found themselves outside Chu Ran's sanctuary. Without a moment's pause, Shonga struck the sanctuary with a mighty paw, specifically targeting the coffin buried within the earth. Then, with a graceful turn, it vanished into the space, just before the rift closed. Leaving Chu Ran to hear an enraged roar. What business do you have with it? It is merely a third-tier specter. Perplexed, Chu Ran mused. Could it be that this bear harbors peculiar tastes? Third tier? It is hardly a mere third tier. The last time it was freed, it was at the brink of collapse. In its prime, it is a formidable force and quite resilient. As Shonga traversed the void, chaos surrounded them, with spatial rifts visible in every direction. Chu Ran was astonished. This bear was surprisingly cunning, clearly aware of how to seek out the most challenging adversaries. Moments prior, as the first ice beast surged into the castle, the survivors' defenses crumbled entirely. The gates were soon breached, and the demoralized survivors became mere lambs, awaiting slaughter. Flee. Take refuge in the palace. Run. The formation master and the blacksmith rushed to aid Chu Ran, clinging to hope amidst despair. Shia Yunting shouted in defiance. charging into the tide of beasts. Good grief. This time there won't be a single one left. Imo Nanshan's face turned ghostly pale as he leaned weakly against the wall. He had just rallied all the survivors, exhausting his spiritual energy completely. Why did I let it come to this? You might as well teleport away, for you are akin to a piece of prized meat. A CI stood guard beside him, aware that only Imo Nanshan and Shia Yunting possessed teleportation talismans. With Imo Nanshan in such a state, he feared that one careless moment could lead to an assassination. Already, numerous predatory gazes were upon them. Let us speak later. You all must remain that I cannot simply abandon you, for the teleportation talisman may yet prove invaluable. Imo Nanshan shook his head. Quick, take refuge in the central hall. It is the most fortified part of the castle. The elder in white hovered in the sky, directing the survivors' escape. The initially panicked crowd began to find direction, with most rushing toward the central hall. While a few stubbornly sought refuge elsewhere, a CI assisted Imo Nanshan as they made their way to the central hall. Hold the line, even if it costs us our lives. If that door falls, we are all doomed. In the central hall, hundreds of survivors braced against the door, while outside, thousands of ice beasts wreaked havoc. The chilling cries of the fallen echoed ominously, each sound marking the extinguishing of a life. Ultimately, the cries grew fainter, until they vanished entirely, leaving only the sound of the beast's footsteps. Suddenly, a resounding crash struck the door, causing hearts to tremble. The ice beasts were upon them. Chapter 74. The Ice King appears at last. Shonga halted mid-stride in the void, tearing through the fabric of space, and ushering the others through the rift. They emerged above the ice fortress, which had succumbed entirely. The gates lay shattered. Countless ice beast carcasses littered the ground, forming a staircase for the remaining beasts to invade the castle. The massive laser cannons were obliterated, and the fighter jets reduced to mere fragments. Ice beasts rampaged within the castle, the remains of survivors strewn about, blood staining every corner. This is dire. We have arrived too late. The castle has fallen. Chu Ran's heart sank. There were still 2,000 to 3,000 survivors here at Asia. Where are you? Yishu's expression changed dramatically as she frantically searched below for that familiar figure. Gripping the bear's fur tightly. Roar! Shonga bellowed, an invisible pressure descending upon the castle, forcing the rampant ice beasts to the ground. Following this, a terrifying force swept through the fortress, reducing the ice beasts to mere dust. Do not panic. There are still many survivors hiding within the castle. Shonga descended from the air, gently placing the others down. Perhaps sensing the commotion outside, doors swung open, and survivors cautiously emerged from their hiding spots. Realizing there was no longer danger, it is Chu Ran. He has returned. Splendid. Everyone, come out. We are saved. The black bear. I see the black bear. He truly summoned it. As the survivors spotted Shonga, excitement surged, and more began to emerge from the palace. Yishu caught sight of a CI among the crowd and exhaled in relief. Though, what a peculiar posture you have assumed. Imo Nanshan, leaning on a wooden staff, limped over to Chu Ran, suppressing a grin. At that moment, Chu Ran resembled a frog sprawled on the ground, his rear end elevated high. Shut your mouth. If you dare to laugh, I shall make you unrecognizable. Chu Ran shot a menacing glare at Imo Nanshan, vowing that should this fellow mock him, he would retaliate with all his might. Wait, something is amiss. I have already left the cave. Why am I still being pressed down? Realization dawned on Chu Ran, and he called out to Shonga, Brother Bear, please let me up. Yet, Shonga paid him no heed, standing atop the castle walls, gazing into the distance. It decimated the ice beasts within the city. The remaining forces gradually retreated, but its expression grew increasingly grave. That I never anticipated you truly summoned the black bear. It is notoriously difficult to recruit among the beasts that could aid you. The elder in white observed Shonga perched upon the castle, unable to suppress his admiration. Other beasts had their backstories, and as long as survivors triggered quests, they could gain their favor. Yet, this black bear was an anomaly. A battle companion left behind by the survivors. You truly prefer the toughest bones to gnaw on. Here it comes, Shonga declared, its eyes widening, standing tall and exuding an aura of terror. Boy, I shall do my utmost to assist you. But I am no mere monkey. Should the situation become dire, I will not fight to the bitter end. Shonga's expression turned serious, its power steadily intensifying. Chu Ran, hearing this, gazed into the distant sky, where an ethereal light began to illuminate the horizon, accompanied by the faint sound of a dragon's roared this moment. The ice beasts collectively knelt, awaiting their king. What is that? From the clouds emerged a fearsome dragon, forged of ice and sporting wings, soaring swiftly. It passed through the air, freezing everything in its wake, sending tremors through the spiritual energy around it. A sight most terrifying. The source of this ominous energy was none other than a Western dragon. Beast, ice giant dragon level. Abilities. A fragment of information materialized before Chu Ran. He could discern the basic details of the ice dragon, unlike Shonga, whose name remained concealed, a likely consequence of being a companion to a survivor. Cracking void giant bear, do you wish to oppose me? The frost giant dragon came to a halt atop a nearby mountain, gazing down at Shonga with disdain. The multitude of ice beasts erupted into a chorus of furious roars, their cries echoing across the land. Spare me the pleasantries. I have come all this way. Do you think I am here for a heart-to-heart? Though Shonga may not match the ice giant dragon in strength, it showed no signs of backing down. An ant shaking a tree. With a furious roar, the ice giant dragon unleashed a torrent of icy breath towards Shonga. Gila, Shonga tore through the void before it. Devouring the icy breath, I shall impart some lessons to you today. Ice-crawling insect. Shonga soared into the air, swiftly appearing behind the ice dragon, its claws striking toward the dragon's back. Yet, with a resounding clang, its claws failed to pierce the dragon's hide. How is this possible? Your strength has exceeded my expectations, Shonga exclaimed in disbelief, for the ice giant dragon's power was far beyond what it had anticipated. Ha ha ha! You may thank that monkey. Its essence is quite nourishing, the ice giant dragon sneered. This is bad. Shonga panicked, retreating to a distance. However, as it reappeared, it felt a powerful gust of wind behind it. Another ice giant dragon materialized. Before it could react, it was struck by the dragon's tail, sending it crashing to the ground, leaving a deep, dark pit in its wake. In the next moment, Shonga appeared in midair. Yet its back was already encased in ice, the cold rapidly spreading. Ice duplicates. This is dire. Shonga stared at the two ice giant dragons, its mind in turmoil. The ice giant dragons had never possessed such abilities before. Indeed, they are still relatively durable. Ever since the world was encased in ice, those ancient beings have retreated. It has been ages since I last fought. The two ice giant dragons displayed expressions of satisfaction. Roar! Just then, a shadow the size of an ant emerged in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. As it approached the battlefield, the figure became clearer, a pitch-black body with skin resembling dry tree bark and pale. Hollow eyes. A peachwood sword was lodged atop its head, and an old, tattered yellow talisman was affixed to its forehead. A specter. The specter advanced with a single stride, covering hundreds of meters in mere moments. Arriving at the battlefield with a singular focus on Shonga. What a fortuitous arrival. Shonga was overjoyed. Without allies, it would surely flee, for the current might of this ice dragon was utterly terrifying. Instead of teleporting, it soared toward the frost giant dragon, with the specter pivoting to follow. As the specter drew near, Shonga flickered and vanished from its original position, leaving the specter suspended in midair, unable to retreat, and crashing directly into the frost giant dragon. A reckless choice. The frost giant dragon's massive wings unfurled, casting the specter away with a powerful flap. Roar! The specter was flung several meters away. Yet it appeared unfazed, roaring defiantly at the frost giant dragon. However, before it could complete its roar, a torrent of dragon breath engulfed it, instantly freezing it solid. A splendid opportunity. Shonga's eyes sparkled as it materialized behind the specter, striking down upon its head and shattering the ice upon it. Come forth. It tore away a talisman, then grasped a peachwood sword, forcibly extracting it from the specter's crown. The frost giant dragon observed this scene with indifference, allowing the black bear to manipulate the situation. A mere void-rending giant bear was insufficient for it to warm up. It had been invincible for too long and desired some weaklings to indulge in a bit of fun. Roar! As the peachwood sword was drawn, the specter's pallid eyes transformed into a terrifying crimson red. Its veins bulged ominously, and a dense aura of malevolence enveloped the scene. Shonga roared back in fury, peculiar runes emerging on its surface. Those same runes that had been etched upon the cage, now coursing through its body. With each rune that appeared, its power grew stronger. Ice Dragon King, you dare allow me to unseal it. You will regret this later. Shonga cast a triumphant glance at the Ice Dragon King, thoroughly pleased with its maneuver. Yet, the Spectre's gaze suddenly shifted towards Shonga, and in a moment of shock, it struck out with a powerful slap. What the hell? Chapter 75. The Fall of Shonga. Ha! Is this the regret you intend to inflict upon me? The frost giant dragon surveyed the unfolding drama with keen interest. Damn it! This Spectre Shonga felt a surge of blood rise in its throat, having exerted great effort to unseal it, only to be met with a slap in return. Fortunately, after the Spectre sent Shonga flying, it did not press the attack, but instead turned its attention to the frost giant dragon. The bear could only curse inwardly, not daring to express its displeasure, as it still needed the Spectre to contend with the frost giant dragon. This slap would have to be swallowed in silence. Very well. I suppose this will suffice for a warm-up. Let us enjoy ourselves. Both frost giant dragons rose simultaneously, charging toward the Spectre and the void-rending giant bear. Engaging in combat, the ice dragons surpassed the two demons in both speed and strength, and from the outset, the battle was heavily one-sided. Young man, do you know which beasts are most easily summoned in this realm? An elder in white suddenly appeared before Chu Ran, posing the question, which beasts are most easily summoned? What do you mean? Chu Ran looked utterly bewildered, raising his head to regard the elder, perplexed by the sudden inquiry. Since you have posed a third question, I shall enlighten you. Within the refining sect, there exists a mechanical bird. Whoever can unseal it will gain a promise from it. The seal is quite easy to break. As any refiner can accomplish it with ease, the elder nodded solemnly. What the hell, a strong question and a strong answer. This maneuver from the elder nearly caused Chu Ran's mind to overheat. Do not dawdle. It will soon be too late. The ice dragon has consumed the essence of the Monkey King. The black bear and the Spectre are far from sufficient, the elder urged, before Chu Ran could respond. Mo Nanshan took the initiative to produce a teleportation talisman and handed it over. Here, take this. Do not misunderstand. Had I not seen a glimmer of hope, I would not have presented the teleportation talisman. It feels like a forced feeding. Chu Ran felt a twinge of embarrassment. Everything was falling into place without him having to say a word. He glanced at Tian Xinyu, realizing she seemed to be the only refiner present. Here, I trust you will not flee. Yishu snatched the teleportation talisman and thrust it into Tian Xinyu's hands, emphasizing that if she were to escape, she would have already done so when rescuing the black bear. Tian Xinyu stared blankly at the talisman in her hand, a treasure cherished by others, now so casually given to her, her second one, no less. You are testing me like this? Do not dawdle. Time is of the essence. The black bear may not hold out much longer, and if it cannot endure, it will surely flee. Seeing the situation escalate, Chu Ran was beside himself with urgency. The black bear was now merely a punching bag. He hoped the mechanical bird would not be released only for the black bear to escape. Such a scenario would be unbearable. Indeed, Tian Xinyu nodded earnestly, and under the expectant gazes of the others, she crushed the teleportation talisman and vanished. Brother Bear, hold on for just one more minute. The mechanical bird will arrive to assist you. Chu Ran shouted with all his might, striving to keep the black bear steady, lest it truly flee, for the battle was indeed fierce, with the black bear and the Spectre resembling two mere sandbags. Tio put it nicely, they were engaged in combat. To put it bluntly, they were merely training partners. Can you utter a single truthful word? Was it not promised that the dragon would intervene? I am on the verge of losing my mind here, and yet the dragon remains absent, the void-rending giant bear roared, its frustration palpable. Had the situation not been so dire, it would have relished the opportunity to punish this young man. Enough of this game. It is time to send you on your way. Both ice dragons simultaneously lifted their heads, an endless chill brewing at their throats. The black bear and the Spectre posed no threat to them. However, should another beast of their caliber join the fray, they would be at risk. In the next moment, the two colossal ice dragons exhaled their breath, directing it towards Shonga and the Spectre, void-rending claw. Shonga bellowed. Its claws rapidly tore apart the space surrounding it. Encasing itself in a rift, the dragon breath collided with the void, being consumed by the fissures, yet the sheer might of the ice dragon's breath was overwhelming, causing the devoured rifts to spiral into chaos, with the internal space showing signs of revolt. Meanwhile, the Spectre fared poorly. Being of a corporeal nature, It had no means to defend against the dragon's breath and was immediately encased in ice. However, its physical form was robust, and even the ice dragon could not easily dispose of it. After freezing the specter, another torrent of breath surged toward the void-rending giant bear. The already strained void trembled violently. I cannot withstand this any longer. With a roar, Xiong-Er's voice echoed as the void erupted. The entire space descended into chaos, turbulent spatial currents flying about as the consumed dragon breath spilled forth from the shattered void. Raining down like droplets, we are doomed. As the onlookers beheld the rain of dragon breath, thoughts of escape evaporated. There was no means of evasion. Well, it seems the mechanical bird's arrival is now irrelevant. Do not panic. Nothing will happen. The elder in white consoled the crowd with an air of calmness as the rain of dragon breath approached. A massive light barrier suddenly illuminated the castle, absorbing the dragon breath upon impact, leaving no trace of disturbance. The crowd was left speechless. The Ice Dragon King could not enter the castle, and thus its power was limited. It could only command the ice beasts to assault the castle. The elder in white offered an explanation. Meanwhile, Chu Ran, who had been prone on the ground, felt the weight upon him dissipate, and the spring shoes propelled him skyward once more. The gravity on me has vanished. Chu Ran's mind raced, realizing the dreadful implications. The black bear is in trouble, he cried, hastily turning toward the center of the explosion. Within the vast rift, the black bear had shrunk to a mere 2 to 3 meters in size. Helplessly sliding from the fissure, its body marred by the ravages of the dragon breath, gouged and bloody. The once vigorous aura that had surged like a tsunami dwindled rapidly, eventually extinguishing. The black bear has perished. Under the onslaught of the 2 dragon breaths, it ultimately could not endure. Shonga, you must rise. Your master awaits your salvation. Chu Ran's voice trembled slightly, his heart constricted with an inexplicable heaviness. He had gone to great lengths to coax the black bear out, only to find himself at the brink of despair. Chirp! Just then, a resounding cry pierced the air. Tian Sinew rode in triumph upon the back of a colossal mechanical bird. Soaring back, that I did it. I brought back the mechanical bird. Before she even landed, she was exclaiming in excitement. However, as she entered the castle and approached the crowd, it became apparent that something was amiss. What is wrong? Tian Sinew inquired, bewildered by the despondent expression surrounding her. The elder in white sighed deeply. My dear girl, you have arrived too late. Alas, it seems all hope is lost for this round. There may never be another chance. I have done my utmost. The elder shook his head in resignation, drifting away. Chapter 76. The great battle. It is all your fault. Had you been a moment faster, this would not have happened. You have doomed us all. Finally, those overwhelmed by emotion and devoid of reason began to blame Tian Sinew. Yes, I am so sorry. Tian Sinew's eyes reddened, tears welling up. I thought I was swift enough. I truly did. Why did I still arrive too late? At that moment, she was consumed by guilt, having successfully summoned the mechanical bird, yet the situation had spiraled out of control that a silence fell over the crowd. Although most remained speechless, their gazes toward Tian Sinew bore a tinge of resentment, as though her actions had led them to this dire predicament. To hell with it. As Chu Ran descended from the sky, he targeted the individual who had spoken, landing heavily upon their head and knocking them unconscious. What right do you have to blame her? She held the teleportation talisman twice and did not flee. Had it been any of you, you would have vanished without a trace. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, propelled by the spring shoes back into the air. Who dares to speak ill? I shall crush them beneath me. Chu Ran leapt down again, landing upon the unconscious individual. Yet this time he did not spring back up. Why did I not jump again? Time has not yet elapsed. Could it be that it has become ineffective? Chu Ran gazed in confusion at the spring shoes beneath his feet. Suddenly, a familiar force of gravity bore down upon him, pressing him face to face with the person below. What on earth is this sensation? Quickly, let me see my brother Xiong. Chu Ran felt an immense joy swell within him, hastily beckoning others to assess the situation. Beside him, the mechanical bird fixated its gaze on the spring shoes and, without warning, emitted a burst of crimson gas. The spring shoes, firmly affixed to his feet, dimmed and fell away. Looking at Brother Xiong, the crowd felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly directed their attention to the battlefield below, only to find that the black bear lay motionless once more, disappointment washing over them again. Brother Xiong, quickly restrain your powers. My shoes have fallen off. Chu Ran, unable to perceive the events outside, could only shout at the top of his lungs. No one responded. Yet in that moment, the weight pressing upon him vanished without a trace. Brother Xiong truly is not dead. Chu Ran felt a surge of elation. He sprang up and rushed to the castle's ramparts to observe the battlefield. Although Xiong remained sprawled on the ground, he knew the creature was merely feigning death. Prepare the mechanical bird. Once the black bear rises, strike that damned ice dragon. Chu Ran leaned close to Tian Sinyu's ear, whispering, cautious of the ice dragon king's eavesdropping, causing her cheeks to flush. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical bird suddenly turned its head towards him. Chu Ran's expression stiffened. Did it hear my words? Damn you, you little rascal. You have exposed me. Just wait. The furious voice of Xiong echoed. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chu Ran as he looked down. These formidable beings possess keen hearing. He witnessed Xiong springing to life, baring its teeth and pulling faces at the frost giant dragon. You little ice bug, you nearly killed your bear elder. Fortunately, my master left me a backup plan. Upon its chest lay a verdant rune, radiating boundless vitality. It was this very rune that had saved Xiong life. I shall see how many times you can be resurrected. The playful expression on the ice frost dragon's face vanished, replaced by a tinge of solemnity. The situation had begun to spiral beyond its control. Its true form and its avatar surged towards Xiong, intent on swiftly neutralizing the Rift Bear. 2 against 1. Is this a fair game? Xiong bellowed, twisting around to vanish into a rift. The mechanical bird let out a long cry, its enormous wings unfurling as it soared into the sky. Beneath its wings, countless black iron orbs surged forth, racing towards the ice frost dragon. Zizi. The iron orbs crackled with lightning, intertwining through the electric arcs, completely enveloping the two ice frost dragons. Subsequently, each iron orb erupted with a blinding flash of electricity. In an instant, the entire space became ensnared in a tempest of lightning. The sky plunged into a daylight conjured by the storm, while countless bolts of lightning surged towards the ice frost dragon's form. Taste my celestial rift claw. Xiong reemerged onto the battlefield, his eyes shimmering with an ethereal glow, his claws slashing through the void towards the ice frost dragon. Boom! The space surrounding the ice frost dragon shattered. Countless fissures spreading towards it, lightning, spatial rifts, and frost collided, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion. A deafening roar reverberated through the earth. Blinding flashes of lightning rent the daylight. In that moment, it felt as though heaven and earth trembled. The ground lamented. The explosion obliterated everything in its vicinity. The snow melted, mountains were flattened, and the earth split apart. Yet, the Ice River Castle remained steadfast. The protective barrier surrounding the castle seemed a divine gift. Despite the ferocity of the explosion, it remained unshaken. Roar! The ghostly entities successfully emerged from their icy confinement amidst the explosion, charging like rampaging bulls towards the ice frost dragon. Not a single punch was thrown, cleaving through the air with a reverberating tremor. Having withstood the force of the spiritual explosion, the ice frost dragon ultimately could not withstand this punch, being sent flying several hundred meters away. Is it successful? Have we defeated the Ice King? Witnessing the scene akin to an atomic explosion, the crowd felt a surge of joy, particularly upon seeing the Ice King's severed form at the epicenter of the blast. Yet, Chu Ran could not share in their delight. Although the explosion's might was nearly apocalyptic, he understood that the true core of this calamity lay with the dragon that, as he anticipated, the Ice Dragon King, sent sprawling by the ghostly entity, slowly rose from the ground, its visage smeared with dirt, its emotions spiraling out of control. How dare you destroy this king's avatar? With a thunderous roar, the remnants of its avatar transformed into a gust of air, flowing into the Ice Dragon King, absorbed into its being. Insects, prepare to experience despair, the essence of ice, eternal freeze. The ice frost dragon howled towards the heavens, its voice akin to thunder. In that moment, the dragon seemed to embody the ruler of the world. The temperature plummeted dramatically, the sky enveloped in a pure white, as if time itself were about to freeze. The center of the cold wave, the three formidable beings bore the brunt of the assault. The mechanical bird wrapped itself in its wings, attempting to withstand the frigid onslaught. Xiong endeavored to tear through the void to escape, but at that moment, The void itself became frozen, leaving the rift bear unable to rend it asunder. The ghostly entities stubbornly pressed forward, undeterred by the impending frost that in that moment. The Ice Frost Dragon King's terrifying power materialized, single-handedly annihilating the three great beasts. Within the protective barrier, "Old man, you come out here." Why has the dragon yet to intervene? Chu Ran, now desperate, noted how the elder continued to linger. The information I have received states thus. Beyond this, I am uncertain, for no one has ever reached this juncture. Even the elder in white was equally perplexed. By all accounts, the dragon should have emerged long ago. Not speak. Open the portal for me. I must return to the sanctuary. What purpose do you have in returning now? To relieve myself upon the dragon's head, that cowardly creature at this point, Chu Ran found himself with no avenue for retreat. Death was the only certainty. Even in cursing, he sought to summon it forth. Just then, a long, mysterious chant echoed, as if traversing time and space, resonating in the ears of all present. Chapter 77. A familiar chamber the old fellow has been hiding for so long, finally willing to show himself. The moment the Ice Frost Dragon heard the chant, it caught a whiff of a long-lost scent, still so arrogant. Were it not for the deity transforming this realm into an ice disaster, you, an outsider, would dare to act so brazenly before me. A voice, ancient beyond measure, resonated from all directions that in that moment. Countless lakes' waters rose as if summoned, coalescing into a river that flowed through the icy expanse straight to the battlefield. This river seemed impervious to the extreme cold. No matter how low the temperature dropped, it could not be frozen. Within the river, a terrifying figure surged forth at great speed, slender and sinuous, with powerful limbs, blood-red eyes, and a body cloaked in black scales, each scale imbued with ancient power. Cold Pool Dragon Craw Level Evaluation. A failed transformation into a dragon, having cultivated for a millennium. During the critical moment of its transformation, the deity altered this realm into an ice disaster, resulting in a significant reduction of water attribute spiritual energy, rendering it unable to supply the necessary energy for the transformation, culminating in failure. Old man, is this what you call a dragon? Chu Ran's eyelids twitched. This was clearly a serpent, and he suspected there was a misunderstanding regarding the term dragon. Dragon, serpent, dragon. No contradictions here. The elder waved his hand, unperturbed by any perceived issues with his nomenclature, justifying himself by saying he adhered to the rules. A misunderstanding indeed, a grave one. Dragons soar through the skies, commanding the winds and rains, capable of drowning an ice dragon with a mere spit. Chu Ran retorted, "You speak of a successful transformation. This is a failure, is it not?" On the ice river battlefield, the dragon craw uttered not a word, immediately unleashing its full power, riding the river towards the Ice Frost Dragon. "Now that you have revealed yourself, splendid, I shall devour your essence and become impervious to any creature henceforth." The Ice Frost Dragon propelled itself forward with its powerful hind limbs, charging towards the dragon craw, seeking a swift resolution. However, upon contact, it discovered it was merely an illusion, dissipating upon touch. The Cold Pool Dragon Craw's true aim was not the Ice Frost Dragon, but rather to rescue the trapped Shonga and the other beasts ensnared in the extreme cold domain. 3 branches of lake water ensnared them, swiftly liberating them from the Ice Frost Dragon's icy grasp. Merely 3 worthless creatures. What do I care for them? The Ice Frost Dragon snorted, unwilling to acknowledge its blunder. Truly, these Western reptiles are crude, possessing strength yet lacking intellect. Have you not considered that since I have chosen to reveal myself, you shall undoubtedly perish? With a flick of its tail, the Cold Pool Dragon Craw unleashed powerful spiritual energy like water, surging forth to thaw the frost encasing the beasts. Friends, please channel your spiritual energy into my domain. Assist me in vanquishing the dragon. The old bear has arrived, perhaps due to past encounters with the dragon craw. Black Bear exhibited extraordinary enthusiasm, diving into the airborne lake to channel all his spiritual energy. The mechanical bird remained undaunted, as its only request upon release was to slay the Ice Frost Dragon. Whoever fought the Ice Frost Dragon would have its assistance. Only the ghostly entities reluctantly infused their power into the lake. With the 3 sources of energy combined, the lake swelled dramatically, eclipsing the sky. "Then I shall slay you all together." The Ice Frost Dragon let out a thunderous roar, boundless spiritual energy surging from its form at the same moment. All ice beasts within the icy disaster realm shattered, their spiritual energy converging towards the ice frost dragon. Now, the ice frost dragon amassed all the power it could gather, feeling invincible, as if it could slay gods. Die. The ice frost dragon forcefully exhaled the most powerful icy breath it had ever unleashed. Meanwhile, the dragon cross successfully harnessed the full spiritual energy of Shonga and the others, uttering a series of obscure incantations. The rivers above began to swirl, revolving around the ice frost dragon, gaining momentum with each rotation. Even the breath of the ice dragon king, when unleashed, was devoured by the river, ultimately enhancing its ferocity. Impossible! Impossible! The frost giant dragon was utterly flustered, after reigning supreme for so long. It had never encountered such a bizarre ability. Even its once invincible breath had become ineffective. Ice Dragon King. This move was crafted specifically for you to perish beneath it. You shall find no injustice in your demise. The incantation from the dragon's maw quickened, and the lake began to swirl with increasing velocity. The vortex expanded, sucking in more and more water, while thunder, space, darkness, and various ethereal energies converged, creating a whirlpool vast enough to bridge the heavens and the earth. At the center of this maelstrom lay the frost giant dragon, bearing the immense pressure that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality to know, my body, my spiritual power. The frost giant dragon was in complete disarray. As the vortex began to invade its form, threatening to shred it to pieces, its once proud physique was utterly incapable of resistance at this moment. No. With a piercing scream, the world gradually fell into tranquility. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to the survivor for successfully clearing the ice disaster world for the first time, earning the first clear reward. All survivors who persist until the end will receive survival rewards. First clear reward. All attributes 200. Survival reward. Survival coins 200. Any survivor who obtains a teleportation talisman but does not choose to leave will have their rewards doubled. Individual evaluations will be conducted later to distribute personal rewards. Survivors who have teleported away will not be eligible for the first clear reward and will only receive the survival reward. A series of system notifications appeared, and then the entire sky dimmed rapidly, plunging everyone into an instantaneous slumber in the void space. Survivors who had escaped the disaster using the teleportation talisman gathered, including the figure in the black cloak, Han Long, and Lin Wenbin. Upon hearing the system notification, the once jubilant crowd suddenly appeared as though they had consumed something distasteful. In the next moment, they all collapsed, succumbing to sleep. Beep, 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 beep. Chu Ran was jolted awake by an incessant alarm. Who on earth is so inconsiderate, making it impossible to? Suddenly, he realized a troubling fact. Where did this alarm come from in a survival scenario? Instantly shaken, he awoke from his dream, only to be utterly astonished by the scene before him. This a familiar room, a familiar desk, walls, and bed. Everything felt so deeply ingrained in his memory that I'm back. Chu Ran felt as though he were dreaming. Just moments ago, he had been fighting the ice dragon. And now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in his bedroom. Doubting his sanity, he slapped himself lightly, feeling a tinge of pain. I really am back. I've returned from that hellish place. Overjoyed, Chu Ran rushed out of his room, eager to see his parents. However, the room was in complete disarray. With no sign of his parents, a sinking feeling gripped his heart. His mother was a neat freak, and it was impossible for her to allow the place to become such a mess. Outside the window, a broadcast began to play in light of the recent large-scale disappearances of citizens. Please remain calm. This is not a supernatural event. They have responded to a summons from the relevant authorities to participate in a special mission. If any family members are missing, do not trust any organizations claiming they can retrieve them. Please report such entities to the police immediately. Remember, the announcement played 3 times before ceasing. Just then, there came a series of sharp knocks on the door. Old Chu, did you hear the broadcast? That group is untrustworthy. You must not believe them. Chapter 77. The Master of Thunder in the Imperial Capital, within a room filled with high-tech instruments, an urgent warning blared. Warning, warning, warning. Numerous spatial fluctuations have been detected throughout the Great Xia, with a significant number of survivors returning. The shrill alarm echoed persistently on the massive screens. Countless lights flickered, illuminating the nation. The once tranquil room erupted into chaos as personnel hurried about. Quick, relay the message. A multitude of survivors is returning. All active and off-duty staff must mobilize to ensure the survivors are stabilized and prevent any riots. The special operations team assembled and stood ready. The Black Priest would surely make a significant move. Everyone move. We must not allow the evil organization any opportunity. Commands were issued systematically. Elder, the number of survivors is staggering. Almost 100,000. We are severely understaffed, and should a riot occur, someone voiced their concern immediately that we may be shorthanded. But we must proceed. The director has already requested assistance from the authorities. The military has mobilized to cooperate with our efforts. Simultaneously, troops that had been stationed across the nation received the call to action. Along with specific locations, military vehicles roared to life, filled with soldiers armed to the teeth, en route to their designated targets. Phones, television stations, video players, and street advertisements simultaneously broadcasted a message in order to enhance our nation's combat capabilities. A nationwide military exercise is being conducted. Citizens are advised to remain calm, stay indoors, and await the conclusion of the exercise. Repeat, this is merely a drill. In a hidden cave, a figure in a black cloak stood reverently at the center, awaiting something. Moments later, a chilling wind swept through, and a mass of dark energy materialized before him. Master, our people have all been deployed, but the Anomaly Bureau has a substantial force, and the authorities have even dispatched the military for support. I fear. The cloaked figure knelt respectfully, their forehead pressed to the ground, their tone imbued with reverence. No matter. During the recent teleportation, I sensed some exceptional prospects. Bring them to me. The dark energy split, sending a wisp of black mist into the cloaked figure's forehead. Revealing coordinates within their mind. As you command. I shall relay the instructions immediately. The cloaked figure answered dutifully. After waiting for a considerable time without a response, he cautiously raised his head, only to find the dark energy had vanished without a trace. He breathed a sigh of relief, then vanished in a flash. 5 minutes prior. In Fingye community, Uncle Wu, what has happened to my parents? Chu Ran felt a sudden chill, realizing his parents might have encountered an accident. He hurriedly opened the door, only to pull the doorknob off in his haste. This strength to my power remains. It's not a dream. Chu Ran's expression brightened. In that instant of returning, he had thought it all a mere dream. Shia Ran, you're back. The door swung open after the handle broke, revealing a white-haired old man at the threshold. Upon seeing Chu Ran, his initial joy transformed into fury. You little rascal, where on earth have you been? Your parents have been worried sick. You really know how to cause trouble. Uncle Wu pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Ran, unleashing a torrent of scolding and spittle. Chu Ran scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the reprimand. However, amidst the scolding, he grasped the situation's context. It turned out that half a month ago, a mass disappearance of people had occurred globally, with 10 million missing in the Great Xia alone. These individuals vanished without warning. Some disappeared while walking down the street, others during gatherings with colleagues, and even some while in intimate moments with loved ones. The bizarre nature of these events sparked widespread panic. Yet, over time, most of the missing began to return, albeit with no recollection of the time lost. Later, the authorities began to document the details of those yet to return: address, name, age. Soon after, various organizations emerged, claiming to know the whereabouts of these individuals and offering to retrieve them, albeit at a steep cost. After exhausting all official avenues, his parents ultimately sought help from an organization known as the Tiger Gang. Chu Ran thanked Uncle Wu, retrieved his phone left behind in reality, plugged it in, and attempted to call his parents, but no one answered. Ding! At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Survival rewards are being distributed. You performed exceptionally in this survival scenario, outshining numerous survivors and successfully reaching the top of the leaderboard. You unraveled hidden plots amid crises, earning the trust of the, ultimately guiding everyone to clear the previously unconquerable Ice Age. Your survival evaluation for this attempt is SSS level. Personal rewards granted. Total attribute reward, 600 points. Random ability extraction, 1 time. Special item, time-space coordinates, 1. Wow, so much. Chu Ran's mouth curled in a triumphant smile upon hearing the system's personal reward. It was more exhilarating than winning the lottery. He decided to extract his ability first, causing a virtual spinning wheel to materialize before him, spinning rapidly at his command. It finally came to a stop on a bolt of lightning. Ability: Control Thunder, refresh count, 10 times, refresh, 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 ding. Congratulations on obtaining the ability, Master of Thunder, Legendary. Basic attribute: Thunder Awakening. Awaken the power of thunder, mastering the thunder element for offensive capabilities. As the survivor's intelligence increases, the ability can develop into various distinct forms. Excellent trait: Thunder Enhancement. Increases thunder attack power by 50. Exceptional trait: Thunder Affinity. The user can attach thunder abilities to weapons or their body, enhancing power and speed, with the added effect of paralyzing enemies upon attack. Brilliant trait: Thunder Flash. The user transforms into lightning, enabling short-distance teleportation while leaving a trail of electricity in their wake. Epic trait: Thunder Dragon Descends. Summoning type: allows the temporary summoning of a colossal dragon composed entirely of pure lightning. The Thunder Dragon, which possesses intelligence and whose strength is linked to the summoner's intelligence. Legends speak of the ability to summon heavenly thunder. The user can communicate with the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, resonating in harmony to invoke the thunder from above. Capable of slaying all living beings if the user's thoughts can reach the heavens, they may even summon the chaotic divine thunder that embodies both creation and annihilation. The Golden Legend, the Sovereign of Thunder. As the extraordinary power coursed through him, Chu Ran felt a tremendous force of thunder surge within, forging another sea of energy within his being. The 2 seas of energy stood vigilant, aiding one another without interference. One of thunder, the other of ice. He raised his right hand and delicately snapped his fingers, a fleeting arc of electricity dancing at his fingertips. Name: Chu Ran. Level: 2nd tier. Ability: Master of Ice, Epic. Sovereign of Thunder, Legendary. Survival coins, 786. Strength, 1734. Enhances attack power. Agility, 1734. Enhances attack speed and mobility. Physique, 1734. Enhances defense and stamina. Vitality, 1734. Enhances life force and recovery speed. Intelligence, 1939. Enhances ability attack strength. Confidence surged within him. An undeniable sense of assurance enveloped Chu Ran at this moment. How did this door open? We locked it before we left, didn't we? A voice of confusion echoed from outside, with a creak. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged couple, leaning on each other as they entered, limping with a subtle sorrow etched upon their faces. Dad, Mom. Chu Ran's eyes reddened. He had thought he would never see his parents again. The couple froze, abruptly turning their heads towards him, their eyes glistening with tears upon recognizing Chu Ran. The middle-aged man quickly averted his gaze, bowing his head. Yet, that fleeting glance ignited a firestorm of rage within Chu Ran. He noticed the purplish bruises marring his father's face. Chapter 77. Encounter in the community. Dad, what happened to your face? Chu Ran hurried to his parents' side, cautiously supporting their trembling forms. Little Ran, is that really you? Where have you been? Your mother was worried sick. Chu Ran's mother gazed at her son in disbelief, clutching his arm as if she were dreaming. Mom and Dad, what happened to you? Did the Hu Tiger Gang bully you? Only upon closer inspection did Chu Ran realize that not only his father bore injuries, his mother too had visible wounds. This was merely the surface. He could only imagine the condition beneath their clothing. It's all right, as long as you're back. Chu Ran's father patted his arm with tears of joy, exclaiming, You've grown so strong in just a few days, you bastards. I will kill them. The murderous intent within Chu Ran could no longer be contained. He longed to eradicate the so-called Hu Tiger Gang at that very moment. Nonsense. No one bullied us. We just had a fall on the road. Yes, just a fall. Chu Ran's father hastily explained, with his mother nodding in agreement. Dad, Mom, please don't lie to me. Uncle Wu told me everything. I'm going to find them. Enraged, Chu Ran turned to leave. Hey. Chu Ran's father stomped his foot in desperation, reaching out to grab him. But it was too late. In a panic, he shouted, Stop right there. Chu Ran halted, pouting in reluctance. You think you can just waltz into the Hu Tiger Gang? Your mother and I managed to come back safely. That's the best outcome. You shouldn't go looking for trouble, as it was indeed the Hu Tiger Gang that attacked you. Chu Ran suddenly lifted his head. No. His father shot him a glare, then implored him, Child, the outside world is in chaos. Listen to your father. Let us stay safe at home. Please don't run around. Little Ran, listen to your father. The journey back was filled with military vehicles and soldiers armed with guns. They say it's an exercise, but something big is definitely happening. His mother chimed in, urging him to stay put at this point. Chu Ran felt a wave of confusion. All the information he had received since returning pointed to one undeniable truth. Chaos was looming over Blue Star. A tempest on the horizon. Yet, he felt no fear. No matter what transpired, he was confident he could protect his family. Tian family manor seeing Tian Sinew return unexpectedly. Her parents were overwhelmed with emotion. Tears brimming in their eyes, they surrounded their daughter, bombarding her with questions about where she had been for the past few days, whether she was hungry, and if she had been taken by bad people. Sir, a squad of soldiers has arrived at the manor, asking to see the young lady. Would you like to go and see? A servant reported that a squad of soldiers, here to see Sinew. I'll go and take a look. Tian father patted his daughter before heading outside. Dad, I'll go with you. Tian Sinew offered, sensing that this group might have come for her. Outside the manor, a squad of soldiers stood in formation. And upon seeing Tian father and his family approach, the leading soldier stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, Mr. Tian, we are from the XX Military District's XXX Special Operations Company. I am Captain Zhang He. And we are here to speak with Miss Tian. What is wrong with my daughter? Why do you need to? Tian father began to refuse, but his arm was pulled down by his daughter. Dad, I understand their purpose. Can I speak with them? Tian Sinew whispered. Comrade Molanchan. Hello. I am from the Imperial Capital Military District. I need to speak with you. Hello, Survivor Yishu. I am with the Ability Management Bureau. Similar events unfolded across the nation, from the grand capital to remote villages. The authorities possessed the exact addresses of all those who had vanished, enabling them to swiftly locate survivors if discussions went smoothly. All would be well. If met with resistance, confrontations might ensue. Nearly every city experienced fierce clashes, prompting immediate announcements through local broadcasts, proclaiming it a military exercise involving blank rounds. Maple Leaf Community, a group of 4 disregarded the security guards' attempts to stop them and charged inside. I said stop. Are you deaf? The community security guard chased after them, but suddenly felt a chill at his throat. Blood trickled from the wound as he staggered and collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, he struggled to glance at the intruders, only to see one of them casually playing with a surgical knife, glistening with fresh blood. Seal off this community and drive everyone out. Time is of the essence. We must locate the survivors within 10 minutes. Move, commanded the leading woman. Coldly point one of the group promptly threw a black sphere into the air, which transformed into an invisible barrier, enveloping the community and isolating it from the outside world. Everyone in Maple Leaf Community, gather downstairs within 5 minutes. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy, a young man with yellow hair shouted. His voice echoing throughout the community, he then pulled out an AK and unleashed a barrage of gunfire, quickly emptying the magazine. Switching to a Gatling gun, he fired upward from the 40-story building, casting a terrifying shadow over the entire community as some residents, paralyzed with fear, began to flee. Building 1, 9th floor. Building 1, 11th floor. Building 2, 7th floor. If you don't move now, I will have to force you out. The cold woman proclaimed, listing the floors where people remained hidden, hoping to evade detection. Rat-a-tat-tat. The yellow-haired man aimed at the nearest building, sending debris flying and the walls crumbling. Only then did terrified screams erupt from the named floors, accompanied by the frantic sound of fleeing footsteps. In the community square, Chu Ran was pulled outside by his parents. Frowning, he cast his gaze toward the group in the center. Was it just his imagination? Or did it seem like they were targeting him? Son, don't stare at them like that. Lower your head. Chu father exclaimed, alarmed by Chu Ran's fearless gaze directed at the thugs, his heart racing with concern. This reckless child was truly fearless. These were armed men, wielding heavy machine guns typically seen only in movies. Observing his father's anxious demeanor, Chu Ran obediently lowered his head. Please no. Let me go. I beg you. Spare me. A desperate plea suddenly rang out from within the crowd. Chapter 78. Let her go, little sister. How old are you? You look so delicate. Let me hear you call me brother. Chu Ran lifted his head to see a yellow-haired man leering at a young woman. The girl sat trembling on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she desperately sought help from those around her. Yet, those nearby averted their gazes, unwilling to look. Frowning, Chu Ran was about to step forward to intervene when he felt a hand grip his arm. Son, don't act impulsively. They have guns. You can't solve anything by stepping in, Chu father urged, holding on to Chu Ran tightly, fearful that his son's youthful bravado would lead him into danger, risking his own life in the process. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? The yellow-haired thug's expression turned icy as he seized the girl's hair, dragging her several meters. The girl clung desperately to her hair, too terrified to resist, breaking down in tears, utterly terrified. The other residents, though sympathetic, dared not intervene due to the armed thugs. Why are you crying? Brother will make you feel good right now. The yellow-haired man caressed the girl's delicate face, his desires boiling over as he forcefully pushed her to the ground. Just as he prepared to violate her further, he was suddenly kicked away. Who the hell that is? The yellow-haired man turned to confront his assailant. He met the cold gaze of a striking woman. This mission was entrusted to us by the boss, and you know the consequences of failure. There's no need for me to elaborate. The coldly beautiful woman spoke in a chilling tone. I know. The yellow-haired man nodded repeatedly, clearly terrified of her, and voluntarily released the woman beneath him. She collapsed to the ground, her legs kicking as she desperately sought to distance herself from him. The coldly beautiful woman cast a glance at him and fell silent. That moment, another young man wearing glasses approached, saying, everyone has disembarked. Within 10 minutes, no one will know what has transpired here. The coldly beautiful woman nodded and addressed the crowd. I mean no harm to you. I am merely searching for someone. If you hand him over to me, I shall depart immediately. This individual may be unknown to you, yet you have undoubtedly heard of him. He is a resident of this community who vanished a fortnight ago and has just now returned. Bring him to me, and I shall leave at once. As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, which soon erupted into hushed whispers. Her gaze swept through the assembly like a lightning bolt, seeking clues from the slightest changes in expression. She was here to find Shia Ran. Upon hearing the coldly beautiful woman's objective, Chumu felt as if the world were spinning. Her son had only just returned, and now he was being targeted. What could be done? Chu Fu stood frozen beside her, wishing to assist his son but unsure how. Being an ordinary man unfamiliar with such scenarios, which he had only ever witnessed on television, suddenly, he recalled something of utmost importance. Keep your head down. Do not let them see your face. Chu Fu pressed Chu Ran's head down once more while instructing his wife to keep an eye on their son, but to maintain a distance to avoid raising suspicion. He then squeezed into the crowd, his gaze darting about in search of answers. Chu Ran kept his head lowered, his mind racing to uncover the origins of these individuals. That it was clear they were searching for him, which meant they were also survivors. No, survivors had just been teleported. It was impossible for them to have formed a group or arrived here so soon, unless they were former survivors, like the master of the Black Bear spirit. A realization struck Chu Ran, providing him with some insight, yet he remained in the shadows, eager to glean more information. Moreover, he was uncertain of the true capabilities of these individuals and dared not act rashly. It appeared they had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Seeing the crowd's silence, the coldly beautiful woman revealed a smile for the first time, though it was wickedly enchanting. She waved her hand behind her, commanding, give them a reason to speak. The bespectacled young man uninterestedly drew a small handgun and randomly fired into the crowd, hitting several individuals, each bullet finding its mark with deadly precision. Chaos erupted as fear swept through the onlookers. They had witnessed murder committed before their eyes. This is your final opportunity. Tell me the identity of the person who vanished for 15 days and has suddenly returned, that I will take him and leave immediately. You have 1 minute to deliberate. After that, I will no longer restrain them. The coldly beautiful woman spoke again. The yellow-haired man's eyes lit up, glancing once more at the youthful woman from earlier. A smirk creeping onto his lips. No. Please no. The woman trembled, frantically retreating into the crowd, as if distance could provide her with safety. Who was the person she was searching for? I don't know. I've heard about someone missing from our community, but I don't know him. What are we to do? They are truly murderous. The crowd began to recall, urging one another to identify the missing individual. However, the residents, living in an elevator access community, were not like rural neighbors who knew each other well. They hardly recognized anyone else. Even after residing in the community for over a decade, they had lived in their own little worlds, devoid of interaction. Uncle Wu glanced at Chu Ran in the distance. Caught in a moral quandary, he knew that Chu Ran was the one who had just returned today, and that he was the only person from the community to have gone missing. There was no mistake. The person she sought was undoubtedly Chu Ran. Yet, having watched the boy grow up, Uncle Wu found himself hesitating, unsure whether to reveal this information. "Old Wu, please help Xiao Ran." Chu Fu's voice suddenly resonated from behind. Uncle Wu stiffened, turning to see Chu Fu had approached him without his notice. Sighing, Uncle Wu nodded slightly, allowing Chu Fu to relax. The only person aware of Chu Ran's return was Uncle Wu. As long as he remained silent, there was still room for maneuver. As the seconds ticked by, the coldly beautiful woman grew impatient. "Who is this person? So selfish. I advise you to step forward voluntarily to avoid implicating everyone else." The crowd grew increasingly frantic, searching for answers. Aren't you the one who claimed her son had gone missing and has been searching for him day and night?" Before long, someone recognized Chu Mu, seizing her and scanning the area around her. However, Chu Mu had already distanced herself from Chu Ran, leaving them at a loss. "My son is indeed missing. We have yet to find him," Chu Mu stammered, her nerves getting the best of her. Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest waned, and as they found nothing near her, their gazes shifted elsewhere. Time slipped away rapidly. "Tell me, who is this person? You must know something." The crowd's desperation intensified, descending into chaos as they searched for the missing individual. Someone suddenly pointed at a young man. "You're the one claiming your son is missing, searching for him incessantly." As the tension mounted, chaos reigned. Without warning, a trembling voice broke through the noise. "Let her go." A young man in his 20s, dressed in matching attire with the woman, laboriously picked up the Gatling gun that the yellow-haired man had carelessly discarded. Aiming it at him. "Young man, shoot them. Stay calm. With the gun in your hand, you hold the truth." Laughter erupted from the yellow-haired man. "Look at these fools, carelessly tossing their weapons. Now, their means of survival have been seized." The onlookers watched in delight as the young man armed himself with the enemy's weapon, encouraging him. Yet, they couldn't help but wonder why the coldly beautiful woman and her companions merely watched the scene unfold. "Unfazed though, a couple," the yellow-haired man remarked, slowly rising. Noticing the young man's outfit, he glanced at the woman beneath him, tauntingly. With tears in her eyes, the woman looked at the young man, feeling utterly wronged, despair evident in her gaze. "Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to you." Seeing the despair in her eyes, the young man felt a surge of compassion. His fear dissipating, he turned to the yellow-haired man, shouting, "Let her go." "Don't shout yet. Have you ever fired a gun? Do you even know how?" The yellow-haired man advanced towards the young man, unafraid, as if wielding a mere toy rather than a formidable weapon. "You, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shoot." The young man instinctively took a few steps back, but quickly caught himself, halting his retreat. "Tell me, if I were to have my way with her right in front of you, would that not excite you?" The yellow-haired man seemed to envision a depraved scenario, a twisted grin spreading across his face. He seized the woman, using her as a shield, while his other hand roamed her body with malicious intent. "Monster, let her go!" the young man screamed, his eyes ablaze with rage. He ached to shoot the yellow-haired man, yet the woman was held in front of him, and in that moment, he experienced a profound sense of despair. "Fire, just fire. Kill me. Kill me," the woman cried out, unable to endure the humiliation in such a public setting. She would rather die than be subjected to such degradation. "Kid, watch closely. I'm about to make my move." The yellow-haired man chuckled, retracting his hand from within her clothing, slowly gripping the hem of her skirt. The crowd around them watched in horror, their expressions shifting as they witnessed the grotesque scene unfolding. "Open fire." The young man, consumed with fury, pulled the trigger in desperation. The gun roared to life, sending a hail of bullets towards the woman and the yellow-haired man. Clang, clang, clang. The cacophony startled the onlookers, leaving them in shock. The yellow-haired man flung the woman behind him, drawing a long knife, dancing it before him to deflect every bullet, not a single one finding its target. "This cannot be real. How can a person block bullets?" The young man felt his spirit drain, having thought that seizing a weapon would turn the tide, only to realize the enemy could withstand gunfire. The crowd stood stunned, bewildered by the impossible sight before them. How could someone deflect bullets with a mere knife? "Hey kid, that's not fair. I haven't had my fun yet. I can't let you kill me." The yellow-haired man yanked the woman back, licking her ear with a deranged laugh. Your boyfriend shot me several times. Now you'll help him take one for me. The woman, devoid of hope, spat in his face defiantly, quite fierce. I like that I hope you won, T scream. The yellow-haired man wiped the spit away, smearing it on her clothing dough. And I hope you kneel and watch as I have my way with your woman. He suddenly turned to the young man, a twisted grin on his face. The crowd recoiled at the depravity of his actions, horrified that a human could sink to such depths. However, they dared to harbor their anger in silence, for this individual had transcended the realm of ordinary men, far beyond their capacity to resist. Dream on. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Killing you would be less entertaining. How about this? Since you've fired so many shots, let me return the favor with one of my own. While the rest will be borne by your girlfriend. The yellow-haired man drew a handgun once more, slowly aiming at the young man's right knee. First, I'll disarm you to avoid any accidental harm to my beauty. He then raised the gun to target the young man's right arm, which held a Gatling gun. Bang! The young man instinctively closed his eyes, bracing himself for death. Yet, the anticipated pain never arrived. Instead, a chorus of gasps filled the air. Who is he? No way, he caught the bullet. Absurd. Can a person really catch a bullet with their bare hands? Am I witnessing the return of the legendary fire cloud evil god? Hearing the surrounding murmurs, the young man suddenly opened his eyes, only to find a youth had appeared beside him, casually toying with a bullet in his right hand. Upon the youth's emergence, the yellow-haired man's group also abandoned their nonchalant demeanor. Chu Ran, you. The parents of Chu were taken aback. Is this truly their son? Their expressions were a blend of shock and complexity, simultaneously proud of their son's bravery and concern for the challenges he faced. Even more astonishing was the display of strength he exhibited. This was surely not a scene from a film. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll deal with these pests first, and then I'll explain everything to you. Chu Ran waved at his parents, flashing a reassuring smile that conveyed all would be well. All this was merely an attempt to draw me out. Now that I have emerged, can we conclude this? Chu Ran cast a calm glance at the group, understanding that their intention from the outset was to lure him out. Let's test your strength first. The yellow-haired man discarded his handgun and, with a flourish, produced an AK, firing 2 rounds at Chu Ran. The moment he pulled the trigger, Chu Ran discerned that this weapon was unlike the pistol from before. The earlier handgun emitted no aura of spiritual energy, had a powerful recoil, and the bullets lacked potency. In contrast, the AK the yellow-haired man now wielded was different. It had no recoil and emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, indicating it was an extraordinary weapon. Indeed, a survivor. Yet, they were merely this formidable, somewhat powerful, but not overly so. Chu Ran chose not to evade or hide. His actions infuriated the yellow-haired man, who felt utterly disdained and erupted with rage, initially intending to fire only once. He now locked in the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Chu's mother shut her eyes in terror, unable to watch, while Chu's father fixated intently on their son. The bystanders were dumbfounded. They had assumed he was a king. Yet he turned out to be merely a bronze-level fighter. The yellow-haired man braced himself against the bullets, while Chu Ran stood his ground, neither blocking nor dodging. What? Can your body withstand bullets? Yet, the next scene utterly shattered their perception of humanity. The area struck by the bullets began to crystallize with frost, and icy armor materialized on his skin, deflecting the bullets. The ice shards, upon impact, exhibited cracks as if blooming like frost flowers upon his body. Chapter 80. 1 against 4. Am I dreaming? Where did these sudden ice formations come from, capable of blocking bullets? What is this surreal phenomenon, a superhuman? The crowd gazed at Chu Ran in astonishment. Their understanding of the world collapsing in that instant. So, there truly exist superhumans in this world. Remarkable. A disaster survivor can actually withstand bullets. It seems your abilities are not to be underestimated. This journey has not been in vain. The yellow-haired man nodded slowly, revealing a look of satisfaction, akin to a senior instructing a junior. Not bad. It would be rude not to reciprocate. Allow me to return one shot. Chu Ran smirked, drawing a desert eagle and aiming at the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man, initially unafraid of catching bullets, was taken aback by the commotion caused by the desert eagle's discharge. This bullet cannot be caught. He swiftly dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the shot, which whizzed past his head and exploded upon impact with the ground. A high-quality weapon. The yellow-haired man's expression shifted dramatically. That bullet had altered its trajectory by nearly 2 meters, bearing attributes only found in dazzling great equipment. And this bullet even had an explosive quality. This certainly confirms the return of a disaster survivor. Well dodged. Let us see how many you can evade. Bang! 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 Chu Ran fired 3 more shots, effectively sealing off all escape routes for the yellow-haired man. No matter where he tried to evade, there would always be a bullet he could not escape. Bastard! The yellow-haired man cursed inwardly. A single bullet would not kill him, but it would surely leave him worse for wear. If that little brat fired a few more shots, he would be finished. He held no hope that his teammates would come to his aid. It was highly unlikely, as they were probably waiting to gauge his true strength. In a moment of urgency, he formulated a plan and determined his escape route. The yellow-haired man suddenly pivoted and charged towards the girl. Only by taking her hostage could he hope to secure a brief respite. Boom! A bullet struck the yellow-haired man's right arm, exploding and severing it entirely. My arm! Bastard! The yellow-haired man's eyes turned red. He had initially thought this task would be simple, never anticipating he would lose his right arm in the process. This gun is a lesson for you. There are always greater powers in the world. Those who bully others will inevitably be bullied. Chu Ran spoke coldly. Bastard! The yellow-haired man shot him a venomous glare, his remaining left hand clutching the neck of the young woman. Put down your gun, or I will kill her. Have you watched too many movies? Don't be naive. A smirk of derision crossed Chu Ran's face. I barely know her. Saving her is a mere act of kindness. Why would I relinquish my weapon for her? I offer you 2 options. First, kill her now, and I will guarantee your death. Second, release her, and I will allow you to retreat to your comrades, granting you a few extra minutes of life. Chu Ran spoke nonchalantly, having assessed the yellow-haired man's strength during their brief skirmish. He was merely at the mid-second tier. The others, as his teammates, should not differ significantly in strength. Given Chu Ran's current attributes, dealing with them would be effortless. The only notable threat was the icy woman. Though even she posed no significant danger, no wonder she was specifically recommended by the leader. Possessing such exquisite equipment during the first disaster marks her as someone of distinction. The icy woman stepped forward, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise. She had intended for the yellow-haired man to gauge this person's strength, but she had anticipated that this individual would defeat him solely with equipment. So, you're not planning to continue watching the show? Chu Ran shot a glance at the icy woman. Understanding her intentions, it seems you are not granting an opportunity. A faint smile appeared on the icy woman's face as she continued. Our leader wishes to meet you. We kindly request that you accompany us. Not interested. I refuse. Chu Ran decisively rejected her. Judging by the group's earlier actions, they were undoubtedly scum, nothing more than beasts. What good could come from associating with such filth? He had never claimed to be a good person, but neither would he consort with the wicked. Whether I go or not is not up to you. The icy woman smiled coldly. The bespectacled youth and the silent elder slowly approached her from behind. Quite unfortunately, I am the one who makes the decisions here. Chu Ran smirked, raising his desert eagle, ready to unleash a barrage, catching them off guard. However, the bespectacled youth moved with lightning speed, drawing a knife that struck the desert eagle just as Chu Ran fired, preventing the shot. Such speed. Is he an agility type? Chu Ran marveled. This was his first encounter with a survivor who seemed to have invested all their points in agility. Indeed, my attributes are fully invested in agility. No one of the same tier can match my speed, the bespectacled man boasted, deftly twirling a surgical knife in his hand. Stop dawdling. Let us subdue him first. The icy woman huffed coldly, joining the fray. The yellow-haired man also abandoned the young woman, realizing that since he could not use her as leverage, there was no need to hold her hostage. Chu Ran stomped his right foot on the ground, and 4 ice pillars erupted, blocking the path of his assailants. The icy woman reacted instantly upon the formation of the ice pillars, gracefully flipping in mid-air to evade them. The bespectacled man swiftly maneuvered around, while the elder, slightly slower, was halted by the ice pillars. The yellow-haired man, due to his injuries, crashed headlong into an ice pillar. He is an ice-type ability user, primarily enhancing his intelligence. We must prevent him from closing in. Dante let him stall for time. Engage him directly. The icy woman, having deduced Chu Ran's strength from his previous display, rapidly adjusted her strategy. The subtle smile flashed in Chu Ran's eyes. You clever fool. I'm not afraid of you closing in, but rather of you not approaching. He feigned a look of panic, allowing his steps to become erratic. presenting openings to his opponents. They did not disappoint him. Seizing the opportunity to rush towards him, Chu Ran's lips curled into a smirk as he softly uttered a few words. I say G. In an instant, a frigid domain enveloped a 10-meter radius around Chu Ran, the ground quickly freezing solid, and the movements of his opponents visibly slowed. They've fallen for it. Retreat quickly. The icy woman's expression changed dramatically as she felt her blood and body slow. As if encased in ice, even her thoughts were affected. Silver frost rapidly crept up their hair and skin. Retreat? Chu Ran chuckled coldly, his right hand gripping the air, and layers of ice surged from beneath their feet, binding them in place. Subsequently, he delivered a bullet to each. The bullets erupted upon striking the heads of the yellow-haired man and the bespectacled individual, their formidable force rendering both grievously wounded. The elder, possessing significant strength, managed to forcefully shield his forehead with his right hand amidst the constraints of the domain, suffering only injuries to his arm. Conversely, the icy beauty displayed unexpected prowess. After being restrained for but a second, she broke free and fled the area. Chapter 81. The gradual cat transformation of the icy beauty. The battle unfolded in a flash. By the time the onlookers regained their composure, 3 assailants lay defeated on the ground, leaving only the icy beauty, thus completely reversing the situation. This handgun is truly magnificent. Who has his contact information? The residents of the community were left astonished by the scene before them. Ice pillars materializing from thin air, a silvery frost enveloping the area, and bullets capable of detonating. They had presumed their opponents formidable, yet they were merely a ragtag bunch, audaciously arrogant. Chu Ran conjured 2 ice blades with his hands, advancing toward the yellow-haired man. What do you intend to do? The yellow-haired man, now disfigured from the explosion, was taken aback. He had not anticipated such terror from a newcomer. Was this even reasonable, with a character as bizarre as his? Indulgent and lecherous, publicly humiliating women. Such a menace must be dealt with today. Chu Ran slowly aimed the weapon at the yellow-haired man's chest, an icy chill penetrating through his skin to his very heart. Please don't kill me. I can be your subordinate, even a slave. I beg you, spare my life. The yellow-haired man was in a panic, unwilling to meet his demise. Since becoming a survivor, he had enjoyed a life akin to that of an emperor. Wealth, women, anything he desired was at his fingertips. He had not yet exhausted his pleasures. Now, fear gripped him. He had relished the girl's pleas mere moments ago. I will apologize to her. I can apologize, he continued to plead. That one tea suffice, Chu Ran replied coolly, exerting pressure with his right hand, causing the ice blade to plunge instantly into the yellow-haired man's heart. The freezing spread from the heart throughout his body, encasing him in a solid ice sculptured. He then approached the bespectacled man. The bespectacled man displayed a sense of dignity, his gaze devoid of any fear. Even when the ice blade pierced his heart and he was encased in ice, he did not plead for mercy. As for you, considering you have not taken a life, I shall spare you for the time being. Chu Ran refrained from killing the elder, merely freezing his limbs. After all, the elder had not displayed any overtly aggressive behavior since entering the community. Witnessing his companions being subdued one by one seemed excessively cruel. Once the 3 were dealt with, Chu Ran turned his attention to the icy beauty, recognizing her formidable strength for having escaped his domain. Only by eliminating them could your strength be manifested. Even if I cannot bring you back, I can avoid punishment. The alluring woman gathered her cascading hair into an elegant style, revealing her exquisite features. Her expression was extremely cold, yet her eyes possessed a captivating allure. After a moment of hesitation, she donned a pair of pink cat-shaped sunglasses. The moment she put them on, her aura surged dramatically. In the next instant, she transformed into a phantom, dashing towards Chu Ran. So swift. Chu Ran's pupils constricted as he sidestepped, yet a line of blood appeared on his face. The woman leaped over him, landing on the outer wall of the building, her posture reminiscent of a frenzied wildcat. She was incredibly fast, but her strength remained uncertain. Chu Ran shook his head, layers of ice armor enveloping him. It was not that he could not keep pace with the woman. At his current speed, he could unleash his full potential and match her. However, he did not wish to reveal his capabilities. The appearance of these individuals had made him acutely aware that this world was far more complex than he had envisioned. There were certainly stronger survivors out there, and he needed to retain sufficient trump cards. Chu Ran resolved to become a survivor who primarily relied on intellect that in regular combat, he would utilize his abilities, revealing his true strength only when faced with insurmountable foes, creating an impression that he was a balanced fighter concealing his power, an intricate facade. Meow. The icy beauty unexpectedly emitted a cat-like sound. Her appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. Fine white fur appeared on her cheeks, claws extended from her fingertips, and she exhibited signs of beastly transformation, intermittently letting out cat-like moans as she lunged at Chu Ran once more. This time, her speed had increased. She zipped past Chu Ran, leaving behind a penetrating scratch on his chest, effortlessly shattering his ice armor. Her enhanced speed and strength allowed her to easily breach his defenses. If her previous strength had been mid-stage second tier, she was now clearly in the late stage of the second tier, perhaps even continuing to grow stronger. Note: just recently promoted to the second tier is considered early stage. After surpassing half of the attribute points, it is equivalent to mid-stage, and nearing promotion to the third tier is regarded as late stage. Meow. The frequency of the woman's attacks escalated, resembling a phantom darting back and forth. Her figure became indistinct, merely a shadow entwined around Chu Ran, relentlessly assaulting him, while the ice armor shattered like paper. Even the skin beneath the ice armor bore numerous wounds, each inflicted as she shattered the ice. Though merely superficial injuries, they appeared exceedingly gruesome. Fortunately, Chu Ran's abilities were sufficient. The ice armor could rapidly regenerate, allowing him to endure. Otherwise, he would have had to reveal the full extent of his physical prowess. In the Maple Leaf community, a military truck came to a halt outside the premises that a squad of armed soldiers disembarked, making their way towards the community. However, as they approached, they were halted by an invisible barrier. "What is this?" The lead soldier reached out, feeling the unseen barrier blocking their path. "This is bad. Get ready." His expression shifted as he immediately grabbed his radio to report. "Report to headquarters. This is Maple Leaf Community. We have encountered an unidentified barrier preventing entry. Someone has sealed off the area." The command center acknowledged the report, instructing them to remain alert and stand by for an empowered team to handle the situation. Meanwhile, the nearest hunting squad received the order for support, swiftly boarding their aircraft toward Maple Leaf Community. Within the community, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Chu Ran's ice elemental energy was nearly depleted. "Hiss-ha!" The woman's cries had morphed into the frenzied yowls of a cat, the white fur on her face thickening. Surely, Shia Yunting actually transform into a cat. Would she? What bizarre ability is this? It can't be that I just set a goal and am about to expose all my strength, can it? Chu Ran felt an unsettling sensation arise within him. After this brief skirmish, a typical late-stage second-tier individual would have been subdued long ago. The icy beauty's cat-like transformation rendered her attacks exceedingly monstrous. Clad in ice armor with formidable defensive capabilities, even so, he could not withstand her onslaught. Each swipe of her claws shattered the ice, leaving multiple deep gashes across his body. Had he not possessed exceptional physical strength, he might have lost his combat capabilities due to excessive blood loss. Meow. Suddenly, the formidable Catwoman emitted a sharp, piercing scream. Swiftly removing her sunglasses to reveal her blue eyes filled with a struggle, abandoning the fight against Chu Ran, she dashed towards the elder restrained by him, and, with a claw, ended his life. She then hurriedly fled toward the community exit, as if fearing some dreadful fate would befall her should she linger. Damn it, I still intended to interrogate him. Chu Ran was momentarily stunned but quickly gave chase. "You may run, I shall not obstruct you. But your slaughter of my captive cannot go unpunished." The two departed the community in quick succession. Chapter 82. The beast-eared maiden approaches. "Captain, should we pursue?" a soldier asked, somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, two figures had dashed from the community, like lightning, with the first figure crashing through the protective barrier. "Are you out of your mind? At that speed, bullets might not even keep up. Shall we give chase?" The captain shot a glare at the soldier, exasperated by his lack of awareness. Chu Ran followed the icy beauty to a mid-tier villa area on the outskirts, witnessing her slip into a villa and vanish from sight. After carefully sensing, he found no other presence within the villa and climbed through a second-floor window. The room was engulfed in darkness, devoid of light, save for a faint, indistinct meowing emanating from downstairs. Meow, oh, 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 oh. The sound seemed to be a struggle against something, accompanied by the scratching of fabric. This noise felt oddly peculiar to Chu Ran. Curious, he approached the source of the sound. The door was slightly ajar, and with a gentle push, it swung open. Hiss, oh. A shadow darted past him in a flash. Where do you think you're going? Stay right there. Chu Ran reacted swiftly, reaching out for the shadow but instead grasping a furry object. Meow. A startled meow escaped, as the shadow contorted at an astonishing angle, sinking its teeth into Chu Ran's hand. What the hell? Chu Ran instinctively retracted his hand, gazing at the shadow. To his astonishment, the enchanting woman had undergone a partial beast transformation. Furry tufts appeared on either side of her face, her features retaining their feminine beauty while adopting an otherworldly allure. Her blue eyes grew larger and rounder, resembling those of a cat. Her lips plump, revealing sharp fangs. Pointed beast ears sprouted from her head, and a long beastly tail emerged from her posterior. A beast-eared maiden. Meow. The beast-eared maiden, no longer merely an enchanting woman, emitted an eerie cry and pounced on Chu Ran, pinning him to the ground. Startled, Chu Ran unleashed a surge of violent lightning, intending to drive the alluring woman off him. Yet, she suddenly leaned down, her petite tongue tracing his neck. The tender touch caused Chu Ran to freeze, the lightning dissipating unexpectedly. He suddenly recognized that her cries echoed those of a cat in heat, reminiscent of his college roommate's feline. Meow. The cat-transformed woman emitted a delicate sound, fervently licking Chu Ran's cheek. Her highly elastic thighs rubbed against him, occasionally nibbling at his skin with her teeth. Chu Ran was utterly bewildered. Was this some sort of test for an old hand? Who can withstand this? Meow. The cold and enchanting woman gracefully leapt, her back turned to Chu Ran, her figure alluringly curvaceous, with a pronounced bust and hips. Her hind legs crouched, her tail held high and erect to one side. With her small eyes fixed on Chu Ran, she exhibited an expression of longing, her tiny tongue occasionally licking her little fangs and lips. Oh my, she is in heat, Chu Ran stammered, overwhelmed by her irresistible allure. How could he possibly resist? Meow, meow. The cold and enchanting woman slightly parted her feline lips, her breath quickening, her pupils dilating, revealing a mix of anxiety and desire. Goodness, I can't handle this anymore. Chu Ran felt his mind becoming muddled, unconsciously stepping forward to caress her voluptuous rear. His right hand, almost as if possessed, found its way to her raised tail. Meow. The cold and enchanting woman emitted a tantalizing sound, her tail wrapping around his arm. Chu Ran unfastened her outer garment, revealing the delicate, fair curve of her waist beneath. Meow. The seductive woman arched her back with astonishing elasticity, forming a grand C shape, and pressed her lips against Chu Ran's as he felt the incredible softness and the occasional brush of her little fangs against his lips. He was instantly entranced. Meow. With the cold and enchanting woman's startled cry of pain, Chu Ran accomplished the most significant act of his life, transitioning from boyhood to manhood. Da-da. I will kill you. The sharp pain in her lower body jolted the cold and enchanting woman back to her senses, her pupils regaining clarity. Upon realizing her current position with Chu Ran, she erupted in fury, her right hand slicing towards his neck. That I'm sorry. Chu Ran hastily retreated, distancing himself from her as she quickly gathered her clothes to put them on. If I were to say that I merely wish to inquire about some matters concerning ability users, would you believe me? He explained that I will kill you. The woman, now dressed, lunged at Chu Ran with reckless abandon, completely forsaking defense and evasion, embodying a desperate demeanor. Meanwhile, Chu Ran, burdened by guilt, hesitated, finding himself overpowered in the scuffle. The fault lies with me today. Please calm down. I shall surely come to apologize another day. Chu Ran realized that it was unlikely for today's events to end amicably. After pushing the woman back, he turned to flee the villa. However, just as he had not ventured far from the villa, he suddenly felt a wave of dread wash over him, followed by a sharp pain in his abdomen, causing him to be hurled back several meters. Clutching his abdomen, Chu Ran rose from the ground, only to gasp in shock at the figure before him. The cloaked man. The assailant was also a cloaked figure, identical to the one he encountered during his escape. The only difference was the overwhelming aura. This individual exuded ferocity, strength, and an aura that surpassed the second tier. Boss, why are you here? The cold and enchanting woman had also pursued him. Momentarily stunned upon seeing the cloaked man, she lowered her head slightly. I received word that something had occurred at Maple Leaf Community. When I arrived, I found no trace of you two, so I came to investigate. The cloaked man nodded, then turned his gaze to Chu Ran. Astonished that the survivor. His strength is quite impressive. He withstood my strike despite having only faced one disaster. Indeed, the trio with yellow hair have been slain by him. I barely escaped with my life. The cold and enchanting woman stated matter-of-factly. Who are you? Why are you seeking me? Chu Ran, rising from the ground, glared at the cloaked man, his gaze occasionally surveying the surroundings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Xiong, a junior priest of the Black Sacrifice Organization. My purpose for seeking you is straightforward. I hope you will join our organization. The cloaked man approached Chu Ran with enthusiasm. Extending his right hand, the Black Sacrifice. Chu Ran disregarded the cloaked man's hand and continued questioning. During my last escape, I encountered another cloaked figure, dressed identically to you. Is he also one of the so-called Black Sacrifices? You need only answer me whether you are willing or unwilling. Or rather, do you prefer to live or die? The cloaked man's voice turned icy as he sensed Chu Ran's reluctance. He produced an iron chain from his robe, casting it forth. The chain, seemingly possessed of its own will, ensnared Chu Ran. Chu Ran struggled momentarily, realizing the bindings were secure, yet his spiritual energy flowed unimpeded, leaving him unfazed. Yet you must tell me what the Black Sacrifice Organization is, right? I do not wish to repeat myself. Answer me. Will you join or not? Should I hear anything beyond this, I will snap your neck. The cloaked man's patience had clearly worn thin, his tone laced with a hint of murderous intent. Goodness, tyrannical adjudication? Chu Ran pouted. This cloaked man was truly pompous, which he could not abide. He looked at the cloaked man, slowly parting his lips to utter two words. Foolish fool. The cloaked man momentarily staggered, momentarily caught off guard by the words, before erupting in fury. Seeing the cloaked man lose composure brought Chu Ran a sense of satisfaction. While a glint of lightning flickered in his eyes, sparks danced across his body, and under the furious gaze of the cloaked man, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing 50 meters away, leaving behind a rapidly dissipating trail of electricity, before reappearing 100 meters distant. Hello, Mom and Dad. Quickly pack your things and leave home. I am coming to find you. After fleeing, Chu Ran immediately called home. Shia Ran, there's someone at home. Beep, beep, beep. Just as his mother's voice began to sound on the other end, the call was abruptly terminated. Hello, Mom. Chu Ran's heart sank, realizing something was amiss at home, and he hurried back at full speed. Chapter 83. Qin Hu's provocation. He is an electrical ability user. Why didn't you mention it? Witnessing the elusive opportunity slip away, the cloaked man fumed, unleashing all his wrath upon the Catwoman. I had no idea he possessed electrical abilities. The Catwoman shook her head, her eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. What do you mean? You transformed. How could a mere second-tier individual survive in your grasp without using abilities? The cloaked man paused, momentarily at a loss. The ability he used against me was iced. He is dual elemental. The Catwoman regarded the cloaked man deeply. The cloaked man fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. Remember, I was never here today. Nor did I encounter that boy. The reckless actions of the trio with yellow hair led to the failure of today's capture mission. The cloaked man slowly articulated, hastening his departure. He needed to report the information urgently. On the rooftop of a certain building in Maple Leaf Community, a group stood at the edge, surveying the area below. Captain, it's all set. That fellow must be frantic, wishing to return home immediately. Qin Hu yawned boredly, a hint of anticipation glimmering in his drowsy eyes. What mischief have you concocted now? Lei Ming glanced at him with mild annoyance before shifting his gaze to Duan Qingqing behind him. The moment he received the call, Qin Hu had abruptly cut it off, creating an impression of bandits laying siege to his family's home. Duan Qingqing rolled her eyes. Ding ding, the phone chimed, prompting Duan Qingqing to pick it up. Upon seeing the message, her pupils constricted, and she stood frozen for a while. What's wrong? Lei Ming was the first to notice her unusual demeanor. Captain, the basic information about that person just came in. But, Duan Qingqing paused, taking a deep breath. But what? Speak up quickly. Qin, who was intensely curious. News that could rattle Duan Qingqing was rare. Chu Ran, an ordinary person, previously without any special traits, disappeared half a month ago. Upon returning, he displayed extraordinary strength and is an ice ability user. His first achievement was defeating 4 opponents, killing 3 second-tier early survivors, and is preliminarily assessed as a second-tier late stage. Duan Qingqing relayed the information she had just received to the group. Hiss, 1v4, second tier late stage. This lad is far too formidable. Qin, who was momentarily taken aback. Achieving second tier late stage during the first disaster placed him among the elite nationwide. No wonder he attracted the attention of the evil organization. Huh. Now you see the consequences of your earlier actions in cutting off his parents' call. The usually taciturn Shi Long mocked. Nonsense. I am a third-tier survivor. Why would I fear a mere second tier? Today's rookie education session is mine, and no one shall snatch it from me. Qin, who retorted, displeased. Though this boy possessed immense potential, he was still too inexperienced. He would fear nothing. How ridiculous that I forgot to mention. One of the four is the Catwoman Lulon. Upon hearing Qin, who voluntarily take on the responsibility of educating the newcomer, Duan Qingqing's expression turned peculiar. Qin, who's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal as he waved his hand dismissively. Just a Catwoman. In her normal state, she is merely second-tier mid-stage, not worth fearing. But the Catwoman transformed. Duan Qingqing pressed on. Well, that's manageable. I can handle it. Qin, who's expression began to grow somewhat unnatural. The Catwoman's complete transformation utilizes her ultimate equipment. The enchanting cat eyes. There's no way I can compete against that boy. Duan Qingqing glanced at Qin, who, silently mourning for him, in a way, that's impossible. The Catwoman in complete form with equipment would possess third-tier strength. Why would a newcomer have any chance of winning? I refuse to believe it. Qin, who could no longer contain himself. This newcomer was simply too terrifying. The information states as such. Why don't you give it your all and see for yourself? Duan Qingqing shrugged. It seems we have a good show ahead. Who's Make sure to give it your all. If you get countered, I'll be able to laugh at you for an entire year. Shi Long patted Qin, who's shoulder, giving him a supportive gesture. Go away. Go away. So annoying. Qin, who chose to ignore the others, his mind filled with a twinge of regret. He shouldn't have taken on this task. After the call home was cut off, Chu Ran could no longer get through, and his heart sank completely. He ran furiously towards home, consumed with regret for his reckless actions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Ran's phone buzzed. It was a message. Upon opening it, he found only a simple sentence, accompanied by an address. Come here. Your parents are waiting for you. Location. Chu Ran opened the location, revealing a dilapidated industrial area not far from his home. He suppressed the tumultuous rage within him and made his way towards the rundown site. Just then, he faintly heard the voice of the third prince, and simultaneously, a summoning spell materialized in his mind. Upon arriving at the decrepit warehouse, a profound silence enveloped the space. With not a soul in sight, that he remained on high alert. Although this place was typically deserted, it was not devoid of life entirely. You are Chu Ran? Nothing special, and certainly not as handsome as I am. Qin, who appeared atop a warehouse roof, gazing down at Chu Ran. Who are you? Where are my parents? Chu Ran replied coldly. Let us have a match. If you win, I'll return your parents. Qin, who chuckled sinisterly, trying to adopt a more malevolent demeanor. But if I win, your parents will be at my mercy. Bastard, I'll kill you. Chu Ran roared, channeling his spiritual energy and entering the elemental ice form, transforming into a small ice figure that in this state. All his ice-related abilities received a significant enhancement, though at the cost of a drastic reduction in attack speed and the inability to use other powers. With the added effect of his passive skill, ice congealing speed increased by 100. This was the strongest state he had ever achieved, previously unattainable due to insufficient spiritual energy. Now, with nearly 2,000 points in intelligence, his energy reservoir had formed a small lake, more than enough to expend. Rise. With his right hand raised, Chu Ran conjured an ice spear that shot forth from the ground, aiming directly at Qin Hu. Chapter 84. The Thunderous Mystery. The dragon descends. The release speed of his ability was not slow, but his aim was woefully inaccurate. Qin Hu floated away like a feather, effortlessly dodging the ice spear while leisurely commenting. Try again. Unfazed, Chu Ran summoned 2 more ice spears, yet they too were evaded with ease. Your it's atrocious. Who could you possibly hit with such accuracy? Qin Hu feigned lamentation, appearing more distressed than Chu Ran himself. Damn it, get down here. With a furious shout, Chu Ran abandoned his attacks, leaping onto the rooftop to confront Qin Hu directly. Want to engage me at close quarters? As you wish. Qin Hu instantly grasped Chu Ran's intentions and did not shy away. Advancing towards him. What an opportunity. Chu Ran felt a surge of excitement as his opponent approached. As soon as they were within range, he activated his ice domain. However, the ensuing events astonished him completely. No sooner had he expanded the domain than Qin, who sensed something amiss, and swiftly kicked Chu Ran away before the full effects could manifest. TSK, you sly one. You dared to activate a domain. But luckily, I reacted quickly and managed to kick you away. Qin, who regarded Chu Ran with a mix of astonishment and admiration, continuing, but you truly possess some skill. Domain abilities are only born from epic-level powers. Right? Your ice powers must be epic grade. Am I correct? A Tier 3 survivor? As Chu Ran rose from the ground, suspiciously eyeing the newcomer, he thought to himself, encountering a Tier 3 so soon after returning to reality. How terrifying the outside world had become. Smart. Qin, who nodded, then suddenly shook his head. Wait a moment. Are you hiding your true strength? After all, you defeated the beast-transformed Catwoman, who is also a Tier 3, that your current performance is far from that level. How do you know about that? Who exactly are you? Chu Ran exclaimed, taken aback. Defeat me, and I shall reveal my identity. Qin, who replied with a grin, his figure like the wind, appearing beside Chu Ran and delivering a kick that sent him flying. Then he swiftly reappeared behind Chu Ran, delivering another kick before sending him back and forth like a mere ball, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle that I in the distance. Boss, are we sure we shouldn't intervene? I fear that if Qin who continues this way, it may leave a psychological scar on Chu Ran. Duan Qingqing expressed her concern. Do not worry about him. Just look at the gleam in his eyes that I believe you should be more concerned about Qin Hu. After this battle, he may well end up with the scars, Lei Ming replied, subtly glancing towards a nearby shipping container. Behind the container, the third prince lurked, ready to assist his master's ambush at any moment. Eyes? Duan Qingqing was taken aback, and upon closer inspection, realized that although Chu Ran appeared to be treated like a ball being kicked, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Rather, it seemed as though he had everything under control. Something's amiss. You're not right. Qin, who grew increasingly alarmed as he continued to strike Chu Ran, who appeared unfazed despite taking several hits. He finally understood why the Catwoman had lost. She had essentially been worn down. Now, Chu Ran's eyes sparkled with determination. Seizing the moment while Qin, who was momentarily distracted, he grasped the right leg that was aimed at him, releasing the power of ice without restraint. Oh no! Qin, who felt a sudden sense of foreboding, but with his primary focus on strength and agility, his intelligence was lacking, preventing him from shattering the ice instantaneously. He could only rely on brute force. But it was too late by half a second, and that half second was enough for Chu Ran to act. I won't let you off that easily. Chu Ran pulled out a Desert Eagle and pressed it against Qin Hu's forehead, pulling the trigger frantically. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets were expended. Shit. Qin Hu felt a jolt of shock upon seeing the Desert Eagle. The weapon was rumored to be of epic grade. He then experienced the sensation of being struck repeatedly, akin to having a door slammed against his head. Ugh, that looks painful. In the distance, Lei Ming and the others instinctively took out their phones to capture this rare moment. Bastard, I'll kill you. Just as Qin Hu regained his senses, he noticed his teammates in the distance taking pictures, causing his anger to flare wildly, all of which he directed at Chu Ran. Breaking free from the ice, he delivered a punch to Chu Ran, this time unleashing 80% of his strength, crushing Chu Ran's right side. As the fragments fell, spiritual energy began to surge and quickly repair the damage. In his ice form, the defensive power from his bones vanished, and the vitality afforded by his physique also faltered. However, in this state, he was nearly immortal. As long as he had ice-based spiritual energy, he would never truly perish. The only issue was that the energy required for bodily repair was immense, and he could not sustain it for long. That I'm curious to see how many times you can repair yourself. Shaking his still dizzy head, Qin Hu decided to hold nothing back. He intended to teach this upstart a lesson he would not soon forget. Kid, prepare to taste my gale fist. A gust of wind began to coalesce around Qin Hu's right fist as he launched another powerful strike at Chu Ran. This punch reaching the pinnacle of his abilities. Boom! The force of the punch combined with the gale sent Chu Ran hurtling into disarray. Goodness, he can't be dead, can he? Qin Hu was startled to see Chu Ran shattered into pieces, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret wash over him. Fortunately, he noticed the ice fragments on the ground beginning to accumulate once more, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Not just him, but Lei Ming and the others in the distance also felt a sense of relief. Kid, surrender. I can spare your life, Qin Hu urged, believing he had taught enough of a lesson, thinking it unwise to push too far. Especially since this young man would undoubtedly surpass him in the future. Surrender? Are you referring to yourself? Chu Ran grinned widely. Hey, you little brat, can't you recognize kindness when you see it? Qin Hu's patience wore thin. He had finally attempted to play the good guy, only to be outmaneuvered. Suddenly, an overwhelming intent to kill surged from behind him. Qin Hu turned abruptly, only to see a blood-red phantom diving towards him. Leaving him just enough time to raise his hand to block. A spray of blood erupted as he sustained 2 deep gashes on his arm. However, before he could catch his breath, Chu Ran's cold voice echoed. Ice Age. A powerful ice domain enveloped Qin Hu instantly. Recognizing the imminent danger, he attempted to escape the domain, but Chu Ran thrust his palms forward, unleashing a torrent of ice energy with the domain's assistance. Qin Hu was swiftly encased in ice, transforming him into a frozen statue. Chu Ran, having exhausted his energy, exited the ice form, but his objective had been achieved. That you're still too young, still expecting surprises. Lei Ming shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Duan Qingqing and Shilong shared the same sentiment. Although Chu Ran had temporarily frozen Qin Hu, he had depleted his energy, harming himself more than his opponent. The ice could only contain Qin Hu for a maximum of 5 seconds. Had this been a life-or-death battle, Chu Ran would have undoubtedly lost. Without energy, Chu Ran would be as vulnerable as a fish on a chopping block. Crack, crack. The freshly frozen Qin Hu began to struggle violently, fissures appearing in the ice sculpture. Trying to break free? Go to hell. Electric arcs flickered in Chu Ran's eyes, as powerful, tempestuous lightning energy began to gather around his body. Countless swirling bolts of lightning encircled him. Lightning. Dual elements. Lei Ming, Duan Qingqing, and Shilong were all taken aback. The first instance of a dual-element ability in a disaster scenario was unprecedented. Even the frozen Qin Hu was caught off guard, feeling a twinge of panic as he sensed the threat emanating from the lightning. In that moment, Chu Ran's aura surged to its zenith. He clasped his hands together, inscribing runes in the air. Lightning runes materialized from his fingertips, ascending and expanding one by one. The runes formed a massive array, ancient and fearsome energies radiating forth from it. Thunderous mystery. The dragon descends, Chu Ran bellowed, and in an instant, the lightning energy was siphoned into the array, causing him to weaken momentarily. The array shone with resplendent brilliance. Roar. A terrifying dragon's roar erupted from within the array, and a formidable figure slowly emerged. Chapter 85. The Catastrophe World. My word. He summoned a dragon. Those watching from afar were left in utter shock, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Suddenly, a creature composed of lightning emerged from the formation. It bore antlers atop its head, resembling a serpent yet exuding a sense of formidable strength. Its body was adorned with scales, and it possessed robust limbs, each ending in talons akin to those of an eagle. Was this not the divine dragon that resides in the hearts of the people of Huaxia? The lightning-formed divine dragon, treading upon thunder, circled ominously above Chu Ran, its body aglow with converging lightning. Dazzling beyond compare. This is bad. Something is about to happen. Lei Ming's expression changed drastically. He could no longer afford to spectate and rushed towards the battlefield. I can't believe this. Qin Hu had just been unfrozen from his ice prison. Upon raising his head, he beheld the mythical dragon gazing down upon him, and despair washed over him. What transgression have I committed to warrant this? Even a divine dragon has appeared. In that moment, he was engulfed in hopelessness, questioning the very essence of his existence. Roar. Under Chu Ran's feeble guidance, the thunder dragon howled skyward, plunging down towards Qin Hu with a torrent of lightning. Boom. A terrifying explosion ensued, scattering countless bolts of electricity in its wake. At the center of the explosion, the fearsome power of lightning converged, surging towards Qin Hu, intent on tearing him apart and consuming him. Just then, Lei Ming braved the lightning and charged into the heart of the explosion, hurling Qin Hu to safety, taking on the brunt of the thunderous onslaught in his stead. That he must be a newcomer, just someone who participated in a survival event. Duan Qingqing gazed at the unconscious Chu Ran, her heart unsettled for a long time. This batch of newcomers is rather formidable. The branch of the Abilities Management Bureau, In the dining hall, Shilong remarked, "How long is this kid going to sleep?" "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hit him so hard," Chinhu replied, munching on a piece of fruit. "Have you no shame? If it weren't for the boss's intervention, you'd likely be stiff as a board by now." "Don't speak nonsense. That thunder dragon, while powerful, couldn't kill me." Chinhu retorted defiantly he wasn't wrong. The thunder dragon could not slay him. Just then, the door swung open, and Lei Ming and Duan Qingqing entered, given Chinhu's strength. The thunder dragon could only inflict severe injury, not death. After all, the dragon's power was somewhat linked to Chu Ran. Listen. As Chinhu began to feel pleased with himself, Duan Qingqing continued, "But you'll still need to lie down for 10 days or half a month." Chinhu's spirits deflated instantly, and he forced himself to save face. "Well, I still won. That kid is completely exhausted and unconscious. Even if he's injured, I could still finish him off if it comes to that. The mantis could chop you into mincemeat. Do you believe it?" Shilong shot him a glance how could I forget that? Chinhu glanced at the bloodthirsty mantis guarding Chu Ran and promptly changed the subject. "By the way, this kid is quite extraordinary. He possesses great strength, a battle pet, and dual abilities in ice and lightning." "Who are you?" a voice suddenly echoed, causing everyone in the room to turn their gaze towards Chu Ran. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Ran had already awakened. "You're awake," Chinhu said, visibly relieved. Chu Ran assessed his condition. His spiritual energy was functioning well, he was neither bound nor drugged, and the third prince was also safe nearby. He felt a sense of relief, understanding that these individuals were not foes. "Where are my parents?" he asked coldly. "Your parents are fine, I'll take you to see them first," Lei Ming beckoned, turning to leave, with Chu Ran following closely behind. Outside the room lay a long corridor, reminiscent of a hotel, with carpeted floors. "I apologize on behalf of my teammate. He meant no harm, merely wanted to test your abilities." Chu Ran's demeanor was rather aloof. Although he suspected they bore no ill intent, he could not relax until he saw his parents. "The room ahead is where you can meet them. We can discuss the rest once you return." Lei Ming pointed towards a nearby room, and before he finished speaking, Chu Ran hurriedly dashed forward. Upon pushing the door open, he finally saw his parents. "Dad, Mom." Chu Ran's anxious heart finally settled. Xiao Ran. Both his father and mother wore worried expressions. But upon seeing Chu Ran, they too exhaled in relief. "As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." Although Chu Ran's father had many questions, he chose not to inquire further. The child's safety was paramount. "Dad, Mom, there are many things I can't explain to you because I don't fully understand them myself. Just remember one thing. I will always be your son, without a doubt." Chu Ran refrained from explaining his current state or the existence of survivors, knowing it would only increase their anxiety without serving any purpose. After a brief conversation with his parents, he exited the room, where Lei Ming awaited him. "Now can we talk?" Lei Ming inquired. Chu Ran nodded. "Follow me." This time, Lei Ming led him out of the corridor into a luxurious hall, where they sat at a coffee table. Just as Chu Ran suspected, it truly resembled a hotel. Not long after they settled, a server brought over coffee. "Is there anything else? I'm not accustomed to this," Chu Ran asked. "Hello, what would you like to drink?" "We have everything available," the server replied politely. "I'd like a big brew," Chu Ran stated. The server appeared momentarily stunned before responding. "Please wait a moment. I'll bring it to you right away." After bowing respectfully, she retreated. "I want orange flavor," Chu Ran called out, fearing she might bring the wrong flavor. Noticing the server's departure, Lei Ming slowly set down his coffee. "I know you have many questions. Before we proceed, let me first educate you about the survivors." Indeed, he was aware of the survivors, Chu Ran realized. Approximately a year ago, a world of disasters emerged, selecting the first batch of survivors from around the globe, marking the first occurrence of survivors on the entire blue star, numbering around 10,000. Lei Ming explained. "A year of survival. If they're still alive, they would be nearing godhood." Chu Ran exclaimed in shock. Indeed, those who survived from the initial batches are now referred to as gods. Lei Ming nodded, a glint of fear crossing his eyes. This fleeting emotion was quickly suppressed as he continued. After the first batch of survivors appeared, a second and third batch soon followed, with numbers gradually increasing, ultimately stabilizing at 10,000 survivors drawn from around the world each time. This situation persisted for nearly half a year, but a change occurred a fortnight ago. 2 weeks ago, that was my incident. Chu Ran exclaimed, astonished. Lei Ming nodded, glancing at him earnestly. then spoke in a grave tone. During that incident, the world of disasters extracted nearly 10 million survivors globally to participate in survival. Chapter 86. The workday has ended. 10 million? Chu Ran gasped. How many people inhabit the entire Blue Star? If nearly 10 million are taken at once, wouldn't multiple occurrences lead to extinction? Lei Ming nodded, choosing not to dwell on the numbers, and continued, since you participated in survival, you understand that aside from the high mortality rate, it also grants people unfathomable powers. Over the course of a year, countless individuals have been selected as survivors nationwide and globally. Although most will be eliminated, a minority manage to survive. Once a person possesses power, their heart can become turbulent, inflated with arrogance, disregarding rules and seeking to act at will. As he spoke, Lei Ming suddenly turned to Chu Ran and asked, I heard you killed 3 survivors. How does it feel? Feel? Chu Ran furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, when he killed the yellow-haired individuals, he did not experience significant emotional upheaval, perhaps due to having become somewhat accustomed to survival. I felt nothing. They killed civilians and insulted women. They deserve to die. Chu Ran recalled after a brief moment, so you took on the role of law, empowered by your strength to carry out actions that others could not, thus sentencing them to death without burden. Lei Ming shook his head slightly. What do you mean? They shouldn't have been killed. Chu Ran retorted, sensing an undertone in Lei Ming's words that I'm not suggesting they deserve to live. Lei Ming waved his hand, urging him to remain calm. That I merely wish to convey that from the moment you became a survivor, you gained the capital and inclination to disregard the law, no longer needing to fear the consequences. This mindset is shared by all survivors. It heralds the onset of disaster. Chu Ran's pupils contracted as he suddenly grasped Lei Ming's meaning. Since returning to the real world, he indeed harbored similar thoughts, from carelessly killing the yellow-haired individuals to passively taking the life of the cold, elegant woman. These actions reflected a shift in his perception. He had grown emboldened, unafraid of the repercussions of exposure. No longer timid. As this realization dawned upon him, a cold sweat trickled down his back. Indeed, strength was the root of all evil, blinding one's vision. Lei Ming observed Chu Ran's reaction and noted the flicker of concern in his eyes. He too felt a slight sense of relief and continued. Half a year ago, a survivor succumbed to temptation, using his abilities to assault a woman he desired but could not have. This quickly spiraled out of control, with frequent offenses resulting in over 100 victims. Although this individual was ultimately killed, he set a precedent for others that it was akin to Pandora's box being opened. Chaos ensued as countless survivors began to act lawlessly, inciting official outrage. That a massive military response was mobilized, yet they were powerless to intervene, as the number of survivors was overwhelming and the authorities feared using mass destruction weapons against the populace. Ultimately, a compromise was reached, which only emboldened the survivors further. As he spoke, Lei Ming took another sip of coffee, while Chu Ran quietly observed. When the situation escalated to the point where the authorities could no longer conceal it, a top survivor emerged. He approached the government's high-ranking officials, proposing the formation of a special organization, the Abilities Management Bureau, backed by the government to maintain peace in Daxia and manage the abilities of survivors. The authorities have officially agreed to provide robust support, utilizing an extensive information network to identify survivors and disseminate information. This initiative immediately resonated with the majority of survivors, who spontaneously joined the organization to uphold peace in the Great Xia. Ultimately, the survivors collaborated with the military to conduct nationwide operations, successfully suppressing the fallen survivors. However, this move also incited anger among many who were unwilling to be constrained, leading them to band together and form various organizations advocating for freedom. This is the current state of affairs in the Great Xia. Lei Ming ceased to speak, allowing Chu Ran to ponder and digest the information. So that you were telling me this, to persuade me to join the so-called Ability Management Bureau? Chu Ran inquired cautiously. I am here to present you with options. Lei Ming shook his head, raising 2 fingers. First, join the Bureau, adhere to its arrangements, enjoy numerous benefits, and receive protection from the Bureau, with special consideration for your family. Second, do not join the Bureau, but you must register with them and ensure that you do not reveal your abilities in front of civilians. The second option seems somewhat more appealing, as what benefits could the real world offer? The only advantage is protecting my family, which I can manage on my own. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ran discerned that the first option was rather absurd. It felt akin to merely changing workplaces, implying that even as a survivor, one must still serve as a beast of burden. What if, following the conclusion of the survival ordeal, your parents encounter danger within the span of 3 to 7 days? Lei Ming slowly shook his head. If I do not join the Ability Bureau, will the authorities not safeguard my parents? Chu Ran's expression darkened, as he was particularly averse to anything threatening his parents' safety. The current protection for your parents is granted because of your potential to join us, a privilege bestowed in advance. However, you may not be aware that the number of survivors is immense. The entire Great Xia is in chaos, and both the Ability Bureau and the military are fully mobilized, with our manpower being grossly insufficient. Lei Ming shook his head and continued. Moreover, anomalies are beginning to emerge on Blue Star, with numerous regions witnessing the appearance of various spiritual entities, which are largely under the Bureau's control. Joining the Bureau would also provide you with assistance in your cultivation. You may consider your options thoroughly. The Bureau never coerces individuals. By the way, your privileges have arrived. Lei Ming suddenly glanced toward the entrance. Chu Ran looked up to see a staff member swiftly delivering several bottles of Deyao to the hotel. The waiter hurriedly approached to accept the Deyao, pouring a glass for Chu Ran. But you specifically went to buy this. There is no need, as I do not require it. Chu Ran expressed his astonishment. The Bureau, backed by the authorities, allocates substantial funds each month and is equipped with a plethora of logistical personnel. And by joining the Bureau, you will also receive a salary, Lei Ming explained from the side. A salary? How much? The lowest-ranked ability user receives around 10K a month, with abundant benefits, holiday allowances, 3 meals provided, and no need to clock in for breakfast and dinner, with the freedom to choose your workplace. Plus an 18-month salary at the end of the year. Enough said, I will join. But let it be known that my decision is not solely motivated by the benefits. I primarily wish to be a good person. Chu Ran stated earnestly. Seeing Chu Ran's agreement, Lei Ming nodded slightly and then glanced at his watch. Lastly, I must remind you that every time you participate in a survival scenario, you will return to your original location upon completion. So remember not to enter the disaster world in front of enemies. Otherwise, you may find yourself in dire straits upon exiting. He patted Chu Ran on the shoulder and turned to leave. Wait, you are just leaving like that? Who were the ones that besieged me yesterday? What were they after? How do I join the Bureau? What must I do? Chu Ran called out in exasperation. The workday is over. Seek out Duan Xingqing. She will clarify everything for you. She enjoys working overtime. Lei Ming waved his hand without looking back. Chu Ran. At Chapter 87. A new turmoil. This is infuriating. This wretched captain has once again thrust this matter upon me. Duan Xingqing, in a sullen mood, led Chu Ran through the necessary procedures, imparting crucial information. It said that there are numerous survivors and chaos outside. You all seem rather unbothered, Chu Ran remarked. Having wanted to ask since earlier, but he hesitated to speak up while she was in a volatile state. Seeing her anger subside slightly, he dared to inquire. And wasn't she said to enjoy working overtime? This resentment is making me a bit apprehensive. That is not our concern. Lower-tier ability users and officials are responsible for that. Our task is to remain on standby, ready to handle any potential outbreaks of ability user attacks. Duan Xingqing exhibited considerable patience towards Chu Ran, as he was a promising newcomer. By the way, there's something I forgot to mention regarding survival. Failure in survival does not equate to death, but rather elimination, resulting in the loss of survival qualifications and a return to reality. She suddenly recalled something and smacked her forehead. What? So, one can just lie down and give up if they cannot endure? Chu Ran was left bewildered. You are thinking too simplistically. Once eliminated, you will never be able to enter the survival world again, and all rewards obtained during this round of survival, including memories, will be wiped clean. Duan Xingqing shot him a glance that then that's no problem. Chu Ran realized with clarity to be cleared out after a single failure, even if it is just this round, means that one would be unable to enter again in the future. This implies that if he were to fail next time, his abilities would forever stagnate at their current level. The severity of this penalty is significant, though still preferable to death, for those who successfully survived a disaster only to fall in subsequent ones. They would become the mainstay of the Ability Bureau, primarily tasked with maintaining stability in the Great Xia. Duan Xingqing elaborated. How much longer? Just recording some information. Why is it taking so long? She glanced at the time, urging the staff member processing Chu Ran's information that the data entry is fine, but the rating section shows as null, preventing any further operations from proceeding. The staff member appeared equally puzzled. Attempting several times. Rating null? Still not processed? This procedure is indeed sluggish. Duan Qingqing complained it that moment. A document arrived on her phone. Let us halt the recording for now. Follow me. She cast a quick glance and, with a change in expression, pulled Chu Ran away from the office. Something has happened? Chu Ran followed, puzzled. Captain, Captain! Duan Qingqing hurriedly burst into Lei Ming's exclusive guest room, where Lei Ming was leisurely reclining on the sofa, savoring red wine. Upon their sudden entrance, he was startled, spilling wine on his clothing. What a disgrace! He calmly wiped the wine off his clothes. Stop fussing over your tattered clothes. You have no girlfriend to impress. Duan Qingqing, in a flurry, placed her phone on the table. You must see this. What is it? Lei Ming glanced at her disapprovingly, feeling disrespected by a teammate, but upon seeing the contents, he gasped. SSS rank. The document displayed a rating report. Name: Chu Ran. Power level: Tier 2 ability user. Abilities: Ice System, Suspected Epic, Lightning, Epic. Pet: Tier 2 Demon Beast, Bloodthirsty Mantis, Growth Stage. Survival Disaster, The Realm of Ice Calamity. Achievements: led survivors to valiantly resist ice beasts in adversity, ultimately slaying the frost dragon and successfully clearing the area, being the sole survivor to clear the realm of ice calamity, thus receiving substantial rewards. Note: suspected simultaneous allocation of intelligence and strength points, with a doubling effect on Tier 1 and Tier 2 attributes, indicating high accumulation of these two attributes, and further rewards suggest imminent advancement to Tier 3. Potential rating: SSS. Conclusion: the Bureau will independently evaluate his character and values. If deemed satisfactory, he may be included in the core training program. Ding ding ding. At that moment, another message arrived from the headquarters of the Ability Bureau. Hello, Captain Lei. From now on, all safety concerns relating to Chu Ran will be the responsibility of the hunting squad, ensuring his safety at all costs. Effective immediately, Chu Ran will automatically become a reserve member of the hunting squad. Regarding Chu Ran's information, it will not be included in the records, known only to the captain and the division chief, and must not be disclosed to any third party. This was information concerning Chu Ran's whereabouts. The three were utterly stunned by the information before them. Lei Ming and Duan Qingqing looked at Chu Ran as if he were a monster, while others merely survived until the end. He had gone so far as to slay the boss and clear the level. Chu Ran himself was equally astonished. The Ability Bureau was remarkably powerful, having gathered such detailed insights about his survival experience. I am doomed. I've learned information I shouldn't have, all because of the captain insisting on leaving his exclusive phone with me. Duan Qingqing suddenly remembered that she was not the captain, and such secrets were not meant for her ears, leaving her feeling unsettled. As a mere woman, she had come to know such confidential information. Captain, will you resort to assassination to keep this information secret? She lamented. Nonsense. Just don't speak of it. Lei Ming replied awkwardly. He had left the captain's operational phone with Duan Qingqing to avoid trouble, but who would have expected that Chu Ran would emerge? Chun Xiong's residence. A mass of black mist suddenly appeared within the room. Greetings, Elder. Already prepared. Chun Xiong quickly knelt down. Chun Xiong, do you know your crimes? A cold voice emerged amidst the swirling darkness. I acknowledge my sins. I have failed the mission assigned by the Elder. Please punish me. Chun Xiong trembled, lowering his head even further. Punish you? The figure in black chuckled ominously. Do you understand that the capture list was issued by the Supreme Leader? Do you realize that he cleared the realm of ice calamity, being the only one among 10 million survivors to successfully lead a group of wastrels to victory? Are you aware that a few moments ago, the second-in-command sent word that Chu Ran has been evaluated by the Ability Management Bureau as possessing SSS-level aptitude? To my knowledge, he is the first to achieve such a distinction. With each utterance from the dark mist, Chun Xiong's body trembled, and upon hearing that Chu Ran had been classified as an SSS-level ability user, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The dark mist spread, gradually enveloping Chun Xiong. The endless darkness consumed him, and in his despair, he struggled and pleaded, Elder, please spare me. As he opened his mouth, the black gas seeped in through the corners of his lips. merging with his flesh and blood, forming a bizarre formation within his body. I am giving you another chance. Capture Chu Ran before he attempts to survive for the second time. That I have left a formation within your body that will automatically detonate in 3 days. If you capture Chu Ran, you will live. If not, you shall die. Elder, rest assured, I will turn the city upside down, and I will surely capture Chu Ran. Chen Xiong said with immense agony at the Ability Management Bureau's branch hotel. An alarm suddenly rang overhead. Warning! Warning! The Maple Leaf community is under attack. Please proceed to assist immediately. Chapter 88. The community under attack again. Warning! Warning! The Maple Leaf community is under assault by ability users. Please proceed to provide support. The elite team members were diligently imparting survival knowledge to Chu Ran when the unexpected broadcast interrupted them. What? My community is under attack again. Chu Ran's expression darkened, feeling a sense of dread. However, knowing that his parents were not in the community provided him some relief. All members of the hunting team, mobilize. Chu Ran, you stay behind. Lei Ming set down his coffee, sprang to his feet, and dashed outside, followed closely by the others, with Chu Ran trailing them. What are you doing following us? Go back. Lei Ming snapped at Chu Ran when he noticed him coming along. I must go. That is my community, and I need to teach them a bloody lesson. Chu Ran retorted. You realize that this time, they are likely targeting you. Rest assured, Captain, I have a trump card. If it comes to a chase, they won't be able to catch me. Chu Ran chuckled, recalling how he had previously summoned the Thunder Dragon out of concern for his parents' safety, leading to backlash and causing him to faint due to depleted spiritual energy. Let him go, Captain. We will be there for him. Nothing will happen. This is a good opportunity for him to gain experience. Duan Qingqing interjected. He can go, but he must follow orders and refrain from acting recklessly. Lei Ming nodded, acknowledging that real combat experience was indeed crucial for ability users, and this was a prime opportunity. All right, boss, I promise to keep my distance. Chu Ran replied joyfully. Help me. Please, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. On the top floor of the Maple Leaf community, dozens of people dangled in midair, suspended by ropes. Listen carefully below. The rules of the game have changed. Instead of one person every minute, it will now be one every 10 seconds. A powerful force sliced through the air, severing one of the ropes, causing the person dangling from it to plummet from the 30th floor, splattering into a gruesome mess. Those still suspended in midair turned pale at the announcement of 10 seconds per person, frantically struggling and pleading for mercy. Outside the community, a severely battered military unit took cover behind their defenses, holding their ground against the enemy. In front of them lay a sea of fallen soldiers. They were the second wave of reinforcements. The first wave had perished entirely. Captain, we must retreat. We cannot save them. This is a death sentence. We need to wait for support from the Ability Bureau. The rookie, Lazy, could no longer contain himself. The disparity in strength between the two sides was overwhelming, and their bullets lacked sufficient power. The captain fell silent, surveying his steadfast teammates. Initially 15, now reduced to 7, they had not even grazed the enemy. Monkey, you take everyone and fall back. I can hold on a little longer. The Ability Bureau will arrive shortly. The captain ordered, unwilling to let his team sacrifice themselves in vain. This battle was utterly unequal, yet he could not bring himself to abandon them. The despair of those held captive inside would be immeasurable if they ceased fighting. And the honor of a soldier forbade retreat. You're out of your mind. Are you asking us to leave you behind? How can we live with that? Monkey, the vice captain, shouted in anger, kicking down Lazy. Cursing, coward. If you want to run, then run on your own. I give you permission. Monkey, what are you doing? Apologize to Lazy, the captain bellowed. Apologize for what? What wrong have I done? Monkey retorted defiantly. I'm not a coward. I don't want to run. I just don't want everyone to die in vain. Lazy silently rose from the ground, his eyes reddened, his face showing signs of grievance. Haha, what a splendid show. Let me add some spice to it. Not far in front of the military, Chun Lu watched the infighting with glee, pulling out a submachine gun and unleashing a barrage of bullets at them. Watch out. Take cover, the captain and Monkey shouted. As everyone expertly sought shelter, this was the only thing they could do in this battle. The enemy's weaponry was terrifying, and even the slightest exposure would lead to being shot. Just then, a black hand grenade with a red that was tossed over. The crowd gasped. They had witnessed the terror of such grenades before. This grenade possessed tracking capabilities and would automatically attach to anyone within 2 meters, making it impossible to remove. Every time such a grenade appeared, it invariably resulted in a casualty. Vice Captain, watch out, the grenade is heading your way, Lazy cried in terror, having clearly discerned its trajectory to me. Monkey's face turned pale. Being targeted by such a grenade left little chance of survival. He then resigned himself to fate. If he was to die, he would go out with a bang. Damn it, I'll take you with me. He sprang up, firing his weapon at Chun Lu with reckless abandon. In that moment, Chun Lu was forced to hunker down, as he was merely a level 1 ability user and could not ignore bullet damage. Huh? You coward, come out and face me, Monkey roared, having spotted the tracking grenade flying towards him. He wished to accomplish something for the team in this fleeting moment. Suddenly, a figure flashed past him. Lazy threw himself onto the grenade, cradling it in his arms. Lazy, what the hell are you doing? Let go, Monkey screamed in rage as he recognized the figure and lunged to snatch the grenade away. Boom! Before Monkey could get close, the grenade detonated, its terrifying force sending him flying while Lazy was reduced to mere fragments. Lazy, Monkey numbly crawled from the ground, staring blankly at Lazy's remains. Memories of Lazy's words echoed in his mind. I am not a coward. Ah, you bastard, I will have my revenge. Monkey's eyes turned crimson as he rushed toward the position of their sniper. There lay an anti-material sniper rifle capable of taking down first and second-tier survivors. Yet the enemy was aware of the rifle's power. Upon their arrival, they had directly eliminated their sniper point. 2 more team members had been sent to seize the anti-material sniper rifle, but each time they approached, they were shot down by the enemy. Monkey, come back. Don't go. The captain recognized Monkey's intent and shouted desperately, but it was too late at this moment. Monkey was nearly deranged. Guilt, anger, regret, and hatred overwhelmed him. Only blood could cleanse the hatred within his heart. He crossed the road, veering into the adjacent building, racing towards the rooftop that he spotted the gleaming anti-material sniper rifle and the bodies of 3 teammates, their foreheads shattered by some immensely powerful weapon. At the entrance of the community, Captain, look, it's back. A trembling soldier pointed toward the community, where a pitch-black gun barrel protruded from a window. It was this very weapon that claimed a life with each shot. With bullets that were impossible to evade, the entire previous squad had fallen before this gun. Monkey, get down, the captain shouted hoarsely at Monkey. Damn it. Monkey had noticed the black gun as well, but what of it? He had no intention of living. As long as he could avenge Lazy, it would all be worth it. He picked up the gun, loaded it, and fired in one fluid motion, not taking the time to aim. The bullet soared through the air, targeting Chun Lu below. Simultaneously, gunfire erupted in the community, a dark bullet shattering the sniper's round mid-flight, hurtling toward Monkey. Monkey felt a wave of despair wash over him as he finally understood the sentiment Lazy had expressed. They were like ants trying to shake a mountain. Lazy, I'm sorry. I can't avenge you. Monkey slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a surge of electricity appeared behind him. Chapter 89. Since they have killed, they must pay with their lives. Monkey. At the moment the gunfire erupted, the captain's eyes turned red. He longed to charge forward and battle the enemy recklessly, but he could not. They had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Before the Ability Bureau's personnel arrived, they were the last hope for the community's residents. Captain, it seems Monkey is okay. It's the Ability Bureau's people. Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. What? The captain looked up sharply, only to see a youth beside Monkey, catching the bullet aimed at him with his bare hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the others stood in stunned silence, Lei Ming arrived on the scene, followed closely by Qin Hu, Duan Qingqing, and Shilong TSK. This lightning system really knows how to travel fast. It even beat the captain. Qin Hu couldn't help but express his astonishment. The monkey stood frozen, casting a disbelieving glance at Chu Ran. Could this be the person from the legendary Supernatural Bureau? It must be. Otherwise, how could he possibly catch bullets? Stand up, draw your weapon, and avenge your brother. Leave the rest to me. Chu Ran instructed the monkey. Panic washed over Chun Lu's face as he sensed the imminent danger the moment he saw Chu Ran, but he hastily fled toward the community. As a mere first-tier survivor, he may have seemed formidable among ordinary people. But in reality, he was at the very bottom of the survivor hierarchy. Don't even think about escaping. The monkey, noticing Chun Lu's attempt to run, disregarded everything else, grabbing his sniper rifle and firing at Chun Lu. Hearing the gunfire, Chun-Lu instinctively dove to the left, but was still a beat too slow, the bullet striking his right arm. Even with his first-tier survivor's physical resilience, the anti-material sniper rifle shattered his arm. Ah, help me! The excruciating pain from his broken arm halted Chun-Lu's flight, forcing him to hide behind a statue at the community entrance, wailing in agony and pleading for help from those inside. Die, die, die! Come out! The monkey roared frantically, firing shot after shot at the statue, venting his fury until his magazine was emptied. At that moment, gunfire erupted from within the community, returning fire at the monkey. Chu Ran seized the monkey and leaped off the rooftop. The monkey gasped in shock. Though unafraid of death, being dragged off the rooftop like this left him utterly flustered. Just as panic set in, a bolt of lightning enveloped the two, and they vanished. When they reappeared, they were now among the crowd below. As the lightning dissipated, Chu Ran released the monkey. Take this and avenge your brother. He handed the monkey a desert eagle, gesturing towards the statue. Understood. The monkey nodded solemnly, discarding the sniper rifle and taking the desert eagle, firing 3 shots at the statue. No recoil. He was taken aback. The gun barrel barely trembled. He had used a desert eagle before. But experiencing no recoil was a bit much. However, upon witnessing the aftermath of his shots, the lack of recoil was soon forgotten. The bullets curved, soaring in a parabolic arc over the statue, heading straight for Chun-Lu behind it. What the hell? By the time Chun-Lu realized what was happening, the bullets were already upon him. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive sounds echoed, and the statue collapsed, revealing Chun-Lu's headless corpse, his skull obliterated. Hiss. The monkey felt the gun become as hot as a potato. Hurriedly returning it to Chu Ran. At that moment, Lei Ming approached the group. Special Operations Team of the Supernatural Bureau, the Hunt Team. I am Captain Lei Ming. He glanced at the carnage strewn across the ground. Bowing slightly to the soldiers. Thank you for your hard work. We will take it from here. Salute. The remaining soldiers returned the gesture under their captain's lead. Gather the brothers and take them back. The captain's gaze lingered on his fallen comrades, revealing a hint of sorrow. Help me kill them all. The monkey's voice quivered, his hardened face betraying a glimmer of desperation. Leave it to us. We will ensure they are all apprehended, Lei Ming assured, nodding gravely as he turned to lead his team into the community. Brother, I will help you kill them all, Chu Ran promised, patting the monkey's shoulder and thumping his chest with his right hand. As they approached, the people inside fell silent, as if waiting for their entry. We are organized. The outcome for the person earlier will be determined by the Bureau, even if they are guilty, Lei Ming warned Chu Ran. His tone laced with admonition. He despised those who flouted the rules. Why? Did those who died do so in vain? Chu Ran retorted defiantly. I told you. The Supernatural Bureau is an organization of rules. In this chaotic world, we need order to restrain us. Or do you wish to be one who disregards the law? Lei Ming replied sternly. I believe it is wrong. Waiting for the Supernatural Bureau's judgment takes too long. And I cannot wait. Chu Ran's tone was slow but resolute. Have you lost your mind? Do you even realize what you're saying? Qin Hu interjected, astonished, frantically gesturing for him to be quiet. The captain was notorious for his rigidity and adherence to rules. Speaking out like this was inviting trouble. Then tell me, what is wrong? Lei Ming's tone turned serious. He sensed Chu Ran's thoughts were dangerously misguided and needed correction. Everything you say is predicated on the civilization and order of the past, where everyone abides by the law. However, Chu Ran suddenly faced Lei Ming directly. The times have changed, survivors will proliferate at an alarming rate, and the civilization and order we once knew are crumbling. We are entering an era of chaos. In such troubled times, order will lose its deterrent power, and only death can awaken people. Chu Ran slowly shook his head, gazing at the surviving soldiers collecting their fallen comrades' bodies. So, are you planning to kill them all? You must understand that slaughter resolves nothing. It only begets more slaughter, ultimately leading to destruction, Lei Ming replied, frowning. Chu Ran, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. The Bureau is assessing you. Duan Qingqing quickly urged him not to jeopardize himself. If the Bureau deemed him a danger, not only would he lose any rewards, but with his SSS-level talent, they might even stifle his growth. To hell with the assessment. I only know that a life must be repaid with a life. Debts must be settled. This is an unchanging truth. Chu Ran slowly raised his head, madness flickering in his eyes. Since they have taken lives, they must pay with their own. Chapter 90. Third tier, new skill. Wrath of the Thunder God. Everyone fell silent, taken aback. They instinctively distanced themselves from Chu Ran. Acknowledging his perspective, but aware that acting on impulse was a grave offense in the eyes of the authorities, they were merely eliminated survivors, lowly figures in this disaster-stricken world, unwilling to attract trouble. Continue the operation. Lei Ming cast one last deep glance at Chu Ran, saying nothing more as he turned and entered the community. Chu Ran scanned the group. Noticing their peculiar gazes, he shrugged it off, uninterested in their opinions, and pulled out a piece of pre-prepared Tiger King meat to munch on as he walked. It's time to eat. If a fight breaks out, stop eating. After the fight, I'll take you to enjoy a feast. Sherlong clapped Chu Ran on the shoulder as he entered the community, suddenly feeling a fondness for this young man, finding him preferable to the captain's rigid demeanor. Food for survival? Qin, who looked on enviously, tinged with regret. That expression of yours. Are you interested? Let me tell you. This meat is extraordinary. Its effects rival that of third-tier meat. Chu Ran produced another piece of meat and offered it to him. Having an abundance and anticipating that the low-tier meat from the next survival wouldn't appeal to him anymore. No. Giving it to me would be wasteful. Qin, who firmly shook his head and hurried after Sherlong. Not giving away the meat left Chu Ran feeling somewhat disappointed. Don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't want to share it. We are all survivors, the discarded of this disaster world, and items from this realm no longer hold any effect for us. As Duan Qingqing passed by him, she paused to clarify. Chu Ran's eating motion froze, suddenly realizing it was inappropriate to consume meat in front of them. By the way, let me give you a reminder. The reward for advancing before the second survival is a 100 attribute boost. After the second survival begins, it drops to 50, and by the third, it vanishes altogether. You have quite a few survival rewards. If you're close to leveling up to Tier 3, consider applying to the Bureau for a supernatural fruit to advance, Duan Qingqing explained, her own eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment and envy. But she endeavored to share her knowledge with Chu Ran. Is that so? Then how many attributes are needed to advance to Tier 3? Chu Ran's sentence trailed off as he suddenly froze in place. Single attributes must exceed 2,000. What's wrong? Duan Qingqing asked, puzzled by his sudden stillness. Just give me a moment, that I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Chu Ran was engulfed in ecstatic joy, for just moments ago. He received a notification in his mind indicating he had reached the third tier. His survival during the ice disaster earned him an SSS rating, granting him a bounty of attribute points. After 2 days of consistently consuming Tiger King meat, his attribute points had successfully surpassed 2,000. Ding. Congratulations, your intelligence attribute has reached 2,011 points, successfully advancing to the third tier. This upgrade grants an additional reward of a 100 increase to all attributes. You have received a third-tier reward, Supernatural Enhancement Item 1. Note. Can elevate any supernatural ability by 1 level. Enhance by 1 level. Chu Ran was momentarily stunned. His lightning-based ability was already legendary. If it was elevated 1 tier, wouldn't that become mythic? Without hesitation, he chose to enhance the Lightning Sovereign. Legendary was already outrageous. A mythic level would be truly extraordinary. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully elevated your legendary lightning-based ability to mythic status. 9 Heavens Thunder Emperor, mythic level. Common attribute, Lightning Awakening. Omitted. Excellent trait, Lightning Enhancement. Omitted. Exceptional trait, Lightning Embodiment. Omitted. Brilliant trait, Lightning Flash. Omitted. Epic trait, Descending Thunder Dragon. Omitted. Legendary trait, Summon Heavenly Thunder. Omitted. Mythic trait, Wrath of the Thunder God, invokes the 9 Heavens Thunder into the body. Enveloping oneself, transforming into the Sovereign of Lightning, gaining a 100 intelligence boost and a 50 increase to other attributes. Note: Thunder possesses immense destructive power. Using this method requires a robust physique, or it may result in bodily explosion, regression, or even death. The extraordinary abilities remained unchanged, yet a new mythical skill had emerged, Wrath of the Thunder God, granting a 100 intelligence boost while having other attributes. Truly a divine skill, an unequivocal divine skill. If, on a certain day, his attributes surpassed 100,000, activating Wrath of the Thunder God would yield an astounding 200,000 in intelligence. He summoned his attribute panel to assess the current situation. Name: Chu Ran. Level: Tier 3. Ability: Master of Ice, Epic, Thunder Emperor of the Nine Heavens, mythical. Survival coins, 786. Strength, 3,612. Increases attack power. Agility, 3612. Enhances attack speed and evasion. Vitality, 3,612. Boosts defense and stamina. Constitution, 3,612. Augments life force and recovery speed. Intelligence, 4022. Enhances ability attack power. The enemies showed no sign of revealing themselves. Their intentions shrouded in mystery. Everyone steeled themselves. As Lei Ming entered the community, the previously bustling area fell eerily silent, save for the intermittent cries of anguish carried by the wind, mingling with an overwhelming scent of blood. Chu Ran, go rescue the people on the rooftop. He glanced at those suspended in midair. They had already noticed their presence and were frantically pleading for help. Yet, after a few moments, no response came. Chu Ran, the crowd turned in bewilderment, questioning his intent to confront the situation directly. Suddenly, Chu Ran descended last, his right hand clutching a half-eaten piece of meat, a foolish grin plastered across his face. Resembling a simpleton from a wealthy family, Chu Ran, Lei Ming's voice grew more authoritative. Huh, what? Chu Ran snapped back to reality, his smile fading as he realized everyone was staring at him, but a tinge of embarrassment washed over him as he recalled his earlier foolishness. You can teleport. Go rescue the people on the rooftop first, Lei Ming sighed. Exasperated, he then turned to the others. You all go subdue the intruding ability users. Understood. We will complete the mission. Chu Ran suppressed his wandering thoughts. And with a flash of lightning, he teleported to the rooftop. The others fanned out across the community. Help! Save us! The individuals above erupted with joy upon seeing Chu Ran's arrival, shouting wildly. To his surprise, he spotted Wu Bo among them. Wu Bo, recognizing Chu Ran, merely stared, speechless, still in shock from witnessing his transformation into a bolt of lightning. Wu Bo, are you all right? Chu Ran swiftly rescued Wu Bo and over 10 others from the rooftop. Is it really you, Shia Ran? Wu Bo's voice trembled as he finally acknowledged the young man who had grown before his eyes, still struggling to accept the reality. Yes. How many intruders are there? And what is their purpose? Chu Ran inquired. About 20 or so. They said nothing, just went wild, killing anyone in sight. Beasts. They are nothing but beasts. Wu Bo trembled. Everything will be fine. You all stay hidden on the rooftop. I will deal with these beasts. Chu Ran declared coldly. On the 3rd floor, within a certain room, several naked women huddled in a corner, trembling and softly weeping, their snow-white skin marred with bruises. 2 men in their 40s lounged on the bed, smoking with smug satisfaction. Bro, it seems the ability users from the Bureau have arrived. Should we be worried? One of them casually waved his hand. No worries. The boss is here in person. Today, no matter how many come. We have nothing to fear. At that moment, the door creaked open. Beasts. Duan Qingqing glared coldly at the scene before her, her murderous intent surging. What delicate little girls. Let us have some fun. The 2 men, momentarily taken aback by her appearance, quickly sprang to their feet, excitement igniting in their eyes. Chapter 91. Clearing the community, seeking death. Duan Qingqing exclaimed, unleashing a terrifying aura as her petite frame erupted with formidable power. With a series of swift kicks, she sent both men crashing against the wall, blood spurting from their mouths, their vitality instantly waning. Tier 3, they stared in terror at Duan Qingqing, bewildered by the emergence of such a powerful woman. Duan Qingqing tore off a bedsheet and draped it over the trembling women. As the fabric brushed against their skin, they shuddered violently, a manifestation of sheer terror. Tell me, what is your purpose for being here? Duan Qingqing glared angrily at the men. Surrender. We surrender. We know nothing. The boss just said to come and enjoy ourselves, and if anything happened, it was on him. We only came because of that. One of the men, sensing Duan Qingqing's murderous intent, immediately capitulated. The wild ability users knew a fundamental rule. When facing the Bureau, if they could win, they would fight. If not, they would surrender, as the Bureau spared those who yielded, thereby ensuring their survival. Duan Qingqing's pupils constricted as she glanced at the already traumatized women, her heart brimming with murderous intent, yearning to slay the men before her. We surrender. We are willing to cooperate with the Bureau in all investigations and reforms. Hoping to atone for our actions, the 2 men hastily pleaded for mercy, willing to accept any terms as long as their lives were spared. Put these on. Duan Qingqing took a deep breath. suppressing her murderous desire, and tossed 2 handcuffs engraved with runes. These were specially designed to suppress the powers of ability users. All right, we'll do it ourselves. The men, eager to demonstrate their compliance, quickly clasped the handcuffs onto themselves. So even scum like you are to be salvaged by the Bureau? Given a chance for redemption? Chu Ran's voice unexpectedly filled the room, his contemptuous gaze fixed upon the scene. Your motivations are selfish. Having violated numerous women for your own gratification, such reprobates do not deserve to live. His fingers coalesced into a fist, an icy blade manifesting at his fingertips as he slowly approached the 2 men. What are you doing? No, please. With swift movements, the icy blade sliced through their skin, each incision penetrating a mere centimeter, inducing excruciating pain without threatening their lives. Within moments, the 2 men bore over a dozen cuts. We don't surrender, they cried, writhing in agony to let go. The intense pain drove them to madness. Fear-stricken, there is one peculiar aspect that stands out remarkably. Despite the ongoing carnage, their so-called leader has yet to make an appearance, allowing his subordinates to be slaughtered without intervention. Soon, the majority of the invaders in the community, who possessed abilities, have been vanquished by Chu Ran, with only a few spared due to their lack of malice. Lei Ming remains vigilant in the central plaza, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. There is an unsettling feeling in the air. These ability users do not seem to have come to fight, but rather appear to be offering themselves up for slaughter. Standing atop the building, Chu Ran scans his surroundings and suddenly notices another identical figure on a neighboring roof. At last, it's done. This saves me the trouble of getting my hands dirty on the rooftop of the 4th unit. The figure in black robes, Chen Xiong, slowly ascends to the terrace, in his hand. He wields a chain, the other end of which is fastened around the neck of the feral Catgirl, Lulon, who is being led like a beast. Crawling on the ground. Chapter 92. Blood Sacrifice Array. At this moment, the Catgirl has completely succumbed to her beastly state, her eyes devoid of rationality, baring her fangs like a wild animal. How could she have become this way? Chu Ran's pupils constrict, a surge of inexplicable rage igniting within him. Chen Xiong, are you sending your underlings to their doom? What exactly are you plotting? In the plaza, Lei Ming, who had been meditating, slowly opens his eyes. Upon entering the community, he sensed something amiss. The invaders were all first-tier ability users, utterly defenseless, as if they were merely there to meet their demise. What is the meaning of this? It is undoubtedly an attempt to leave you all here. Chen Xiong chuckles sinisterly. Just based on you. Lei Ming scoffs, his eyes filled with derision. He is all too familiar with Chen Xiong's capabilities after numerous encounters that I may not be sufficient on my own. But take a look at this. Suddenly, runes appear beneath Chen Xiong's feet, forming a massive circular array. A dark shroud emanates from the formation, instantly enveloping the sky and isolating the community from the outside world. The crowd's expressions change dramatically. The signal has vanished, severing their communication with the outside. Duan Qingqing pulls out her phone to check. Qin Hu leaps into the air, delivering a powerful punch against the darkness, creating ripples but failing to breach the shroud. The defense is formidable. It can absorb damage that it will likely take some time to dismantle. He shakes his head. No matter. Let's see what he is up to. Lei Ming nods, his expression calm, a sentiment shared by the others. The hunting squad is equipped with top-tier combat prowess in this small enclave. Most other teams consist primarily of second-tier members. Only they boast a full roster of third-tier fighters. With their captain, Lei Ming, being at the pinnacle of third-tier strength, courageous, indeed, they are the hunting squad. Chen Xiong observes the group, a knowing smile creeping across his face. That I hope you all remain this calm shortly. He gracefully retreats, leaving the Catgirl within the array. The formation then shifts abruptly from pitch black to blood red, an ominous aura rising skyward. Countless pillars of blood energy erupt within the community, connecting to the array and being funneled into the Catgirl. The Catgirl's body begins to swell, cracks appearing as she lets out a tortured wail. The life force emanates from the community, each stream of blood energy representing a life. Among them are about 10 particularly potent streams, the very essence of the ability users that Chu Ran had recently dispatched, now transformed into nourishment for the Catgirl. As Lulon absorbs this life force, her aura visibly intensifies. That it is the blood sacrifice array. We must stop him. Duan Qingqing's expression shifts dramatically upon witnessing the scene, perhaps fearing that her teammates may not grasp the severity of the situation. She screams, Chun Xiong has sacrificed the entire community. If we do not sever the array, they will all perish. What? The group's expressions darken. Lei Ming unleashes a tremendous aura, retrieving a two-handed sword from his survival watch. He slashes toward the array, a sword chi extending over 10 meters, cleaving toward the formation, yet it merely passes through, ineffective. Ha, futile. This is an array bestowed by the elders, imbued with spatial power. You cannot even touch it. Chun Xiong cackles triumphantly. This is easy. Chu Ran appears at the array's side, delivering a punch toward the Catgirl, only for it to pass through, as if striking air. Stop this at once. His fury boils over. This community is where he grew up, his homeland, and he will not allow harm to befall it. Ice Age, his domain unfolds, enveloping the entire rooftop. This time, Chu Ran unleashes his full force, with an intelligence boost surpassing 4,000. The rooftop becomes encased in extreme cold. The howling winds drop the temperature at a perceivable rate, 100-200-400. Within the covered area, even the air freezes, affecting the very fabric of space. The array's operation slows significantly. At this moment, Lei Ming also ascends to the rooftop, raising his sword high. A 10-meter-long visage appears behind him, striking fiercely at the array. What an opportunity! Chun Xiong's eyes gleam with excitement as he charges toward Chu Ran. Disregarding the array's stability, his objective is solely Chu Ran. Since he has presented himself, it is providential. Yet, he underestimates Chu Ran, who is no longer the same as before. Upon entering the domain, Chun Xiong finds himself ensnared in a quagmire. His speed drastically hindered. How much intelligence does this guy possess? How can his domain be so terrifying? Despite his astonishment, Chun Xiong presses forward with his peak third-tier strength, closing in on Chu Ran. A chain lashes out, seemingly possessing a sentience of its own, coiling toward Chu Ran like a serpent. What a peculiar chain! Chu Ran refrains from underestimating the situation, aware of the black-robed man's formidable prowess. He opts for a strategic retreat, turning to flee the rooftop. Meanwhile, Lei Ming's massive sword chi cleaves down upon the array. Perhaps influenced by Chu Ran's domain, the array fails to vanish completely, being cleaved apart by Lei Ming's strike. Boom! The array shatters, triggering a violent explosion that reverberates throughout the community. The blood energy pillars dissipate into the ether. Yet even so, the Catgirl's aura reaches an alarming peak, surpassing that of both Xiong and Lei Ming combined. The residents of the community collapse, devoid of energy. Although the blood energy array has been destroyed, the dark shroud enveloping the community persists, remaining intact. Scoundrel! Kill them all! Chun Xiong bellows at the Catgirl. He had initially intended to seize Chu Ran amidst the chaos. But the slippery youth evades him, slipping away at the first opportunity. Now, having failed to capture anyone, and with the array dismantled, he laments that the Catgirl's power could have been even greater. With a tug of his right hand, the collar around the Catgirl's neck releases itself. Free at last, her eyes flash with bloodlust as she transforms into a blur, charging toward Lei Ming. Her claws slash mercilessly. Despite using his sword to block, Lei Ming is struck down from the rooftop, crashing heavily onto the plaza, spitting blood. Fourth tier, Lei Ming gazes at the Catgirl in disbelief. Even in the current branch of the hidden city, fourth-tier fighters are exceedingly rare, yet a mid-second-tier individual has been forcibly elevated to fourth-tier strength. Ha! What a pity. Although you have successfully disrupted the array, she has still attained fourth-tier power. Chun Xiong cackles with glee, his eyes brimming with regret, lamenting the fact that the array would strip away one's rationality. Otherwise, he would have taken advantage of the situation himself. Meow! The Catgirl relentlessly pursues, leaping from the rooftop to launch another assault on Lei Ming. Captain, be careful. Shilong steps forward, his body covered in stone armor, shielding Lei Ming. Although he absorbs the assault, cracks appear in his stone exterior. Quickly, get the captain out of here. Shilong roars. Get out. We charge together. Qin, who refuses to yield, positioning himself alongside Shilong. If we lose contact for over 10 minutes, the branch will surely send reinforcements. Duan Qingqing asserts. Lei Ming rises once more. The entire hunting squad rallies together. Launching an assault on the Catgirl, the two sides engage in fierce combat, but the Catgirl's strength is overwhelming. Even with 4 fighters collaborating, they struggle to hold their ground. Chapter 93. What if I am third tier? Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Join our organization, and you may keep your life. Chen Xiong stands in front of Chu Ran, attempting once again to persuade him. Join you, to become like her. Devoid of reason, reduced to a mere beast, Chu Ran's gaze is fixed on the Catgirl, who is mercilessly beating Lei Ming's team. She has become a wild animal, and you bear part of the blame. Had you not ravaged her form, causing her mind to waver, I would not have been able to control her so easily. Chen Xiong grins maliciously. Besides, this was her own doing that I instructed her to find a way to lure you out. And when she dared to refuse, I had no choice but to use her. Chu Ran's pupils constrict. Realization dawns upon him that he has inadvertently harmed her. So, how about it? Join the organization, and I will deliver her to you. Although she has lost her reason, her physique and beauty, are you not tempted? Chen Xiong remains undeterred, believing that killing Lei Ming and his team would be simple. However, Chu Ran commands lightning, making him a difficult target to seize. If possible, he would prefer to avoid a violent confrontation. At that moment, a disturbance erupts in the adjacent battlefield. The Catgirl emits a piercing roar, her shrill voice unleashing a sonic wave that engulfs the surroundings. Lei Ming and his team suddenly find themselves under sonic assault, their minds buzzing as they experience a momentary delay. Before they can recover from their predicament, the Catgirl appears like a phantom, her claws slicing through the air, spilling blood across the sky as the team members are sent flying like kites. Only Lulon withstands the onslaught due to his formidable defenses. Meow. The Catgirl accelerates midair, targeting the only remaining standing member. Lulon, he glances back at his teammates, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Despite only having known them for a few months, he has come to accept this group. Yet, as he turns back, his gaze solidifies with determination. He will protect his comrades, as solid as a rock, his surface of stone armor reconfigured once more, even more colossal than before, with his form swelling slightly. Lulon, flee. You can't withstand this, Lei Ming bellowed. Captain, hold your ground and await the support from the branch, Lulon roared, abandoning mere defense and launching an offensive towards Catwoman. The two engaged in a fierce battle. No, it was rather one attacking while the other was being pummeled. The Catwoman's hands whirled in a flurry, creating phantoms, her speed rendering any counter impossible. Lulon was forced to retreat under the relentless assault. The stone armor that enveloped him gradually shattered, revealing the flesh beneath. Then came the carnage, as her claws shredded Lulon's chest like a meat grinder. Stop this at once, Lei Ming roared, dragging his battered body forward. But a flash of lightning darted past him. Chu Ran had already appeared behind Catwoman, launching a punch at her, only to have it deftly evaded, with Catwoman retaliating with a claw strike, in a flash of electricity. Chu Ran vanished again, reappearing beside Lei Ming and the others with Lulon in tow. Lulon, concern flooded the eyes of his companions. That don't worry, he won't die, but the future is uncertain. Chu Ran shook his head. He continued, what strategies do we have? When will the rescue arrive? In your current state, I fear you won't last long. That he held no fear for himself. With his current strength, coupled with lightning, he couldn't fathom the possibility of capture. The team communicated with the branch every 15 minutes, the last contact having been 10 minutes prior. In another 5 minutes, the branch would discover their disconnection, and considering the time needed for reinforcements to arrive, they had to hold out for 10 minutes. Duan Qingqing spoke weakly. Having always been responsible for communication with the branch, she was well versed in the process, in a way. Sister, do you really think you can hold out for 10 minutes in your current condition? Chu Ran nearly laughed in disbelief, realizing that this group was utterly unreliable. In a way, you can't seriously be expecting to wait for support in 10 minutes. If you last 3 minutes, I'll consider you tough. Chen Xiong exaggeratedly directed his gaze at the others, even intentionally displaying a shocked expression. Chu Ran, you must think it over carefully. If you decide to join us now, it will be considered voluntary. Once I deal with them, you will have passively joined. Chen Xiong extended another olive branch to Chu Ran, his tone losing sincerity and tinged with a hint of threat. In a way, you don't think defeating them will allow you to capture me? Chu Ran mimicked his exaggerated expression in response. Humph, sharp-tongued brat. Do you think I chose Catwoman for no reason? Chen Xiong's expression darkened, a flicker of anger crossing his face as he continued. I know you can teleport, but Catwoman's speed barely keeps up with your teleportation. You'll have to keep teleporting to escape. How long do you think your second-tier energy reservoir can sustain that? For quite a while, long enough to infuriate you. Chu Ran retorted. You. Chen Xiong felt his blood boil, itching to slap the boy into silence. Chu Ran, conserve your strength. We will find a way to distract Catwoman for 5 minutes, allowing you to hold out until reinforcements arrive. At some point, the hunting team reassembled. Though each was gravely injured, their eyes showed no signs of retreat. What is going on? Are you all planning to give up on living? Chu Ran asked in confusion. Baffled by their apparent readiness to perish, whether we live or die is inconsequential. The key is that you survive, Sherlong asserted. Kid, things might get a bit bloody. Remember to stay safe. Qin, who chuckled ominously. Chu Ran, don't be too extreme. Slaughter is a method of solving problems, but it is not the best one to even at this juncture. Lei Ming still sought to educate Chu Ran. One person speaks. So why don't you? Chu Ran looked at Duan Qingqing. Do I have to? Let me think. Just what did you do to Catwoman? Duan Qingqing squeezed out that question after a long pause that you'd have been better off not asking. Chu Ran retorted, giving her an annoyed glare. Bastard. Do you all not regard me at all? Chen Xiong, witnessing the group engage in conversation, felt utterly humiliated, his face burning with shame. He yearned to flay the skin from their bodies. Stop your noise. It's time to deal with you. Chu Ran shot him a glance before turning to Lei Ming and the others. Since you have no ideas, let me propose a method that doesn't involve anyone dying. You 4 work together to entangle Chen Xiong while I deal with Catwoman. How does that sound? Chu Ran suggested rapidly. Have you lost your mind? Catwoman is 4th tier. She took less than a minute to defeat all 4 of us, and you think you can handle her on your own as a 2nd tier? Qin, who exclaimed in shock. The others, though silent, shared a similar sentiment in their gazes directed at Chu Ran that I can utilize lightning to teleport. Catwoman won't be able to keep up with me. Chu Ran asserted, shaking his head. Even so, your 2nd tier energy can't sustain frequent teleportation. Duan Qingqing rejected the notion. Chu Ran smirked. What if I were 3rd tier? What? 3rd tier? The others were taken aback, their breaths momentarily halting. You can't be serious. You've reached 3rd tier already? Even if you have, it only grants you a minor enhancement. It 1T fend off Catwoman. Qin, who stated, astonishment etched on his face. Suddenly, a more terrifying thought struck him. And he exclaimed, 3rd tier. You're still a disaster survivor. Doesn't that mean your attribute enhancement is a whopping 100? At this moment, the others also grasped the implications. Chu Ran was still a disaster survivor. Thus his attribute enhancement was indeed 100%. Chu Ran nodded, tacitly acknowledging this fact. Wow, you've essentially made a breakthrough directly into mid-3rd tier. Qin, who gasped, astonished. Why are you so exceptionally outstanding among disaster survivors? Listen to me. You entangle Catwoman while we handle Chen Xiong as quickly as possible. Lei Ming coughed awkwardly, his voice tinged with embarrassment. Their original mission was to protect Chu Ran, yet the one they were meant to shield was now the one shielding them. All right, watch my performance. Chu Ran signaled an okay to the others, teleporting behind Catwoman and gripping her tail tightly. Before Catwoman could explode in rage, he swiftly retreated. Meow. Catwoman, having already lost her reason, now resembled an enraged tabby cat. Her eyes fixated solely on Chu Ran. As he teleported to the edge of the community, he found himself behind the dark veil that obstructed the others. However, the moment he emerged, he felt a chill run down his back. An overwhelming sense of danger washing over him, prompting him to instinctively teleport away again. In the next second, Catwoman appeared where he had just stood, then charged off in another direction. Upon reappearing, Chu Ran glanced back, only to discover Catwoman was now less than 20 meters away. Holy crap, this is excessive. Is she even human? Chu Ran felt a chill in his heart. He had initially planned to use lightning to stall Catwoman until reinforcements arrived. But he hadn't anticipated that she could match his lightning teleportation speed with her own sheer velocity. Not wanting to reveal abilities beyond his intelligence and strength, he could only rely on his wits to endure. Currently recorded, what is the highest level for a disaster survivor? Qin, who stared blankly at Chu Ran, who was flashing erratically through the sky. Peak 2nd tier. This kid has broken the record, Duan Qingqing remarked. Still struggling to comprehend how he had managed to reach 3rd tier. Although theoretically, the Ability Bureau could forcibly elevate someone to 3rd tier, it remained just that, theory. Disaster survivors rarely underwent organizational tests, leading to a lack of trust. And the organization wouldn't grant many resources. She had only suggested he apply for resources after verifying that Chu Ran was rated SSS class. Holy crap! Suddenly, Duan Qingqing seemed to have thought of something even more horrifying and exclaimed a curse. This startled Qin Hu and Shilong. They were taken aback by the sudden outburst from a normally demure young lady. Only Lei Ming understood the implication of Duan Qingqing's exclamation. Chu Ran's lightning talent appeared to be legendary. If he were third tier and granted another chance to enhance his abilities, his lightning powers might have already reached a mythical level that a disaster survivor obtaining a mythical ability is more improbable than a fable. Alright, we need to fight with all our might. Let's finish off Chun Xiong quickly, allowing us to assist Chu Ran. Lei Ming shook his head, dismissing any useless thoughts. Meanwhile, Chun Xiong was utterly bewildered. Watching Catwoman chase the lightning through the sky filled him with despair. He never imagined Chu Ran had reached third tier. Now, capturing Chu Ran seemed nearly impossible. Without Chu Ran, even exterminating the hunting team would be futile. He would still face death. The only viable option left was to join forces with Catwoman, as only that could potentially incapacitate Chu Ran and capture him. With that thought, he suddenly glared at Lei Ming and the others, a murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Both sides were determined to secure a swift victory, plunging into a bloody melee from the outset. Given the injuries sustained by the hunting team at Catwoman's hands, they found themselves at a disadvantage from the first clash, relying solely on Lei Ming to hold the line. In contrast, Chun Xiong grew stronger with each passing moment. Weak and powerless, like a flower pillow, Chun Xiong taunted after sending Duan Qingqing flying with a punch, then stomping Shilong into the ground, wearing a smug expression. Is this the legendary hunting team? Hardly impressive, just a bunch of worthless fools. Chun Xiong felt his confidence swell, his face brimming with disdain. Worthless? Shilong sneered, suddenly seizing Chun Xiong's right leg, instantly petrifying himself and anchoring Chun Xiong in place. Then he shouted to his teammates, "Attack!" With Shilong's furious roar, Duan Qingqing swiftly moved behind Lei Ming, a vibrant green light emanating from her palm. As Lei Ming absorbed this energy, his vitality visibly rejuvenated. They were merely acting. Chun Xiong's heart sank as he realized the dire situation. With a fierce determination, he swung his right fist down upon the petrified stone dragon. The impact caused the dragon to emit a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corners of its stone mouth, yet it showed no signs of yielding. "Let go. If you don't release me, I will beat you to death." Chun Xiong's voice was urgent, his complexion pale, as his subordinates intensified their relentless assault on the stone dragon. "You scoundrel, cease this at once." Qin Hu, despite his weakened state, charged forward, forcing Chun Xiong to momentarily abandon the stone dragon. Instantly, Chun Xiong channeled all his spiritual energy, sending Qin Hu flying with a single blow. The force was so great that it momentarily stunned Qin Hu, causing his head to droop and lose consciousness. However, before Chun Xiong could revel in his triumph, an ominous aura enveloped him. "Bastard, prepare to meet your end." Lei Ming's furious strike came crashing down. "It's over." A chill ran through Chun Xiong's heart. This blow was fierce and relentless. Lei Ming had exhausted the last vestiges of his spiritual power in this peak strike, rendering Chun Xiong utterly incapable of defense. The longsword, razor-sharp, effortlessly sliced through the air, cleaving Chun Xiong in two, rendering him utterly lifeless. With a long breath, Lei Ming hurried forward to assess the condition of the stone dragon. While Duan Qingqing checked on Qin Hu. In no time, both of them relaxed, exchanging glances that signaled their teammates were unharmed. Meanwhile, with Chun Xiong's demise, the Catgirl Lulon paused, the frenzied killing intent in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a look of bewilderment as she stood frozen, devoid of purpose. Has she returned to normal? Chu Ran sighed in relief. It was only during his confrontation with the Catgirl that he understood why the hunting team had fallen so swiftly. She was extraordinarily powerful. There was no technique involved, just a flurry of rapid, forceful strikes. He barely managed to hold his ground with his lightning abilities, and even then, he had come dangerously close to being captured several times, forcing him to constantly evade without a moment to catch his breath, his spiritual energy draining like water. Has she lost her sanity? Chu Ran cautiously waved his hand in front of the Catgirl's eyes. "Hey, do you remember me?" "You?" "I remember," mating that a flicker of recognition sparked in the Catgirl's bewildered gaze, and she unexpectedly leaned in, rubbing her head against his chest. Hey. Chu Ran's heart leaped into his throat, fearing that this feline might strike him with her claws if she felt displeased. After all, She was a fourth-tier being. Fortunately, the Catgirl refrained from any excessive actions, merely snuggling beside him and emitting soft purring sounds. What is happening? Am I being treated as her partner? Shouldn't it be called a male companion among cats? Chu Ran's expression turned peculiar as he cautiously reached out to stroke the Catgirl, eliciting even more contented purrs from her. What is going on here? A loser with a beautiful cat. Just as Chin, who groggily regained consciousness. He was met with a scene that left him utterly dumbfounded. Chu Ran's hand froze mid-air before retracting slowly. Allow me to explain the convoluted circumstances once I return. Watch your back. Halfway through his sentence, Chun Xiong's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted in alarm. A cold sensation pierced through Lei Ming's chest as a pitch-black claw emerged, impaling him and lifting him slowly. Chapter 95. Thunder that pierces heaven and earth. It can't be you. Lei Ming could hardly believe his eyes as he turned to see the very Chun Xiong he had cleaved in two, now miraculously revived, his limbs reattached, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. The black claw extending from his right forearm pierced through Lei Ming. Isn't this exhilarating? I am reborn. Chun Xiong gazed at the onlookers, raising his right foot to rest it gently upon the head of the stone dragon. What do you think? If I step down, will he survive? Stop. Chu Ran materialized behind Chun Xiong, intending to rescue the stone dragon, only to find that Chun Xiong seemed to have anticipated his move. He swung his arm, sending Lei Ming crashing into him, both men grimacing in pain. Don't move, or his life is forfeit. Chun Xiong pressed down lightly several times, signaling to everyone to refrain from any rash actions. So you are Chu Ran. Such formidable spiritual energy, such a pure aura. It's no wonder the leader sought you out personally. He regarded Chu Ran with keen interest. You are not Chun Xiong. Who are you really? Chu Ran replied coldly, recognizing that the true Chun Xiong had encountered him before. Of course, I am not that useless Chun Xiong. This is merely a fragment of myself left as a precaution. I never expected it would come into play. The man in black spoke with a calm demeanor, his tone and expression dramatically transformed, as if he had become an entirely different person. Chu Ran, I offer you two choices. Either come with me willingly, or I will break your limbs and drag you along. The revived Chun Xiong spoke icily, brimming with confidence, as if he believed he could resolve any situation with a mere gesture. If you want me to accompany you, release him first. Chu Ran pointed at the stone dragon beneath Chun Xiong's foot. A trivial matter. I shall return him to you at once. Chun Xiong slightly raised his right foot, and everyone felt a sense of relief. However, the next moment shocked them all. Chun Xiong stepped back, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth before he stomped down heavily. With a resounding crack, he crushed the petrified head of the stone dragon into fragments before their horrified eyes. Stone dragon. The event unfolded so abruptly that the members of the hunting team had no time to react before the stone dragon was gone. I warned you. You have only two choices. Since you refuse to choose, I shall assume your silence means you consent to being taken away with your limbs broken. With a swift motion, Chun Xiong darted forward like an arrow, closing the distance to Chu Ran in an instant. By the time Chu Ran reacted, Chun Xiong's palm was mere inches from his neck. Chu Ran's heart raced, and he quickly activated his lightning ability, managing to escape just as Chun Xiong's hand reached for him. What terrifying speed! Faster than the Catgirl, Chu Ran appeared at a distance, his face a mask of shock. Just moments ago, he had felt the icy grip of death once more, an experience reminiscent of when he had fallen into the cold pool and encountered the dragon Wyrm. This guy is incredibly strong. Everyone flee. Chu Ran shouted to Lei Ming and the others. Chu Ran, you must escape. Hold on until the ability bureau arrives. Lei Ming bellowed. I fear you will be disappointed. It won't be so easy to endure while in my grasp. Chun Xiong charged at Chu Ran once more. Chu Ran, anticipating Chun Xiong's movement, transformed into a bolt of lightning, fleeing to a safe distance. However, a terrifying scene unfolded. Chun Xiong smirked, resembling a super projectile, as he pursued the lightning, arriving at Chu Ran's destination before him. As soon as Chu Ran appeared, he was met with Chun Xiong's mocking expression and a thunderous slap that nearly sent him crashing into the ground, leaving him dazed and struggling to rise. The sky felt as though it was collapsing. Chun Xiong had awaited him at the point of his teleportation. Enough of this play. If I continue, that old fool Long Yi will arrive. With a wave of his hand, a mass of black mist coalesced into a gigantic hand, seizing Chu Ran and carrying him away to MY powers that are frozen. Chu Ran's face twisted in terror. He attempted to struggle, but realized that both his lightning and ice abilities were uncontrollable. This black mist possessed the power to seal his spiritual energy. Kid, stop squirming. Even if you step into the 4th tier, you will not break free from my grasp. Chen Xiong floated into the air, slowly departing with Chu Ran in tow. Chu Ran, Lei Ming lay on the ground, emitting a feeble roar, while Duan Qingqing exerted all her strength to heal him, barely keeping him alive. Just then, a rush of wind heralded the Catgirl's intervention. The feline's punches, fueled by unwavering ferocity, rained down upon Chen Xiong's face. Yet, Chen Xiong exhibited an even greater terror, effortlessly blocking all her strikes with a single hand. Little kitty, you are not being very obedient. Chen Xiong waved his hand, conjuring a multitude of black mist that formed a new colossal hand to ensnare the Catgirl. Meow to let him go, the Catgirl growled in fury, managing to break free from the black mist's grip, delivering a single blow that rendered Chen Xiong a headless corpse. The minuscule amount of power contained within that fragment of soul was still insufficient to fully restrain him. Strangely, even without a head, Chen Xiong remained unaffected. Very well, let us see you try this again. The headless Chen Xiong waved his hands, and the black mist transformed into numerous tiny black rings, binding the Catgirl's limbs, wrists, neck, and waist. This time, let us see how you will escape. Chen Xiong nodded slowly, his gaze fixed upon the Catgirl, clearly satisfied with her restrained state. Just as he turned to leave, Chu Ran seized the opportunity to break free from the black mist while Chen Xiong was preoccupied. So disobedient. It seems I must first break your limbs. Chen Xiong scoffed, summoning the black mist into the form of a sword, aimed squarely at Chu Ran at that moment. A bolt of lightning rent the heavens, piercing through the sky and shattering the black veil, striking down upon Chu Ran, simultaneously shattering the black mist sword. The resultant thunderclap was deafening, causing the very firmament to tremble. Chapter 96. The Wrath of the Thunder God. What power is this? For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Chen Xiong's face as the black mist dissipated under the force of the strike. What astonished him most was that the lightning seemed intent on obliterating Chu Ran. Not only did it strike him, but the residual electric energy surged into his body, carbonizing his skin and reducing him to a charred husk. Some secret technique. The peculiarities surrounding Chu Ran only multiplied in Chen Xiong's mind. He observed Chu Ran as he was ravaged by the tempest of thunder. Although the lightning was ferocious, leaving him charred inside and out, it did not extinguish his life force. He could sense a profound vitality within. Yet, Chen Xiong made no effort to intervene. In his eyes, no matter how much Chu Ran flailed, he was merely a clown dancing on the stage. In the blink of an eye, the lightning vanished from Chu Ran's exterior. Yet his body remained frozen in its previous position, as though he had succumbed to death. Ravenous, the charred figure of Chu Ran stirred, producing a sound akin to a crack, and then began to move slowly. This pain is unbearable. Chu Ran gradually lifted his head, his eyes flashing with boundless lightning as he gazed at Chen Xiong, a surge of thunderous fury emanating from his gaze as he bellowed. Wrath of the Thunder God. Countless bolts of lightning erupted from his eyes, rapidly converging around him. Once the lightning reached a critical mass, Chu Ran began to levitate. An ancient, thunderous apparition materialized, towering at 10 meters. Wielding a staff of thunder, Chu Ran stood at the center of this phantom, surrounded by crackling electricity, exuding an overwhelming aura. This sensation was utterly magnificent. Chu Ran howled towards the heavens, releasing the pent-up valor within him. Countless bolts of lightning detonated behind him, dispersing an air of nobility and dominance. Outside the shroud of darkness, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. The once clear heavens were suddenly engulfed by dark clouds, casting a shadow over the firmament as howling winds swept through. With lightning occasionally erupting within the tempest, it felt like the onset of the apocalypse. Look at the sky. My goodness, which fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? Our great Xia truly is an ancient nation of millennia. Magnificent indeed. It must be that recent unusual happenings have provoked our great Xia's chi refiners, descending to exorcise the demons, regardless of the cause. I must snap a photo for social media to show off that I need to boost my followers on Douyin as well. Countless individuals were captivated by this extraordinary spectacle, hastily retrieving their phones to capture the moment. sharing it with friends, or posting it on short video platforms, leading to a rapid dissemination of the event. In the Anomaly Management Bureau of Qian City, Long Yi, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, radiating a brilliant golden light as he fixed his gaze on the gathering storm of lightning. This is not good. Something has gone awry. His expression shifted dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his office. Quite intriguing, to transcend an entire tier and unleash fourth-tier power. No wonder it has drawn the attention of the highest leader. The fleeting look of astonishment crossed Chen Xiong's face before he resumed his earlier composure. Hiss! Upon witnessing Chen Xiong's expression, Chu Ran couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Who is this guy? I unleash my full power, and yet he remains unfazed. Humph, he must be feigning calmness. Pretentious as ever. Take this punch from me. Unyielding, Chu Ran raised his right hand, leaning back to gather strength. While the Thunder God apparition mirrored his actions, countless bolts of lightning surged into his right fist, a display of skill in a domain where I am a master. Chen Xiong smirked, waving his right hand, conjuring a pitch-black barrier of mist before him. However, his fist did not strike. Chu Ran, in a fit of fervor, pushed his momentum to the peak, only for his punch to land as softly as a decorative pillow. Retracting before completion, he then leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of lightning racing into the distance. Ha! You fell for it, didn't you? I'm off. Not playing with you anymore. Echoing laughter resonated through the air as Chu Ran's figure gradually receded. He had no intention of clashing directly with Chen Xiong. After all, the Catwoman was also a fourth tier, easily subdued in a heartbeat. He was not foolish enough to confront him head-on. All his actions were merely to divert Chen Xiong's attention, allowing him to escape from this perilous situation. You scoundrel, stay right there. Chen Xiong nearly spat blood in indignation, utterly humiliated by the antics of this young man that he too surged into the sky. Hastily pursuing Chu Ran. Above Qian City, a bolt of lightning with the girth of a barrel streaked across the sky. At its forefront loomed a gigantic apparition of thunder. You better not let me catch you, or I will methodically snap every bone in your body, making you truly understand despair. Behind the lightning, an enraged Chen Xiong, shrouded in swirling black mist, closed the distance with alarming speed. Thank goodness I fled, or I would have truly faced a fate of shattered bones. Chu Ran felt the terrifying velocity behind him, accompanied by an unmasked intent to kill, compelling him to exhaust every ounce of his spiritual energy to evade capture for just a moment longer. All while fervently wishing for reinforcements to arrive swiftly. Leaders of the Anomaly Bureau, hurry up! I can't hold on much longer. As time passed, a growing sense of panic gripped Chu Ran. He could feel his body protesting against the overwhelming strain. The violent lightning granted him immense power, but was simultaneously wreaking havoc on his bodily functions, causing his speed to diminish. You can't run any longer, can you? Chen Xiong, noticing Chu Ran's slowing pace, recognized he had reached his limit and quickened his own speed. He had delayed long enough. It was time to resolve this matter. Am I left with no choice but to resort to the power of coordinates? No, no. If Chen Xiong follows me, he will bring danger to my parents, and this is a safeguard for them. It can't be wasted. This thought flickered in his mind but was swiftly dismissed. He had bestowed the power of coordinates to his parents, intending to use it only in dire situations. However, as Chen Xiong drew ever closer, he found himself with little recourse, just as Chu Ran was on the verge of activating the coordinate power. A golden light illuminated the distant sky. You wretched minions of the Black Cult, how dare you act so brazenly here? An ancient voice echoed, filled with fury. Immediately, a torrential golden light erupted, causing Chu Ran to involuntarily squint. Amidst the brilliance, he beheld a small golden figure approaching him, which amiably emitted a beam of golden light towards him. The golden light surged into his body, revitalizing his weary and nearly collapsing form, rekindling his vigor and increasing his speed, distancing him further from Chen Xiong. Long Yi, realizing that the prize was slipping through his fingers, Chen Xiong was engulfed in astonishment and rage. Chu Ran was the target designated for capture by the highest leader. If he failed, he would likely face dire consequences himself, an unthinkable price to pay. Boom! The two figures collided, triggering a violent shockwave that rippled outward for hundreds of meters. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Anomaly Management Bureau, a young Taoist clad in traditional robes ended a phone call, sighing as he rubbed his forehead. What instructions does the central authority have? Beside the young Taoist stood a monk of similar age, who looked on with curiosity. Indeed, there are too many survivors this time. Battles of varying scales have erupted worldwide, making it impossible to conceal. Many ordinary citizens are already aware, especially in Qian City, where thunder and lightning have been unleashed. The young Taoist lamented, "Such a ruckus? What does the central authority intend?" The young monk exclaimed in surprise, for since the establishment of the Anomaly Bureau, the central authority had never proactively inquired about their handling of matters. This was indeed a first. The central authority believes that since this has become the norm, there is no longer a need for concealment. After all, paper cannot contain fire forever, the young Taoist explained. A candid admission, then. The young monk was momentarily taken aback. It seemed they had reached this pivotal juncture. Yes, abroad, there are already anomaly users rising up to replace their governments. It is no longer something that can be hidden.